with myself, Epidamnos. Joining me is Danog. We are starting the day, and we're going to have absolute weeks of phenomenal Dota starting from now. Danog, how are you feeling, man?
I'm feeling great. It's a nice castable hour for me and you, which makes it feel really good. Hold on a second, my name's changed, but that's okay. It's looking really good. We've got some great Dota and 3 different stages of Dota as well, which is really exciting to see. We get not only the double elimination bracket, which we're all used to seeing. We don't get just a group stage as well, but we get a Swiss stage before that. So 24 teams are part of this first iteration of the Elite League. It's really exciting, isn't it?
It is. I mean, you said yourself, you haven't seen this since 2020, and it makes for a balancing for the tournament. It balances the teams a lot better, so we'll be in for hopefully some very close games, right?
You would hope so. Like that's always what you come to expect. I mean, upsets can happen regardless of where it is in the bracket, right? Like in a few qualifiers recently, Liga team looked not so great, and then some other ones they made it all the way to the grand final. Obviously, one of the teams that did beat them here is Nine Pandas, I believe. So they were the Eastern European qualifier coming through. But we see here the 3 stages that I was talking about, right? We start off with 16 teams. A bunch of them were invited, and then there was like 1 qualification slot for each region. I think there might have actually been a couple for Southeast Asia and Western Europe, so just getting a little bit more even distribution of teams across all of them. Then those 8 teams that come out on top of the Swiss stage move on to the group stage, where they join 8 directly invited teams, and from that group stage, you get 8 teams from that in a double elimination bracket to crown our first champion.
Oh, wow. So we go through quite a lot of stages there to get to the end and crowning the champion. Exciting, especially with all of these. I mean, it's intriguing to go from a best of 3 to a best of 2. And then
Back
we
to a
get
best of
into
3.
the playoffs. And
And
then
then
back to
eventually
a
best of 5. Yeah, it's crazy. And there's a lot of money on the line, right? Like I said, 24 teams, and even if you bomb out absolutely last place, you still get 10 grand. And it's one of the few tournaments, actually, that did give a little bit of money to the crushingly close second place in the qualifiers as well, right? I think they all earned about 5 or 6 grand each from the different regions. So that's really cool to see that, even if you didn't make it to the tournament, it wasn't all for nothing, which is always great to see. But what I'm interested to know, Epi, is which of these teams do you think is going to be, the big favorites to move on forward? Like I said, there's 16 here, 8 move on forward, but are there like a top 4 or so that stand out to you?
I think the teams that stand out to me, I think Virtus.pro, we've been watching some of their games. They've been having a great performance at the moment. I mean, they did get eliminated by Na'Vi, but nonetheless, they had a superb run. And I think this was in what was it in? I can't remember what tournament it was in, but I know that they got
It's fine.
I know.
There's so much Dota going on, right? And this is 2 weeks
Yeah.
of Dota that we've got just for this tournament, so that's exciting. You got to say Tundra, right? They've been looking completely dominant across a lot of different ones, and well, speaking of some of those teams, we'll have Tundra here on this stream later today. That'll be the second series. First up is that scary team, Virtus.pro, that you were talking about, taking on Team Secret. Two organizations, rather, that have been around for, I want to say, at least like 10 plus years in the Dota ecosystem. Definitely VP has, and I think Team Secret's coming up to their 10-year anniversary in like August of this year, so that's going to be really exciting to see.
It is. And I think I found the tournament, Nadog. It was indeed Dream League Season 23. That was it for the close qualifiers of Eastern Europe, where Na'Vi were able to take a 3-2 against Virtus.pro. So I think VP have been having themselves a great time, along with who else could I say here? Along with I think I definitely agree with you in regards to Tundra Esports. And if I can think of some others as well, I think Entity have been on the rise too. And of course, we do have to keep an eye out for OG. I think even though the OG have had a little bit here and there with a few games, I think they've still been doing pretty good.
Let's just take it out of Europe, all right? Just for 1 second, Epi. Let's take it out of Europe. There's countries elsewhere coming through, and I mean, Aurora for sure, I think, is another one that they've got the class to be there. Like, the majority of that team got, what was it, 3rd at Riyadh? So it's clearly a very, very good roster. It's just about
Yeah.
how they're going to be able to put it together now that they are no longer playing with Makoto. So how is that all going to pan out with Lorinov now standing in for them? But they're not going to be playing yet. Like I said before, it's the two long-standing giants of Team Secret as well as Virtus.pro. Team Secret now playing with Afu instead. So Eki, he's been benched, Afu stepping in. And what do you reckon about Team Secret over the past couple of years? They've kind of gone for this Europe x Southeast Asia like combination coming through, because you've had players like Armel and FBZ and Mid1 come through and try, and it's worked out to like varying levels of success. I feel like FBZ actually did put through a fair few good tournament performances, same sort of thing with Armel, but Afu now gets his shot, and we know that he's again like a top 3 finalist at TI, so he's clearly got the stuff to be able to take it forward.
Oh yeah, 100%. Like these players are skilled, but we know that sometimes it just doesn't all come down to skill. I think an example is Navi Junior. When we recently saw them play up against Secret, they are very talented players. But the one thing that is very important within this game and the tournaments that we're seeing is the teamwork and how they synergize with each other. Now, Secret, I feel like they need a little bit more work. I feel like they have been struggling a little bit, but hopefully with Arfu recently coming in, I know they have benched Eki, but with more practice with Arfu, then maybe perhaps they can turn something around and we see themselves have some much better games. I mean, they've been experimenting, so maybe this is their time to shine. It's, of course, our first game going up against Virtus.pro, so let's see what action they bring us.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you mentioned having that glue to really bring teams together. I got to say, for Virtus.pro, that's probably FNG, right? He is, like, outside of solo, one of the big mainstays of the Eastern European scene, and he's the sort of person that can bring together these really highly mechanically skilled players like Kiritich, for example. I think he's ranked 5 in the EU leaderboards right now, and just put them on the path towards victory. So I'm keen to see. I did see that his I think either his Steam name or the tagline under his Steam name was like top 1 deaths in every tournament, so we'll see if that's a bit of a bad omen for FNG, because he does play that like traditional position 6 role when he does come forward. Alright, so these bans are pretty expected, to be honest, right? Like we can see Virtus.pro, they're on the right side, Team Secret on the left. You got to take away a little bit of their comfort, right? You see Crystallis, he's going to be playing Monkey King or Razor if he gets the opportunity to, so you may as well just ban those out. And both of these teams have actually been picking up the Tiny across a few different roles, actually. So obviously 2 and 4, that's a lot more understood. But both of these teams actually play it in the off lane as well. So I was kind of hoping that we could get to see a little bit of Tiny in this particular series. And you know how I feel about Disruptor as well, Epi.
Yeah, you absolutely love Disruptor, and especially the thing that you mentioned about Tiny too. Yeah, he's kind of this new hero where he's coming out to start to play off lane now, and he is absolutely amazing. I mean, I've experimented with the hero myself as an off lane. He's absolutely amazing. I think it's just people starting to realize it was all the way back then when you could buy Blink Dagger on the hero and just destroy people with Avalanche and Toss.
Oh, yeah.
But I think it started to become solidified more within the game, and people are starting to go, oh my gosh, this hero is actually pretty good on the offlane. Let's start picking up a lot more, because, you know, he's a very strong hero in the laning stage with the fact that he's able to have such a high HP pool. But he is banned, so we won't be seeing it. I think I should stop speaking about him now, considering that we won't see him. But yeah, they pick themselves up Batrider here for Team Secret.
They do, and it's something that they've been playing across a multitude of roles, right? Like, you could play it in any of the core roles except for one, and I think more recently Afu and Puppy have been playing it. I really like it as a 4 or 5, just because you make so much space across the map. You can cut waves really easily. You've got that late game impact with a BKB piercing disable. It's just, it always feels good to me, and it also gives you a little bit of that protection for the eventual death siege into the high ground, I like to call it, because, you know, you talk about these heroes like the Tiny, it's him, it's Mars, it's Batrider, it's Venge, you know, these sorts of heroes that have movement displacing effects that can really turn the tide of a matchup, and then, you know, you instantly are just fighting a 4v5 instead of a 5v5, even if you've got Aegis.
And speaking of movement of heroes, they do pit themselves up the Tusk. We don't usually see the Tusk that often, but one of the abilities which I think most people do tend to kind of gnaw their teeth at and hoping that they don't have it happen to them is the walrus kick. It's a little bit like a horn toss and a skewer if you can get yourself the Agnums here on the Tusk. So Tusk comes out. It's a lovely snowball save ability as well, especially against Lasso and the Leshrac here too. So I think a very nice pickup here for VP.
When you and I were casting the Eastern Europe qualifiers, we were getting a little bored of the meta, right? Like, everything was a lot of the same, the big beefy boys coming out at the very start, but Timbersaw's made it through. DK's banned, but we've still got Centaur in the pool as well, so I'm a little surprised to see that those guys haven't been picked up. Maybe not so much Secret picking it up, because you're already going up against a Disruptor, so that can really nullify the impact of something like a Centaur that tries to use the Stampede to reset a bad team fight, but I could still see it working for VP by all means.
I know it's going to sound a little bit of a downer, but I am so happy that these heroes have not come out, which you have mentioned, because we've seen them so much. We kind of got a little bit bored of them, and I'm sure everyone else has at home. Every time, like a Dragon Knight, or a Centaur or a Timbersaw gets picked up. I mean, Timbersaw is at least a little bit interesting because he has very low cooldowns on his ability, so, you know, he's always jumping into the fights. Whereas
it's not the
DK
old style of Timber, right? Where you just sat in the lane
and
slowly push towers and someone had to deal with him. He's like the one that goes and deals with others now, which is at least a little bit more interesting.
Yeah, like the old reactive armor, how you'd sit behind the tier 1 and just be like, yeah, just let any mid come down to me. I have level 3, level 4 reactive armor. I can't be touched. But ever since they changed that up and people have started realizing, oh, if I actually level the nuke spells here, I'm actually going to have a lot more impact on the lane and actually have kill potential instead of just being this, like, you know, tank that just soaks up the HP.
Pretty much.
But they pick up a Beastmaster, and they actually don't have a lot of reserve time here on Secret. So compared to Virtus.pro, look at that. 2 minutes compared to 5 seconds? Whoa.
Okay, so I can see this. So Team Secret are clearly going for, like, much more of an offensive-oriented draft, right? Because you've got Beastmaster, who, you know, most of the time when we previously saw the Beastmaster, at least in more recent times, it was because of the Drums of Slom, right? To be able to deal with illusion heroes, to be able to just be very sustainable. But ever since that buff to the Helm of the Dominator, I wonder if that's going to be now the pickup for this, because you're going up against a Tusk, a Disruptor, and a Wind Ranger. Not heroes that exactly deal with full-on, like, we're running at you meta style really well. And Leshrac is kind of a similar sort of boat, right? He provides so much tower push. Beastmaster provides a lot of tower push as well. Batrider is one of those heroes that can find the pick-off that leads into more tower push, and then you take away the map. So I quite like this. I like the Alchemist as well, though, right? Like, something that is sustainable, that can stand in the fight, and even something like the Acid Spray means that you can't just continuously run at people.
Yeah, I do got to say though, they don't have themselves very good wave clear. If you have a look at VP at the moment, I mean, I think they only have themselves power shots, and especially what you said with the momentum of Team Secret, with the fact that they have very good tower push. I mean, with Beastmaster and Leshrac, and what you mentioned as well with the slight buff of the Helm of the Dominator, Helm of the Overlord, how it goes into that. It could be concerning for VP. I mean, obviously, of course, they do have themselves the Alchemist. He should be able to push waves eventually when he has himself Acid Spray and Radiance. But that'll take some time. And very early on within the game, Leshrac is king of pushing. I mean, level 4 Diabolic Edict, hiding in the trees. Your tier 1 towers are going to melt if this is obviously, of course, a Leshrac mid played by Corden. I mean, he has played Leshrac most of the time on the team. I think they could possibly transform this into a 4, but with the picks coming out now, I think we think this is a mid pick, right?
Yeah, it's one of the main heroes that I thought was going to be contested across both, like Tiny, Morphling, Leshrac, and Pango, I think, were the main ones, and we've seen one's picked, and there's a couple banned out right now. So I'm not sure if Pango is necessarily the pick for VP, just because you have 2 ways to be able to go through that Rolling Thunder with both the Primal Roar, and if you get an Aether Lens, then Lasso can work on it as well. It's okay at being able to clear waves. I'm a little surprised that they let the Tide Hunter through. It's something that Noticed has been playing a little bit, and something that you can kind of put in front of a tower and fight around. You know, use him as that anchor point to be able to take these team fights, use the Ravage, get a little bit of that burst damage in, and honestly, even the God, what is it called? The something of the deep, the Anchor of the Deep. I'm just gonna call it.
Is it Dead in the Water?
Probably.
think
It's
it's
just
dead in the
good to be
water.
able to have that against something like a Leshrac that just wants to be running at you, right? Slows him down massively, means that the damage is so much slower, and you can just look to, focus him off.
Yeah, and I especially agree with the fact that they do need something on the front line here, because Alchemist is going to take around about some time to get up to speed. I think if we have ourselves a good time here on Kiritic, about 15-20 minutes on the Alchemist, then he can start to join fights with Blink and Radiance. So I do definitely think they need something frontline to try and provide that early game. I mean, tied early is pretty good if he doesn't have anything that strongly counters him during the early stage and could just provide that breathing room for Alchemist to just stay in the jungle for about 15 minutes and just farm up. So we should be looking here for a dominant offlaner during the early stage for VP.
But I wonder if, does Secret go something like a Slug, for example? They've got the last overall pick. They end up going Dawnbreaker. That's not terrible for, it's a dominant offlaner, like you were saying, and it is something that is capable of that wave clear that we were desperately needing from them. Also means that you can kind of... This is a draft from Secret that, okay, that's also a good response. Aggressive, early game oriented, good in the lane. You're not really that worried about, the acid spray, a big tanky hero like the Alchemist is going to be good to be able to contest against. But I think the important thing is, that Team Secret are going to be trying to run down one lane, right? So Dawnbreaker can at least be shoving out another lane, and then you can just join at any time with that Solar Guardian to at least force potential thoughts of, we have to defend a little bit, we're losing some of our map. That's not where Team Secret want to be. They want to be all out on the offensive. Does start from the laning stage, though, and it's going to depend on how a lot of these matchups go. I got to say that anytime you see a lifesteal that hasn't been directly counted and you get it last overall pick, and I think Team Secret are going to be very happy with it, you should be in a pretty good spot with at least how the lanes are going to go.
Oh yeah, looking at Lifestealer here, I mean, against Alchemist as well, he could build himself a Knives Gaddy eventually on, and he's very, very good for sustaining against Alchemist. I think one thing that you do have to worry about Alchemist, though, and I think I have seen Alchemist win more games against Lifestealer than the other way around because of the fact that just Alch is able to farm incredibly well if he is ahead, is if he picks himself up a Bloodthorn. And obviously, of course, we know that Lifestealer absolutely hates silences. And if he's silenced and he can't use his rage, then he gets destroyed. I mean, they even have your favorite hero. They have themselves Disruptor as well, Danog. So they've got themselves an extra silence, especially for this Lifestealer here, too.
Yeah, so to me, I think if this game ends in 35 minutes, it's because Team Secret have won. If it goes later than that, it's all VP. They've got the late game in the bag, in my opinion.
But I do like this Dawnbreaker last pick as well. That I think that was definitely a good pick here. They have themselves a great counter initiation if they do initiate with maybe perhaps like a Primal Roar or a Lasso. So Dawnbreaker has the ability to just farm up, and then if she, wants to come in and tries to save, she doesn't have to commit a TP and roll the way. She can just use the ultimate and start healing up and force her counter initiation, which I do indeed like, and it's a very good hero in terms of gaining strength too. This hero, it is so annoying to actually take out. If you're a carry player or a mid player, and you're like, oh, I want to take out this Dawnbreaker, it was like, why the heck does she have 1,800 HP at 10 minutes? Like, what the heck? It seems like an absolute monster.
Crazy.
Yeah, it's nuts.
Cool. Well, I think we're about ready to go into the game. It'll be about time for the bounty fights to be about to kick off here. As, both teams have kind of invaded into both sides of the jungle. We can do a little bit of radio play here. Happy?
Oh, no, not radio play. Oh, not again. Oh. Okay. Let's see how this goes. So, folks, I don't think you're going to miss much. I think... Oh, there we go. Now we've got a game. Awesome.
Easy.
So we're going to head right into it. There's not going to be any skirmishes here at the moment. Just 2 and 2 bounty runes to either side of the teams. Oh, I spoke too soon. There could be a skirmish on the bottom river as the concoction coming out there. They want to try and take down Boom here on the Beastmaster, getting very low, but will be okay. Able to get underneath that tier 1. But now they're attempting to go for FNG on the Disruptor, pushed back there by the Flame Break, and they get the first blood on the side of Secret.
Oh, he's not even going to be able to go for the chase onto Boom. I wonder if Puppy's going to stick around. No, ends up TPing up towards the top side, realizing how important it is for Crystallis to get off to a good start. But yeah, that's That's a big thing for Secret to be able to get that first blood off for themselves. FNG, the buffed up Thunderstrike, not enough to be able to provide him that safety. And like we were saying before, his in-game name of top 1 deaths for the tournament, it's it's coming to fruition so far. I mean, he's in the lead, right?
He is. I mean, Disruptor having some nice harass here. I mean, level 1 Thunderstrike is a little bit weak, but I mean, at least you're able to push them away. But I think Arfu is having a much better time here on the Batrider at the moment. I mean, was able to help and actually get the first blood here. 1 and 0. He's already calling something in on the Courier. What's he got? He's got himself a magic wand.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's one of those things that Batrider's a support that doesn't really need that many items to be really impactful. All you really need is a little bit of movement speed, and then you just get into the Blink Dagger, right? That's the main thing that you're hoping to be able to play around. So he's just been able to consistently funnel a lot of tangos into Boom, because the game for him is just trying to get into that big scaling item as quickly as possible. He's going into the Arcane Boots for now. I wonder if he is going to go down that Helm of the Dominator route, or if maybe the Dawnbreaker has pushed them away from that.
Yeah, I do wonder that too, because we don't usually see it come out all that much. I think the only time I've seen a Helm of the Dominator come out is when the game goes like 60 minutes and they want like a creep to like TP on.
You mean like every game that we cast in the qualifiers that went 60 minutes?
Yeah. Exactly that.
I mean, teams were hungry for this, right? There was so many opportunities when, we mentioned some of the teams that got directly invited to either the Swiss or the group stage. It means that, some of the lesser recognized teams, I guess you could call them, had opportunities to be able to say, hey, we can actually look to qualify for this. $1 million tournament, you don't get that every day.
All action happening on the top. They do indeed find themselves the kill there onto Puppy. Getting a little bit too low there on the Elder Titan, and it's kind of hard to jump into this Tusk and Dawnbreaker combo. I mean, level 2, level 3 now on the Dawnbreaker. I think I've spoken about this a few times. I don't know if I've spoken to it about with yourself, Danog, but this Celestial Hammer and the Starbreaker, I think you can deal around about like 500 damage at like level 2 if you land everything. These two spells.
Like, it was a big reason why Team Secret had that big year at TI, right? Where they finished, was it second? Only just losing to Tundra at the very end. And Rezo was just going absolutely bonkers on it with the amount of damage that he was able to output in a lot of these lanes. So, yeah, I can totally get it. It's going to be such a brawling lane as well, right? 4 melee heroes up in this top lane. And ones that want to be fighting. Like Tusk, Dawn, Lifestealer, and ET are ones that just constantly want to be bopping you on the head.
Yeah, I mean, they do have themselves the Snowball save, though, and the Ice Shards to try and counteract any initiation that comes their way. But Chrysalis is having an okay time, he's still able to follow. Not doing so well in regards to last hits compared to Kiritich, though. I mean, look at that, almost doubling the last hits here at the moment. It's only 4 minutes in, but come on, if Alchemist is having a good time, that's something you've got to be careful of.
Mm-hmm. I'm also a little interested, I know you mentioned the Skadi build-up for Chrysalis, but I'm also tempted to see if anyone wants to go into like Orb of Corrosion style of build, just because it is a lot cheaper. You can get active around the rest of your team much earlier, and it gives you really good value. Like 20% is quite a lot against an Alk and a Dawn. Yeah,
it's a very good value item. I suppose, especially against Regen quite early on. All action happening on the top lane, though, with the Celestial Hammer and the Starbreaker. They do indeed find the kill onto Puppy, and a rotation from FNG here, finding the kill onto possibly Chrysalis as well. Yes, they do indeed. Double kill here for Noticed, though that does leave Kiritich on his own here on the bottom lane, but he's doing okay. And they make good use of that death, because as we were speaking about it, we did see a kill on FNG on the bottom, which was claimed there by Arfu, diving that tier 1 tower. But then, he TP's top and makes use of that death and actually gets 2 kills here on the top lane, which is very nice.
Yes, indeed. I was just seeing if FNG was wanting to hang around just to go for a cheeky glimpse back play from anyone that might have been TPing in. Yeah, after
yeah. Yeah, he'll be found there. Kiritich, though, he's been chased by the boars. I don't think Boom will get it. Oh, the magic wand! Still trying to flee. There we go. Will be found by the Beastmaster. So that's going to be a worthy trade. As meanwhile, they also find a kill here onto the Tusk middle. And it was actually Corden who got that kill. So maybe perhaps was trying to get a jump there on the Leshrac, but was able to survive and gets the kill here. Level 3 Diabolic Edict now with that Pulse Nova. So you have to be careful when you jump in this Leshrac, because if there's no creeps around you, it's going to deal quite a lot of damage to you.
FNG trying to run away as best he can against Arfu. Looks like he will be successful as well with the Glimpse. Good way to be able to just get away from a Batrider pre-level 6. Just TP.
Uh-oh. Notice, though, gets found there with a rotation from Corden to the top lane, taking down the Dawnbreaker on that killing spree. So some extra gold for the Leshrac, around about 347. And what's it going for? Is this straight away Bloodstone on the Leshrac, like instantly?
Seems
it's actually
that way.
Maybe a kill. Oh, they are attempting to try and find Corden there with a focus fire and that tag team. As Sayu just survives on 100 HP there on the Tusk.
Very important kill there, because up until that point, Corden had been winning very easily that mid lane, actually. So for him to be able to take out Squad X is, for Squad X to be able to take him out is a big equalizer for that one. Also puts a little bit of damage into this tier 1. This is not a draft that I would be expecting to do too much damage to towers early on VP's side. That's really meant to be Secret's MO. And it is going to be Boom going into that Helm of the Dominator. He's already got a few stacks built up for him to be able to try and get into that ASAP.
Yeah, Squad X is doing really nice tower damage, as you've said. I mean, especially with that catapult. Look at that tower compared to Leshrac. We were on about this, early pushes on Leshrac. Is like, oh, Leshrac should do fine. I mean, look at the tower has not been touched, Danog. 1,800 HP on the middle tier 1 tower for Squad X.
That's Captain FNG going to work there, I'd say. Just making sure that they realize the big strengths of this draft that they're playing against and making sure to exploit that as much as possible.
Action happening in the river, though. Attempted to try and find Arfu, as we also have ourselves Dawnbreaker coming in there with the Solar Guardian, but we will lose the Wind Ranger there and has to back out of that because a triple kill is found there by Corden with the Pulse Nova and the Lightning Storm.
Didn't even need to use a shield rune. He's just incredibly tanky. And it's only going to get worse and worse once he starts building into that Bloodstone. Also gives you just such valuable time to be able to push out the other lanes. Crystalis, and you mentioned he was struggling a little bit on those last hits. Not so much anymore. Just makes VP lose a lot of that net worth underneath the tower. Goes to absolutely no one. He's able to get in towards that next close item. It's nothing too crazy from a lifestealer, right? Going into the armlet. I don't know. Something about me just really wants that Elbow Corrosion to come through from him. Maybe they'll feel like it's not going to scale well enough, but I guess they might just not want to put all their eggs into the one basket of end early.
They're going to stop pressuring this tier 1 tower now with the Diabolic Edict, since Corden has had himself a great early game. I mean, no tower damage done to the middle tier 1 tower, but I mean, at least he got himself a triple kill on the river. Is starting to now rotate around on the lanes and starting to help out, realizing his power potential during the early stages of this game. He has a lot of nuke damage, considering it's an early Leshrac. I mean, usually at times you can take this Leshrac down because he's usually not that strong. You just got to respect the magical damage and not get too close to him, but I haven't been able to do that, and Corden's been having a great time here. Though they will find the tier 1 tower, VP will get that, so at least they get something out of this.
Yep. Yeah, he's got that Voodoo Mask as well, right? So a little bit more tankability. The raindrops, similar sort of thing. And that Fairy's Trinket means that you're just going to be casting spells for so much longer. Kind of feels like they're using him as bait right now, with Arfu standing right behind. Oh, and they even get a regen rune to be able to play around with.
Oh my gosh.
I think they've actually got the Helm of the Dominator as well. 10-minute Dom, not terrible for Boom to be able to play around with.
Corden just hanging around here on the mid lane, though. I think he really wants to push this tier 1 tower, but he has to be careful. They are starting to rotate around. Both supports here on VP. Ready to jump in to protect the Wind Ranger in case she is dived. They are going to smoke up S2 as well, these supports, try and find something. They will find Arfu,
They got level 6 on FNG as well, so he might be looking for that quick pick off, but you don't want to use a smoke on just a support.
No.
They
Yeah.
back off in time, though, and a kill onto Corden would be huge.
Oh, the smoke's broke. Oh, they're going to go for the kill here. I mean, Corden doesn't have himself a lot of mana. They're coming in now with that Solar Guardian. They find the kill there onto the Leshrac, and maybe perhaps Boom here too, as the... Oh, nice glimpse there. Actually forcing back the lifesteal. A lasso comes out in return. It will find the Wind Ranger, though, and in return for Corden, you're going to lose 3 here on the side of VP, so they will avenge their fallen comrade there and get themselves 3 kills.
Yeah, there were just a lot of those wild axis stacks being built up, considering the fight was being taken place in such a small area. Same sort of thing with the Firefly. It was a great lasso as well onto the Wind Ranger while she had used her wind run, so she didn't really have any sort of way to be able to escape once the lasso had actually expired. Very nice team play coming out there from Secret.
I did like the cheeky glimpse though there as well when the rage expired on the lifesteal.
Always love a cheeky glimpse.
It did help him go back to lane because, you know, he couldn't do any more. And he's like, oh, you know what? I'm okay with this. You know, it forces me back to top lane. I can just farm the creeps again. Not a problem. Can get my armlet. He is suffering in net worth, though.
He's not actually rich.
No. He's around about 4,800 gold. Not having the best of times here on the carry. Corden.
Oh,
it's actually going to be glimpsed back there, though.
Nice. So it looks like Secret are holding back until they've actually got this full helm on the Overlord, right? They're only taking fights with Boom if he just happens to be there when the fight takes place, right? He's not the one making a lot of moves. He didn't try to, you know, move with his Leshrac and the 10-minute siege creep towards the mid tier 1 tower. He was much more focused on just build up this net worth as quickly as possible, get, you know, a 14-minute helm of the Overlord, and then just be way too hard to deal with for VP. Because we mentioned before, these supports really don't deal all that well with it. Even a Wind Ranger on her own, right? Like, you basically have to use a focus fire to take out that helm of the Overlord creep, and that is not what you want.
No, we were speaking about this, how you don't really have very much, like, wave clear or kind of nukes. And I mean, speaking of the Wind Ranger, lasso comes out, and there indeed is the split earth, just locking in place the Wind Ranger, finding that kill as they take the tier 1 tower here too. So starting to be on the aggressive right now, Secret are.
And that is a blink dagger as well from Arfu that he had prior to that. So 12.5 minutes as they find a pick.
A glimpse there though. Into the static storm comes down the Dawnbreaker from the heavens, with that Solar Guardian, obtaining the kill there in return on this time Secret's mid lane. So it is both mid laners that will be traded out here as, well, actually looking at Kiritich, he's having himself a nice time. You know, 12-minute Radiance on the way now to be completing that Black King bar. So having a great time here at the moment on the Alchemist. So should be active quite soon here to start joining in these team fights.
Oh, they find a quick pick off there. Was with the focus fire though, so don't exactly have the greatest kill potential on Squad X for the next little bit. I really think this next, let's say 5 or so minutes, is going to heavily revolve around Boom and what he does in these fights, right? He's 100 gold away from the helm of the Overlord. He's about to have his level 2 ultimate, and he also will have potentially a BKB target to consider with that Primal Aurora, right? You don't want to let an Alchemist get that full 9-second BKB off into a Lifestealer, into a Leshrac, right? He is going to start being something that they need to consider.
Yeah, so we'll see how he uses this Primal Roar. What do you think they should use it on here on Secret? Primal Roar. Who is the biggest target?
I think the initial initiation is still going to be Arfu, right? Because worst case, it's a support that dies, and you've still got that really early Blink Dagger to be able to make plays with. I think the Primal Roar should be roaring whoever commits with a BKB to a fight.
Right, got you. Although they are going to attempt to commit here, Secret are, but a glimpse back there from Corden, but Blink and Lasso there onto the Dawnbreaker, and a stomp onto 3. That puts to sleep 3 of them as the Split Earth comes out there. They find themselves the Dawnbreaker. They want to try and go for more, but turning around there onto the, oh my gosh, the Leshrac. It is a 2-for-1, but at least they take down the Leshrac there, as they will find a third. Tusk will fall, and Sayu will be dead. So
good God,
even
puppy.
with that jump.
three-man stomp there just to completely stop any sort of reinforcements while they reposition the Dawnbreaker away. So not only do you not have the Solar Guardian save, you don't have any heroes to be able to play around with either. That was crazy good by the old man.
Yeah, there is one ability that throws me off here. How you do have Leshrac and Elder Titan on the same team here, so you do have Earth Splitter with Split Earth.
Oh yeah, good luck with that.
So that's a thank you, Valve, for that. Well, Ice Frog really for the name, but they are attempting to go onto Boom here. He's stuck between a rock and a hard place within the ice shards as the concoction comes out there. Really trying to lock him in place with the snowball too. Is Kiritich joining in the fight here? They will be able to find that Beastmaster, and jumping in now with the Solar Guardian, attempting to try and find Crystal. Is going to attempt to TP, but the damage is too much. Cannot get away. Will be found. They lose 3, possibly 4 here as Puppy will fall 2. To get themselves a 4-for-1. A very worthy trade here. Secret coming out on top just about a minute ago, and all of a sudden VP just heading themselves top and turning it around, and now going for the tier 1. They get themselves that tier 1.
It's all the value of information. They had an observer ward set up there like 2-3 full minutes prior, set up by Sayush, and it meant that they were able to just realize that he was farming kind of on his own away from the rest of the team. And there's not too many times where, you know, just a couple of supports that don't necessarily have the greatest damage output will willingly walk up onto the high ground. Oh.
Now they do indeed
as they take Roshan. There we go.
Yeah. Here we go. And Aegis for them, uncontested, as they will put it on Kiritich. He has himself, of course, that BKB now, the 9-second duration, opting to go for the Blink Dagger here, and then maybe perhaps we'll see a Blood Fawn, and it will start to be a little bit difficult here for Crystalist. But of course, as you mentioned, Danog, we do have ourselves this Primal Roar, which you said would be a very good ability to save for anyone that does have this BKB. And if they can kind of counter-initiate with it and place it upon the Alchemist when he does want to jump in and output his damage, then they could possibly turn around the fight here on Secret.
The thing is, though, like, it's getting to that sort of stage where even if you do use, let's say, the Primal Roar onto Kiritich, and hell, you may even just use the lasso as well while he's got that BKB running, just to kind of reduce the duration on it, you've still got issues with, like, Noticed, who's going to be dishing out a ton of damage.
And speaking of Noticed, they're going to go for him here with the lasso. It comes down, the Split Earth, locking in place the Dawnbreaker. No reactions there from VP to save their offlaner. Will realize that was pulled all the way to the side of Secret's base and will be picked off here.
I mean, he was just farming on top of a Watcher. I think that might have just been a, you know, bad Notice, bad, you know, learn from this.
VP, they want to try and find more, though, possibly, hanging around within the tree line. Both supports, they do have themselves a sneaky Observer Ward, granting vision here on the middle lane.
There's that shard. There was just hunting there, was FNG for someone that was hiding inside the Fog of War. I mean, you have the ability to make these ballsy plays, right? That's why they're going for a smoke before, I mean, quote-unquote, Noticed isn't there yet, because he can be there. He's got that ultimate available. You just need to find that quick jump, and you've got that with Sayush with his own Blink Dagger as well. So whoever they find, there's the one that's getting initiated onto.
Oh, FNG. Going for a scout here.
Or he went for a cheeky find just to see if anyone was farming that set of Ancients. Won't be the case. I don't think... Yeah, he walked perfectly along the Fog of War, taking advantage of the fact that it's still nighttime. So there's this little blind spot between the tier 1 and 2 towers that he walked along perfectly.
Wasn't able to find Arfu there either. He was just hanging around this tier 1. In regards to net worth, though, is Lifesteal is still suffering here, Danog. 9,000 gold. Still attempting to go for a Radiance here. This is going to be a late one for the Lifesteal. Plus 20 minutes.
I mean, he went for the Talisman of Evasion first, right? Like, that's not a farm accelerant at all. As well, speaking of Lifesteal, they kind of sort of see him farming up towards the top side. I think they backed off.
Oh, they're going for Cordon instead. TP, it's cancelled there by the Shackle shot. Warrior's Punch there too, attempting to heal up with the Bloodstone, but with that focus fire and the amplified damage rune, you are not going to escape. They get the kill there. Well, they are attempting to take down the Torment. Will they get
I mean, you got to do something. You got to do something with this time off the map. I mean, probably not the greatest one. Lower cooldown can be kind of nice, I suppose, for the ET.
And Bat's dead.
I mean,
But
that's all that Afu can do, right? He's just trying to cut waves as much as possible. But now that you've got Blink Daggers on multiple heroes, now that you've got Glimpse, Batrider isn't anywhere near as sneaky as he used to be. Even just have a look at the Observer Ward situation, right? They're so aggressive with a lot of the wards that VP have been able to put down that anyone that TPs anywhere, they're going to get spotted immediately.
Yeah. Oh, Kiritich. Looking forward a bit aggressive here. They do actually snatch themselves the Wisdom Rune there, getting both of them. So deny Secret that extra experience. And we're just looking at all three of the cores here on VP having a superb time, especially Kiritich right now, 5k ahead. This is what you want as an Alchemist. This is the perfect game here. Being ahead, that's where you want to be.
The one I've been most impressed with is Squadix, just being able to catch up from not the greatest lane that he had against Gordon, but definitely in terms of experiences, he's ahead. In terms of net worth, he's ahead. And, you know, like we were saying, in terms of being able to take towers, he was ahead as well. So, like, he has just been doing a fantastic job. And now he's got a BKB as well. So you're going to have multiple of these heroes that have BKBs, and you can't roar them all. You can't lasso them all. And even if you do, you've even got a blink save on the Tusk as well to be able to contest against. So.
Kiritich, though, he's hanging around this smoke play. This Aegis is going to expire soon. I think they're waiting for this Aegis to expire. And there's no one here to support him other than the Disruptor. I mean, Tusk and Wind Ranger heading in with a smoke of their own. They know it's going to expire now. There's the lasso. Don't kill him yet. Don't kill him yet. They're waiting for it. Here we go. The BKB activated. There we go. It's expired now. But they're going to attempt to turn it around here. Crystal is trying to flee. Will be able to infest there in the Leshrac is now Secret. They want to push for more. Trying to get a kill here. They haven't lost anyone here on VP. They will not get the kill on the Alchemist. Though Puppey coming forward, catching Squadix there with the Yules. But will still be able to get away. Slowed down there by the Flame Break, attempting to flee here with the Wind Run.
They just
slowed down there now by that Lightning Storm and does not connect with the Split Earth. So VP, they will lose absolutely no one, and Secret will not get themselves a pick.
I feel like you got to get another Blink Dagger outside of Afu, right? He's had his for the past 10 minutes, but it hasn't really felt like the rest of the team has been able to connect in onto him. I could see Boom's going for a BKB instead, but I gotta say, like, if you find the initiation, I think you've got the damage to be able to deal the burst, especially with an Elder Titan, right? With the maxed out natural aura, reducing all of those resistances. Anyone that they catch should just be melted.
Do you think Boom should go a Blink Dagger here? Because I feel like if he did have a Blink, then they would have definitely been able to get a pick-off hit.
Yep.
He's going BKB, though, instead. Oh, they're hanging around here, and Squadix and Sayu, they're actually going to head through the Twin Gate and head top. FNG is going to join them here, too. Rex, they can scout out Puppey, very close within the fog of war. Well, there it is, Walrus Punch, tag team 2 with the Shackle Shot, a easy pick-off there onto the Elder Titan, taking down Puppey. Unstoppable spree for Squadix.
Doing a little bit of lane cutting, though, on the bottom side is Secret. They have the Firefly available. I'm a little surprised that Afu didn't stick around and look to try and just cut that next wave so that the Ancient Black Dragon can push into this lane and at least force a glyph out, but maybe he wants to be elsewhere. Maybe he wants to be cutting top lane. Maybe they feel like they can get a kill elsewhere. Notice would be a big one.
I have to say, though, I really like this item. I wonder what you think, Danog, on Squadix. Oh, they do take down notice here on the bottom, getting a pick off there with the lasso. But Squadix with the Dragonlance here to obtain that extra range, I think especially against Corden here on the Leshrac, I think is a very nice pickup. I personally would have think of it, and obviously, of course, this is why they're pros, because they think this way, but a Dragonlance gaining that extra range against the Leshrac to stay out of the Pulse Nova, I think is really smart.
What I really wanted to do is, hold on, team fight. Chrysalis.
Oh, Chrysalis gets
range
out.
just in time.
Maybe he gets glimpsed. No, he's going to get glimpsed back during the rage. Oh no, he infested into Corden. He's okay, as now they'll attempt to try and turn it around there. The Warriors punch coming out there onto Corden. Corden taking too much damage here by Kiritic, trying to attempt to take him down now. Will use himself up. He's going to get forced away for the BKB along with the Focus Fire 2. Squadix will get the kill. Meanwhile, though, they will find Kiritic, so it is going to be here a 2-for-1. Slow. Find Batrider here to Arfu, attempting to flee, but we'll try and turn it around now with Squadix with that. Wind run soon expiring, as no more wind run is available, but the snowball save coming out there. Will Squadix get away? Yes, he will, but in return, Notice will fall. Dying here again on his own. Had to sacrifice his life in order for this Wind Ranger to get away, but Secret come out on top.
There's a lot of almosts in that fight, and I mean, he's still at the bottom of the net worth charts for the cause, but Chrysalis was the one that did the vast majority of the damage, more than double of anyone else in that team fight, 6.5k. They just let him go to town. All the focus was on trying to take out this Leshrac, and they did, but look at what it cost them.
This is the first time I've ever seen, you know, a carry who has is 8k down from the opposing carry and was the biggest damage dealer. That is really something you don't see every day.
I mean, now he's got the Radiance, he's going into a BKB. He realizes the risks that he's going to be running against if, you know, it is indeed a Bloodthorn that he's going up against. It's not. Kiritic is going for the Basher, maybe just interpreting what Chrysalis will be wanting to do. Doesn't really protect you if FNG is able to get into an Ag's Blink Dagger, but he is nowhere near that. Wasn't lucky enough to get the Philosopher's Stone, unfortunately.
Oh, we got ourselves the Basher now on Kiritic here too. So has that ability to bash through here on either of the heroes. I was wondering whether we get ourselves a Orchid and turn that into a Bloodthorn. Doesn't choose to. They smoke up here. Both teams very close. Granting vision there of Boom with that power shot. But who is going to get the jump initiation here first? I think Boom definitely wants to be jumped. He's hanging around here saying, VP, jump me. Do it. Do it.
Come
on. They're going to wrap. Oh, this is a nice wrap around here. Grant getting the Observer Ward. Kiritic ready. He's brewing a concoction. Jumping forward there. Oh, they delete Corden. There's a lasso there coming out in return, along with that Solar Guardian there too, attempting to try and turn it around, but they've lost themselves 2 here on Secret. There's possibly 3 now, bashing up the Lifestealer along with the Shackle Shot there too. They will lose the Lifestealer along with the Beastmaster 2. Triple kill. For Squadix, the only one remaining is Puppy, who will flee into VP side of the map, and they're gonna get themselves a Roshan Aegis again.
It's a little weird that they would just give up the high ground like that, especially considering that's where they should be TPing in if anyone did have the buyback. 2 of them did, but just a 4-for-0 loss because it was nighttime. They didn't have the vision advantage, and yeah, they just let them take Roche after picking them off one by one.
There we go. Aegis on Kiritic. But yeah, 100% agreed. Somehow they were able to wrap around so cleanly here, right next to that twin gate, and that just led them to have an absolute advantage, grant them the vision. Kiritic cooking a concoction, and they deleted Corden here. I mean, meanwhile, though, they will get a kill on FNG here. Very easy.
Really like the fact that Corden's going into this Shiva's Guard, right? Like, obviously it's going to provide you that extra protection in terms of just not being ripped apart by a Deso and an Alchemist with the Acid Spray, and honestly even a Tusk with the Walrus Punch, but more importantly, it's that the regen reduction coming before the health.
Yeah, just got to make sure you don't get stunned up like last fight, or else you won't be able to output your damage. Though, interestingly,
pick here onto Kiritic if they find
yeah, nice lasso. The snowball save doesn't come out. They do indeed find the kill along with the Tusk there too. Aegis will bring the Alchemist back though. BKB is there with a TP, but no Basher on the Lifestealer. Not able to cancel the TP, so will get away. But the Aegis expanded here already.
Not even wanting to use the Solar Guardian to be able to come in either. So clearly just saying, you know what, not the worst. We're not exactly going to be losing too much on the map. The other lanes are being pretty heavily influenced by us, although he's running into noticed here, popping his own BKB as a result. So maybe after they quickly fix these lanes, they're in a position to actually start pushing in and taking some of these tier 2 towers, because they've been low for quite some time.
And we may start to see the dreaded just BKB TPs. Once again, I remember this. 20 minutes of non-stop BKB TPs and no fights. But yeah, that was a very nice lasso pick-off there, utilizing the vision that they had on the Alchemist, especially with the fact that, you know, there was no one else there to save him other than the Tusk, and they were actually able to split apart the distance between the Tusk and the Alchemist quite nicely.
For enemies.
Just 500 gold away from that Shivas' Cordon. Doesn't want to get that one extra lane, though. He feels like they've just been off the map for far too long, even using the scan for it, but despite catching nobody, feels like he needs to get all the way back to base.
He's almost got that Shiva's guard, though. Very close. Yep. It's definitely going to help to kind of counteract some of the regen that comes out and amplify that damage further. I mean, still remember the days of when the recipe used to cost 500 gold. Now it's 2,000 gold.
Honestly good. It's way too powerful.
No big increase. I mean, especially with the swap around of the items. You know, it used to be plate mail and mystic staff, and now that's all changed.
You can use a smoke for this. Secret are just moving as 5 without a smoke, so if they walk out under any sort of vision, they will get spotted out as...
Like now! Yeah! Although, will not be able to get the concoction off, has to blink away here. Oh, and they got themselves a lasso there too onto the Alchemist, but do they have anything more to follow up? They have themselves the Primal Roar, there it is. Alchemist in trouble, but in comes the Solar Guardian now, attempting to turn it around. Concoction being brewed up here, ready to be placed. Is Kinnity still laying the damage here during that chemical rage? Able to find Corden, and boom, they're both gone. Alchemist able to survive through it all. Crystallis is actually flipped back, but he flips right on top of Kinnity, who's actually able to eat the cheese and survive, cooking another concoction in the face of the Lifestealer, taking out triple kill team-wide. On Secret, they lose all 5, and in return, will just lose the Dawnbreaker and the Tusk.
And he barely got the Dawn as well at the very end. Big props need to be given to Squadex. That was a cheese handover as well in the middle of that fight. He was able to just protect his carry. Yeah, he was holding it for the whole time. Saw him swap back in the bottle after the fact. Yeah, it was just way too much AoE damage that they had to be able to deal with.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I want to see that.
Dire's structures a fortified.
Where's it happen? I'm really intrigued to see how this swap looks. Because I did see he did have the cheese. Yeah, there it is. He's the cheese. There we go. Yeah, that was very nicely played there from VP. I mean, I think maybe perhaps they committed the lasso a bit too early when they were focusing on other things. I mean, was able to grab Curie Teach, but was able to actually survive through it there, so all of their nuke damage wasn't being outputted to their full potential here on the Alchemist. So I feel like that was one of the big reasons why he was actually able to survive those team fights then.
Yep. I mean, unless you're wasting a BKB duration, it's all Afu. He blinks away immediately, seeing that they were just walking on into him. Yeah, unless you're wasting a BKB duration or actually killing someone, lassoing someone otherwise just feels, yeah, like a huge waste, like you were saying. So I feel like maybe the better play was to back off. You also knew that they had vision around that area at the time because you just placed down your ward that got immediately dewarded. So you really didn't have any sort of advantage, right? You had no vision advantage, you didn't have cooldowns, they hadn't popped BKBs yet. It just felt like a losing fight for them. Finally, though, Puppey will take away the vision inside of their own jungle. There's still a valuable ward, though, in their mid lane, right in front of the tier 3 tower, giving all sorts of information that they need to be able to make their next play. Question of what that play is. Looks like it might be... Is that a butterfly that they're working on? No, it's a swift blink. Never mind. For the Alchemist, so he's got it now. Just yoink this Tormentor really quickly. Hang around for another 20 seconds. Get the Wisdom Rune. Notice to volunteer so graciously to be the one that plays on the other side of the map from the rest of the team.
Crystallis here going a AC as well. On the lifesteal has that BKB which was able to activate in the fight. It's proving to be quite useful for him though in order to get that extra spell resistance. What's Sayu though? Scouting out the lifestealer. There's the vision. Chrysalis just going to farm a camp.
Instantly comes up towards top. Squad
It does.
Shove the lane out very quickly and then join together with everyone else under the cover of that smoke. They're trying to find a quick pick off again, using that vision as best they can, but Puppey, years of experience.
Uh-oh, they might get it here too. I mean, they could have counter-initiate here with the lasso. Chrysalis activating the rage just there in time, but they will find Arfu. Taking down the bat, down for 50. Buyback is available. They lay into... Oh, there they do! Oh, no! Oh, this could be a melee Rax now. It will be indeed. There we go.
They don't want to fight
it out
without the Bat Rider anyway, so they're just like, look, not much point. This time around, yeah, you lose the Rax, but it wasn't a disjointed fight, right? Like, you didn't pop any of those big cooldowns. You used Infest, sure. That's going to be up by the next time they're looking to go up onto the high ground. The thing is, though, for Virtus.pro, they've specifically itemized so that they don't throw when going high ground, right? I saw a Lincoln's come out there. I see a Lotus Orb on the Disruptor as well. It's all just about protecting... Oh, there's two Lincolns. The people, whoever they're going onto that tier 4 high ground.
I think it's a first for me to see a Lincoln being built on a Dawnbreaker. Usually that is a Lotus, but FNG having a great time here on the Disruptor in regards to... Networth actually going first item Lotus Orb. Actually, never mind, not Networth actually. He just decided to go... You don't usually see a Mana Boot straight into a Lotus Orb on Disruptor. This is something new.
There you got the shard. Farm secured, easy.
He's going for that Aghanims now. That'll be very, very nice here. Stop the BKB from Chrysalis here. Cause I think he's got that specifically to try and counteract.
He's walking into who here? Arfu?
Gosh. Uh-oh. He's been found. Shackle Shot's ready there too. They will get the kill on Arfu. Yep, there we go.
I love it.
Finding that kill on a beyond godlike spree at the moment. Trying to obtain the Daedalus. He's almost got that. I mean, Roshan back up in 30, so they could go back.
How are you supposed to kill Squad X? Like, he's got a BKB, he's got a Lincoln's, he's got a ton of HP, even as a squishy Wind Ranger. And, yeah, if you don't focus him down, then he's going to have a Daedalus very shortly and just look to rip through your whole team.
Yeah, usually when you're against a Wind Ranger, you expect something very squishy, like kind of Glass Cannon, but a 3,300 HP Wind Ranger? Like, oh my gosh. That's BKB and Lincolns with a Hurricane Pike.
Yeah, only 6k gold behind an Alchemist as well.
Yeah, that's another one.
Very good job. They've still got that ward in the mid lane. Puppey is revealing himself on the map, realizing that he's got the buyback, so he can afford to. They just don't want to give up any more of this high ground advantage if possible. So they were playing for the Roshan. It's top, so advantage secret for a fight coming through next. I think they've got 3 buybacks on their team. So they assume that they want to be using those to their full potential.
Gonna head to the Roche now, and yeah. They'll just pick this up easy peasy. No contest here. Aegis once again for the Alchemist. That's the 3rd Aegis. Oh no. Oh, they have not got that. They just got themselves an Aghanim Scepter for Squad X. You've just mentioned, Danok. How can they kill this Wind Ranger? Now you've got an Aghanims too. Oh, no.
No physical damage. Invis. Everything. And they've still got these 2 wards that haven't been dewarded. So, secret in walking into this high ground area, Virtus.pro are able to just completely maneuver around it if they want. How to smoke is the real question. Just a ninja gear at the moment for Sayush. Yeah, like, if they haven't revealed back on the lane, it's because they're still holding this high ground, right? So, you kind of have to force them to come back to where you have the vision advantage. I feel like that's what VP's done very well. They plant their flag and say, hey, this is where we're fighting. Come fight us. You're the ones that have to defend. Look at this line being drawn. It's just a game of 4D chess right now.
Oh, that's a nice scan, though, from VP. Revealing secret, trying to wrap around them here with a smoke. Out comes the power shot. Now they know that they are smoked up, so they are preparing for a jump upon them. If they can get themselves the high ground here near the outpost, this would be good, but they actually move down. Are they perhaps just going to move away here? FNG could be
Daytime.
picked off. They are indeed going to go for this disruptor with the range. There we go, taken down for 60 with no buyback. Now attempting to try and take down the Alchemist here, who has been stunned up. As in comes the Earth Splitter. It doesn't really have an effect. The Primal Roar comes out in return there onto that Dawnbreaker, but they have lost themselves. The Batrider Curity's falling very low along with Dawnbreaker there. 2 Dawnbreaker going to 4, but Alchemist coming back alive. They have rooted in place Squadix, but Squadix able to force out the low ground there and still lay out the damage. Kiritic with that chemical rage, he's still living through it, trying to deal the physical damage there, but he's actually not dealing a lot because the armor here from Secret is insane. The physical resistance, not able to get through any of it at all here. They will lose themselves 4 here on BP.
Really justifying the AC purchase as well with Chrysalis, right? Not just protecting himself, but the rest of the team. Importantly, though, you just see how important taking out that Disruptor is. You don't need to use that really early BKB on the Lifestealer because there's no static storm, excuse me, to have to worry about. And yeah, with no Bloodthorn, you're really not worried about anything else.
Oh my god, and 10,000 damage dealt the Lifestealer did during that fight. 8,000 from Corden on the Leshrac. So
he lived once.
even though these cores have like lower net worth here than the side of VP, they are definitely delivering in terms of impact, even if they are lower.
How cool was that sequence of events though, right? Like, literally 4 or 5 different counter movements because of just tiny things that revealed exactly where the enemy team was. Like a ward, into a scan, into a power shot, into another ward, like it was pretty next level.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised VP didn't take the high ground there though. They went down to the lower stairs and were jumped by Secret, who were then able to... It was exactly what happened with how VP took the Twin Gate, and they were able to get the high ground, and Secret didn't control it.
Similar sort of mistake for sure.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, Squadix is going a Divine Rapier here, Danog. That's next in the quick buy now for the Wind Ranger.
I have
to destroy people.
I mean, it's going to have such a low cooldown as well, the Focus Fire. He just hit level 25, so if you one-shot someone with Focus Fire, not that you would, it would just already be a 12-second cooldown.
Yeah, we're starting to see the effects now of Alchemist too, aren't we? So even having that lead, Alchemist starts to die down now. Now the fact he's got himself 6 items, and Secret on the way to still improve their heroes, like not even like fully at their potential yet, are starting to surpass the Alchemist now because he has lost his timings.
I feel like this is a thing where it's no longer about the Alchemist anymore. It's about him actually. It sounds so weird to say about a position 1, right? But he needs to play a little bit more selflessly. You need to get this Aghanim Scepter on FNG. Everyone is just making noise, making space around that mid lane, so FNG can get his level 20 and can farm the extra 550 gold that he needs to finish up his own axe.
Yeah.
Radiant's middle tower's not feeling the
pressuring the tier 2 here, but not committing fully in case they do get jumped upon, so playing it safely here on Secret.
One of the best things about this Aghanim Shard on the Disruptor is that if they wanted to, he could, you know, move forward, shove the lane out a little bit, make sure that top lane is not something to be worried about at all. Also provides you a lot of information for the side lanes. I don't know if I feel the best about them making an aggressive play, though, with Noticed and Sayush, unless they feel like just the 2 of them is enough to just quickly 100-0 someone. I guess maybe just wanting to make one last move around that ward that Puppy just got rid of. It had about 5 seconds left on it, but he will still get the bounty with the gem.
We saw their last fight though, didn't we? How most of their, if you have a look at their lineup, most of their damage is actually physical output damage from especially the Wind Ranger and the Alchemist, and especially with the Crimson Guard, the AC, the Shiva's Guard now all coming out here on Secret. It's kind of hard to burst down, so all pressure I feel is on Squadix here now, especially if he does get himself the Divine Rapier, and they have got themselves a lasso here. On Security being put to sleep. In comes that Split Earth. The Earth Splitter. get the kill there onto the Alchemist. He's down for 100 seconds with no buyback. They want to try and find more here. FNG is in trouble. He doesn't have himself a protection item. They're going to use him up. There's the split surf, stunning in place there, the disruptor. I mean, the static storm will come out, but they've lost themselves 3 here. Only the Wind Ranger and the Dawnbreaker remaining, as they could actually now siege themselves the high ground. I mean, we've got ourselves Squadix here moving around the mid, trying to push out this middle wave here with the power shot, but eventually they're going to come and meet this tier 3. Once they take this tier 2 and possibly siege the high ground, maybe even take tier 4s. I mean, still a minute down here on the Alchemist with no buyback available.
May as well test it, yeah. I mean, they're going to use the glyph. They're going to be praying that the multi-shot ends up dealing with the siege creeps, but I think they're just putting the bodies in the way, making sure that 45-minute siege creep wave is the one that pushes on board. This is what I was expecting to happen so much earlier.
Oh gosh, here we go. They're going straight for the tier 4s here. They need to do something quickly. The shackle shot comes down in return with the focus fire there onto the Beastmaster, but the lasso there bringing back the Wind Ranger down for 100 seconds. Goodbye, Squadix. That definitely looks like GG now, as only 2 remaining. Notice trying to do his very best to delay this push onto the Ancient. Will fall. Buyback available. They don't have themselves the glyph. The Agent will fall. And GG, game 1 here goes to Secret.
I feel like that was, I don't want to exaggerate things, was that like a 32k net worth advantage that they had on Virtus.pro? It seemed close enough to it, because that just completely, it was more than that. No, 31, 32. But win probability was sitting at about 95% for Virtus.pro, just because I felt they had weathered the storm, right? The big danger period that we were talking about at the start of the game was this 30-35 minutes, and win probability for Secret was in their lead even despite everything that was happening. And then, of course, weight of numbers, you get into these huge items coming through. Even a near flawless game by Squadix just wasn't enough, and one bad team fight, one time where you just don't have buybacks, and you see what this full-on death ball draft can do.
Yeah, it all went downhill there from that one team fight near the outpost for Secret. We saw here Kiritic trying to lay in damage with the physical attacks, along with Squadix there too, but with the Crimson Guard and the Assault Cuirass and the Shiva's Guard and the Vladimir's just able to sustain and heal during the team fights. It was so hard to try and get a pick off at that stage, just heavily relying here on the physical damage from their heroes, because that's the only damage that they had. They didn't have themselves any magical nukes or anything like that here on VP. Do you feel like maybe perhaps they should have changed the draft up here a little bit, and maybe perhaps gone a hero here who could deal magical burst, or do you think that they were fine? They just needed to pressure a lot more here with their drafts, because they did look like they're having a good time. You know, they were 34k net worth lead, so there was a possibility for them to end it, but they just couldn't.
Anytime you have a 34k net worth lead and lose, like, within 5 minutes after that, something has gone disastrously wrong. And I think it was literally just that lack of buyback situation. There was also one thing that I didn't mention during that, is that when that pickoff was happening around the outpost, FNG's Ags was coming out to him, and by the time his TP finished next to the outpost, it was literally like centimeters away from him on the courier, and it didn't make it. So he didn't have it the entire time. It meant that he didn't have buyback as well. Like, it was just literally the worst possible thing happened back to back to back for Virtus.pro.
That could have been huge as well if they got themselves the Agnims there, because we saw I think that was a 2 or 3 man static storm, and if they had themselves the Agnims, they could have definitely potentially turned something around there.
Was not enough, though. You can dominate everything about the game, but most of the time you see it against, like, Luna drafts, but this time it was, of course, the Leshrac and the Beastmaster, showing that the Helm of the Overlord might be back in some capacity. He even went Helm of the Overlord, and even a Vlad's that was backpacked for Boom as well, so there was even more damage. I guess Puppy had one, but there was all these auras that they just had no way of contending against. And yeah, I felt like the dream scenario for Virtus.pro was FNG getting an Ag Static Storm onto Boom, where he can't pop the BKB, can't pop the Crimson, can't pop the Lotus Orb, can't use the Roar, but it just never happened. The pickoffs happened in the other way, and yeah, just goes to show how quickly a game can turn.
But we still do have ourselves Game 2 and possibly Game 3, because this is indeed a best of 3. So we'll see how this turns out between either side. Do you think maybe perhaps a draft change is in need? Or I think you said that that definitely something went wrong here, but I do feel like maybe perhaps a little bit change of the draft could be beneficial here to VP, because I did feel like focusing on lots of physical damage here, and you saw how they were able to counteract that with, you know, Crimson and AC. It was kind of difficult for them to lay in, because Kyutichi had so much time there. I swear he was hitting heroes for about 12 seconds uncontested here, but he wasn't doing any damage at all at that stage.
Maybe, I don't even necessarily know if it needs to be like a physical thing. I think it just needs to be a little bit more respect to the fact that, you know, Death Ball still exists in this game, and, you know, heroes like the Disruptor and the Tusk aren't going to do too much against it, and honestly, even Kiritich didn't do all that much against it, so I don't know. I think sometimes it can just come down to, like, just a couple of bad, being in the wrong place at the wrong time one too many times.
Out of this Game 1, though, for Secret, with their ability to turn around, I think I know your answer for this one, but I'm going to wait for it. I'm not going to reveal it. Who would you give the MVP to in this regard?
Ooh, that is actually kind of a hard one. Like, for the first, how long that game last? 45 minutes? 46. For the first 41 minutes, it was Squad X, no questions asked. But with Team Secret winning, what was the thing that led them into it? I mean, I feel like Boom played pretty well. I feel like he was top of the net worth for his team at the end of it. He wasn't dying. He only died 3 times, so you had tons of auras. It was a great Crimson Guard buy that he went for. And I feel like his raws were on point, so I'd be happy to give it to Boom. How about you?
You know what? I figured you would say Boom. I was waiting for it. I had to go for that. I'd possibly, you know what? Even with Crystalis having not an amazing time, he was able to deliver in the end with the carry that he was able to commit. I would honestly say Crystalis, he was able to... He didn't have himself the greatest time here in the game, but he was able to come back around. I mean, especially with this BKB pickup, he was able to just stop this Static Storm from having an effect on him at all. You know, force the Disruptor here to go in Agnims, even though he had himself a Lotus, and was able to come out here victorious in a way, because we mentioned that he was not having himself the greatest of times during the early stages of the game, which we saw. He was literally the bottom of the cores in terms of net worth, but actually able to...
minutes as well.
Yeah. I mean, exactly that one point where we mentioned he's 8k behind the Alchemist, but somehow was able to deal the most damage here on the lifesteal. You know, he really laid in the work, and I feel like I have to give an MVP to him, because in that regard, as a carry, if you're that far behind but able to dish out quite a lot, then it works out well. But just for information, folks, I am not Danog, and Danog is not Epidamnos. These tags are swapped around.
That's all good.
We'll work on swapping that out. But we are indeed going to go for a break, folks. So stick around, because in the next 5 to 10 minutes, hopefully we'll have ourselves Game 2 underway, and we'll see whether VP will actually equalize this, or whether Secret will take this 2-0. I'm quite intrigued. I mean, especially with the fact that Secret, with the last few games that I've seen them been playing, they have had themselves some rough times, but this game was a turnaround here. I mean, especially with a 95% win probability here for VP. So I'm excited to see how Team Secret go on throughout this Elite League. So stay tuned, folks, because we'll be back in Game 2 with just a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere. Hello everybody, welcome back to the Elite League with myself, Damlash. Joining me is Danog. We're coming in for Game 2 of Virtus.pro versus Team Secret. Team Secret, they are having a difficult time within Game 1, but they're actually able to turn it around here and come back. Something indeed definitely went wrong within Game 1 here for VP. Maybe one of the factors was the fact that they had themselves physical damage over any magical damage. They were actually able to defend against that on Secret and turn it around here on Game 1. But we're coming into Game 2 with the draft getting underway here. Danik, do you think there will be a change in regards to the draft from what we saw in Game 1? Or do you think maybe perhaps we'll see some comfort picks come out here again? Because I think something for Secret, they do indeed, if they find something that works, I feel like they do like to pick it up again.
Sure. I think the big thing is, again, I mentioned going into this, the top contested heroes, right? Tiny, Morph, Lesh, Pango, I think, were the top 4 that I mentioned. I think Lesh, for sure, after this one, is something that's going to be addressed by Virtus.pro, just because, yeah, Squad X can play it, but I feel like they feel confident in their late game ability versus Secrets. It really felt like Secrets stole that victory away. So I guess if you're looking to find any sort of silver linings for both teams, it's that Secret, they were able to snatch victory away from the jaws of defeat. And for Virtus.pro, they were completely dominant basically from minute 0 of that game, all the way until the very end, right? So it was just one mistake, so they can say, look, let's not lose confidence in our strategies. That's what got us a direct invite to this tournament. And again, it's Swiss stage, right? So you're not immediately out if you lose this. The way Swiss works is you got to win 3 series before you lose 3 series. And it might just be 1 series at the end of the day that wasn't their day, but we still got a Game 2 and potentially a Game 3 to come.
Yes, hopefully we'll be able to provide you with the draft soon, because we are getting underway into some picks. Currently, we already have ourselves the first picks between Team Secret and Virtus.pro. Yep, here we are. Yep, there we go. DK comes out for first pick this time for Virtus.pro. Available in the pool this time. They'll pick it up first in return for Secret. They will get themselves the Bat Rider, so be able to put it onto possibly Arfu once again. They felt like the Bat Rider worked out well. I mean, especially with some lassos. I do have to hand it to them. They did have themselves some pretty decent lassos. I mean, maybe a few that were a little bit off, but still, mostly, it was a very good, impactful position for.
Yep, and again, as a Bat Rider, like, it's a hero that doesn't need much to do a lot. And I gotta say, he got a lot early on still. You know, that 13-minute Blink Dagger really came in clutch for them, being able to secure a few of those early pickoffs to get, you know, finally the map opened up a little bit more for them. I'm a little surprised there hasn't been an Ench ban, though. I feel like Puppey is just trying to get away with murder here. You know, find that hero that kind of is synonymous with him, that and the Chen. But I think Chen is just too busted that it's always going to be banned out. We do get one of those beefy boys, though, in the DK. Our favorite. Just tanky boys, stand on the front lines. I think we'll be getting a lot of Mirana this tournament as well. A lot of teams are looking to pick it up a whole lot more frequently across both 4 and 5.
Yeah, it's nice to combine, especially with the Dragon Tail as well. I think we spoke about this quite a long while ago, where if you do pick yourself a Mirana with nothing that can be combined with the Sacred Arrow, then it kind of feels a little bit useless, because it's so hard to actually land off like an actual impactful arrow without any synergy to combine with that Sacred Arrow. So now that they have themselves the Dragon Knight and Mirana together, like already, that is more than enough for Mirana to come out with some lovely Sacred Arrows. But Death Prophet being picked up here second here for Team Secret is a hero that definitely excels very early on, especially with the Siphon Drains, the Crypt Swarm, and the level 2 Exorcism, I might add here. So intrigued to see whether this will be played by Boom or Corden, with a third pick coming out here. That is an Earthshaker for Team Secret, and they already have themselves a Bat Rider. So wondering whether this is going to be a support or a core Earthshaker.
Yeah, I'm interested to know that as well. I feel like it's probably just going to be Afu playing the Shaker. It is one of his signatures for sure. And Puppey is super comfortable playing the Bat Rider too. I think the big thing is just having a lot of control to enable the DP, right? Because DP is basically just a budget store version of Leshrac, let's say. You know, you're a lot more hooked around your cooldowns as opposed to just mana. I'd say you're probably a little bit more survivable off of the Spirit Siphon, and the silence is really long duration, so that can feel really good too. But I'm not a big fan of the DP, just because A, it's a little bit boring to watch, but B, you do feel like you're a lot more predictable with your movements around the map. So I think this is going to need to be another good support game coming through. I mean, who knows? It might even be Boom playing it. It's not necessarily going to be just locked into the mid lane for Corden.
What do you find so boring about the Death Prophet? What makes you
press
not like
R
it?
and run at people? That's like, and then E, click, 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 click. Okay, I did it. I'm winning the fight, guys. I don't know, it just feels.
Yeah, I know what you mean. All you have to do is run in and then use Siphon Drain, and then if you have something like a Bloodstone, then it gets a little bit more difficult to take down the Death Prophet. But in return, they come out with a Rubik here for Virtus.pro, so a few nice spells to steal. Lasso in particular.
This was the duo that we hated seeing together, right? The support duo, the Mirana and Rubik, this like do-nothing duo. But at least you've got the DK to be able to play around with, and maybe now they're going to... Well, actually, I'm not sure if you can go like an Ember Spirit just as another sort of setup for the arrow, just because if that's the case, then maybe you do shift the Shaker to mid, and then Shaker just crushes you in the mid lane. So I feel like they don't have the freedom to be able to do that on Virtus.pro. If they were going to, they would have to leave it until the very last pick of the draft. So maybe VP are going to be looking to pick up their position 1 at this point, but I guess they're just trying to find what is the most uncounterable hero that they can go for, I guess.
Yeah, they've got themselves about 30 seconds reserve time left, so we will see whether they do pick up that position 1, as you said. I'm trying to think something here, what they would like, melee or range carry. It'll come out now. It's going to be a Wind Ranger. Okay, so it could be Squadix again on the Wind Ranger. It could be middle, but it could also be Kiritic on Wind Ranger carry, but most likely Squadix here, unless they see an opportunity to move it around and think, oh, we could get themselves a better mid, or maybe perhaps okay, we know what's off lane now against Team Secret. Maybe perhaps we move the Wind Ranger to the safe lane, has a good time. These picks, especially when you can flex them out like this, really help in these situations. But Monkey King comes out for Team Secret, something that they do like to play quite a bit here.
Yeah, sure. I mean, of course, it's a Crystallis Monkey King, right? He's obviously feeling very comfortable about it. They feel like they've got a lot of control in a lot of these team fights. I really want to see them pick up a Centaur if they can on Virtus.pro, and then just put like Wind Ranger 1, DK mid, just because I feel like Centaur is amazing for this. All you want to do is get away from the Exorcism and get away from the Wukong's command. That's basically how you're going to win a lot of these fights. And well, I guess Mirana and Wind Ranger do have decent movement, and DK does once he gets the Ags. Even Rubik does, I guess, with the Aghanim Shard, but just make it even easier for you, right? Like, Team Secret want to fight around this little enclosed pocket. You want to try and spread around the fight and find pickoffs as much as possible.
Virtus.pro's turn to ban.
Naga's a pretty good way to find those pickoffs, so it's a good
Yeah.
What else can we go for?
I mean, VP don't have a lot of time to think about this, so I'll have to ban something out
10 seconds
quickly here, or else they're going to eat more into their reserve time, which is less time to think about what they want for mid, unless they are strategizing it now and may protect it. So we'll see what they'll ban. Maybe that will give us an idea. Unless they protect their draft.
I wonder how much of it is this, but like Monkey King's Q having True Strike as well feels pretty good against a Wind Ranger with the Wind Run, so you can't just run away from every single thing that's happening to you. Also, just the Fisher block as well, right? For any sort of avenues of escape, feels kind of nice too. This definitely feels like the sort of game where I'm sure Rubik is going to be begging for that Tormentor to be taken, because it's a really good Aghanim Shard game.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, they ban out the puppy Enchantress here as well. I have seen a few games where he is actually able to dispel the Wind Run here with the Enchant, which is very annoying here. I mean, especially if Squadix is playing it. He does not want that to happen to him, so I can understand that. And Enigma banned out last pick here for VP. So no Enigma for Team Secret.
Maybe just wanting to take away a bit of the faster pace, a bit of the control. I mean, can't think of too many scarier lanes than an Enchantress Monkey King, even outside of the Wind Ranger counter, so yeah, good on them for that. The Enigma, though, is a little bit odd. I've seen them play that a little bit actually on Virtus.pro themselves as FNG. So clearly they feel like it provides a lot of value to the secret draft. I'm still... With VP having the last overall pick, I'm just kind of wondering if this win ranger is actually up in the air, because we saw that SquadX is able to play it amazingly. Kiritich plays it not as much as a lot of his other mainstays, like the Sven, for example, but and the Terrorblade. Those are really the two that I think of when I think of Kiritich, but it could still work. I think they're trying to keep this as flex as possible.
With this ban actually on Enigma, I just realized that maybe Boom would play the Enigma, which means that I have seen Poppy play position 5 Death Prophet before, so they could be moving the DP5 on Poppy, so we'll see with this pick now. Oh my gosh, it comes out straight away. Timbersaw, yeah, so I'm thinking it might be a Puppy Death Prophet here. Danog, it might be a Death Prophet Puppy.
It could. It could just be a mid Timbersaw though, right? Like maybe they're feeling like it could be decent against the Wind Ranger enough in lane.
10 seconds remaining.
What do you go against this though? Like, do you go a little bit of magic damage? My worry is that you don't really have a frontliner, so I don't think you can get away with something like a Luna against this.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a Morphling game. How did that?
That was one of the heroes you mentioned.
All right.
So Morphling comes out.
Arfu Shaker. Mid Timber.
Oh, okay. So
no Puppy Bat Rider, no Puppy Death Prophet, sadly.
No Puppy Death Prophet, so it's going to be Boom, yeah. So they get themselves a position 3 Death Prophet here, which I think will be nice here to pressure this bottom lane against Kiritich, because he is going to have to keep on morphing all of the time, especially with the spam of the Crypt Swarm. And you do have yourselves a Marana 5 on your lane, so it's not going to be pretty, I think, for the Morphling here. But at least they have themselves a carry hero which can sustain on lane. As you know, he's able to actually use the attribute shift to stay on the lane, because I think if it was any other carry, then he would be having himself a horrid time, and does particularly well against Timbersaw as well in the middle and the late stage game, especially with the adaptive strike too. So I do like the Morphling pickup with the fact that he can sustain on lane. He is going to have a rough time, but he is one of these heroes that can sustain due to a rough time, and is pretty okay against the Timbersaw.
I feel like SquadX
watch out for it, Shake.
needs to go Nullifier this game. I feel like it's going to be a great one for it. We're seeing a whole lot more people build up into the Yule Scepter. It's good against the Monkey King as well, just to be able to stop a lot of his damage from coming through. You're probably going to try and see a bunch of 4-staffs as well, just ruins that. So I think it could be a huge amount of value for them if they're able to pick that one up. Again, he put through what was pretty much a MVP performance for 95% of that first game, just wasn't able to get it across the line. We'll see about this time. I'm interested as well to see how FNG handles this Marana in the safe lane as well. You're going to have a decent enough time, at least against Arfu, right? Like, Arfu's not going to be able to influence all that much in the lane, I don't think. He's just going to be constantly getting pot shot. And that's exactly why FNG has gone fully into, like, many, many branches, all stats. So he's just on full harass duty.
Yeah, I mean, I think you definitely need to have at least some impact here on the Marana support. So going that harassment, I agree with you. Going all of the attributes here in order to get that extra damage from the Universal. It's going to be sweet, so I agree with you there, Danog. We definitely need some harassment, or else I think the only thing you're going to be firing is a Sacred Arrow. I mean, maybe a few Star Storms if you put like 2 points into that on the lane, but...
I think you probably don't want more than 1 point in Sacred Arrow, right? Like, they really don't have that much reliable setup for this arrow. Like, sure, in lane it's nice, but I think 1 point should be enough. And I think you're also just wanting to use it a lot of the time for getting rid of siege creeps, or getting rid of, like, a dangerous creep that's going to enable them to push into a tower with the relatively strong nature of, like, Monkey King's going to have a strong lane, DP's going to be popping the Exo, and if she can push with a siege creep, even better, and Timbersaw, enough said.
The battle begins.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's get ourselves into game 2. And of this best of 3, VP versus Secret. Secret already game 1 up. They just need 1 more to close this series and get themselves on the way to possibly going further into the Elite League here. Of course, it's only early days. I mean, the first series of the day, so, you know, anything can turn around, change, and happen. I mean, especially in this series at the moment, we're only currently game 1 in. And VP changing things up here a little bit differently with having themselves the Dragon Knight here and the Morphling kind of change of pace here in regards to carries. So not going fully physical here. I definitely do. I know I repeated it within the draft, but I love the Morphling pickup here for VP.
Oh, for sure. I mean, even later on, right, with the way that people are building the morph these days, just going into the Kanda, right? Like, it just feels really nice to be able to deal. It's like the pseudo shotgun build, basically, right? You're reliving his glory days.
Did you absolutely hate that? Were you on the receiving end of Ethereal Blade Morphling back then when it was the shotgun?
Oh no, never out of position. I was never caught and completely one-shot and wiped off the map. No. I think it's fine. Like it was very much like a all-or-nothing-ish style build, so I think it was fine. Like you had to be good to make it work.
Yeah.
As I expected.
As I'm just looking at the mid lane here, Squadix only level 2, dealing quite a lot of harassment damage here to Corden, but has himself that bottle now, able to regen up. Surprisingly seeing lots of harass damage come out here from Whirling Death, might I mention, so actually able to close the distance between the Wind Ranger. But a first blood happening on the bottom lane with the Boundless Strike there on Sayu. That was pretty intriguing. Actually getting the kill, as meanwhile they might actually find themselves a kill top, and they take down Boom, surprisingly there. Very nice, utilizing a spiking that the Death Prophet doesn't have yet, because, I mean, early levels on DP, you can't really dominate the lane until you're around about, you know, level 3, level 4, right?
And you're not really wanting to dive Morphling either, right? Even just going into melee range against a Mirana is kind of dangerous, especially if you do go more into this Starstorm style of build, where it's just way too much damage done too quickly to you that the Spirit Siphon doesn't actually end up healing you. But I mean, just speaking about that first blood on the bottom lane, this is what happens when you give Crystallis one of his best heroes. It's his best hero for a reason, right? You're just able to consistently win lanes, you're able to give yourself a really solid entry into that early mid game. I really don't feel like they're going to be stopping a lot of this pressure. Right now, they're just playing on the aggressive front to free up the space around those Lotus pools. Both safe lanes doing well so far.
The mid lanes are looking quite even here too. And even with harass from each other, both on pretty much the same CS. It'll all come to the rotations though, see if Rubik and Mirana are actually able to land anything nice. Kiritich though, attempting to flee, he should be okay. Yeah, he's fine there. I mean, only level 1 attribute shift, no levels into the waveform here, but he's going to morph all the way back down to agility and just bring his HP all the way back. Full HP now, Danog. Hashtag balanced here on the Morphling.
Worth, whatever you want to call it, broken. This is what I was never a big fan of, right? Like just being able to cheat your health just off of a simple spell. Just 1 point in it as well. It's not like he's invested super heavily. It's crazy.
Yeah, just gets 10-1 charges, pops that. Okay, I'm full HP now. I can just morph back, not a problem.
I'm also wondering what Corden's skill build is going to be, right? Like, you're going in the mid lane. There's not really exactly a ton of value for the Timber Chain, right? So it's just about making sure you're not getting completely bullied away by Squadix, who's doing some nice little stutter steps to make sure that he's not actually getting hit by the Whirling Death the majority of the time.
Yeah. What do you think of the reactive armor though on Timbersaw at the moment? Because ever since they changed it, I'm kind of a little bit skeptical of if it's really worth it. Because we do see a lot of people they tend to just put all of their points into either Timber Chain or Whirling Death, and then they just put like 1 or 2 points here into reactive armor. Do you think it's kind of meh, or do you still think it's okay?
I think 2 points is that like nice little happy medium, right, where you just provide. Hold on, sorry, I'm continuing to watch this mid lane. Where you get a lot of value out of it without gimping your damage output or gimping your maneuverability too much. Because if you're just putting all into reactive armor, you're really you might not be dying, but you're not going to be doing anything, so it doesn't really matter all that much. So I'm really not expecting Corden to put too many more points into it. He needs to make sure that he's got the ability to actually land these Whirling Deaths, which means you need at least 1 point in the Timber Chain to go along with the Chakram once you're level 8.
And we know how damaging it is. Oh yeah, boom. Oh, he gets found. And that was because no siphon drains there, the Spirit Siphon. No charges on that, and was able to break it easily there with the leap. And especially when you have yourself Waveform, these abilities that can break the Spirit Siphon, that Siphon drain. It's kind of hard to start to dominate the lane, so it's looking difficult.
Yeah. Scottish would have been dead if they had 1 point in the Timber Chain there, but it's not the case. FNG doing a good job to yoink away that Arcane Rune, so denying a little bit of free mana and kill potential as well to Corden. Trying his best to protect the bounty, but it's actually going to be Arfu that yoinks it away, so he'll be kicking himself for that. This is why I really don't like Earthshaker as a hero, just in concept, because it feels like unless you've got a direct partner for it in the lane, you just really don't do much of anything to be able to start the game off. Great hero when it comes to late game, amazing team fight hero, but the laning stage is just far too weak in my opinion, and yeah, Boom is certainly suffering.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It does feel like it's kind of this weak hero, and the only thing you can do is just move around and just make stacks as Arfu is doing right now, and the only thing you can heavily rely on.
Maybe? No, okay. I think
No,
it's just rotating, make sure that no one else to it.
Yeah. And the only thing you can utilize is trying to block off someone here with a Fisher. If you can get those, then it's like amazing. Help you accelerate your way to a Blink Dagger. But who would you say would be a little bit more? How do I put it? Kind of early game, no potential here. Would you say Rubik, or would you say the Earthshaker? Oh my gosh, bottom! Whoa, that was some insane nuke damage coming out there. Level 3 Starstorm, level 3 Fire Breath, and level 2 Fade Pop was too much for Chrysalis to handle, all coming out at the same time. They do find themselves Squadix as well, also with the Fisher that we're on about just there. If you get yourselves a good Fisher, accelerate your way to a Blink Dagger, able to get a kill, and they do so indeed there with the Chakram too. They might actually find themselves more here, Danog. Going for more, wanted to try and find the Rubik. There's another Fisher and the Chakram there, double kill for the Timber. Corden is on fire right now with Arfu. They want to try and go for more here. One more leap charge remains, will get it. FNG is away. But bottom lane, oh my god.
More kills.
There's more. Yeah.
That's not the lane. That's the jungle. You know, there's, I mentioned Shaker being not the greatest at laning, but it's really these skirmishes around the map where he really starts to thrive. Especially during the nighttime as well, where vision might be just that little bit weaker. They're actually going to go for a smoke here together as a team, not choosing to max out the Whirling Death, just wanting that 1 point in the Timber Chain to be able to find that quick burst. I'd love to be able to get whoever comes to defend this. I mean, slowing down Notice does a lot to reduce the map presence.
Oh, as they get the Wukong's command, there it is. Jumping forward, trying to find Notice. Nice Fisher there, and they get the kill with the Timber Chain and the Whirling Death. Killing spree for Corden. They want to try and find more. Arfu getting quite low here, though. Has to be careful. But another kill there onto the Mirana with Whirling Death once again. Double kill for the Timber as they now try and pressure this tier 1 tower. But Squadix is rotating in here with the focus fire ready, so we'll push them away. So this tier 1 tower will be okay. But nonetheless, 2 kills here to see.
He was trying for the power shot there onto the Earthshaker. Wasn't quite successful. Arfu just able to get out of range, and now he's just looking to soak up a little bit of this XP up on the top side, not wanting Kiritich to get too much free damage into the tier 1 tower. And of course, this is the way that teams played around Arfu when he was back in Southeast Asia, right? From this period between like 9 and I want to say around 16 minutes, it was just give farm to Arfu, because you know that he's got the potential to make a lot happen with not too much time. Like, he can farm very quickly, and his impact once he does pick up that Blink Dagger is enormous.
Oh, nice Sacred Arrow there. Stopping the jump from the Timber. But in returns a big whirling death, but it will be a trade for a trade. They will take down the Timbersaw. In return, Curity's able to live through it all there with the attribute shift. They actually find 3 here on VP. Yeah. Trying to take down Arfu, attempting to flee, found in the river. They will take down 4 VP, coming out on top of the rotation here from Curitic on the carry. So now they'll be the ones to try and take a tier 1 with this catapult, might I add, as well. So it could be possible that they might be able to find this unless they want to try and turn it around and rotate. In comes a Wukong's command with a Ballast Strike. They're still staying in it. Really want this tier 1 tower. They're actually going to back off now with the TP rotations coming in from Secret. But a lot of damage dealt to that tier 1.
It is, but importantly, not losing it, right? Like, you just need to protect your farm as much as possible, and especially when you've got someone like Shaker who needs this blink dagger. He's going to be a little slower into it. Maybe that'll pick up, actually. Is it Puppy taking all of this farm? I guess he wants his own blink dagger as well, as the duo supports, one getting that stack bonus gold and one getting the actual gold from clearing off all these ancients.
Wonder how much gold he'll get from this. I mean, he's still quite a while away. They're 2,000 gold until a blink dagger, so this is going to be a late one for sure.
You saw the big impact from Curitic as well. Just a simple rotation into that fight, uses the morph onto the Timbersaw, and ironically, the thing that's Timbersaw's biggest danger is himself, right? We're getting morphed into all that pure damage coming through.
Yeah, Whirling Death is a very, very nice ability to steal. I mean, especially if you use it, you know, on a strength hero, and Timbersaw is a strength hero.
Has the waveform as well, so not even needing the Timber Chain to be able to get in onto people, plus the Adaptive Strike, plus eventually he's going to have the Kanda to be able to play around with again. So there's just insane pickup potential with this Morphling.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Pretty much, speaking of the Timbersaw, both Morphling and the Timber around about the same net worth here, both of them having excellent games. And Curitic here, he went himself the Vladimir's offering first here on the Morphling. That's quite intriguing to see. I know that it does tend to mix and match between what you do go first here, whether it's the Manta style into, you know, Kanda straight away, or maybe perhaps you do pick up a Vladimir's, but Curitic favoring a first item Vladimir's here for the team. Helps him possibly, most definitely, have some extra impact here within the team fights compared to the Manta style. Doesn't feel like he needs a Dispel. The Vladimir's helps with the bonus damage and the lifesteal, especially for the team here too.
I'm a little surprised they were so willing to just use that Moonlight Shadow while Morphling was farming the lane. It really takes away a lot of this ganking threat. You just see how Secret are grouping up, right? Like, if anyone's going to get picked off, it's Puppy, and it's after they've already taken a lot of these ancient stacks, so they don't really care. They're happy to break a Moonlight or a Smoke for just to support, as long as the rest of them are farming, but they still farm, they still get away, and they still get to live their lives in the lane.
Was it Puppy who took the ancient stack in the end? Or was it someone else?
He took at least the hard cam. I mean, he had to get up to 950 gold somehow.
Yeah, I was going to say that he got that from out of nowhere. It's been 2 minutes and I just come back and he has 800 gold.
Yep.
Blink Dagger out for Corden. So able to maybe perhaps jump right on top of a target, which is going to be very nice here for the Timbersaw if he can nuke himself a target. Oh, and interesting, the VP coming in with a blink of their own. The Dragon Tail, it won't help much, as Notice now attempting to flee, stunned up there by the Ballast Strike, gets out of the Wukongs. Oh, but in comes Corden with a Timber Chain and a Whirling Death, deleting the Dragon Knight. As they maybe want to try and find more. Yep, here comes the lasso maybe. Nice shackle, stopping Puppy from getting that. They still want to chase those. Squadix in trouble. The Whirling Death there, helping to take down Squadix. It will go to Chrysalis though, as they look for more. Finding 2 here on Secret. Is this dominance now coming out? Oh, they got themselves a Boundless Strike there onto the Rubik. Rubik in trouble underneath this tier 2. Chrysalis gets the kill. 3 gone, and they commit the Echo Slam. Interestingly there, though.
It did do 130 damage to the Rubik, so maybe they're like, look, if Chrysalis wants to dive onto this tier 2, we better at least get the kill. And they do, and they get the tier 1 tower for it. So, you know, while you still don't have the Blink Dagger for the next 900 gold, I'd say it's worth it. What else are you really slamming?
Gosh, an FNG was very close to death there.
Radiant's top
30
tower is
HP
under
he
attack.
survived on this Marauder. Was just able to leap beyond the trees there, and Timbersaw wasn't able to follow.
It's time.
Oh, Moonlight Shadow though. Maybe perhaps they go for Cordon here. Oh, the sentry that they placed there, providing the vision and blinks away. Yeah, else Cordon would have been dead there. He's actually going to get the Wisdom Rune though. Notice trying to find him. He's beyond the tier 2 now. You will not be able to get this Timbersaw as much as you want him. You will not get him.
That would have been far too risky as well for them to continue committing. Everyone had TPs available on Team Secret to be able to back him up, and can't think of too many better heroes for your team. Like, you want Cordon to get initiated on. He is very tanky, even just at this early stage, and I'm not quite sure they have the damage to be able to burst him down. Maybe once Squad X gets into the item beyond the BKB, they'll feel a little bit more confident, but as for right now, it feels like Morphling needs to be there, and Kiritich, he was nowhere near any sort of gank attempt that they were making.
And speaking of that nuke that you said on, you know, that they would like for the side of EP, Secret do look like they're trying to counter that now. They got themselves a mechanism on Boom, opting to go for the Guardian Greave, so that'll be a nice addition to the team fights once they do obtain it.
And they've got a Blink Dagger now on Arfu, so 10 seconds away from the Echo Slam being back off cooldown. They're actually just looking to run into them. Noticed, feeling confident with the wards that Sayush was able to plant down with the previous roam around the mid lane. Don't know if it actually caught the smoke itself though, as noticed. He's got a Blink Dagger and they're going to find him.
Yeah, with the lasso. Balnish right there too. Easy pick off there onto the DK. They will take down Notice. Funnily enough, the kill will actually go to Puppy there with the Firefly. Not to Chrysalis.
The truth.
The mistaken pick kill. I mean, it's not his fault, you know. Firefly just doing damage over time. And they won't find Sayu teeping in the trees. They sensed it though. They sensed something was here, but no, they have themselves.
I don't know about this from Boom though. Just popping the Exo in the mid lane while the team was a little split. No one was really there to back him up. So all it took was Kiritich showing up for Boom to just back up completely.
Oh, okay.
I guess maybe just with it being level 1,
Raise no hand in
they
anger
just
until
wanted to
past.
bait out some sort of movement.
Radiant's
And level 2
bottom
is when they
tower
really
is
want to
under
get that
attack.
high impact.
Dire's middle tower is
Yeah.
under
Just
attack.
using a Moonlight Shadow right now to go on a bit of a warding mission, or rather de-warding. So again, they're not really going to lose all that much. Everyone's farming right now, so I'd say the one happiest about all of that is Kiritich. He's got the Manta style, he's going to continue scaling, and he's going straight into that BKB next. Just wants nothing to be able to stop him from, again, getting outside of that exorcism area, getting outside of where Earthshaker wants people to be clumped up. Same sort of thing with Timbersaw. You want to be fighting in open areas and with plenty of room to escape to. So, like a mid lane clash is probably ideal for Virtus.pro.
Yeah, I think once we do see that BKB that you mentioned, we will see big things. But they do find themselves Squad X on the bottom, as meanwhile they do find the DK as well on the top. They committed Echo Slam on the bottom part there with Cordon coming in with the nuke damage of the Whirling Death, along with the Chakram as well, activating the haste. Unfortunately, we didn't see that, but we see two good pickoffs here from the side of Secret. They are having a great time here at the moment, though Kiritich still surviving through, and as you said, that BKB will come out soon here, so possibly we'll see him start to join in these fights and turn the wave, turn the tide. No pun intended.
Yeah, right. The scariest thing for Squad X is that he didn't even necessarily have like too much of a glass cannon-y style of build, right? He's got the Specialist Array, so 6 to all stats. He's got the Ogreax component of the BKB, so he was sitting at about 1400 HP, and yeah, he just gets melted through by a single Timber combo with the Echo Slam.
Do you think he needs anything else other than a BKB to survive this? We're all, or does you just need to be more careful with positioning here on SquadX?
I'm just wondering what you even go. Like, most of the maybe you.
Oh no, they're gonna do it again! They're gonna do it again! Oh, he's found again! Honestly, I'm with you there, Danog. I don't know how you counteract that unless you activate BKB prematurely. Yeah. I mean, that's the only thing. They have themselves a lasso ready here too, Puppy. Oh, actually, gets the sacred arrow there too. But they do get themselves a lovely Fisher there, as Notice found with the sentry. Gets another kill here on Secret. They want to go for more. They've caught themselves SMG there with the Gleipnir built there. And Chrysalis getting themselves 3 kills now on Secret. I gotta say, Arfu is doing really well here with these fishes.
There's a reason they pick him, this hero. Like, he is one of the few on my approved Earthshaker lists. It's a very short list. I mean, there's not many people, unfortunately, that know how to play this to its full potential. Arfu is absolutely one of them. Try and yoink away this Wisdom Rune. Looks like Kiritich will say, oh guys, sorry, I had to take it. Yeah, I know. Just doing it for the team, boys. Didn't want to lose it. Level 15, no?
As long as Kiritich is not targeted though, they still have a chance, VP. In order to turn it around. I think Notice is just not having a very nice time at the moment. Still trying to go like an Orchid here with this Blink. It's still like around about all the way. Oh, and oh, they get themselves the kill on Marana.
I feel like you need more boys if you're going to try and make that sort of play. I like that sort of play where you take the team when they're weak from hitting the Tormentor. It was a good Starstorm coming down as well, but yeah, no Wind Ranger, no Morphling, no one's dying.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, they're just going to head their separate ways and just continue to farm up. I definitely think they still need these BKBs here on VP before they can jump in a fight, because as we discussed, the Arfu with the Fisher, he's on it. He's on your approved list. He's turning out to do lots of work here on the F-Shaker.
And they see exactly where they're farming up on this top side as well. Kiritich farming right next to an
Oh,
observer placed down
no.
by Puppy.
Gets an easy kill there onto Sayu as well on the Rubik. Fisher
It is,
once
but
again.
that's a tactical death, on him. I'm sure he might not have even known that they were in the area, but you would much rather lose a Rubik and use the Wukongs for a support rather than lose your Morphling at that stage, right? So
yeah,
at least it's going to enable them to get into this next item. Kirich's still 800 or so gold away from being able to pick up that BKB, and again, it really just relies on you being the ones getting the jump on Secret, as opposed to the other way around. It feels like pretty much every one of these fights has gone in Secret's favor because they just get the jump every single time and wipe out a hero.
Oh, Chrysalis? Yeah, FNG. No detection though. The dust does not connect.
The other way. What I do like about Boom is that he is using this exorcism very frequently. So, I mentioned it being like a dollar store version of Leshrac, this Death Prophet hero. Very hard to kill, and, the exorcism still does rip through towers. You just got to make sure that you're using it with maximum uptime, and I feel like that's what he's doing.
Dire are scanning.
And that BKB has been obtained now on SquadX, so has the ability to defend.
What I do like here is that they are building into what I said that they were lacking, right? The pick-off. So, Wind Ranger going into a Blink Dagger. It's going to be a while, though, for SquadX to be able to pick it up. Noticed, of course, already has his. He's got his Elder Dragon form in 5 seconds, and he's freshly picked up an Orchid. So, maybe that's going to be what fixes things as well. They find another pick-off, and Sayush just dies for free.
Poor Sayu, he's getting heavily targeted here by Secret, but I mean, as you said, would rather it be a support than a core. As long as they're still farming. BKB's on the way now for Kiritich here too. It's on the courier, the recipe's there. BKB now available. The question is, how do they start a fight here? I mean, obviously with DK Secret Arrow, but I feel like Secret have the potential to just counter-initiate and turn it around with everything in their arsenal at the moment.
Sure, but for some reason they're this observer ward that they placed down in their ancient area is still alive. So they know exactly where Puppey is. They know exactly where the entire team is. So if they wanted to make a move, they could. But it seems like VP just really want to get into their next items. They don't want to rely on DK only to be the one that finds the pickoff. So I think SquadX getting his Blink Dagger is going to be that trigger for them to finally make a move of their own. It's just giving them so much information, this ward. Most of the time they would just be playing completely blind, especially now that it's just changed over to nighttime. They would have no vision to be able to play around with, so at least now they get a general sense of what Secret are trying to do. They're trying to push up towards this top side, they want to find a quick pickoff, they want to go in, take Roshan, and use that to potentially siege the high ground.
Yeah, I was going to mention that. We haven't seen a Roshan pick up yet, and usually around these times we do see like a Roshan get picked up at about 20-ish minutes, but now they're finally hanging around this Roshan pit. I was wondered when a fight was going to happen around here, but now one will attempt to be made. Oh, finding a Dragon Tail there onto Puppey. Puppey deleted. Though the Wukong's command comes out, the BKB is there from Kiritich. Attempting to flee and get away. Buyback from the Bat Rider. Puppey will come back to the fight, though BKB expended here on the Morph.
Yeah, but half of their job is kind of accomplished, right? You don't have to worry about the Wukongs anymore. You've got a buyback out of the Bat Rider, so kill him and you know that it's a team fight going in your favor. It's really about Operation Find Arfu right now, and he's in a really defensive position.
Yeah, hiding in the trees here behind this Roche.
Not even moving as the rest of his team moves forward. That's how far separated he wants to be from them.
Oh yeah, they're not going to contest here. They don't feel confident enough to do so. They feel like if they did, then maybe perhaps they would throw it away. So I can respect that. They'll just let them get this Aegis.
Okay. Clearly Secret still feel like VP are strong. They're using scans to potentially scout out any sort of movement towards it. Arrow will not connect onto anything. They didn't really gain that much from that though, right? Most of the time if you're giving up Roshan and not taking a team, not losing a team fight rather, you got to at least like change the lane equilibrium. But pretty much every single lane is quite heavily pushed in in Secret's favor. So they're just going to be able to sit back and get
SquadX?
to go. Yeah.
Focus fire onto Boom, but Boom just able to heal up, was not able to get a Dragon Tail off there, unfortunately. Really wanted to go for a pick off onto the Death Prophet, but not able to grab the kill as they now smoke up as 5, heading VP's way, possibly. Let's see if this smoke play turns into something interesting.
Maybe this is kind of like where you need to mind game the enemy a little bit, right? They know that the Exorcisms have just wore out. Or maybe they don't, because they used it to take Roshan, right? So they're just saying, look, they might think we're weak, but actually we know we're strong. We've got all our items, we've got our timings.
SquadX, careful. Oh! Thought he was on the high ground, wasn't. SquadX is okay.
I appreciate it. He was going for the next level play there on Puppey. Not successful this time though, lucky for them. They've still got 3.5 minutes to be able to utilize that Aegis. Puppey seeing the rest of the boys here, and he's pinging it out to the rest of the team, saying, hey, we can pick these guys off. They are way too far away from the rest of the team.
Oh, yeah. Catching the lasso there onto DK. They will indeed get the kill. Notice gone. Maybe with FNG there too. The TP stopped by the Gleipnir. They get 2 kills there, but they do force Secret all the way back to their side of the map. So by the time they're pushing, they will be back. This provides some extra space here now for not only SquadX, but Kiritich here also to try and get themselves some more gold.
It's a lot of faith being given over to SquadX as well for the rest of the team. Not opting actually for that Blink Dagger. He changed it up. He's gone MKB, realizing that he just needs to pump in as much damage and successfully take out a hero. So you really just need to think, like, who do I actually go on to? You know, if Boom's in the right place, he can grieve someone, he can give them a greater healing lotus. If, you know, people are going onto him, he can Yules himself. So it's probably not going to be him, but you need to somehow split up this Secret formation and find the backline and take out the Shaker.
It's just so hard to find. I mean, with that last fight, where he was hiding behind the Roshan. They couldn't see him or find him, trying to scout him out with the power shot. Was not having any of it.
Only died the one time so far. I say that he's probably about to die in this lane, acting as bait for the rest of the team perhaps, but he's content enough just to waddle on around away from the rest of the boys. What's the vision look like for VP right now? Well, a couple of observer wards, not the worst. They're in quite obvious spots, but
Yeah.
it does provide them a ton of information, especially considering all VP want to do right now is stall. They just do not want to fight into this Aegis. They do not want to fight until they've got like this big damage burst on Kiritich, specifically the Kanda. So by the time he's level 20, Aegis will be gone. You will hopefully have that Kanda, and then it's just such a huge damage spike for VP.
Yeah. Do you think instead of just trying to find a pick-off here on Secret, do you think they should just like man up and go high ground with the Exorcism?
It's a consideration. I mean, they don't exactly have any displacement spells, right? Unless they stall Lasso. So.
Oh my gosh, they're trying to find notice.
I wouldn't have hated them just taking.
Oh, he cancelled his TP. Yeah, he's gone. The goodbye, DK. I mean, was trying to cut the wave there. Had his TP cancelled behind the trees there.
Still doesn't have his BKB, sadly.
Poor DK.
Dire's top tower.
900 gold away from that.
Puppy's a support after my own heart. I just love glancing over at that old net worth and seeing him top of the net worth for the supports and approaching the cause. He's got confidence in himself, and he should. Here we go. They're pushing up onto that high ground. Turns out all they needed was a pick-off to be able to make it happen, and they didn't even really use big cooldowns to make it happen either, did they?
No. I mean, they have themselves that Agnims on Monkey King, so getting those clones to lay into these objectives here.
Puppy's just cheating waves as well, taking an extra wave in the top lane at the same time as this is all happening, so you're not even, like, fixing the other lanes as well.
Yeah, they're just going to let this one slide, and Aegis is going to expire. They're still intrigued to see how this plays out for VP here, because they've just let them take a middle set. More than happy to let them do so. Kiritich almost finished that Daedalus now. So soon.
He's got a lot of damage output coming very shortly.
Oh yeah, I mean, look at the base damage plus the increase. Uh-oh, FNG, careful. Oh, he has to activate the wand and jump away. Oh my gosh, he had to commit so much there just to survive.
He gets a shard for his troubles, it's fine. Almost has level 15 as well, right? So that's going to be quite nice, having the 20% evasion on the Moonlight Shadow. Just protects a little bit against the damage coming through from Monkey King specifically.
It's so scary as a support when you're trying to get the Tormentor and you're on your own with your carry.
Oh yeah. Boys, please! Help me! What do you know about support MP?
I think I play a good support sometimes, you know. When you're carry, you have to know. How
all the things they're doing wrong, do you?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
BKB finally got though now on DK as we discussed.
That's
so
good.
Notice finally has it now. So maybe perhaps a time to utilize it. I mean, Fu, he's on the front lines here, but on the high ground. If they get a pick off onto him, it could be very beneficial for the side of VP.
Kiritich actually just went the Daedalus instead of the Kanda. He wants a bit more of that consistent damage coming out, not the full... Ooh, Corden would be a great pick. They know he's up there.
Oh, yeah, getting closer.
Korea giving
There it
away.
is. There's the Dragon Tail coming forward with the damage, just able to actually use himself and avoid the Sacred Arrow. The Wukong's command coming out, but Corden will be lost along with Puppy there too. Double kill for Kiritich. Maybe perhaps trying to look for more here. The waveform forward. There we go. Getting a kill there onto Earthshaker also. Buyback there from Puppy too. VP will lose just the DK. I was going to say no one, but I saw how far Noticed was away from the team. He falls. But in return, I'd say a 3-for-1 is pretty good here for VP, considering the stage of the game.
Oh yeah, it's incredibly favorable, right? Like, finally they were able to get a pick-off on their terms. And all it took was just someone walking out in the river without any sort of hidden vision, so they could just follow him. They followed the courier, they followed him. That was during the daytime as well. I like the fact that Notice completely kited the fight over the left-hand side, right? It made sure that if anyone else was going to die, it was only going to be him.
Yeah. So he sacrificed himself for the team once again.
Mm-hmm. Can afford to do that now that he had his Blink Dagger, right? He's not going to lose that gold at least. There's Puppy, still on a mission to overtake him in net worth.
2K behind.
He's overtaken him in levels.
Oh yeah, level 18, wow. Oh, Scatty though on the Monkey King now. There we go. Getting that Scatty now. That's going to be very beneficial here against the Morphling and the Dragon Knight for that matter too.
Really is getting to that point though of like, who do you actually kill? Because, you know, Scotty just picked up on the Monkey King, good against the DK and the Morphling for obvious reasons. And even the Wind Ranger, right? If you're actually even able to hit her once, just that debuff is really good against ranged heroes. But it just makes you so much tankier, right? And I already talked about the DP being incredibly tanky. She's got a Greater Healing Lotus, she's got a Halberd, she's got a Yules, she's got plenty of armor, and a Greaves. And then you've got a Timbersaw who has a fresh Aghanim Scepter and a Shivers and a Yules. And then you've got Monkey King with all this health. So, like, who do you actually focus outside of these supports?
If you can find Arfu.
Yep. But he's just playing Where's Arfu? Kind of like Where's Wally, but Where's Earthshaker?
Maybe perhaps
I like the fact that they're splitting the map though.
Yeah, I was going to say I'm looking bottom. FNG here pushing the bottom wave here with the Starstorm. 2 catapults. Be able to dish out some damage here onto this tier 3. They will take themselves the Roshan. Scatty obtained on the Morphling, and that is traded for a buyback here. So favouring the Scatty a lot more here than a buyback. Maybe perhaps Kiritich feels like he's not going to die here on the Morphling. So the Scatty will be...
Famous last words, if I've ever heard them. Never go full Agi.
But we could just see a delay like we did once again, Danog. I mean, they had themselves the Aegis on Secret last time, but they weren't able to... I mean, they only took themselves the middle set of racks, actually. And VP didn't respond, but now they're in a much stronger state than they were last time, so maybe perhaps we'll see a turnaround differently this time with this second Aegis.
I wonder if they're just going to go all out on like Ninja Gears on VP, right? Like it means that maybe you can get out on the map, you can still blink away if they find a way to get onto you. Yeah, I see Rubik with one, I see DK with one. That allowed him to get away.
Yeah, that was close. That was close. Notice there, he gets out.
Who doesn't have a tier 4 item? Is it just Wind Ranger? Yes, and it's available.
Trying to go for that Aghanim.
Not even waiting. Just straight in onto the high ground as Chrysalis. So FNG doing his best to try and cut waves, but can only do so much.
They only have a catapult, so if they kill the catapult, then we'll have the backdoor protection, but gotta kill it. Oh, Dragon Tail, Straight Gate Arrow, oh, it connects, but healed up there by the Guardian Greaves, but still, the Monkey King will fall. There's Kiritich now with that BKB, trying to lay out damage, but in comes Arfu. He's ready with a blink. They found themselves the Morphling, getting ready with a blink. There it is. Oh, able to dodge the Echo Slam with the Manta. Very nicely played there from Kiritich, but they will lose their top set of racks. They'll try and defend it now, maybe with turning it around on Kiritich. I mean, he doesn't have himself the BKB. The Exorcism slowly chipping away here at the melee racks. And then comes a Dragon Tail now. Sacred Arrow will be avoided. It's now Squadix able to get away there with the BKB. They'll attempt to try and turn it around now. Nice stun up there with the Fisher. Kiritich is in trouble activating the Manta. He doesn't have himself waveform. He's in trouble. He will be found. Taken now down for 80. As they found themselves Squadix there too. Squadix will fall. They've caught themselves Rubik. Sayo will be found. GG is called. And ladies and gentlemen, Game 2 will be going to see by themselves 2-0 against VP. Something that took me by surprise here. I thought it could be possibly a 2-1 that VP would be able to equalize this, but the way that game 2 went, it went smoothly here for Secret. And they come out on top, getting themselves that series.
I mean, I feel like they just got themselves a lot of comfort, right? Like, signature heroes. Crystallis on his Monkey King, Afu with his Earthshaker. The lanes, especially the off lane, was a little bit shaky. Boom, not off to the greatest start, but it was really just the rotations from Afu across the map, enabling Corden so heavily that really set them on a path towards victory. I mean, he did, 22k damage on the Timbersaw, only died 2 times for 20 kill involvement. So I think you would take that every single time. And I'm sure that it's something that even when they were back in the C region, Afu and Corden would have done in their pubs fairly frequently.
Yeah, and I mean, even though that Corden had himself a great time here on the Timbersaw, as you said, would you definitely give him the MVP, or would you think to maybe perhaps dish it out to one of the supports here? Because I feel that you would give it to maybe perhaps Afu, maybe?
Nah.
No!
Well, it's hard to say, right? Because the thing is, just little plays like that we're seeing on the highlights, right? Puppy just using his Flame Break to be able to save. Afu makes sure that he gets into a faster Blink Dagger because he's not losing his gold from the death. The thing for me was, outside of this death on Corden, and I think he had one more. Right, that was when they were like going towards the Radiant Ancient camp, right? Outside of that, he was the reason that Notice just wasn't a hero this game. Notice died 10 times on a Dragon Knight, one of the tankiest heroes in the game. Did the least damage on his team, and I feel like that was all Corden, and I feel like that was a huge part of why they never really felt like they had any sort of push power. They never had any sort of like real danger map presence. You just see him evaporate there in that region.
It's funny because he literally evaporated in the river, you know.
Yep.
True to the words, and yeah, he had himself a great time here, as you said. I mean, obviously, of course, you see there even diving the tier 2 and taking down Squadix there also. It just felt like this DK was, even though it was first picked, which we do usually see all of the time, it was heavily destroyed by the hands here of Secret.
Yeah. I mean, they had to commit quite heavily for this one. Obviously, it ended up working out relatively well for them, only losing the DK again. Poor guy, he just had to sacrifice his game so much, but I mean, that's what happens when you're opening up with a DK pick, right? You have a whole draft to be able to potentially deal with him, and that they did.
That they did indeed. Do you think there's possibly something that VP could have changed differently here, or do you think it was just heavily down to picks? Because with this DK, I don't think there's much that he can do item-wise usage, or even positioning for that matter, to protect himself, because as you said, this Timbersaw just evaporated the DK here, and I feel like that's what led to just Secret being able to have the advantage here. They had themselves practically no off lane to try and tank the team fights.
It felt like this Mirana Rubik combo just doesn't do anything, you know? Like, they did more damage than the DK, sure, but 80% of Rubik's damage was just from Fade Bolt, and that just, you know, hits everything in a team fight. Most things that I saw from FNG was just him using his Agshard Leap to be able to push out waves to delay the inevitable. It just didn't really feel like they had that true combination to be able to instantly burst down a target, you know? Yeah,
we mentioned this in the draft too, you know, the dreaded Mirana and Rubik combo. We're like, oh, maybe it could work. Maybe they could get something out of this nicely. I mean, we can see something with Sacred Arrow. But I felt like Sayu wasn't able to actually have any game at all here on the Rubik. Like, not able to steal the fishes here and have themselves some good impact. I felt like he was not able to.
That's what happens when your front line just gets dealt with so easily, right? Like, DK was your front line. Wind Ranger needs to be kind of that second in, especially if you're not going to go be Blink Dagger early like Squadix didn't. You know, he was going all in on damage. They were relying pretty heavily on Notice, to be honest, to be able to find the picks and make it happen. The one time it did was that second kill onto the Timbersaw, and you saw how favorably it went for them when they had all that damage to pump in. But you know, that just doesn't happen all that often, unfortunately, if you're 10k behind, if you're giving up Roshan pretty consistently. And well, a well-deserved and I'm sure a welcome victory for Team Secret and their fans.
Now, I'm not sure whether we have an interview now, unless we're going for a break. Can we confirm if we do have ourselves an interview, or do we need to go for a break? Okay. So, folks, we are indeed going to go for a break. 2-0 victory here for Secret against Virtus.pro. But please stay tuned, because we'll just be back in a few minutes and we'll be interviewing someone here from Team Secret. Hope to see you then, and we'll see you for the interview. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Elite League with myself, Epidamnos, and Danog. We're coming back for an interview, and we do indeed have someone from Secret with us. It is indeed Boom, who is coming in for an interview. Hello, Boom. Well, good, thank
doing
you.
good. I feel like you're doing a lot better. A 2-0. Is that what you were expecting going into this one, especially with a relatively new addition to your roster?
Well, to be honest, I had no idea what to expect, because our games have been kind of like, some game we play well, and in another game then we just not ourselves and we play completely bad and make zero moves. So I had like no expectations at all, but obviously it feels good to win.
Cool. Talk to me about like the last 5 minutes or so of that game one, because it really felt like it was all VP, and then suddenly you get one pick off, and then the game is just over. Was that something that the team was just saying to each other the whole time, like, we need one good fight and then we're back in this, or what was going on?
Not really. I mean, the way the game started is like everything was going good. I think we were winning for a long period of the game, and then we just like minute 15, 20 or whatever, you took a bad fight or two, and then game was suddenly super hard to play because this alchemist got a lot of network and he got like a blink BKB, and we just couldn't fight them anymore, and we just like dodging for the rest of the game. And at some point, you know, they mess up, they make a mistake, they get picked off, and yeah, we took one fight and we just ended the game.
Yeah, that was no buyback can end up killing you. I have another question as well. With Secret, it feels like you guys are experimenting a lot with players from the Southeast Asia region. How is it playing with people from that region, and how do you feel like their style is different or the same to what you're used to?
I mean, from my experience, the Southeast Asian players are very easy to play with, and they're like always willing to listen and learn, and like so it's easy to get on the same page with the team. So that's good. But yeah, I mean, I can't say anything bad about them. I've had only good experiences with Southeast Asian players. They fit pretty well into our team. Obviously, it's Puppy like making the decision, so you know he always like finds some guy, and you know he wants to try him, and yeah.
Yeah, cool. I have another question about one of your picks specifically, not from this series, but you're one of the few offlaners that are picking the Tiny in the offlane a fair amount. Can you tell us a little bit more about the theory of that, if it's not giving too much away? Like, does it need to be picked with certain supports to be really value, or are there certain types of games that you really think that it's good in?
I mean, the thing about the hero is it's a flex hero, so you can first pick it, right? And it can go mid, it can go support, it can go offlane, and it doesn't really lose any lane. And then you obviously have like a strong timing around minute 10, and most of the supports that are being played right now are like squishy, so Tiny is obviously good in squishy support, so that's like it about the hero. It's pretty simple.
Cool. One last question from me, and then I'll leave it to Epi if he had any questions. But what do you feel about this tournament with the Swiss format? It's not something that happens too much in Dota tournaments. Are you looking forward to it? Just because I think it leads to more even matches. But what's your opinion?
Yeah, I mean, I've never played a tournament with this format, if I recall correctly, but I enjoy it a lot. It's like super exciting, even from the. Like when you watch the CSGO events and CS2 events, right? They have this system a lot. They use it, and it's like super happy to watch it because the games matter a lot, and you have like many chances also, so you don't just go instantly out, and it's not like as boring as a group stage. Like it's pretty nice. It feels good for now. Well, we'll see.
Cool. Epi, you got anything?
Yeah, sure. So one question that I ask, obviously you're going up against Virtus.pro with your first series coming out here. Was there anything in particular you were concerned about playing against VP? Because looking back at some of VP's games, they've been having quite a bit of success, and it was amazing to see that you're actually able to get a 2-0 against them. Was there anything in particular that you felt worked well against going up against VP?
I just feel we have a better idea now of how the game is supposed to be played than from the Dream League qualifier that we lost last. Because we are kind of like our drafts look better, and they make more sense together. Our heroes make more sense together, but we didn't really prepare like anything specific against Virtus.pro. You know, we didn't really look at them. We just look at ourselves and prepare our strategy, and then play our thing, do our thing. So yeah.
Cool.
Oh, awesome. I think that is. Yeah, I think that's the right approach, and if you guys just continue on and improving yourselves, I think you can go quite a long ways. I mean, getting a 2-0 against VP, and with the improvement of all yourselves, going a good way, and we'll look forward to see more of your games going through in the Elite League.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Thank you, Boom. Take care. Thank you.
All right, bye-bye.
Oh, lovely.
Always a
Boom
pleasure
coming in for an interview.
to be able to speak.
It
to
was.
players, huh?
It was. Yeah, and I mean, especially the mention about the 95% win probability that VP had, that they somehow were just able to turn it around there. I mean, they felt like they're in a comfortable position within the start of the game, and then after that, Alchemist coming out with a Blink Dagger and a BKB, that's to be expected. I don't think you can do anything about that in the middle stage. But yeah, able to turn it around, get the victory, they get a 2-0, and it's good to hear that they're working on each other, because this is what we said within the start of the draft on game 1. These teams, sometimes it's not all about mechanical skill. It's about the fact that if they can improve with themselves and create better synergy with each other as players in a team, then they can achieve things well. And Team Secret, they've been able to prove that they did that within the first series, and they take a 2-0 here against VP.
Yep, and Swiss, right? So they're going to be playing up against someone else that wins their first series. VP will be going up against someone that loses their first series. And, like we were saying, it just leads to so many more chances, so many more games that matter, just because you got to get to those 3 series wins to be able to move on forward to stage 2, which is the group stage, and not drop out in those, 17th to 24th positions, to still be in the big money and have all the prestige of potentially taking out the first season of the Elite League.
So I'm not sure whether we go for a break now after having the interview, or do we just continue on and speak about the next game? Yeah, we're gonna go for a break, folks. So a lovely short interview from having a break coming into that, but we're gonna go for another break. So stay tuned, folks, because in around about the next 5 to 10 minutes, maybe even 20 actually, we'll be coming back with the second series. Do we have to know what that second series is?
Heroic Tundra.
Heroic Tundra. There we go, folks. So we'll see you in just a couple of minutes for that next series. See you in a bit. Hello everybody, welcome back to the Elite League. We've just come back from our short break from our interview with Boom, and now we're coming in for Series 2 of Day 1 of the Elite League. I'm Epidamnosh, joining me is Danog. We're coming in for Heroic versus Tundra Esports. I have never seen Heroic play. I'm not sure if you have, Danog. I've seen quite a lot of Tundra Esports, obviously, but not quite a lot of Heroic. Could you give us some insight into this team at all? Because I'm sure many of the viewers that are viewing right now know a lot about Tundra, but I myself don't know quite a lot about Heroic here. So is this going to be a close matchup, or?
I mean, I don't know. Tundra has just been on such a tear lately that I'm not sure if it will. But, I mean, the thing is about Heroic is that I feel like if it gets to late game, anything can happen with them. Like, they've got some great individually skilled players. I think Devi Lama is one of the more innovative offlaners that exist in the scene, and I always look forward to like a late game Devi Lama Darkseer, for example, to be able to come through. But it kind of feels like this team that's just come together with remnants from a lot of different teams, and it's just working out for them, right? Like, you've got K1 Hector, you've got Analog, you've got KJ and Schofield, all coming from the SA region. Just having someone paired together with, like, Devi Lama, and even just the coach, right? They've all come from different sorts of places. You know, Analog from one team. K1 had that stint on Nouns. You've got KJ, who was on Keydstars during TI. Devi Lama, he was in Western Europe for not too long ago. And then the coach, Kafs, he was the old EG assistant coach as well. So it's all sorts of different ideas that are just kind of melding together, and for now it's been working for them. It's working in terms of like SA quals. They were directly invited though to this Swiss stage, so I'm keen to see if they are willing to live up to that term. I mean, we heard Boom talking about CS just before. Heroic is a name that is synonymous with CS, and I'm keen to see how their foray into Dota is going to continue.
So I'm quite intrigued about an assistant coach. What's is that someone who supports the coach of the team? Or what's an assistant coach?
They can be more like analysty, so they look more into like stats as opposed to overall strategies, or for some teams the head coach is more like an interpersonal coach. Like, it's more about the mental thing, getting him in the right game state. It really just depends on the team, right? Some teams have more of an emotional need, some have more of a information need. So I'm keen to see what Kafs is able to do. Very nice guy, by the way. Met him in Bali. So.
Oh, fair enough. But I'm quite surprised this pick has come through, Danog. First pick Chen here on the side of Tundra. That is that's intriguing that that's come through, and they snatch it up here on Tundra.
Maybe it's just like a little... You don't see too often that Chen is let through, and we'll see if, Heroic will let it happen again if Chen just does Chen things and bulldozes through them. But, with that being said, Whitemon doesn't exactly play a ton of the Chen, if they are going to play it as a 5. He plays a lot of Enchantress, so I wouldn't have been surprised if that one got removed, but they just say, look, we just think Chen is giga busted, but maybe Devi Lama is trying to, like, next level mind game them, because Kunkka is pretty good at dealing with Chen, and he can play it very well from the offlane. It's not just a mid hero. It's actually something that he's incredibly confident with, I would say. So maybe this is just something that they've been baiting through the entire time.
Yeah, his Tidebringer is absolutely amazing for clearing creep
waves.
Am I mixing up a creep wave? Oh my gosh, that's not even an advanced word. Yeah, he can clear creep waves quite easily here on the Kunkka, especially with the Tidebringer, and is more than happy to take out those pesky enchants that Chen is able to grab from the jungle and just move around with. And of course you can build into this utility Kunkka where you do have yourself the Torrent Storm as well, which can heavily disrupt the team fight too. And I think Kunkka is one of these heroes, as we said, utility. He can build around auras too. So can kind of counteract the Chen, can especially defend high ground here too with the Tidebringer, as we've mentioned. So I love Kunkka pickup. I think Kunkka on the off lane, as you said, Danog, I think it's strong. I like it.
Yeah, for sure. And, you just heard Boom talk about the Tiny, right, in it being a flex pick. I think that's obviously very important to keep in your arsenal. And, we just mentioned that Kunkka obviously flex between 2 and 3, very, very important. I'm interested to see what they go for with these next few picks. If I'm Heroic, I'm probably just going into the supports now, leaving Analog's hero a little bit unknown for now, because he can play Pango if you feel like you need a little bit more wave clear. He can play the Lesh, but Lesh is banned. Yeah, I'd be totally on board with him playing something just, again, aggressive that's able to deal with this early-ish style. They're actually one of the few teams that plays the Nature's Prophet as well, so maybe they're just going to get a lot more of, like, split-push action happening off the fact that you don't want to actually fight into the Chen.
Oh, and I love this pick as well. Gyrocopter out for Heroic.
Yep.
So we could see this
It's also
as,
flex.
you know... Yeah, it's a flex. I mean, you can put Conqueror on the mid lane if you wanted to, but he's most definitely possibly going to be on the off lane, but it is, of course, a flex. Gyrocopter, most likely a position 4, but can be put as a flex. He can be played as a carry here too, or even a position 5, for example. Lovely picks coming out here from Heroic. So that is going to throw Tundra off here slightly as to what they'll pick up. They'll actually pick Rubik here, which I usually dislike the Rubik, but with the spells that I'm seeing here that he could potentially steal, like Torrent Storm and Torrent and X-Mox as well. X-Mox been a big one since they made that BKB change long ago, you know, placing it on someone if their BKB TPing away. Come back.
Pretty much,
It
right?
is, yeah.
It's so dangerous to have to go up against it. Why I like it a bit more in this game is, here we go. I feel like we're just going through everyone's Dota buff, and whatever their like most played hero has been in the past 2 months is what they're picking. Like literally every single one so far has been this, outside of the Chen most likely being played by Whitemon, right? Thompson, he's been spamming the Sniper, Nightclass has been spamming the Rubik, Devi's been spamming the Kunkka, and it's actually probably more likely to be KJ playing this Gyrocopter, but we know Schofield can do it as well. So I think teams are just, especially in this first round of Swiss, going for full-on comfort, just wanting to play their own way and see what works. What I do want to see a little bit more of is just that real frontliner that they're able to play around with. I wouldn't be... Actually, against the X, I'm not sure if the center would be the best pick, because we've talked a little bit about Heroic. Let's talk about Tundra now. I feel like a lot of people give Toby too much flack, just because he plays a very sacrificial role. Like, Thompson plays pretty greedy Dota at times, and Pure plays incredibly greedy Dota. So I feel like he oftentimes has to play these heroes, like the Brewmaster, for example, that can do a lot with not that much. That's why it was such a good ban in the first phase for Heroic. Centaur is kind of another one of those heroes. Like, you get ruined if you don't have any net worth, but Stampede is still a global, really impactful spell. So I'm wondering if they're considering going down that route.
I mean, speaking of global, though, and you actually mentioned this is one of the few teams that does play the Nature's Prophet, it will come out. So Heroic, they pick themselves up the Natures, and I really like this because, you know, they've revealed the Sniper, and I do feel that is a little bit scary, you know, that they've made that third pick. So they can definitely pick something into this to try and jump the Sniper and get the advantage here within the draft. But Nature's Prophet comes out, an amazing rotator. Pangolier also. How does this phase against the Sniper here on Tundra? Is it okay, or is it more for a longer wave clear?
I think it's more wave clear, yeah. And I guess you could also say that there's, like, you know, the Rolling Thunder aspect of just being able to actually find lockdown onto him. Like, you can NPTP onto the Sniper and sprout him, but he could, like, go early-ish Hurricane Pike and get out of that, you know? You don't have the same luxury going up against a Pango. Like, I wonder if they just, like, Beastmaster here to be able to provide that extra little bit of control to the Pango, to make sure that you can just Whirling Axes to be able to get out of, like, NP Sprout. Nope, this is just... Whew! We're going to see two teams just colliding against each other for about 30 minutes, Epi, and whoever executes a little bit better is going to come out on top. I gotta say, it's probably a little bit easier to execute Tundras if they get a pick off to start with, but right now I just don't think they have the heroes to do that, and I'm a little worried that, like, they need some frontline. They can't just rely on the Chen.
Yeah, they do pick themselves up the Luna, as we saw, and that's another hero. When you speak about comfort heroes and what they've been playing recently, Pure is a big player for the Luna. And I think there was one game where I witnessed that Pure actually, I think he went 1,065 GPM as a Luna. So he he is definitely a farmer here on the Luna. He knows how to scale and item build into a Luna, whether it's, going a Kanda or, going the butterfly straight away after a Manta style. He knows his stuff, and I'll be intrigued to see what he'll go within this game, because it's quite some heroes that you don't usually see Luna going up against. I mean, especially in the pro stages, like Nature's Prophet, with as well a Pangolier. It's kind of a mix here from Heroic, so it could throw Tundra potentially off, but we'll see. I mean, an exciting draft nonetheless. I'm intrigued to see how it works out.
I wonder if they're just going to go all in on the push on Tundra. Like DP maybe could be something that is coming out for them. I think Dragon Knight is still actually pickable, which wouldn't be the worst. You wouldn't be laning it into the Pangolier, which is a lane that DK wins a lot of the time. Obviously, that'll be Tops and Sniper, most likely. But I think they can just go like, tanky frontliner. They even Lone Druid occasionally to go up against this, which wouldn't be the worst. But I just feel like maybe that's being a little bit greedy if they go down that route.
Yeah, there's a possibility. And you don't want to be too greedy, do you? You want to make sure that you have yourself kind of a comfortable and steady game. You don't want to throw that element in there, which you could potentially throw this game just over the draft. Because we've seen in some cases.
Could K1 go the Weaver this game? I wouldn't hate it. They have very limited lockdown right now.
Yeah, actually.
I feel like he's just going to be able to completely roam free. Those swarms are going to be insane value. You're a natural Maelstrom builder. You can get away from the Sniper and the Luna very easily. It really just puts even more emphasis on them needing a frontliner. And pretty much the two beefiest heroes in the game is exactly what Heroic ban out.
I think you could go the Weaver here, actually.
Or Sven.
Okay, I do like it.
Deuce is not the worst either.
Because in order to catch a Weaver, you obviously it's in the sentence. You've got to have catch, and telekinesis and lucent beam is not enough. They do also have last pick here too on Heroic, so there is a potential that we could see that and see an outdraft here. But let's see what Tundra pick up here. They are missing a hero for Toby. So what is Toby going to pick up here for Tundra?
I'm saying Death Prophet. DK. Okay. Same
DK.
thing, right?
You did mention that, yeah. You did mention the DK could come out.
Frontline that helps with pushing, good. And it's a stun as well, so it makes Weaver a little bit less likely. I still think it could happen, but what else could you consider? Like, I think, Sven's still on the cards for me. I think Deuce could be, but I'm a little worried of you just getting run down a little bit too easily. Maybe they feel like the Kunkka is going to be able to deal with that. I'm kind of discounting Gyro into this, just because it's not exactly a K1 hero, but Gyro isn't the worst against a Luna and a Sniper, right? Like, the Flak Cannon will actually outrange the Luna very easily. I don't think that with him. Okay, yeah. TB into the Luna, I guess they feel is pretty good, right? They're putting a lot of faith into this Kunkka and the Pango to be able to deal with the army, and they're just saying, look, carry to carry, we're very happy with TB against the Luna, and in the lane, we're pretty happy with how that's going to go as well. So, two very different styles of draft, to be sure. Like, it really feels like Heroic are going to be just trying to hold the door back, because Tundra Esports, their drafts, most of the time, it's the aim to end in like 30 minutes. They're just all in on you, constant pressure, dominate the lanes, and just give you zero breathing room. So I'm interested to see. I like the way that Heroic has responded to this. I'm just not sure if it's going to be enough.
Yeah, it will take some time for the Terrorblade to try and get to a position where he is strong, though we could see some early rotations with Terrorblade, but maybe perhaps like if K1 is to pick up like a Dragon Lance on the hero, and then he's actually able to join the team and start team fighting whilst Pure is trying to farm up, because we won't see Pure joining the fights until around about 20-25 minutes when he has himself like a Manta style, like a BKB around those lines. I think I have seen it in a situation before when he will only fight once he's got those items with a shard. He really loves the shard on Luna, the Moonglaves, and I don't blame him. With melee heroes being in your face with the Moonglaves, it does a lot of damage. I mean, it's a reduced amount, but it's still quite a lot. So I am, I am intrigued to see how this will go out for Heroic, because usually, I don't know about you, Danog, but I haven't seen the Terrorblade be put as a carry in quite a while. So I'm kind of intrigued as to how this will go. I think it's kind of like a lost technology. Like, it used to be played as to carry, and then like, you know, like it's kind of like thrown away, but now it's starting to come back now because everyone does play like the Terrorblade support now. So I'm
it's
intrigued.
Just great against Luna. It's great. Like, you Reflector, Lucent Beam, sorry, not Lucent Beam, Glaives are going to be bouncing around everywhere. It just feels like insane value to have that really good carry-to-carry matchup. And when you consider, like, the style of game that Tundra is going to be playing, again, they're going to be full-on running at you, and every single hero on Heroic side has the ability to do great AoE damage as well. Like, you consider Reflection, it's going to hit onto many heroes. You consider Nature's Prophet, Wrath of Nature, probably going to get a pretty early Aghanim Shard. Might be the sort of game where he needs to actually buy it, as opposed to having the team walk back and claim it by killing the Tormentor, just because you probably don't have that much free time to spend off the map, right? So, and the other heroes, they're just like AoE central.
Indeed. But folks, we're getting to the second series now. Tundra Esports versus Heroic. Some intriguing picks coming out from Heroic. We don't see Nature's Prophet very often, and I'm excited to see actually KJ on the Nature's Prophet position 5 and see how that will work around, because leaving a Terrorblade quite early on to rotate around can have some negatives. Though, I mean, you are against a Dragon Knight and Rubik, so I don't think there is really that much that they can do, unless you get a really, really good telekinesis and they're able to, you know, bring back the Terrorblade, Dragon Tail, and then follow up into a kill.
I mean, you definitely prefer having the Radiant side if you're wanting to potentially rotate a little bit back into the jungle to be able to pick up that farm while NP goes for those rotations, right? It's just a lot more favorable. You've got a safer high ground that just gives you more vision if you ward that up. So I like it in that regard.
Yeah.
Oh, 9 class might be in a little bit of danger. That TP is constantly getting cancelled there by KJ, just teasing him a little bit.
The anxiety just spiking every now and again when you see those trees coming in.
Oh, yeah. How dumb was it that we had that period where if you ate it with a tango, you just didn't regen at all? That was horrifying.
What was that with the tango?
Yeah, it was Sprout. Previously, when you Sprout and you ate it out with a tango, you didn't regen anything.
Well, that sounds very dumb. I'm definitely presuming that's fixed now.
Yes. No, it wasn't a bug. It was a feature. Like, it was in the patch notes, yeah. And I was like, oh, so Ice Frog hates supports, I see.
Wait, did it count as one of the, you know, like a special tree, like an Iron Branch, or was it just like a normal tree?
Normal.
Normal tree. Actually, to be honest, if it was like one of those special trees, I think we'd be seeing Nature's 5 get picked up a lot more. So, like, just Sprout and just give me, like, you know, extra regen for my tanker.
Yep. I'm just constantly watching this mid lane, like what Topson's going to be able to do against Analog. I'm always pleased whenever I just get to watch a Topson game, just because it's a little out of the box, right? Like, he was not shy to play the Omni Knight mid. He's not shy to play the Bane mid, the Oracle, the Sniper. Like, these aren't heroes that we see a lot of the time being played for, honestly, pretty good reason. Not many people can make him work, but he just seems to be able to.
Yeah, I'll be intrigued to see if he does what he usually does on the Sniper, which is make himself around about like 4 or 5 stacks, like 10 minutes in. He always likes to go to the camp, the Dire side of the camp or the Radiant side to just make himself lots of stacks, and he usually maxes Shrapnel, I think, around about level 8 or level 9, in order to just be able to farm really, really well. Because Shrapnel level 4 early on, whoa, godsend.
I thought you were about to say 4 or 5 Wraith bands, because that's what I see Topson normally
Oh, really?
when he plays the Sniper. Yeah, I mean, Analog is doing a really good job against him, and they see the fact that he doesn't have any tangos left.
Oh, in the mid lane,
Great
they get
news.
Topson?
Yeah.
What? Saw him going for the Water Rune there. Instant TP, comes in with a Blood Grenade and stops him from getting underneath this tier 1 tower with the Sprout.
Even prior to that, Analog was doing a really good job in terms of denies. Topson only had the 1 deny, Analog had 4 up until that stage. Like, he's just he's just outplaying Topson right now. Not exactly the easiest lane for a melee to be laning into either.
Doing completely fine here, yeah.
Dire's courier has been killed.
So I am a bit of a Whitemon fanboy, but like I was saying during the draft, I don't really see him play that much of the Chen. So I'm interested to see how comfortable he's going to be on this. Because you can have a broken hero who's, hold on, Pure. He's getting gone on a little bit up here.
Oh yeah, they're going to try and attempt to turn it around. Who will get the first kill here? Oh, that was Luna who falls first before the Conquer. So able to get the XP there on the Conquer. So it works out in the favor here of Heroic. Oh yeah, here comes a second Wraith band very soon for Topson. How many Wraith bands will he go? That's a good question for us to ask. How many are you predicting here, Danog?
Ooh, let's go 3.
3.
I think 3's a-okay. Nice happy value, and you got to make sure you got room for what treads. I was saying he needs like a Dragon Lance to be able to play up into this, the Hurricane Pike to be able to get out of the Sprout, as well as get away from the Rolling Thunder a little bit more easily.
Okay, so actually putting 3 points into the Swashbuckle instead of the Shield Crash. And meanwhile, on the top lane with a rotation from KJ, they might get the kill onto Pure, attempting to flee, blocked by the Sprout. Once again, this Sprout playing to be a big ability, though they might get a return kill here onto the Nature's Prophet. Yes, they will. They'll get themselves a double kill. Whitemon on a killing spree is Chen. This is why you don't give him Chen.
All you need is just one creep, and that penitence just does way too much. The army just completely swarms over you.
Yeah, easy.
Even someone like the Conquer.
He's dishing out the damage with the unripe tomato creep.
Pure even given Whitemon the old tip after he denies in front of a Conquer's face. Not exactly the easiest thing to do. Bot lane's going pretty quietly though, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm just seeing that stacks were already being made for Topson here, and I think, yeah, Schofield just went ahead and actually scattered that out there with an observable, so they'll definitely know when Topson is away to clear that creep wave, and that might lead Analog to just get himself a kill, or better yet, contest it. Yeah, he sees now with the Shrapnel. He's trying to take it, so Analog, he has himself the Rolling Thunder, or he's going to commit it here with KJ rotating in. A TP here, though, from 9 class. Diving that tier 1 tower, the Rolling Thunder again. Oh, Schofield's even here as well. They'll find a kill onto KJ there first. And Schofield's going to fall here too, but Analog might get himself a double kill. Assassinate underneath. Topson comes out on top. They're able to find 3 kills there. He will not die. 9 class will tip him in respect. Well played, my fellow teammate. Well played.
No regen, gets a haste instead. Not exactly what Topson was wanting, but they get a lot of valuable information about that ward as well. Like, they don't make that sort of play unless they've got the information, and you can see even in the replay, Topson pinging, they've got vision. Let's just try and outplay them, and oh, they did.
It's the first time I've seen a gyrocopter deny his own homing missile.
That actually happened, I didn't see
that. That did happen, yeah. He's like, I don't want to give Topson an extra 50 gold for my homing missile. I'm just going to deny it.
I don't know how much pressure they're going to be able to get in onto the tower, though, is the thing. Like, anytime that Topson spends away from the tower, you have to be a little bit more concerned. I guess Shrapnel is one of the better abilities at being able to protect that, as, yeah, they're just looking to try and yoink away this farm while they can't. Don't let him scale as quickly as he wants to. Topson. He's going to need some defensive reinforcements very shortly, and he should get that. Another TP coming from 9 class, so I guess the positive thing is Toby on this bottom lane isn't really in any danger of dying, right?
Pure, though, definitely in potential of dying here. The Blood Grenade committed. And they find the kill. Yep, rotation there from KJ. He's making it work. The Dream work here with the rotations and the Sprouts doing very, very well. Though that does leave K1 on his own, who's been pursued here by Toby and Whitemon. Oh, he's going to get body blocked, maybe. Oh, nice. Sunder still survives, now attempting to try and find Whitemon. Able to get away there with enough movement speed. I don't think they're going to dive him, are they? I mean, the creep wave's coming in. Still okay, K1. Now they'll try and attempt to get themselves the Chen. There we go, but KJ will fall to the creep army, maybe. Getting whipped there by the Kobold will be found. I mean, killing spree there for Thompson as well. Finding the kill onto Schofield within the mid. K1 getting so close to death. Oh, the Fable finds the kill. 9 class gets it. Rotations though from 2 here on Heroic. Finding the DK will finally get some vengeance there for the fallen Terrorblade. Killing spree. Gavilon.
So yeah, if you want to know why Chen is banned, that is why. Position 1, big dive to his tier 2 tower at 8 minutes into the game. What is happening, Epi? Just doesn't seem fair, does it?
No, he does need all his creep army back again, though. He needs to go in and find some recruits in the jungle. He's only been able to recruit a Hill Troll and a Alpha Wolf at the moment.
Finally, they get the D-Ward off as well.
My thrift rewarded.
So Thompson feels a little bit safer to be able to pick up that farm. Just looking like the 2 Wraith Bands, sadly. I forgot that he had to keep that bloody Quelling Blade in his inventory just because he's up against a Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, Quelling Blade always so important going up against this Nature's. It is a must-have item. And speaking of Nature's Prophet, Whitemon was trying to chase him. Actually throws the Alpha Wolf to the low ground here with the Wild Wing Ripper of the Hurricane to try and find KJ. But won't be able to get him. Meanwhile, though, yeah, they have found themselves Pure. Way too much damage. The Hand of God will not be enough. They get the kill. Thompson rotating in, though, trying to push them away. They will find KJ, and Schofield should be okay. Never mind, Assassinate coming in. Will fall. Davai Llama, though.
It's a lot of damage.
Stolen back. Oh, the stolen Rocket Barrage. Not the battery assault, sorry.
That's alright, they look very similar.
Yeah,
but, Whitemon, he went for the cheeky play as well. He tried to use the Hurricane down onto the Hill Troll to get the ensnare off as he was retreating. Wasn't so successful. Again, just showing the strength of this Conquer, right? 4-1-1 now against these squishy-ish heroes. It's doing a relatively decent job at dealing with the Chen. And that's even prior to having the Blade Mail, so he feels a lot more confident just to be able to take a lot of these engagements as KJ setting up some even deeper vision just to get a complete understanding of when people are away from their lanes, when they're gankable.
Yeah.
I feel like Heroic have done really well to weather the storm at this very start. Analog and Davai Llama especially.
KJ definitely being great here with the rotations. K1, actually, speaking of rotations, K1 just came through the twin gate.
Oh, he sees Whitemon. Gotta get the Hurricane. Yeah, worth. I guess they feel like they're able to hit this tower. No glyph. Yeah, certainly not what you're wanting when you've got this Chen Lunar DK draft is losing too much of your map. Pure needs that farm. We talked at length about how greedy he can be.
Schofield's TP'd bottom. That may mean his death. I mean, 9 class has just found him. Got his own rocket barrage there. Assassinate comes in. I think he actually might find the kill with Gyro's own ability here. Actually, Schofield survives and a big Nature's Wrath helps to get the kill. They also find Thompson there too with K1 rotating in. They may also get Tony here too because they've got themselves a Diffusal Blade now on Analog. Schofield, he's still laying in damage here. I mean, he will be found. There we go. I mean, I think that was a little bit too cocky there on Schofield. He will pay the price.
Maybe he saw the Breathe Fire used and it was like, there's no way you can kill me. But turns out as a support Gyrocopter, you need to be up in melee range. And yeah, DK can still look to take you out.
Amazing what you found laying around.
Oh. They ended up losing their tier 1 mid though. Just to creeps, I believe.
Oh wow.
So that's a bit of a plus. Not even needing the Chen to be able to do that. So 2 towers gone, just for 1. Net worth, still pretty steady. Looking to build into... I don't even know if you necessarily need the BKB to feel confident on Heroic. Like, I think just if you get into the Manta Skadi, that's the time when K1's like, all right, let's try and push the tempo. Obviously, they've been doing that a lot already. We've basically got 2 kills a minute at this point, and Diffusal Blade is now picked up by Analog. Oh, look at this. Schofield.
Yeah, he's run into an army. Uh-oh. He's going to be stomped up there by the Centaur. He's going to fall. Wymon getting quite low here in the trees. He's able to survive, though. Backs away. Has the protection there of Thompson with his shoot. The headshot. His gun.
He's got the Halloween one as well, so it's peeping.
The Halloween one?
Yeah, it's a Halloween set. The one where he's got his little zappy gun on the sniper.
Oh yeah, that's a very expensive set, that is.
Yeah, it's like $200 or something.
Oh! Jesus.
The price we pay to look cool.
And there are like a few cosmetics which some people say are a pay to win, but I remember when they released the Necro Immortal, and some people said they felt that was a pay to lose because you can see the Heartstop Aurora a lot more.
Oh, Thompson.
Oh, yeah, he's caught
with
here.
His corner saving.
With the boats, Rolling Thunder coming in too. Oh, is he going to get called away? No, he's not. They'll get the kill, but in return, KJ will fall. It will be a trade for a trade. What a worthy trade here for Heroic. Maybe perhaps they'll try and find themselves more. Analog
TP's coming in.
Completely healthy here. Still has more abilities to dish out. K1 rotating in here with the Metamorphosis, turning it around now onto Toby. They find Wybod there with the Swashbuckle. Looking for more. Homing missile coming for Toby. It's slowly coming in. It's going to connect with him soon. There it is. Meanwhile, though, 9 class slowed down. Caught by the Torrent. They will get the kill here onto Rubik with that shield crash. And Toby, very low HP, hiding in the trees. Found there by Analog with the Swashbuckle. Triple kill for the Pangolier. They are really working here as a team on Heroic.
They are indeed, and it's all because of KJ. Like, all this deep vision just provides them so much information about where they can make plays, when they can do it. Really good rotations coming through from K1 as well, right? Like, the best TBs in the world are the ones that use their meta not just for going for kills, or not just going for towers, but are able to combine it as the two. And, I mean, he only showed up halfway through that team fight, which is honestly the ideal situation where you know it's going to be worth it to pop the meta.
I love how he's joining these fights though on K1. Especially like using the Metamorphosis all the time, treating it as if a little bit like a crack. I mean, they found themselves an easy kill here on the bottom, catching themselves 9 classes as the tips come out. Thank you for the kill, sir. Easy goal.
Radiant are scanning.
But yeah, the rotations coming out from K1 have been on point here. Always been in the right areas with this Metamorphosis. Actually going to find Pure here. Farming up.
Can't do anything on his own though. Needs
No.
to conquer there. Actually go for a smoke really far back in their own territory, so it's going to be quite some time until they can find someone, and maybe that's just the time needed for Tundra to realize that there's been a lot of people missing off the map for quite some time. They've got good vision up top side as well.
Maybe Thompson? He might go to the creep wave. They see that creep, right? Yeah.
Ooh, is he going to get greedy? Divine Line of smoke propped.
They don't see Divine Llama. He is fine. But he's not revealed by vision. Oh yeah, they won't go for it. Okay.
But you see what I was talking about, right? Where you can't have 4 heroes not appearing on the map for that much time when they actually had pretty decent vision themselves, right? Like they just had complete understanding of where they could play, when they could do it. And it means that you're able to, stall this one out a little bit further.
Yeah.
If you're not quite ready to fight, really wants that level 15, wants that BKB to be able to push on forward, not having to worry about all Akunka spells, the Pangolier even just disrupting her from standing and fighting.
Yeah. I'm getting a little bit concerned here for Pure as well. I mean, he has himself the Manta style now. But he's not usually what you would expect from a Luna. Like, you always like to be ahead, and is very close to the net with here if the Terrorblade is actually being surpassed by a Pangolier. So we won't see a Luna on time as fast as we usually do on Pure. We won't be seeing an 1000 GPM on Luna today. but still a little bit concerning, especially with the fact that you are against this Terrorblade late game as well.
He is 0-4-1 though, right? So that has to weigh into the equation, both losing the gold as well as all those farming opportunities.
Yeah.
And, I mean, speaking of analog on his Pango, 6-1-4, so he has been just so integral to a lot of these early engagements that they've gone for. He's nearly level 15 as well, so he's going to have that extra little bit of duration on the Rolling Thunder. He's got the Aghanim Scepter picked up already as well, so that shield crash AoE attack, just to, again, reduce the Chen creeps. Previously, you kind of had to go Maelstrom to be able to deal with them, but ever since they gave pretty much every single neutral creep some sort of ability that costs mana, the Diffusal Blade can almost be enough.
I'm really surprised that he's got all these items though that quick. I mean, 18-minute Aghanims with a Diffusal Blade is pretty good. I mean, top of the net worth. So
He's a real good player.
Yeah, we'll see if they start to pressure this tier 1 tower now, as they're all grouping up for the bottom. Aghnim's just retrieved now on Davai Lama as well, so has the Torrent Storm, opting to go next for the Bloodstone here to be a unkillable force. And Homing Missile will scout out Pure, so he'll move back, as meanwhile, will they lay into this tier 1 tower? They're being kind of cautious here on Heroic, so not revealing too much of their presence at the moment.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Someone's going to need to push these towers, though, is the thing. Like, you can't rely on just KJ to be able to do it. He's actually really important. With the Curse of the Old Growth, like, that slow per tree is actually really impactful if you're able to come in second to a team fight, especially in this pre-BKB timing, where you just completely slow down everyone by dropping the Sprout and just pressing your Ag Shard ability. It gives you so much control, and it's going to enable the Conqueror and Pango to do even more damage than they already are.
Oh, they've scattered out K1 though, maybe. Yes, in the triangle, here we go. The Manta pop, the Sunder's there, but the damage is too much for K1 to handle. Will fall from the Eclipse. It's now rotations coming out from Heroic. They want to avenge the fallen Terrorblade, trying to find Pure there right now. The Torrent Storm coming out along with the Rolling Thunder. They found themselves 3 in return, possibly 4. Thompson not able to get the final finishing kill there onto Schofield and will fall. And 4K1, they will lose 4 on the side here of Tundra Esports. Lovely rotations coming out from Heroic. I mean, not enough to save the Terrorblade, but definitely enough to avenge him.
Yeah, this feels like just a draft that's been theory crafted really well. Like, you know what to do to be able to respond to the Chen, and I feel like Tundra made a bit of a mistake, even just leaving the Conquer there as an option for them, especially for Heroic, who have multiple really good Conquer players. So for them to be able to let this through, Davai Lama did, I believe, the most damage in that fight, nearly 3k, and then you just saw how Pangolier was able to just roll through everyone. Pre-BKB, this is a scary timing for Tundra. Might change around, though, if they can somehow just hold their nerve a little bit further, get into that BKB for themselves.
Yeah, it was just a difficult situation, I think, as well for Thompson to try and kind of lay out his damage, because as you saw, it was kind of a tedious fight. I mean, they were able to get themselves an amazing pick-off, but then after that, I felt like they were way too deep inside Heroic's kind of map, and that they were all trying to get themselves out, and Thompson, we saw that he was struggling to try and find a position where he could lay off damage. So he was right by that secret shop, as you saw, but then just got targeted. He was only able to get like a few physical attacks in, and it was like, oh no, okay, I'm dead here.
Yeah, I feel like he was targeted because he was the last one to die, to be fair, so I don't even think he necessarily did anything wrong. It was just, they just can't fight into all of this team fight that they've got on Heroic. They've got way too much AoE control, they've got way too much AoE damage that even someone super scary like a Chen isn't going to be that concerned about. They do have decent sustain though, right? You've got the Hand of God, you've got a little bit of that extra damage coming from the Grove Boat, Amp Up, the Vlads, the Mech. It's a lot of sustain to be able to play around with.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, they're just hanging around a triangle. I mean, BKB obtained now on Toby, so I guess that'll help with most of the magical damage being outputted here on Heroic, which is quite a lot. So Toby will be able to sustain now, and these upcoming team fights a lot better. Just wondering now whether he goes Ags.
That was just picked up. Not sure if K1 actually had any key components of his Skadi. Never mind, KJ just gets given them and acts as a courier for K1. So I mean, yeah, this is the time to go. If you're somehow able to get this push happening, reveal the Skadi, who cares? They don't have BKBs just yet. Like, Pure doesn't even have a TP, and I'm sure they would have actually seen that if they're just keeping track of him. So, I mean, even once he gets this all delivered, he doesn't have a TP, actually. He's got the BKB available, but no TP to join if they just continue to commit on forward in a lane with this Aegis.
Yeah, this is some big farm here on the Terrorblade, as you were saying. Got the Skadi, and a massive item, especially against Sniper and the Loot. I mean, even DK as well. That just having an effect on that regen. So an amazing item. I mean, especially at this time, what, like 21, 22 Skadi?
Yeah, it's crazy good.
With a Manta and a Dragon Lance, might I add. Oh yeah, he has been caught in the
He doesn't have a Quelling Blade.
He's got a BKB and TP away. He's okay. That BKB is 9 seconds. He should be fine. That Xbox will not bring him back. Yeah, he's good. He's okay.
But I mean, that is not how they envisioned using their first BKB
no, it's
on your
not.
Dragon Knight.
It's not the
So
greatest.
now you just have to wait around for even longer, right? Like, and it's not the worst. Pure, they don't exactly want to fight into this Aegis. It's only got 2.5 minutes left on it. Pure is now level 18. He's 300 gold away from those Moonglaves running around the Luna, so can become even more survivable as well.
Yeah. So 2 tier 2 towers remain for Heroic to take out. Even though it's only a 4k net worth lead, they're in a pretty strong position, and Thompson trying to escape here is going to be jumped upon here by KJ with the Sprout. Where's the TP cancel? Won't have it. The Hand of God helps, and Thompson is out of there.
Stolen Curse of the Old Growth, though, by 9 class, so maybe might provide that little bit of extra control that the team is needing to be able to protect themselves. Didn't really pop anything there, did Thompson? Honestly, doesn't have anything to pop, but well, with this Metamorphosis, I was mentioning how important it is for you to use meta not just for ganking, but for taking towers as well. The fact that they've been able to stall this one out, not lose the tower as a result of it. I think they know K1's here, excuse me. They've got the night vision from the Luna.
Yeah, they did. They just pinged it. Maybe perhaps they're going to go for a pick-off here. It could be big if they get K1, because there's no one here to protect him yet. They're coming forward now with the stuns and the physical damage. Nice Sunder, but I don't know if it's going to be enough for the rest of Heroic to come and rotate in time. It won't be. They find the kill, but KJ trying to get Thompson. Thompson in trouble. Actually going to fall here, though it will be a 2-for-1. They take down the Gyrocopter there too. Analog now trying to focus down the Chen with this Rolling Thunder. They do find KJ there, 9 class will, but a double kill for Analog. It's going to be a 3-for-2. Make that a 3-for-3. There's Toby also going to fall there. BKB now on Pure, going to commit that, trying to find down by Llama. He will fall. 3-for-4. Maybe a 5.
Oh, nice 9 class.
Maybe get Analog. Analog's going to be found. He will. He'll be taken out. He has himself the Aegis, though. I mean, they've got the Centaur ready to stun him. Nice blink dodge. But the stolen X marks. That is going to bring him back. Yeah, he does have the roll-up, but the Manta usage coming out there from Pure, not able to actually lay the lucky shot onto the Luna. As Luna now actually going to find the kill. They get the kill. There we go. Dominating spree for Pure on the Luna. That's what he needed. And look at that net worth now. He is 2k ahead of this Terrorblade.
Don't forget the quad European smiley face in the chat after, saying thank you very much for that X marks, won us the fight.
That wasn't a triple smiley, folks. That was a quadruple smiley. You know, stuff's going down there when a quadruple smiley comes out. But very, very nice pick-off here, though, from Tundra. Just a shame that K1 was scattered out there. But he was strong at the time, but they're able to find a massive pick-off there, and it works out for them greatly here.
Does indeed, yeah, just a little bit too far away from the rest of the boys, unfortunately. Not respecting the Lunar nighttime vision. And now they've even got a little bit of that extra vision up on that high ground as well, as a result of that team fight. So the map was shrinking for Tundra, which I was really surprised about. It should be, with this draft, the exact opposite. But Heroic, all of their responses have been good, but hopefully for their sake it doesn't come undone off of one poor death that probably shouldn't have happened.
Well, I have to say, big item coming out now for Terrorblade is the BKB. That should help against most of the damage that was dished out upon him previously when they picked him off, so has that BKB.
Do have a Kanda to deal with now, though, on Pure, and he's level 20, so Moonglaves are now firing out, and he's got an Enchanted Quiver, so damage is not an issue. Like, you have... Luna's probably the queen of split damage, right? Like, in terms of magic and physical. She can just do it all.
Toby found, he just...
Look at that! Takes Analog down to like a quarter HP off of one Assassinate and one Q coming through from the Luna.
Oh.
And you can do it every, what, 15 seconds? Almost going to be 10.
Well, he's
Thompson hits level 18.
He's going Akanda now as well. I mean, he did decide to go a second defensive item with the Hurricane Pike. Oh, I mean, even Thompson has himself an Enchanted Quiver here as well, so able to output more damage here with the Assassinate. Oh no.
Nicely done by K1 though on this top side. Just keeping this lane pushed in, making this smoke a whole lot more obvious. KJ might die.
Yeah, he might definitely die.
He's backing off in time though. That Observer Ward ended up saving him. No Roshan, at least for 20 seconds, so he doesn't lose anything by being up here off the map. Is this a full wraparound? They might be able to find 9 class. Oh, he blinks away, though.
Yeah, not able to catch it.
It just feels like they're throwing spells hoping to catch someone.
I mean, Tundra could turn it around. I mean, Toby's waiting. He has Blink ready. They have some good vision. The smoke's going to break. They found themselves Analog. This could be big if they catch out the Pangolier first here. The Assassinate along with the Eclipse coming out now. Just able to commit the Rolling Thunder, but will have to use that to escape as Davilama not able to heal up there with the Bloodstone. Taken out though, K1 with that BKB, laying the damage there. Pure in some trouble. Will fall by the hands of the Terrorblade though.
Thompson's just up on his high ground.
Takes down Whitemon there too. K1 still fine, but able to find the kill onto Schofield. Will force staff himself away, attempting now to actually turn it around, but the Assassinate takes down the Terrorblade. Double kill for Thompson, maybe perhaps a triple kill, trying to find KJ. Actually jumps himself to the high ground there with that concussive grenade. The Assassinate comes out now onto Analog 2, stunning him and slowing him down. Look at this reflection, stolen here from 9 class, and Toby comes in, gets the kill onto Analog. It's going to be a team wipe against Heroic.
The reaction speeds from 9 class are just way too good. Like, he is styling on them right now. Just instant blinks out into the perfect position, perfect steals on the right abilities. Like, he is just putting on a clinic right now on this Rubik, and it's only going to become easier once he gets that Yule set to ride. Even more protection against the likes of, you know, the X-Mark and everything else coming through.
Yeah, such a good target to go on there. They find themselves Analog, first smoke to break there, and take that opportunity to pounce on it as fast as possible, and not able to use the Rolling Thunder offensively there. Only for a few seconds, tried to come back into the fight, but it was so split, and Thompson was in such good positions during all of those fights, just being able to lay in the damage all the time. I mean, the Assassinate's coming off time again. You even saw there on Analog, and then the stolen reflection there, and because he has a Diffusal Blade on the Pangolier, actually takes more damage from the reflection.
And this was with just a Phylactery. Didn't even have a full Kanda as well. He's
yeah.
Gonna try and yoink away this one for free. Pure, of course, going to be there to help out. This is now in scary territory for Heroic. Roshan's banner certainly going to help things as well. I thought they'd weathered the worst of the storm, but now with Luna getting this big, I'm a little more concerned. Like, certainly rectified the, what was it, 0-4-1 start, 5-6-5. Had a much better last 15 or so minutes on Pure.
I'm not sure if this would be the right choice though for K1, but he thinks it's okay. He's going to try and go a Butterfly as soon as possible here. I mean, if you do die on Terrorblade with the Metamorphosis, I guess there's not really much that you can do. So he is opting to just surpass the buyback and try and get himself a Butterfly as fast as possible. Going to help with the physical damage being outputted by Luna and Sniper, I guess, but this Kanda with the loose beam along with Assassinate is a problem.
Yeah. Even maybe they're just wanting to play the other lanes as much as possible, right, during this Aegis timing. So if they have the butterfly, the illusions are really even more tanky. They're not dying to the tier 3 towers quite as easily. You see, it forces a rotation back like Topson just did, all the way back to the base. They're pinging him out right now, so I wonder if they look to make a move of their own onto Pure while Topson's nowhere nearby.
Yeah, it has that Aegis. I mean, that's one thing you definitely have to be careful of. And got a Eagle Song in the quick buy, so I'm thinking Pure is going to go for a Butterfly here too? Maybe? A Satanic too? Oh, no. Oh, this smoke's going to break on Analog.
Radiant's middle tower is under
There we go, they've got themselves a disappearance telekinesis as that swashbuckle came out, but able to
Got the roll up.
get that, yeah, that roll up. And Rolling Thunder out of there. Actually, maybe perhaps buying time here for the rest of Heroic to try and come in and find themselves something. K1 going to pop the
Pure's going to die.
Metamorphosis, able to dodge the Assassinate there with the Manta style usage. Is now trying to find 9 class there with the stolen Rolling Thunder. Able to get away. Pure, though, caught within a Sprout, able to get the kill. Though KJ will fall in return, though, we're both along with the Torrent Storm as well. Finding Thompson in the back lines. Thompson down for 70. The BKB
that Eclipse is on nothing.
Now, yeah, it's caught absolutely nothing here on Pure. You'll just have to back himself away, and they found themselves Toby here with the X-Mogs, taking down the Dragon Knight there too. They will only lose KJ for this, but they'll take down the Aegis also here on Heroic, which is huge, along with a tier 2 tower here also.
Maybe even more. I mean, they've still got a few seconds left on the meta, forced them to at least use the glyph and cause a little bit of threat. I don't think you're going to be considering using the buybacks just yet. What can 9 class do?
Yeah, going to siege the high ground now with both Thompson and Toby down. Well, he will commit the glyph. Has to be careful here, and K1 does not have himself a BKB. And was pulled back there by the telekinesis. Oh, nice bash as the Rolling Thunder came out, but that is actually going to affect up K1 there with the buyback coming out. Also, they will find themselves the Terrorblade in return, though. Toby with the buyback coming forward there, stunning up the Pangolier, going to try and roll up and roll away. Do they have themselves enough physical damage to take down the Pangolier? Yes, they do. Pango will fall, and they will pay the price for sieging the high ground, but that will cost a buyback here from Toby.
Oh, they're a real noisy team, aren't they, Tundra? Like, they lose a team fight, and then they win one, suddenly 50 voice lines. I love to see it. The banter just coming through immediately, and I mean, it's just another time where they overstayed their welcome a little bit. TB getting controlled, wasn't able to pop the BKB, wasn't able to pop the Sunder. Ends up paying for it with his life. At least they got the... Oh, hold on. KJ.
Oh, he's caught here, maybe.
Another Rolling Thunder on 9 class in 5 seconds.
Yeah.
The Phylactery's kind of silly. The Kanda, of course.
We have Kanda now, 2 on Thompson now.
Multiple lanes, getting whacked into.
I want to see him perform an Assassinate on someone here and see how much damage it does with this Kanda now. Oh, here we go. Okay, I mean, not that, but I mean, I guess he has himself some magic resistance, but he definitely does not have himself enough to survive that. So he will fall. Buyback here, though, from KJ.
Pure is in very deep.
Oh, nice usage there of the Wrath of Nature. It rooted some in place, rolling Thunder forwards, trying to find Thompson. Analog has to be careful here, though, from the damage. Assassinates there. Able to get away. The Eclipse comes out. Divine Llama on his own.
Conker?
He's gonna fall. He's down for 70. That was
Wasn't able to pop anything. No Blade Meld, no Halberd, no Bloodstone, no life for him, unfortunately. And now Thompson, without that Rolling Thunder being available, he can sit back. He can keep peeping up onto this high ground. Got the 35-minute creep wave coming through as well. So double siege needs to be dealt with. Might just be waiting for that Metamorphosis to wear out, though, as it is right now. 9 class.
Oh, that Assassinate. Oh my gosh. Telekinesis there, along with the stolen Torrent. Oh, can they find the kill? K1 activates the BKB just in the nick of time. Will survive. 9 class is such a threat here on this Rubik. My gosh. And now KJ, that's a dieback. The Assassinate there, trying to, I don't know, push away Tundra with the Sprout, but just gets decimated by the hands of Tundra.
Pure even just walking forward and getting the gem so they don't get it quite as easily, and the base passes it off to 9 class, so you've got even more difficulty now, and this is the horror show. You know, having a Luna inside your base. K1.
Yeah.
You have no BKB.
He's been used up. Uh-oh. He's been stunned up. He's found. K1 down for 80 seconds. There's now more leeway for Tundra to just come forward and try and find more. I mean, the boat comes in, but the turret storm as well. I mean, that will disrupt Tundra, but not a care in the world. They're just going to go for the middle set of racks now. I mean, Rolling Thunder already committed. No buyback here on the Terrorblade. They're going for the tier 4s now. This looks to be game here if they can't do anything about it.
Yeah, Claire's bouncing everywhere. You can't even move on forward. It's breaking things like... Well, they don't even have Blink Daggers outside of Analog, but you just feel so scared to go on in, and yep, they call it. They tap on out. He played really well with some of his offensive rotations, but yeah, K1 just caught out a couple too many times, and against this style of draft, you really can only make, like, let's say 2 mistakes, and I think the third one was really what broke them.
Yeah, it did look like they had themselves a great time here on the side of Heroic. Things were looking good. KJ coming in with some amazing rotations, but Tundra still able to come back. I mean, Pure didn't have himself the greatest time here on Luna either. He was on 0 and 4. And we were concerned that this Terrorblade, now a very good hero against Luna, was able to turn it around. But I think Heroic here got caught off in quite a lot of situations, and that led to their downfall in this game 1.
They, the win prop it was only in Heroic's favor for about 3 minutes, let's say, at around the 30-ish minute mark. You know, when they had... I believe taken an Aegis at the time. They were pushing up onto that high ground. They'd forced a buyback out of, I want to say, the DK. But, yeah, it really did feel like it was waiting for the inevitable for Tundra to eventually just get way too strong. And it took a lot, right? It took Pure to somehow recover and keep up with his net worth despite dying 4 times versus the 1 or 0 times that K1 had died. It meant that they needed to find the right targets to be able to go on to, which was Divine Llama at a lot of the time, as well as Analog, right? They were just the ones providing all that control that you need. And then Whitemon kind of showing why you first banned the Chen. 10, 5, and 14 on this hero, providing 16k healing as well for his entire team.
I mean, he got the most kills out of his team. Whitemon on the +5 Chen.
Mm-hmm.
Getting
I feel like I have to give it to Night Class, though. Like, when Heroic had that small window of opportunity, and they were trying to, like, shut the door, finally get some sort of engagement to enable them to go up onto the high ground, it was Night Class that, like, broke a bunch of smokes and almost single-handedly won them a few team fights.
Yeah, like, picked off Analog here a few times, especially what you said with that smoke. Just had a dust of appearance in inventory, just popped it, and they were able to find themselves Analog. So it seemed like as this game progressed and this Rubik was able to steal more spells, it was just very difficult for them to try and defend themselves here, because it was always Tundra who were on the aggressive from there on out, just finding heroes that were on their own and isolated from the rest of the team. I mean, this is where we can see on the highlights that we thought Heroic were having an excellent time here, but they're jumping forward to 37 minutes here when K1 didn't have himself a buyback. He's just getting themselves decimated one by one, it felt here, by the hands of Tundra.
Yeah, no buyback, no BKB. Not the place to be is outside the base, especially when you've got the full Tundra army coming up onto your high ground. So, yeah, it really just felt like they ran out of options, they ran out of chances, and Tundra made them pay. So that's what a good team does. I gotta say, Heroic did impress me, though. You know, like, they clearly have the guts to be able to say, we feel like we've got the strategy to be able to defeat this Chen strat, and they were doing a really good job against it for the first, like, 30 or so minutes, but yeah, they waited a little bit too long. They got picked off once or twice too many times, and that was all that Tundra needed. There's a reason why they're a very good team. It's a reason why they're qualifying to basically everything that they don't already get directly invited to. They are a damn good team. I'd say they're easily the favorites to be able to go through from this Swiss stage into the groups, but Heroic made them work for it, so kudos need to be given to them.
Yeah, I mean, I'm quite excited to see what they come out with Game 2, because they definitely did have a great performance during the early stage of the game. As you said, I feel like they can definitely improve from Game 1, just making sure that they, don't isolate themselves as hard and respect the opponents as if like maybe perhaps like they're 20k behind, so that they make sure that they're always together. Because I think one of the scenarios that you mentioned as well, Danog, they didn't respect like the vision of Luna, and they were able to scout out K1, and then that's kind of where it went a little bit sideways there when they were able to catch the Terrorblade, and then we just started seeing lots of pickoffs like on Analog as well. I mean,
Yep.
I did enjoy though the KJ Nature's Prophet. I mean, you saw the power of that rotating around during the early stages of the game. I wouldn't be surprised if they picked this up again. It had quite a lot of impact, I feel.
And I thought Analog was pretty great as well, to be honest. Like, if they ended up winning, he would have been my MVP easily. Like, he just made so much happen. He dominated a lane that he probably didn't have any right to. He almost always was on the right target in the middle of these team fights. It's just that the team fights needed to happen where they were on the full-on offensive, and eventually they had to defend. Didn't work out quite as well. But yeah, that's just game 1. We got game 2 coming up very shortly after a break. Shouldn't be too long before we get into that one. Can Heroic bring it back to a 1-1, force a 3-game series, or will Tundra be able to close it out? We will see after this short break. Have a drink. Be back soon.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Elite League with myself, Epidomnos. Joining me is Danog. We just had ourselves game 1 out of this best of 3 between Tundra and Heroic. Now, we fought Heroic. They were doing very good in the early stages of the game, but Tundra Esports, they were actually able to take it back here and get themselves a victory, because we saw Pure wasn't having the greatest of time on Luna. I know we did cover this a little bit, but with the you know what? I don't know whether I say it was because of the neutrals here. I think this Enchanted Quiver, along with Kanda, did some work. I don't know what you think, Dan, but you did raise it, and we're like, uh-oh. Okay, they have Enchanted Quiver with the
Double
with the Kanda.
Kanda. Yeah, with,
double Kanda.
With the Aghanim Scepter and level 18 and level 20 fires out Lucent Beams on the Luna. Like, it was a lot to have to deal with, but you had to get to that point. And I feel like it was really the support duo that got them to that point, with being able to even, like, break even in a lot of these fights. Or even if you didn't break even, you still had their potential to quickly shove out lanes. Like 9 class, you can rely on his ability to be able to quickly get off a Fade Bolt plus whatever spell he's stolen, and then blink out to safety, you know. And in those first few team fights that we were seeing where Tundra really started taking hold of the game, it was him that got them the correct sorts of initiations onto Analog, and that was really what turned the tide. So I'm still a 9 class believer. It must be so easy to play Dota when you've got someone like that that's just opening the game up so much for you.
Yeah, he's an amazing Rubik player, and it just highlighting how much he can do. I mean, there's a lot of spells that he stole there. I mean, Telekinesis pulling back into a Torrent, actually disrupting K1, I think, so many times here, with the Torrent especially, stolen from Davai Lama. I mean, I don't think there was any Torrent Storm stolen, but he did definitely steal the Rolling Thunder once or twice, and especially when we saw them go the high ground, actually able to turn it around there, even though he got bashed up by the Swashbuckle and the Skull Bash, but still was able to make it work and did a superb performance. So we'll see now whether they decide to ban out some heroes.
Question for you. Are they going to ban the Chen? Because it is Tundra that have first pick.
Oh my gosh. I mean...
They will not. Chen is not.
They will not ban the Chen. It might come out again. The Chen might come out. We might see a Whitemon army. And he goes above and beyond and gets more kills than his carries.
I feel like if they're going to Chen, they should just ban the Kunkka, honestly. Like, it feels solid enough to me. They might still just Pango. Obviously, we saw Analog is great with it. Davai Lama is one of the players that actually plays Pango in the offlane as well and is able to make it work. So maybe they feel like that would be enough to be able to stop an army from running at you. I do like all of Heroic's bans. If I had to choose, I would probably not ban the Bat Rider or the Monkey King and do Chen instead. But clearly they feel like this is something that they need to consider. Also, just looking at Pure's games in the lead up to this, basically all of them are Morphling and Luna. So I'd be really surprised if Luna isn't addressed with this next ban that Heroic have.
And look what it is, Danog. Look what comes out of the midst. It's back again.
It's a good hero. I mean, what can I say?
Okay, so Chen comes out. In their turn, they will respond with a Kunkka. And you highlighted that even though that they did pit themselves to Chen, this was a good hero, and they dealt with it accordingly during the early stages with this Kunkka.
Yep. I feel like maybe the laning stage could have probably gone better for Tundra just before Tidebringer's really an issue. Just because you can still look to Swarm while Tidebringer's got the longer cooldown when you're not doing quite as much damage to be able to deal with it. You know, I guess Whitemon's positioning in general was good, but I don't think he got as many creeps dominated as he would have been wanting in that early start to the game. So we'll see. They do ban out the Nature's Prophet, though. Maybe they felt like that was the big issue on Tundra. Like, that was the thing letting them pick up the pace so effectively. And honestly, I agree. KJ was everywhere in the first 20 minutes.
I mean, getting himself a very early Spirit Vessel there, too, so very an undervalued item quite on the early stages of the game. Was able to dish out quite a lot with a Spirit Vessel, so yeah. I agree, understand the ban, but they come out with a Gyrocopter again. This is exactly what they picked here within the first game, so more than confident to go the Gyrocopter again, so it's similar to that of game 1.
A Razor ban, huh? You don't really see that much Razor from Tundra, is the thing. Like, they're a little bit more unconventional than that. So maybe this is like foreshadowing something that they really want to pick up for K1? What is that, though? Is it a Sven that they want to go into? Yeah, it's the exact same draft.
Yeah. This is a repeat.
Lifestealer? I mean, K1 loves his Lifestealer, but I'm not sure if Lifestealer is the best thing to have against a Chen army. Like, you can have Radiance, but who cares? I'm not sure. Maybe they just feel like it's another one of those heroes that can just pair together relatively well with this draft. What happened next in this draft? I forget. Was it Luna now, or was it Luna later? Omni Knight. Okay. Yeah, it was the sniper.
It was sniper. It was the sniper. So yeah, you were mentioning this when we were getting the Thompson sniper. He was on the lane, and you said he's not afraid to pick these heroes like Omni Knight as well on the mid lane, and he picks it now. So now we might actually see yourselves a Omni Knight mid, and I've tinkered with this concept before. It's kind of broken. Of course, another Kanda builder. He gets the phylactery though a lot earlier. I'm not sure how Thompson does it. Of course, obviously let the pro handle it because he is a pro in all of these things. Especially building unconventional items. Like he was the man in charge of the E-Blade builds going around for all the heroes. But now this time we'll see how he builds the Omni. I'm quite intrigued as to how he'll make this work for the mid lane.
Yeah, most of the time it's just like an Echo Saber around the time you're hitting level 10 with a Phase Boots, with a Wand, and then go into the Phylactery next in a Shard, just to really get that instant pick-off of someone with a lot of this pure damage. So, interesting that they're happy enough to pick the Omni Knight without necessarily knowing what their matchup is going to be. What would you lane into it, though? Do you go... Could you, like, lane OD against it and just bully it in the lane and make sure it gets absolutely nothing? Maybe. I think anything that can kite him. I feel like I don't know if Heroic play Wind Ranger, but I think Wind is kind of very annoying for Omni Knight to play against because yes, you're going to be able to hit out with your what's it called? The Hammer of Purity or whatever the hell it is. You know, obviously his big nuke item. But if you're able to get the distance, then he's not able to do much. Because he gets the cooldown at around about level 20 with his talent. And another thing that they could go is a very good Mage Slayer builder. You get a Mage Slayer against Omni Knight, he will not do as much as you think he will do, because obviously, of course, Mage Slayer, stopping spell damage output, you get yourself a casual Mage Slayer builder, and you're going to have quite an impact on the Omni. But I feel like the main Mage Slayer builders these days are like, what, Ember Spirit and Pango are probably the main two. Yes, Slark can, and, all these other sorts of heroes, but I would say those are the main two. There's the reason for the Razor ban. K1 clearly feels like this is viable. But I feel like Omni just dumpsters both of those heroes that I mentioned in the lane, so I wouldn't be all that concerned about that, to be honest. What else was I was thinking something. I did have... if they don't go any sort of catch, I could see a mid-Wyvern working as well, if Analog is able to play them. Just because you could constantly stay at range, you're great against a Chen army, both with Splinter Blast as well as Winter's Curse. It just depends if they've got someone that's going to hit you on the front lines or not.
Yeah, I like it quite a lot, actually.
I'll always shoehorn in a Wyvern. You know me, I'm a Grandmaster of the hero, so...
Okay. I did not know you were a Grandmaster of Wyvern, but I thoroughly agree with you. I think if they get like a core Wyvern, we know how much damage the Arctic Burn, I mean, especially with like a Witchblade, does to heroes which are very tanky. It absolutely rips into people. Practically leaves half of their HP remaining. They go a Meepo, though.
Let's go. I love Tundra. I love casting Tundra games. You never know what to expect. Honestly, if they win, that's probably my interview. Like, do you go into drafts with a mentality, or is it just like, pick what we're vibing with, Oh, man. What do you pick now? So I mean, Wyvern's even better now, dude.
Yeah. That Wyvern's looking even juicier. Unless they ban it. They ban out the Huskar.
Sure. Don't want to get dominated in the lane. Makes a lot of sense. And they know this gyro can't be beefed up to a POS 1 now, because you picked the Lifestealer. Although there was one... Who was it? Was it Devi Lama? It might be. There's one person that's picking Lifestealer in the off lane, and I think it's Devi Llama, and he's making it work in the right games for it. I think it might just be a bad Lifestealer game, maybe. But maybe if they just really feel like the Gyrocopter is going to give them value in the POS 1, maybe they could change it. I'm trying to like next level this stuff, but it's probably just what we're expecting. I think unless Heroic get that really big gotcha pick with this last one, it's all Tundra.
Yeah, Tundra's looking a bit scary here with Meepo. I mean, the only thing I think that they have in regards to kind of disrupting them at the moment and damage-wise is Kunkka, so there's a lot of pressure on Devi Llama once again on this Kunkka to come out on top. Unless it is, of course, the unconventional Lifestealer offlane. I mean, that'll be what to tell people if that comes out.
He won the game, so like I did look at the actual heroes he was against, and it was like the perfect Lifestealer game. So maybe he was just begging his carry to pick it, and they didn't. So he's like, "Screw it, I'll do it myself," and yeah, won the game.
So they'll ban out the Nigma on the last pick.
More Aura boys, it seems, not wanting Toby to be comfortable. Because this time, they do have frontline. You know, Meepo and Omni want to go in. So, like, what is Toby going to be able to get away with? Is it possible to see, like, a Toby Slardar? That was something that he, like, became really known for when he was on Viking GG. Like, he would just crush all of his pups when he was playing with it. And it matches up pretty damn well against a Lifestealer.
Yeah, I could see that, yeah. I'm thinking so. I was thinking, do they lack magical damage? And I was like, they definitely have poof along with... it's such a stupid thing to say. Do they have magical damage? Yeah, they have poof.
Hey!
It does come out to be the Slardar. Okay, there we go. So, Corrosive Haze is going to do work here, along with the fact that the Meepo physical attacks, and they do have themselves to nuke. I'm silly to say that, because they have themselves Omni Knight on the mid lane with Thompson. He's going to get himself a phylactery. So, it's not... magical, it's pure, so it's even better. It's even better nuke damage.
Yeah.
So we'll see that come out, but what will Heroic respond with? So they obviously know it's Omni Knight mid. We can't see a mid laner yet. That is the last pick that they need here for Heroic.
I mean, I think Pango would get crushed in the lane. I know Analog did a really good job last game against a lane that he probably should have lost.
Ooh.
This isn't a mid-ET, is it? This isn't an off-lane Lifestealer, is it? Hold on.
Is it? Wait. Oh, it's got interesting now. I mean, Elder Titan, amazing against someone of the likes of Meepo.
Yeah.
So KJ on the Enchantress, they have still yet to pick here. K Lifestealer, so it's not a Lifestealer off lane. They're still deciding, is it a mid Elder Titan? It's going to be good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could be
either
offlane,
one should
actually.
be fine. I mean, going up, I don't think either lane is like good or bad for either team, right? Like Kunkka will have the Tiebringer for the Chen units, Elder Titan will have Astral Spirit for the Chen units, and it's just going to be even stronger as a result of it. It just maybe depends on who you want to hit what timing, and it's going to be Devi Llama playing it. So, yeah, I mean, across all of his teams, we always see him have this like really... It's not that out there, this last pick, you know, going up against a Meepo, but it's still something that we don't exactly see every day. A core Elder Titan coming through, playing for that level 15 talent, especially to start with, and then level 20 beyond that. So, again, it's going to be one of those things where are you going to be able to get to that stage, is the real question against a Chen.
I mean, looking at the draft now, I do see if Elder Titan went up against either Omni Knight or Meepo, I'd probably prefer Elder Titan to go up against Meepo, because I think Omni Knight could potentially have the potential to smash out Elder Titan out the lane and have an impact on his farm, whereas Kunkka can actually trade with the Omni Knight on the off lane and does okay against the Meepo, so it's more for protecting the Elder Titan, maybe, perhaps, because Kunkka can trade fine with either Meepo or Omni Knight with the Tidebringer, but we'll see how this game goes. I mean, they get themselves Shen again, Danog, and they've got themselves the Slardar. You were bang on with that during the Viking days here for Toby. And I think the Corrosive Haze works very, very well, especially with the bashes through on the Enrage. So we'll see how this goes here for Heroic, whether they are able to actually hold their ground against this Meepo Omni Knight. I'm really curious as to how this will go, especially with their Elder Titan last pick, or whether Tundra will come out on top and get themselves a 2-0.
I just feel really bad for some of these heroic heroes because I feel like so many times this game they're going to get burst 100-0 with absolutely no response to it, right? Either Meepo jumps on you or Omni Knight blinks on you when he's level, let's say, 15 and, like, triple hits you with a Hammer of Purity and an Echo Saber, and then you've got a Corrosive Haze on top of that. Like, we're going to see heroes melted, just deleted out of Dota.
Yeah, right.
I want a prediction, Epi. What do you reckon? Is the Meepo Chen Omni Knight build going to work?
I mean, to be honest, I don't really want to see Mega Meepo with Repel. I think it'll be disgusting.
30 seconds to battle.
It'll just be a tower of Meepos running at you that can't be locked in place because it has Repel, and it'll just dispel everything. And then the more debuffs is thrown at the Meepo, the tankier he will be.
And they've got, like, the thing that I also don't really like about this is that they've got basically 0% damage outside of open wounds, right, on Lifestealer. And I don't think it's necessarily a good Lifestealer game. I might be wrong. I might be completely wrong. But I just feel like they've got ways to be able to deal with him.
Yeah, I can see that. As long as Toby is making sure that he's on top of the Lifestealer, just laying out the Bash of the Deeps with Slithering, Crush, and Corrosive Haze, then I definitely feel that he will not be able to sustain with Feast, unless he has some kind of Dispel.
Interesting. You see what they just did up top with the...
Yeah, they just took the range creep, yeah.
Maybe feeling like it's going to be hard for them to do it in the lane. Maybe they're just wanting to shift the equilibrium a little bit so it's more easy for them to control the camps so that Whitemon doesn't have these creeps to be able to play around with. We'll have to wait and see.
I want to pause.
I'm doing good, Pure. Thanks for asking.
That's the first time I've ever heard someone respond to it.
Need hotkey. I love the taunting coming out from Pure.
Yes. Okay, so hotkeys now obtained here for Darvai Lama. Now able to play Elder Titan.
It's all fixed. I'm sure we'll get 0 extra pauses coming through.
This is where Pure dies now. Starts to have a horrible time here on the lane. It was all because of that hotkey change with the pause.
Would you aggressively pause and say, do you need to fix your hotkeys if that happens?
Maybe. So it's all fun and games. On both these mid laners. I'm just looking at the mid lane, how this will play out here. Both Analog and Thompson here just spamming each other with harassment spells.
Things are going to be a little bit more chill. I mean, of course, Toby knows how to play the Slardar, right? So he's, I'm sure, going to be communicating with 9 class whenever he's feeling strong at all stages of this game. And as soon as you hit up onto that level 2 on the Rubik, of course, you get so many more kills enabled for yourself.
Oh my gosh, look at this harass coming out. I mean, Hammer of Purity in 3 seconds, but not chase Analog here. Just dominating.
Who manipulated the lane over in that way? Was that Thompson that did that, or was that Analog?
Yeah,
it was Thompson.
I think that was from the... Yeah, no, that was Thompson. Yeah. Thompson, yeah.
Because, like, you just don't want Analog to be able to freely get these Tidebringers off, right? You want to be able to control a lot of these water runes as Thompson, well, he's going to get thrown up into the air. Oh!
Wow,
yeah, there's that level 2 I was talking about.
Yeah, they got themselves KJ. I mean, not rotating around this time. No Nature's Prophet for you. Actually fall here.
I'll be really impressive if Heroic are able to win this game, because it takes
the
balls
diving
to be
Chen.
able to say... Oh.
Diving Chen top, finding a kill. And a courier! Oh, Pure's healing south. Schofield. Got to be careful, though.
Are they out of regen? I think Meepo might have just dropped a salve in base. Yeah, he'll give it over to Whitemon. And he probably wants to buy another set of tangos as well, just for sustain for the lane. Well, maybe not. One salve they feel like is going to be enough.
Oh, he wants to chase him. Oh, here we go. Oh, the damage. Oh, the damage. Dive it. No,
Nice
body
blocks.
blocked by Whitemon. There we go. You got to be
This is
careful
why
now.
you need those tangos.
Level 2. Oh, he's diving into the tower. He has himself the level 2 Astral Spirit now, so it's a little bit more terrifying.
And that's just with boots. He doesn't even have phase boots or anything like that. It's pure, yeah, forced to use that salve on the top side.
I mean, speaking of harassment...
Hold on.
Look at
I'm just
Analog
expecting a glyph to come out, like an aggressive glyph where he dives under the tower.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Analog's not having a good time.
Oh, there's just so much going on in this game right now. I mean, Thompson throwing away another Hammer of Purity again. Really needs regen here on Analog in order to sustain. I mean, Pure at least healed up with the healing salve. I actually wondered, Analog, though, if... oh god, oh no. Oh no, Pure! Oh no! The Astral Spirit and the Natural Order! No armor! Just hits through for it. Get off my lord. That's the kill. He's got his hotkey now, Pure. You shouldn't have baited him for it.
Yeah. And he's got the phase boots coming out as well, so even more dangerous to have to deal with. Yeah, Toby is just crushing this lane. He's already up by 900 gold relative to K1. And, I mean, Toby is a Slardar specialist, K1 is a lifestealer specialist. It just goes to show, like, what hero is just out and out better, at least in terms of the laning stage, right? So I liked a lot of, again, what Heroic were able to do with their draft. It is, of course, questionable, as they get another career pick-off, letting the Rubik and the Chen through after what they just did to you in Game 1. But, yeah, I just didn't really ever see a spot for this lifesteal of this game, and he's not having a good time in lane.
I mean, he has got himself phase boot, so I don't know if they'll go on the aggression out. I think they're trying for something here, trying to get Toby, slowing him down there with the enchant. They want a Centaur Stomp, they will find it. They might actually get themselves the kill, trying to body block here too with the Centaur, but won't be able to do it for long, because now the Guardian Sprint comes out, and Impetus will not get the kill. They will find the courier, though. He will lose his boots and his gloves of haste, and gets away. But yeah, because if they had done that nerf ages and ages ago, how the Impetus has fixed damage from a distance, then I'm sure that would have been a kill on Slardar.
Sure. I thought he was dead for sure. Won't have the full boots now coming out, which is actually kind of a big deal. I didn't have the belt of strength, but anyway, should be able to at least get back out to the lane. But I'd say giving a little bit of extra farm over to 9 class isn't the worst. It is, though, if he dies.
Yeah, he may fall here. He has no mana. I mean, he does have himself a blood grenade and a healing salve. Yeah, he's going to try and deny himself here. No, won't be able to. K1 gets the kill. Ooh, okay, this is intriguing. I'm looking at Thompson's build for the Omni, so I think usually you would put like quite a lot of points into Hammer of Purity if you wanted to play like this Omni Knight core, but he's put 3 points into the Purification, and I think you'd put quite some early points into Repel as well, only putting level 1, so going for kind of like lots of nuke damage here with the Purification and Sustain. So,
I think that's fine. You just really want to bully this Conqueror away, and if a Conqueror is weak, then your Chen is strong. It basically is the way that you need to look at it. So I'm totally on board with Thompson's build. I was honestly even considering him not putting a single point into Repel, just because of how much it could allow you to dominate the lane. But 1 point, I'm on board with. It's really good value.
Yeah. Oh, maybe some action happening bottom. Wanted to try and take down Whitemon here. Creeps versus creeps. The stomp is there from KJ. And they get the kill onto Whitemon. They have creep control on their own here. On the side of Heroic. And Enchantress will come out superior in that fight on the bottom.
Bit of a wasted rotation, unfortunately, for Analog. Doesn't really get much other than assist out of that one, and Thompson just continues to dominate that mid lane.
Perhaps we'll see a turnaround here. I mean, they do have themselves both and X marks. I thought KJ was going to maybe rotate in here with the Enchantress.
He's got Repel, though.
Okay, here we go. Oh, the Torrent doesn't connect. Whitemon's here too with 9 class, so...
Delivers him his phase boost, gets a bottle refill. Very nicely done. Good coordination coming through.
9 class sent his courier in.
How many couriers has Schofield sniped? I feel like it's at least 4.
I don't think that was. I think that was just an unintentional feeding of the courier there. I think he may have misclicked something by accident here on 9 class.
Sure. Man still sniped 4 though.
Yeah, he still sniped 4.
Man, it's kind of crazy how just off of that kill, K1's been able to pretty much equalize the net worth between him and the Lifestealer. Minus 2, he ended up getting the Lifestealer before, and speaking of, he ends up suffering because of KJ being here. Of course, that Guardian Sprint is dispellable, so it makes it a lot harder for you to be able to get away, and of course, if Lifestealer is able to lock in onto you, and he's got these early items. Look at that, he went the Talisman of Evasion first again this time. This time it makes a lot more sense.
Yeah.
Obviously, being able to reduce a lot of that incoming damage. Potentially you get the Infest off and, you know, return to the team fight in a better state.
Yeah. Oh, they're going to try and go for Pure here? Homing Missile? Never mind, he's alright. But I gotta say, Dalai Lama net worth wise, top of the net worth here.
Juicy.
Try and go an Echo Saber? I think.
No, I think he's just rushing out.
Really? Oh, okay. I mean, pretty good. We don't see it often. A core Elder Titan, but this Agnim's 2 seconds per affected enemy hero when the spirit returns. If he does get it, he is. Speaking
of, top side, tops in with his repel, able to stop that stomp from preventing the escape.
Yeah, he still TPs away though. Where is Oh, this is where Analog is. He gets a kill there onto 9 class. I was like, Analog's missing on the mid lane. Where is he? Oh, he's just getting the kill onto Rubik.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Now where? Yeah, Toby's been forced all the way back inside of his triangle. Really not where you want to be, and kind of giving him a bit of their own business with being able to use the Centaur Conqueror to tank up a lot of these tower hits for the boys. Still have a siege creep to be able to deal with, but Toby will be very happy to farm it here next to the safety of his tower. He is wanting to go a Echo Saber, I believe, correct? Yeah, looks like that's what he's building into. So again, it's just about that quick burst, that quick kill threat onto a bunch of different heroes. You're probably going to have it at a similar sort of timing from Meepo, Omni Knight, and Slardar. So really, again, it's all about the supports in the early game. Yeah, has done a fairly good job. Whitemon's done a very good job being able to assist with that.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Was doing okay with farming up here too, even though he's against an Elder Titan. It's just going to be a problem for him during the middle and late stage of the game. This Elder Titan going to be scary. Can't forget about the I forgot about that actually. The 100% cleave on the Elder Titan.
It's all about that. Well, level 15 talent's pretty damn good too, but yeah, level 20 for sure. I guess the level 15 is even more important relative to a Meepo lately, just because of Mega Meepo, just making it 1 unit, so cleave isn't actually as impactful. But you know, certainly it's a lot to have to be constantly concerning yourself with.
And Thompson just surviving here on the mid lane, just keeps on popping that purification there. It's actually the first spell he shall max, putting 4 points into purification.
He's going to hit the Phylactery about the same time that he gets that plus 50 base damage as well, coming from the level 10 talent, so it was really good to be able to just, again, you find anyone out of position, they are just dead. I'm going to actually try and make a bit of a play here onto top, so maybe thinking you would use the stomps, test the cooldown of the repel. It is quite long, level 1, 45 seconds. Not even wanting to use it, feeling like it's a bit of bait.
Okay, so 9 class able to dodge the X-Marks and the boat by he stole Infest and infested into Toby. So that was pretty interesting. Almost
yeah,
Agnims.
This man have Rubik. I don't know. Doesn't sound like a recipe for profit to me.
He has X-Mark stolen though now. This will be nice.
Oh.
Let's get a
And
D
it has
ward
even
as
more
well.
cast range.
Has been
You'll
destroyed.
pay with his courier though.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
So I don't think we'll see. Oh my gosh! Oh no! Davai Lama's courier sniped there. It just went underneath this tier 1. They will find Schofield there too.
Oh,
They'll
no.
cliff Davai. Oh no! He
Oh,
committed
no.
the TP. Oh
Yeah.
no! The TP
This
got
is looking
cancelled
rough.
there. It is. I'll be torrented up. If only he had the Agnim shard. He could move. Oh no, he might die here. Well, unless they're gonna leave him.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Nah, they'll get the kill.
Yeah.
No, there it is
That's
again.
about. That's one of the few cases where you're allowed to do the old chat. If you clip someone,
Is under attack.
they kind of deserve what's coming to them. And yeah, the TP was just rubbing salt into the wound, right? That was a stolen homing missile, was it? Did it end up stolen?
I think it was. Yeah, it was.
Is under attack.
It was a. Or it might have been X marks actually. It was what? It was one of them.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
So now your map is shrinking. You have. It's probably a minute until he's got the Aghanim Scepter for himself on the ET, just to make
Yeah.
that a little bit less likely to happen. They are chasing Analog behind the tier 1 tower, feeling that confident.
I'll go grab him with the X mark. So he does have himself the repel. So he's just like, it's okay. I just run away. It's fine. Casts the taunt as well. That's alright. The power of
Everyone's got his
repel.
Radiance though, so hopefully for his sake he's able to continue keeping up in terms of farm. Of course, very, very hard to do so against a Meepo that's had, outside of the very start of the laning stage, a pretty good time. Got the Mega Meepo as well, picked up, plus the Diffusal Blade.
Yep.
Gotcha.
But not
It's clear that they really need to play around Davai Lama as soon as he gets this Aghanim Scepter for himself. I mean, you've gone items that are really going to enable it quite heavily, like the Drums of Endurance are finished up on Schofield, so I really want to see them looking to try and play together as much as possible. Just because you can run down basically everyone at this point. Got to be constantly mindful whenever you're playing against a Slaughter as well that this is probably going to be happening. Roshan goes down very quickly against this with the Penitence, with the amplified damage. Of course, all the Meepos hitting it as well.
Yep, easy Roshan for them.
Are scanning.
Though Agnim's now obtained finally gets that point booster from his dead courier.
Roshan has fallen to the
Get
down.
themselves the Aegis there on Pure.
Dire's top tower is under
Well, he
Thompson
just
just
cast
on his
repel.
own is able to get 3 heroes hitting it onto him.
Oh,
Is
they're
this
going to
be able
settle
to
with
kill
the
him?
boat and the Earth Splitter.
Okay.
Yes, it will. Very nice usage there. I think he
It
wants
costs a lot for
save
them
the
to be able to
repel.
do it though. And
Dire's middle tower.
I mean, what
is
do you
under
even go for next on this Meepo? Is it a Blink Dagger just to enable you to, you know, blow up, let's say, I don't know, Elder Titan before he has the Astral Spirit buff?
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Skadi? Skadi
Yeah,
nice
could do.
against Livestealer?
It's okay. I think you want that blow up potential, I think, is the big thing that you're really working for. Slaughter going for one himself, 800 or so gold away from being able to pick that up. He'll have his level 12 as well at that time, so basically taking everyone to negative armor ratings outside of the Conquer. Positive sides for Heroic, though, they've got their own Torrent Storm coming very, very shortly.
Yeah, that'll be nice to get on Analog once they get themselves the Agnims.
Even gets the best neutral item for a Meepo, so much stats for Pure to be able to play around with.
Radiant's middle tower.
I'm quite intrigued though, they're not giving them an opportunity to fight here on the side of Tundra. They are just farming up comfortably, and Thompson, even though that he did die once, I still think he can be aggressive like this. He just needs to just commit the repel and run away, and he okay.
Pretty much. Ooh, like this neutral item choice coming out from Davai Lama, especially if he's going to be frontlining. Gossamer Cape, great against a Slaughter and an Omni Knight, just to reduce a whole lot of that incoming damage.
Well, movement speed as well.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, sure. That plus phase boots for that percent increase feels really nice. Of course, that with the drums on top of everything else. I really feel like Heroic are waiting for Tundra to make a move, and then feeling like they've got that surprise gotcha. It's just a matter of who do you allow to get picked off as Schofield. See you later.
He's okay.
Maybe
Yeah,
not.
no, he's not.
Maybe
No,
he is.
he will be found, but in return, rotation's coming in. Thompson getting away there. Oh no, they'll bring it back here with the boat and the Earth Splitter with the Torrent Storm. As they get a 2-for-1 there, so they'll actually come out on top here on the side of Heroic.
Radiant's middle tower.
But it's all in really defensive positions, right? It takes
It
them
is,
a while
yeah.
for them to get back out on the map. Meanwhile, Pure's taking your Ancients. Meanwhile, Top's pushing in with this giant Gen army and about 50 skeletons. That'll
Oh
take
my
the tower in
gosh.
3 seconds. And it gave Toby the time to have this Blink Dagger coming out on the career right now.
Oh, Schofield? What? Okay. That just happened. He just TP'd into his death.
Mm-hmm.
I know, maybe perhaps
Not
he
much
didn't
more we
see
can
the
say. Yep,
No,
that's what happened.
Meepo just taking control of this part of the map too. Has that ultimate orb, but hasn't revealed
Radiant's top
what
tower
to buy
is
yet.
under
Could go
attack.
the Scuddy here,
Scythe,
maybe.
maybe. Wouldn't
Oh
hate a
my
Scythe of
gosh.
Ice.
That tier 2
Yep.
is falling! That tier 2 is melting! Oh, Davai Llama.
Davai Llama.
Yeah, he's rotating in.
Was he
There's
going
the
to
X
cheeky
marks. Oh, here we go, here we go, here we go. Oh, that might be a death.
Doesn't want to come in.
No, he doesn't want to come in. Okay, he's out of there. But K1 coming in. That's the Enrage. Pure's still okay. In comes a homing missile. Oh, Mega Meepo
Mega
there.
Meepo.
Nice job there from Pure.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Infest
attack.
used as well, and they still got the tower, so it really doesn't feel like it's all that worth it. They can't stick around and go for this Tormentor. They've got the vision. It'll get dewarded at least.
Oh, no boat coming in. Analog.
Analog.
Uh-oh. The boat does come in, along with the Torrent Storm there too. It's caught quite a lot here. Analog in some trouble, but K1 coming forward here with the rage, finding 1 kill. Analog in some trouble, trying to flee, but gets himself 2 kills. And now Davai Llama coming in easily,
Nice
finding
done.
the Meepo. And look at the damage here. Thompson is dead. They lose themselves 4 on the side
Really
of Tundra,
nicely
possibly
done by Analog.
5. Toby gets away. Triple sad face.
Yeah,
Sad.
that's when you run out of tendies, that one. But yeah, no, Analog, he was just kiting that fight so well, just taking Thompson's attention and putting it completely onto himself. And yeah, it was really nicely done. You enabled Hector to be able to find the back lines and just straight up run at 9 class. Yeah, there we go. I was about to say I want to see some sort of a defensive item come through from him shortly. I was thinking, maybe the Shard, maybe a Force Off, but Blink Dagger, we saw what he was able to do with it in the last game.
Dire's top tower
The one
is
concern,
under
of course,
attack.
is if you get like an Infest Bomb with someone that has Blink, and then that Radiance tick just disables the Blink Dagger. You're still dead. Toby? Toby?
He's okay. He's okay.
Okay.
He's fine. I did share same concerns as well. I shared the same concerns there.
He had a salve going, he was fine. KJ ended up dishing out a fair amount of damage in that fight as well. I mean, Thompson, he had the repel going and he was like, okay, I don't care. I'm still just going to keep launching these impetuses at you. Impeti, what are we calling it? He's already got a Grove Bow, he's got a Dragon Lance, he's going into a Hurricane Pike as well, so he's scaling.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, boy. Okay. We'll see if Omni will be able to use this aggressive blink. Deletes the shield there on Analog.
Mm-hmm.
Shield
And
no
then
more.
some. Has a haste rune as well, which doesn't make things any easier either. Llama is just praying that he can get up to this level 15. Let's get coming now on the Courier. Shard. Okay, so he can get right in there. Doesn't need the Blink Dagger.
Schofield just
Dire's
gets
top
out.
tower is under attack.
Toby looking a bit unhealthy here on the Slard R2. Has to be careful with this HP. Maybe perhaps Analog could scout out for something here with an X marks. Does find Thompson. It's got an X marks in, but the repel there. can't catch him with this repel unless you get yourself some kind of chain stun to stop him from using it.
Mm-hmm. I was wondering if that meant that they would make an aggressive play. You know, repel still 30-second cooldown, so quite a lot of time where you're not able to make that action happen. Devilami's reached that level 15 though, so a lot of extra damage coming through, and when you consider all the movement speed that he's got from Mask of Madness, from the Phase Boots, from the drums, from the Gossamer Cape, from Astral Spirit itself, it's a lot.
Oh
like,
my
it is,
gosh.
Does it become Toby's job to just, like, go and assault Cuirass and just turn around onto him and try and disable him for as much as possible?
Maybe, yeah. I mean, that looks like the plan, doesn't it, with him building into this assault Cuirass. Oh, 9 classes, yeah. Goodbye, 9 class.
Thompson, mid lane. Repel once again used. Just waddle away.
It's actually going to BKB, surprisingly.
Yeah, he's got to stop using the impetus on Thompson when he's got the repel. It's doing literally 0 damage when that happens.
Gosh, I'm just thinking how much damage Divine Llama's going to do with this Astral Spirit once it comes out here. I mean, 105 bonus damage on each hero. If he gets himself, I mean, 4 Meepos, along with maybe perhaps, what, like, another 4, like, oh my gosh, he'd have about 900 damage.
Mm-hmm. There's that AC we were wanting, and the Skadi as well comes through actually onto Pure, so yeah, feels good. Just to be able to kite these boys around. Obviously makes you so much more latched on to your spell immunity.
Oh, now he's going the Scythe on Pure.
Yeah.
So that'll be good too. If they can catch Davai Lama with a Hex or something like that, it's going to be big. Oh, they're going to scout out the Meepo though. The smoke's going to break. They're going to go for a kill here, an attempted kill there. I mean, there's the Mega Meepo. They are going to respond though here on Tundra. Rotate back. Well, Meepo is out of here. Davai Lama. Oh, going for Whitemon maybe. Oh, watch out for the damage. Oh, the damage. Oh, 3 hit. Goodbye, Whitemon. Bonk, bonk, bonk. He is dead.
Dire's top tower
Alright,
is
okay.
under attack.
They're able to get a tier 2 tower of their own. I don't know what that means.
I do not know what that means, do you?
Dire's top tower has fallen.
But yeah, they'll get themselves the tier 3. Will they look to go for more and siege the high ground? That's the question. I mean, they have themselves Assault Cuirass and Manta Style here as well. They'll force out the glyph. Will they defend? Because it looks like Heroic are more than confident to just siege the high ground here. Not a problem. And they have counter initiation with the Earth Splitter. And just to highlight Divine Llama, he has himself the shard as well. So if he does use the Echo Stomp, he can, you know, swap in once it's used with the with the Astral Spirit. That'll help him to stop him from being clipped by my class.
That will be nice. That's what he was waiting for.
Yeah.
You got an amp damage rune as well for K1, and look who's up. Roshan saying hi up on the top side of the map. They're scanning it right now on Tundra, realizing it might be happening, but is it a little premature? I think Divine Llama might have just walked into it for half a second, so I know this is coming. Is that a Guardian Greaves being worked on? Yes, it is. From Whitemon. Not sure if that's going to save you against getting 3 hit by an Elder Titan.
Oh, they're going to take this Roshan way too fast for Tundra to respond here. I mean, they smoked up. BKB available. The question is, will they go into it? They have themselves an Ancient Granite Golem on Whitemon. Oh, they're still coming. They've placed an Observer Ward there, but they've smoked up themselves here on Heroic.
Still is inside Divine Llama, so he can instantly get in as well if he uses that shard.
Okay.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Actually,
just looking for each other right now.
Yeah, they slowly disengage here from each other. We do have ourselves Conquer coming back though, right into the smoke maybe. That smoke's broken on 9 class. He has been scouted out. K1 coming forward, has the stolen enrage use there. K1 still fine, laying it in onto Pure.
Oh, the clue!
The dig in. Oh my gosh, here comes Davai Llama now. He's not able to get off the damage. The body block. He's going for pure. The boat's there. There we go. Mega Meepo, but it won't do anything because Davai Llama has the bonking damage. Thompson going to TP. He will get out. They will lose the Meepo, and you see the power of the Meepo here. Oh, nice Xbox bringing back Whitemon. And they will find themselves 3 kills here. You see the power of the Elder Titan. Although he was... he tried to get around the tree line, but the pathing just kept on messing with his hero.
Where's Smile Face? Good question, KJ. That's what I want to know. What happened to Thompson throughout all of that?
Let's see.
He did 0 damage. That's why I ask.
So he's just watching everything unfold against his Meepo. I mean, the dig is there, but you can see Davai Llama just hitting in with the astral spirit. You know, normal behavior.
Speaking of Thompson, he's getting chased down now by one of these. Oh, clever little play, force-staffing the homing missile just to try and catch out the Omni Knight before he's able to get the repel off. You can interact with it. I
wonder what happened there for a second, please. I thought it was like, is this a homing missile off target? It just did a 90-degree turn. Yeah, they get that's a nice pick-off indeed. So down for 30 seconds. Could possibly start to pressure the tier 2 tower. They don't have themselves a glyph. Oh no, they do. They do have themselves a glyph on Tundra.
Won't use it until the high ground though. Just trying to deal with these other lanes for now. Keep them in a fairly healthy position. As Toby is desperately trying to get into that Echo Saber to enable that quick pick-off, but I mean his net worth has suffered pretty heavily as a result of the laning stage that was rectified by KJ. KJ has done a fantastic job of not only being a solid damage dealer, he's constantly got creeps scouting out heroes, acting as a roaming ward. He's even, you know, pumping out a good amount of his own DPS as well.
Thompson blinking forward. Deals quite a bit of damage there to K1, but he doesn't care. Oh gosh, here comes Davai Llama. Oh, Thompson activate the Guardian Angel there. That was a bit close. K1 now with the enrage, just wanting to take the barracks. Gotta be careful. Gosh, this Elder Titan. Scary stuff. But they just scouted out pure there on the Meepo too. No, they're still going for the racks. There we go. Middle set of racks gone, but the top set also. Only 1 set remains. They found the tier 2. They found themselves pure as well. He does dig. Using the dig there and actually gets away with the blink, so will not be brought back by the Xbox. Very nice mechanical play there.
Has he got the scythe now on Meepo? No, he went for a disperser instead. So he really wants to just enable his team to be able to get away from this Elder Titan as much as possible. Thompson forced to commit.
Yep, there's the infest into a creep. He's okay for the time being. That creep will be taken out. And a stolen infest there from 9 class. So has some sort of a save. As the cooldown comes in, K1 still okay, healing up here onto Thompson. Davai Llama coming in now with the damage. Oh, Thompson trying to flee. He's brought back there by the Xbox along with the torrent there as well. Thompson is going to fall down for 50 seconds. Maybe perhaps along with 9 class as well, being affected there by the torrent storm along with Toby also. GG is called. And game 2 is going to be going to heroic as Davai Llama just hitting in there with the damage there from the Astral Step. They will get themselves game 2 out of this best of 3. We're going for a game 3 here.
We are indeed. Really not what I was expecting. I feel like they allowed them to have the Rubik and the Chen again, and they just addressed it better, I guess. Like, TB is a very, you know, sit on the back side of the lines, the team fight lines and fight, right? Whereas Lifestealer really gets in amongst it. I wasn't expecting K1 to have as good a game as he did, especially against Toby Slardar. Like, Toby Slardar is probably one of the best Slardars out there, and outside of the first 5 minutes, he bodied him, you know? Like, a few nice rotations coming through from KJ on the Enchantress, sure, enabled it, but... Yeah. I guess that's one of the reasons Slardar isn't really picked all that much, is that there's not exactly that comeback mechanic that you have unless you're willing to go off into a Midas, and if you're doing that, then it just means letting something else not be picked up that your team needs you to get, whether that be a Blink Dagger, a BKB, etc, etc.
Yeah, because there are there are times when the Slardar, it feels like he's great on the lane, he's amazing, but then when it comes to these situations, when things aren't really happening, he feels like he starts to die down, and if he's not like snowballing with kills, I feel like he just isn't able to have much impact later on. Do you agree?
Yeah, he farms slow. He's incredibly sync target, and I think the biggest issue for me was that they hit these timings, but not all at the same time, right? Like Toby was ready to go with a blink dagger, and you still had pure farming into, you know, his own blink. He didn't have a way to instantly connect through to the rest of the team. Same sort of thing with Thompson. I think he was working on a BKB by the time Toby picked up the blink, and I don't think Asladar, Chen, and Rubik are killing too many people of value, which I think was probably the bigger issue there for that one. But what I'm happy about is that means we get a game 3, which, you know, I think that's probably going to be surprising to a lot of people, but not anyone that's followed these SA boys both as the team as well as their own individual careers, as we see some of the highlights as well. This is the one that Analog did such a good job of kiting out, just perfect spell usages, even at the very end there with that torrent, to be able to secure the kill and make it a 4-for-0 exchange.
Yeah, hiding in the trees there with the rum effect from the bow. But this
couldn't get into this fight.
Yeah, this is where it was weird. Look at the path in here on Davan. K1
like,
between
let
the
me
trees.
in.
I mean, they did get the kill eventually there, and this Agnim's played a vital part here for Davan. I mean, look how long that lasted. Doesn't even need his own BKB there, and if anything, you got to remember that the uptime of Astral Step it comes off cooldown very quickly, so you're able to get that spell immunity. Well, is it called?
Especially against Meepos, right? Where you just
yeah,
get those additional seconds for each target that you're hitting onto. So Meepo, plenty of them.
Yeah, but very well played. But MVP-wise, from Heroic?
Devi. Or KJ.
Devi. Devi, yeah, he did play a vital role here in absolutely scaring the living hell here out of Tundra. I mean, if I had a hero coming at me at 500 unit movement speed with 600 damage, I too would be pooping my pants and trying to run away. So that is...
Especially if that's at around 16 minutes into the game, you know, like...
60 minutes, yeah.
Way too good. Yeah, so, you know, learning some lessons, clearly. You know, Heroic obviously identified what worked well for their response to the Chen in the last game, what didn't, and Tundra just seemed to forget about this hero that is probably one of the biggest Meepo counters in the entire game. So, yeah, kudos to Heroic for being able to do that. We are going to go to a break, though, and we will be back with game number 3 very shortly, 5 or 10 minutes or so, and we will see you after the break.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Elite League with myself, Epidamnos. Joining me is Danog. We're coming in for Game 3 of Tundra Esports versus Heroic, with Heroic taking a quite different turn within Game 2 here, picking themselves up Elder Titan versus Meepo. It did them absolutely wonders. Very underrated hero in terms of definitely being picked up against Meepo here, with the spell immunity lasting forever and ever, especially with the damage as well. But we're coming in for a Game 3, so I think the draft is definitely going to change from what it was in Game 2, picking themselves both Omni Knight and Meepo. Yeah, I think so. Oh, please don't tell me they've.
I mean, the bans are the same so far. Spoiler alert. That's coming through. They get rid of the Conquer, though, so that's clearly a difference. They realize the value that this hero has in terms of the flexibility for Heroic. I wonder if that means that, like, now Heroic are going to get rid of the Chen, because once again, it's the exact same setup. Heroic have Radiant, Tundra have first pick. So they're just going to be able to Chen them again if they feel like they have the need to. Maybe that means that they go into the Pangolier, but I feel like Pango has a few more counters than the Conquer does.
Yeah, I mean, so it's banned out. They won't get it. What else would they ban? They ban out Brewmaster in return here on
Heroic's
Heroic.
changed nothing.
There we go. There it's gone. It's gone. It's gone. They ban it out.
Okay.
Chen is no more.
The Raptor is in. I think it's actually Dying Class that plays a little bit more of the Disruptor compared to Whitemon. He just tries to get a little bit greedier with it. He actually doesn't go the Aghanim Shard talent a lot, or not talent, the Aghanim Shard a lot. He just tries to rush into that Scepter as quickly as possible to try and get it and be impactful early on before, I guess, other people have Blink. You know, if you get really lucky, then you can get into Philosopher's Stone perhaps at the 17-minute mark, but I just think the Shard gives you so much value. Why wouldn't you get it? In terms of being able to allow you to farm as well as be effective in a lot of these fights. Timbersaw gets through though, which I'm a little surprised about. Devi Lama, I had an interview with him maybe a year ago, where he rated himself like a top 3 Timbersaw player in the world. Like, he said, there's not too many people that are ahead of me. One of them was Amar, and I forget who the other one was, but he was hesitant to put himself lower than 2, but I think he did. So clearly, very confident on the hero. It's something that Analog can play as well, though. So again, they've got this flex, but I feel like most of the time, if Timber gets led through, you're happy to give it to Devi.
Yeah. I did notice that. I know that Devi Lama is a Timbersaw specialist. I don't know if I can give him any more of a higher praise than other to call him a specialist. Maybe perhaps a connoisseur. I don't know.
Master. Sensei.
Master. Okay, Grandmaster. Yeah, Sensei. But yeah, he's a good Timbersaw player. So most likely it could be off lane, but could you potentially see Analog moving like on the off lane and picking off something else to let Devi Lama go mid if they think Timbersaw is good mid, or have they not done that before? Do you know?
Yeah, for sure. I could see it working. My brain's always thinking when it comes to Topson, like, what does he feel like is going to be the pickup against this? And, you know, you think Timbersaw, you think pure damage. So is he going to try and make something like a Bane work this game, where you have that pure damage coming through pretty consistently? Is he going to try the Omni Knight again? Is he going to try Wyvern up against this? I could see them all as possibilities. He plays Puck. That's probably the only normal mid hero that Topson likes to play with any regularity, and I think that's pretty good against Timbersaw as well, just to be able to lock him in place, reduce a lot of that mobility, and I mean, especially these days, Witchblade into the Parasma eventually, and you can just deal so much damage as Puck if you've got the right game for it, and they don't have the appropriate level of lockdown for you.
I mean, especially with that build, I can't remember who did the video now. Was it Dendi who showcased like how broken like the Puck was? I think it was Agnims with Maelstrom, and I can't remember what else, but I'm sure they had like a Millennier on the Puck, and then all you have to do is just press Dream Coil down, and like a level 30 Terrorblade is already around about like 1/4 HP remaining because of the Dream Coil with the rapid fire of Maelstrom. It is nuts. So yeah, that is a possibility if they could pick that up.
Sure is.
Crystal Maiden.
First Maiden of the day. Feels good for a Timbersaw, right? Like, are they allowed to be consistently out on the map. You're obviously not going to be struggling for HP just because of reactive armor, even if it's only just 1 or 2 points. Solid laner in my eyes.
10 seconds
You've got
remaining.
one hero to be able to catch the disruptor. Wouldn't hate if they went a second on heroic to be able to address what I think can be like a teamfight turnaround hero. It's Schofield playing it, right? So maybe you could go something like a Lion that's been let through. Again, just another way to keep really healthy on mana. And you've got that burst damage alongside the Timber Saw to kill anyone that you want. I could see that working.
Yeah.
I could see Clockwork working as well.
Tundra Esports.
I haven't seen any Hoodwink today, which I'm a little surprised about. And of course, we get the Sniper coming through. Why wouldn't we, you know?
Yeah, Sniper again. I mean, you know, Thompson, he enjoyed it within game 1. He wants it for game 2, so they'll pick it up second pick, which is, you know, surprising. They'll pick it up with Clockwork here too.
Yeah, this is much more likely to be Whitemon's hero, I think. And this isn't necessarily... It doesn't have to be Thompson's hero, right? Pure is very capable of playing the Pos 1 Sniper, especially if you've got a Clockwork to lane together with. So I could certainly see this working. Clockwork against Timbersaw feels pretty good a lot of the time, right? If you get lucky with a Battery Assault, Timber Chain gets interrupted, you find ways to be able to kill him. And, you know, if Sniper's just sitting back and right-clicking him down, you're forced to put more points into the reactive armor. And that's not what you want as a Timbersaw. You want to be this oppressive threat. And, you know, if you're just living, you're not that. So, like the Clockwork pick.
How does Sniper fare though against Timbersaw? Is he? Oh, actually, no. It may look like it's going to be a Pangolier mid, although it could be Pangolier off lane also if they do decide to swap Davai Llama to the mid lane against Sniper. Does Sniper do okay against Timbersaw? Because I'm thinking kind of 50-50. Because obviously, of course, he has himself Timber Chain. He can dive underneath the tier 1 tower, so he can be a threat to the Sniper.
That's
also
a big
has
reason
the
why they
reactive
banned out
armor.
the Nature's Prophet, right? They wanted to prevent as much of that diving as possible. So, you know, anything that's able to make rotations, anything that's able to be... I'm not sure if Pangolier is necessarily the most, like, hero that you can leave on its own in the lane if it ends up being played in the off lane. But I wouldn't hate to see a position 4 that has some sort of stun capabilities, especially if it's from range. Normally I would have actually said Shaker this game, but against a Clockwork doesn't feel great. Yeah, Tusk's fine.
I like Tusk as well, especially with what you said within the first series. We were speaking about this hero, how the movement of other heroes that you have control of, like especially like, you know, like Skewer and Walrus Kick, very, very effective. Can provide quite a lot of impact within the team fights. You kick the right person, say like you know, kick Thompson into your own base. That's kind
not where
of
a sniper wants to be.
No, not where a sniper wants to be, and you can get a nice pick off with that.
So I wonder what they're actually discussing now at Tundra. Is it going to be, well, do we actually want to play this sniper mid? Do we want to play this sniper as a 1 because we feel like that lane's going to go a little bit more favorably for us? And then, again, pick something that wants to be more frontliney for Thompson. Whether that's maybe like a Primal Beast, if it's the Puck that we were saying before. Is it going to be the mid Bane? It's not exactly a frontliner, but I could see he's crazy enough to do it.
So there's still an opportunity for Thompson to surprise us, unless it is guaranteed a sniper mid lane.
It's never a guarantee with him. I mean, Luna and Morph are gone. They probably won't Meepo into a Timbersaw, I would think, or a Pango. You've already got a sniper, so I don't think you can get away with something like a Drow. I'm just going through Pure's like most picked heroes over the past few months. So that's really what's leaning me towards thinking that this is a 1 sniper, even though it is Thompson that has the potential to play it.
I mean, there is Lifestealer still in the pool if they did want to pick it up as a carry. I think it's okay.
It's okay, yeah. Wind Ranger, okay.
Oh, okay.
I was thinking
Ranger
maybe
comes
it's kind of a bad hero right now, but I was also thinking Bloodseeker as a potential one, just because against
with the Rupture.
Rupture
Timber
for
and Pango.
both Timber and Pango,
Yeah.
It feels pretty good. But
That'd
the
be
shard
awesome.
is really bad now. Like, it's not percent damage, it's just like a flat 30 damage each hit, which just feel awful.
I know it's so sad. Honestly, I used to love playing that hero as carry with that that shard. It used to scale so well, and then ever since they've removed the 2% and just put a flat 30 pure damage, it's kind of like
pretty
can't
much.
heal anymore, man.
If it gets late game, you're like, great, I'm hitting them for slightly more. But this kind of fills a similar role, right? Like you just wanted something that was able to heavily damage them if they were looking to commit. More so the Pangolier, right? You've got Wind Run and Focus Fire, and you can just run alongside the Pangolier and take him out. So, I mean, this is the sort of game where you really want to be going Blade Mail. This is a great Blade Mail game, actually, if we learnt anything from Game 1, right? If you're going to be using these Kanda Assassinates onto people, Blade Mail it, and then suddenly the sniper might just die.
So is this a Wind Ranger carry or potentially mid, depending on
I think it's
how they want to play this?
Personally.
It's a 1. So they could always swap it out, but I definitely think it is a sniper, a Thompson sniper.
Yeah, you would have to think so. So, what have we got for Toby to still play? His Centaur is gone, just banned out. His Brewmaster is gone. DK is still in the pool.
DK still, yeah.
DP is still in the pool. You really need frontline. Like, that's, again, he plays such a sacrificial role for this team. Is it going to be even, like... Is it a lone druid? Like, and you just try and run down the Crystal Maiden and take her out of the fight really easily? Maybe.
Tundra Esports.
Regardless, they need tower damage. Yeah.
Well, they banned the
DK.
DK.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's probably like the simplest one that they just wanted to be able to deal with. I would say Death Prophet, personally.
Death Prophet.
Yeah, just a nice way to be able to stop even like a freezing field as well. You've got a silence to be able to, you know, follow up onto a clockwork hookshot into cogs. Feels nice. Also means Timberlake has to go a Yules or a Lotus Orb.
Yeah, yeah, I can see that, yeah. Just hoping that maybe perhaps Tundra can get themselves an Agnims here on the Disruptor then as soon as possible. That'll be really nice for the fights.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant
Run out of time. Taken until the very end.
Omni?
Offlane Wind Ranger? Offlane Omni?
This is where we think about it now. We thought that the drafts were already underway with
I think it's an
one
offlane
Wind
Omni.
Ranger. Yeah, it could be. Maybe perhaps it will all be dependent upon what heroic pick up here.
Maybe.
Or
but
they'll just wait it out and see who goes mid.
It's a pretty, like, it's frontline-ish. It's a pretty decent response to the Pangolier and the Timbersaw in the repel aspect. Also, more pure damage, which always feels good. And again, it's most likely going to be Disruptor 4 with 9 class playing it, just because he's most of the time their Disruptor player. So it makes a lot of sense to just have that melee... Oof. It's a decent Phantom Lancer game.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say, so yeah, it will be a Thompson Sniper, pure on the Wind Ranger, and Omni Knight, Toby shall be playing that hero. They do have themselves a Phantom Lancer, though, and as you said, it was a nice hero. I can definitely see that. Not really much AoE other than shrapnel. Purification, that's around about it. Very good hero.
He just needs to launch out all those rockets and have the AoE battery
Axe.
assault going. Yeah.
They need
also,
to catch this up, yeah.
You could just play it on the backlines, right? Like, have Timbersaw and Pango go in first, and have K1 just get Ags and throw out his Spirit Lancers consistently. Maybe even with a Phylactery, right? And then you can just slowly start to chase some of these people down. I really don't hate the PL pick.
No, PL pick looks pretty good here, and I think the only lockdown that they do indeed have is Shackle Shot, Hook Shot, and the Static Storm, but will... You said they need an Agnims on this.
I think it's going to need to be a godly performance by 9 class for them to win this game. Personally.
Okay.
I really like this heroic draft. Some squishy boys on the back lines of Tundra, and they've shown that they are not shy about like going in on heroic, and I just feel like they don't have the same level of save or sustain necessarily that they did with their previous drafts, where they had a Rubik and a Chen that were using like X marks for safety and were heroes that liked to build blink for the form of save, or had 3 heals and were doing 16k healing, you know, in a lot of these team fights. So I'm gonna go on a limb here and I'm saying I think heroic have got this one. How about you?
Yeah, I do feel like heroic look kind of strong here. I mean, we saw Analog have an amazing game here on Pangolier until, you know, things went a little bit sideways here, and then it turned out to not go in his favor within game 1. So we know he's a specialist on the Pangolier. Davai Lama, especially a specialist here on the Timbersaw, so he's got his hero that he likes. And we heavily agree that this PL pick is very good here against Tundra. So I am going to go for heroic here. So I'm going to join you on this one here.
You saw they were worried about the illusions with banning out the Naga at that very last banning phase, so they just said, well, we got another one that's left, and it's something that I'd say K1 plays even better than his Naga Siren, so he was very happy to be able to pick that one up. Going straight into the Ags as well. Look at the quick buy. Just treads, finish the wand, Ags. And I totally understand why. I just don't think they're going to be able to deal with all these illusions. You're almost forced to go into a Maelstrom on the Wind Ranger at least. I'm not sure if Topson will be able to get away with going for it though.
Well, they're going to go for a light smoke here on heroic. Maybe wrap around?
That's what they're drawing on the map. Divide.
Are going to meet Pure though.
Yeah, they will.
Maybe level Ice Shards.
Maybe. Not wanting to reveal anything just yet as they walk into White One, actually.
Oh, Schofield might be in trouble now. That battery assault having an effect. Yeah, here we go. Oh, now they're going to commit the snowball. Bye-bye, Topson. Is found with a 4-man snowball.
As well.
Yeah, 9 class slowed down here by the Blood Grenade and that Crystal Nova. Trying to turn it around and find KJ there. KJ will fall, but in return, 9 class will be found by a Blood Grenade there, and the Whirling Death also taking down the...
5 deaths, 6 deaths.
6 deaths. 3 for 3, with Pure getting a double kill here. Okay, yeah, that's fair enough. And the that Whirling Death, by the way, did help out to get the kill onto White One. So, what was the gold change? So 448 gold for the Tusk, 480 for the Wind Ranger. So quite some gold increases there during that that first little skirmish.
3 very impactful power shots. Pure's already level 2, basically by the time the second creep wave meets, despite not being involved in too much of that wave's farming. I'm really looking forward to this one, though. I really feel like, you know me, I'm a fan of the underdog, and this has the makings of a bit of an upset here. Oh, Schofield going for a bit of a clever play there, trying to both stun Whitemon as well as get the creep pull off, but you know, Whitemon, he's up to the task. What's happening elsewhere? Got Analog. I mean, this is the lane that he won previously in that mid lane, right? Going up against Topson Sniper. Really was not expecting that, but he's just really on point with the attack animations in the mid lane.
It must feel so horrible playing as a sniper for someone to outdo you sometimes with last hits. But actually, speaking of that now, Topson trying to get loads of headshots here on Analog. Oh, can he get another headshot?
He'll get the water rune though. Much more important.
Oh, evasion.
Oh, got a bit lucky there. We'll be able to get the last tango off though, and it looks like Topson will be able to interrupt his path towards that water rune.
We're doing okay, activating the headshot again.
Just stand on the high ground and prevent him from even getting to the creep wave. It's like Huskar without being Huskar, you know?
Except he's very far away, not in his face in range.
Mm-hmm. Who would have thought? Viper, Huskar, and then Sniper. Just as another variant of all that. wonder if they're going to be ready to go for a bit of an aggressive play here on Heroic. I wouldn't think they would mind just pushing the wave in a little bit to allow them to secure this Lotus for themselves. Looks like they've got decent control over it already.
Gosh,
Whitemon should be able to get it.
Davai Llama with the Whirling Death. Whitemon falling very low. They're going to activate the tag team now and try and find the kill there onto Whitemon. Whirling Death in 1 more second. Will not get it. Whitemon will be okay. Bottom lane, on the other hand, Toby, the level 2 purification, is actually going to go that instead here. We might see a max into the purification just to get, you know, the early AoE damage. But a kill onto Whitemon there finally. Davai Llama will survive. And that Whirling Death just...
How's Pure's aim? That's what I want to know. Davai Llama off to the side. Would die from an accurate power shot. Able to sidestep it. Davai Llama wants to get hit by the little creeps at this point. Just to be able to get that reactive armor ticking in. Power shot's up again, though.
Yeah. Not going to commit it, though, yet. I actually got a kill on Schofield here. He's been a little bit aggressive.
He's a speedy boy, though. Faster than the clockwork, so not really all that worried about the battery assault.
Yeah, he's got himself boots and a windlace. So this Tusk is fast. Oh, now they commit the battery assaults. Power shot, it will miss.
Dodge.
Snowball onto 2. Still okay here, Davai Llama. He's still holding his ground with Schofield. Getting very low here on the top. We'll heal up there with Tango. Still a blood grenade. Ready to be committed here on this top lane.
It's just a constant battle, isn't it? Between these guys. Yeah. You know, anyone that steps mildly out of position is going to die. Schofield's actually the one that's making the rotation towards the mid lane, but that ward by Thompson is still protecting him for a little bit. Again, like you mentioned during game 1, they know the behavior of Thompson. They know he likes to build up a bunch of these stacks for himself, and this is around the time that he'd be looking to pick up that farm. Schofield scouts it out, but again, they see Schofield.
Oh no, yeah, they're scouting him out there. There we go. Locking him in place there with the cogs. And that is a free kill there. Will punish the scouting from Schofield, and Thompson will get the kill.
All lanes actually going pretty well for Tundra at this point. On top of the net worth in every single one. I guess it's to be expected. It's still early enough that these PL illusions aren't that big of an issue. As what have we got coming out to him soon? Nothing too much. Just got the phase boots recently. Now it's diffusal time.
Diffusal time.
We'll see.
Oh, 9 class. Uh-oh. Snowball, swashbuckle. Easy kill there, picking off the disruptor. I think they want to go for... Oh, they did just ping Toby, but never mind. They're actually going to head themselves mid, maybe? KG and
I think they just want
Schofield?
to protect power runes, perhaps. Unluckily for them, it is top, so Whitemon's going to be the one to yoink that one up first. Scan's being used here, and it won't actually... Oh, there we go. Just does connect onto Schofield.
Oh, they're going to go for Toby, though, but rotation's coming in from Tundra, yeah. So in comes Whitemon. Throws up there by the Frostbite. Crystal Nova. Maybe perhaps they'll turn it around. Schofield with a blood grenade. Snowball comes out. They're going to go for the kill here onto 9 class, but a lovely heal there from Toby. Keeping 9 class alive, but Whitemon falling lower and lower, along with Schofield here too. Attempting to flee and get away. Hammer of Purity, 1 more second, but Whitemon will be found. Schofield running through the trees. 9 class will fall there too. As Schofield will survive, they will lose 2 here on the side of Tundra. Smiley question mark. Oh my. This is some smiley gameplay.
Mm-hmm. They're just very friendly. That's what it is. He was really playing with fire when he went for that chase on Schofield. Anytime you're chasing down an Omni Knight that's already got a few points in the purification, got to be very, very careful, especially considering how low he was. Actually a little surprised at the fact that Devi's as poor as he is at this point. Maybe he just feels like he needs to get into the Soul Ring, but you've got a Crystal Maiden, I suppose, for part of that sustain on the lane. Level 6 now, though. might be waiting for his team to be able to make that rotation into play together with him. That's exactly where Schofield's moving, up towards the top side.
Wait, maybe
trying to find a quick pick off onto 9 class. They haven't revealed himself yet. This is bait.
He's still alright. On the
Visitor in
Timber
Thompson.
Oh, got this aggressive snowball coming in. The tag team's there. Rolling Thunder incoming along with the Chakram there too. I mean, they tip Schofield. But Thompson's still alive. Okay. All right. I was kind of concerned for him if he did that tip a little bit too early and he died there, because then that would have been a bit embarrassing. But he survives. He's okay. Snowball a little bit too aggressive here from Schofield, and Thompson is okay.
He is. I mean, you get one forgetfulness moment where you realize, hey, there's a disruptor in the game and he's going to glimpse me back if I don't TP to the right area. Speaking of disruptor,
nice shackle shot there. Pure finding the kill, locked in place in the cogs. Killing spree for the Wind Ranger. Opting now to go for the Maelstrom.
Yep, makes a lot of sense against the PL illusions. Someone needed to do it. I'm not sure if Thompson's going to be the one. He was actually holding a fair few points in the shrapnel, so I was wondering if he did really just want to go a little bit more into that domination, go a little bit more points in the take aim, just to be able to stand further at range, so that it's a lot harder for them to invade into you, and that's really where your Omni Knight can start to come into the equation, because he's good at a lot of things, you know, damage, healing, of course, damage reduction as well from the Guardian Angel. Not exactly the greatest at being able to lock in onto targets.
Big fight though, as they find themselves 9 class along with Pure, maybe perhaps as well. KJ will trade the life, support for support. As Divine Llama looking to try and find Pure, will be able to get him with that chakra.
White Bomb on his dancing shoes here. Nicely done so far.
And he's just going to TP away. Where's he gone? Where'd he go? He's TP'd away.
Alright, so Devi's got his Soul Ring now. Shouldn't really need to back off too many times. He'll look to just continue playing uber aggressively as much as possible, with Pure TPing back up to this top side, though. Has to be careful. Javelin, and of course, into the Maelstrom very shortly.
Oh, they're going for Divine Llama again.
Yeah, gonna give him
Does have mana. Nice shackle shot with the glimpse there too. That'll be Divine Llama dead. Thompson making usage of that haste rune there. So the sniper actually coming out on top here. Top of the net worth even.
Nicely done by Whitemon in mid lane as well, making sure he dragged the creep wave so that the seed creep would be the one that gets hit on by the tower instead of the creeps. Means that double rotation up top there by both Thompson and Pure isn't going to result in them losing too much map control. Also get some solo experience, so he'll have level 6 after this this creep wave. I just want to know where he goes. We've seen that they've got the potential to be able to take out Devi. He's just desperately trying to get into that Blink Dagger as quickly as possible so that he can get on the squishier backlines.
Schofield scouted out. Hook shot there. That is a dead Tusk. Dominating spree for Thompson.
Just thinking, where do you look to make a play? Because they've got a couple of smokes actually purchased up by KJ here, as Whitemon just trying to be annoying, it seems. Although Thompson, he's coming a little bit too far forward, maybe.
Oh yeah, maybe so, yeah. Rolling Thunder coming in with that freezing field. I mean, it is cancelled out there by the shackle shot, but Thompson will pay the price for being way too aggressive. Unfortunately, not able to Rolling Thunder there down the stairs, but is going to attempt to join here with the Swashbuckle, gets the kill there. Maybe perhaps they want to go for more here. Onto Pure. Pure attempting to flee here with the TP. Do they have themselves a cancel? No, they do not, says Crystal Maiden. Not in range there to cancel that with the Frostbite. So, but they will get themselves two, taking down Thompson.
I mean, yeah, essentially getting 2 for nothing as a result of that. Toby's, yeah, there we go, that freezing field. I think it was the glimpse that actually quickly, disabled the freezing field.
Oh, okay. I thought it was the shackle from Pure, because I did see him run in.
Yeah, I mean, if they're the ones standing their ground, that's probably the best thing that you could use it for. So good move there by 9 classes. They're going for a kill attempt onto Divine Llama.
He's
Looks like he'll be
okay.
able to get away. Just had enough mana to be able to get the escape there.
Not Schofield, though. Oh, this is definitely his death. Yeah, they'll find an easy
Thing is,
kill.
though, others are farming while all this is happening, right? I think Schofield
Yep.
is very happy to give up his life consistently. Tusk, again, one of those heroes that just needs levels to be able to pick up their farm. And, I mean, Hector's farming is getting very, very close towards being able to pick up that Aghanim Scepter for himself. Just 1350 gold away. And, I mean, even the Pango, right? Just waiting for... He wishes it was 2 minutes from now so that he could actually buy the Aghanim Shards so that he could get really aggressive. And once he's in that Rolling Thunder, there really isn't too much that anyone can do about it outside of a cleverly placed cogs by Whitemon.
Yeah.
Looking for a glimpse back, perhaps, his 9 class?
Oh, that's not a
Nope,
very good
doesn't
glimpse
time
back.
it correctly.
Oh, okay, but that's a good hook shot. I mean, in the middle of the cogs with the static storm. Okay, that is indeed what you want to play around with. Okay. So that was very good. Thompson even might just get a free kill here onto KJ. He will do so there indeed. As they look for more, Schofield, the assassinates there. Might fall here. Glimpse is off cooldown. But he's going to snowball away into a creep. He'll be able to avoid the power shots, but will be taken down by Pure. Did try and deny himself there to the Ancient Granite Golem.
He's stealing the Wisdom Rune as well. They're picking him out right now. Said, God damn it, why are we letting Pure, who's already having a really damn good game, just get even more of that experience? Up to level 11 now, despite participating in so many team fights.
Yeah. But PL has finally got himself this Agnim's now at 14 minutes. So has the ability now to start to farm up nicely.
Can push out waves a whole lot more effectively now, so we might see a few more defensive rotations down towards this bottom side. Because I wonder if now Schofield is given a little bit more farm priority. Really wants to get into that Blink Dagger.
Oh, smoke play here. Davai Llama. Oh, he's on the right track. They've left Thompson on his own. Meanwhile, hookshot does come out for Schofield, but they may find themselves Thompson in the jungle. He's on his own. Being slowed down here by the Chakram. There's the Frostbite and the Freezing Field that comes out to play, and they will get the kill. That is worth it here for Heroic.
Oh, for sure. Like, I'm sure he's going to be kicking himself saying, man, I just want my Blink Dagger, but yeah, you'll take the top net worth hero every single time. Especially as he was closing in onto that Ag, so they would have been able to go on the front foot as well.
Oh, Davai Llama being scouted out there. I mean, Focus Fire is on cooldown. They're not going to glimpse it back, right? Okay,
Oh, yeah.
They are going to glimpse it. Oh, nice Timber Chain. Yeah, Davai Llama.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Really wondering when... Oh, okay. I was about to say, when's Toby going to get active in this game? He obviously needs to protect that tower somewhat, but he just had his Blink Dagger delivered. It's not going to be a surprise reveal. He's farming with it on the lane right now, so if they're constantly checking, they'll know it's a thing. But I think he just wants to clear away this siege creep, and then he's going to look to join the rest of the boys as there's a fight that's maybe about to break out here next to the power rune.
Oh, nice cancel. The Rolling Thunder there. Right into the cogs and the Static Storm again. Pangolier dying the same time twice on Analog here. This combo is destroying him right now.
K1's here.
Yeah,
The siege creep, it's giving them info.
Schofield, he's in some trouble, though he's going to snowball forward.
Oh, he's in
K1
the-
joining
look
in
where
the
he
team fight. Schofield will die, though. Thompson on the aggressive play here. Whitemon, oh, he's okay. K1 stuck within a kinetic field. It's actually going to try and chase Toby, but Toby just blinks away on the Omni. Shackle shot there onto Davai Llama as well to stop the pursuit. And they did okay there. 2 for 1, just losing Whitemon. That's fine.
Yeah, considering they were the ones to make the aggressive move on on Heroic, for Tundra to be able to turn it around is a big plus. Now maybe they're actually going to make a, I don't want to say proper move because that makes it sound flamey, but we still haven't used these smokes yet, and maybe they just want to take away this area because they feel like Tundra was in the general vicinity because they had vision, so just take away the farm while we've still got it, and then go for a smoke. Get level 12 on Timber Saw. Does he have Kaya Sanj completed? I think he might have that on the career, or maybe change to something else.
Oh, hook shot again. Oh gosh, they've caught themselves. Schofield The snowball coming in for Whitemon as the Walrus Punch comes out, but Schofield not able to do anything. Gets taken out.
He bought his blink at least, so he's got that to be able to play with. Not going to be losing any more gold. Can't be giving up your life too many more times now. It's already 9 deaths for Schofield. And we know that he's just such a valuable part of this lineup. Incredible mechanical
Oh no,
skills,
Static Storm. Oh, nice 4 staff usage there though. Analog is fine.
Is under attack.
That could have been a death. It's okay.
No glimpses. High Class is just wondering. He's checking in with the team. Seeing if they're in a position to maybe join in if he did get that glimpse off. Of course, it just becomes so much easier when you've got this aggressive vision. They don't have towers to be able to make plays with. And this is a game where 9 Class is going to be a little bit more traditional.
Although Rolling Thunder is coming in. Analog, he wants to get some vengeance. There we go. Stunning him up 3, 4 times. But oh, the focus fire, Pure! Oh, the Frostbite comes into play! And Analog's still able to survive. But they will find out by Llama. Whitemon is okay. Never mind. Snowball coming in. Hook shot will not save you. Off target a little bit there. It will be a 1-for-1. As meanwhile, another assassinate there. Thompson able to get the kill. Uses it now on K1, but K1 really wants Thompson here. He comes forward here with that doppelganger. He's still trying to play around him. Will not be able to get Pure. Purification will find the kill, taking down the PL. In return for losing 2, they get themselves a team wipe here on Tundra.
It just takes them so long to be able to take down these heroes. Like, one of the things is, of course, Thompson is annoying when he goes this this Aghanim Scepter build. And this is that focus fire that I was talking about, even all the way back to the draft, where we would talk about, oh, is it going to be a Bloodseeker? Is it going to be a different sort of game? But you're just forcing them to go all the way back here by having Pure able to focus them down like that. They just did a great job of kiting K1 around, didn't they?
They really did, yeah. Not able to output any damage, and Toby on the Omni actually coming out clutch here. I mean, with the heals as well, and along especially with the Guardian Angel. Meanwhile, there's more action happening here on the mid lane. I think they did try and attempt to go for another Static Storm, but they weren't able to catch Analog this time. Yeah, he's all good. Oh, they're gonna go for a
not then, when? Basically, is my question for Heroic, because this is the period where K1 should be pretty scary. Maybe his illusions just aren't all that tanky enough, and he needs, you know, another Mantis Hull to be able to find a pick off. Poor Schofield, that's 11 deaths now for the man in just 20 minutes. Looking to try and catch them out as they go for the Tormentor. Looking to try and take away more of that experience as well. Smoke pops. Hook shot. Oh, Whitemon. Even he's not that crazy.
Looks like they will get the Wisdom Rune.
We'll see.
Oh, he scattered out. Oh,
they're actually not going to just take
no
the Tormentor as well.
Way. No way.
Can solo it.
Wow, okay, no contest there, and they just take the Wisdom Rune too. Wow.
And it goes to Pure as well, because they've already got it on Disruptor and Omni.
Wait, is 9 Class going to come in for a glimpse? It's out of range. Yeah, no, he's well gone. Analog is he is gone.
The thing is, though, it still gives you all of that information if it's on a Pangolier who's in the Rolling Thunder, right? So you're almost at Lincoln Sphere territory that you need on Analog as soon as he picks up this Aghanim Scepter, just to be able to protect yourself against the Wind Ranger initiation, as well as the Sniper going for the Ags, constant picks on the front line.
Yeah.
More importantly, it's for the glimpse, though. Like, you can just blink forward and glimpse back someone that, by all rights, should be well gone.
And that's the 12th death there on Schofield. He's not having a great time. He is being heavily targeted here by Tundra at this moment in time.
They see 9 Class coming forward here.
Oh, nice assassinate. Maybe perhaps they can get themselves the glimpse. Never mind. Blink forward with the Static Storm and the damage. This should be enough to take down the Pangolier. They will commit the hook shot there as well, just to secure that kill. And they will indeed get it once again.
Top tower is under attack.
You said it yourself, Danog. 9 Class, he needed to perform with this Disruptor, and boy oh boy, he's doing just that, even with a blink that can pick up, like first item on the Disruptor.
I did not notice that he has been part of 24 out of 25 kills for Tundra. That is insane.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
That is some insane kill participation. I have to say. It's like,
I mean, it fits Tundra's playstyle to a T, right? Like, they just constantly want to be going for these ganks. And, I mean, 9 class, he's able to just legit outskill people a lot of the time. There we go. He just had very little vision up there. He places the Thunder Strike with the Aghanim Shard onto the high ground. It catches out Schofield. It makes him scared of dying again as he cops an assassinate to the face. And all the while, they're just getting something else for free.
yeah, gets himself the Aegis there, committing the focus fire upon the Roshan. I think a nice little thing that they did. Obviously, of course, focus fire works. Oh my gosh, and they just got Schofield again.
No.
Focus fire works with the Lance of Pursuit. Obviously, of course, it's a physical attack, so able to deal an extra 15 more damage behind Roshan when you're hitting him from the back.
Epi, how many times is Schofield going to die by the time this game ends?
Oh
Win or lose,
boy.
doesn't matter.
How many deaths has he had? Let's see. He's had 13 deaths in 23 minutes. I'm gonna say 21.
22. Just
Oh,
for
you-
the 3-2-2.
Oh, you just
scoreline.
you just one-upped me.
is under attack.
9 class might be able to run into someone. Devialama's got some. Well, he
wait.
had clever
Oh,
positioning. They'll find the jump.
No, yeah, they got him. Do they have enough damage though before the static storm expires? Yeah, they do. They get the shackle shot there. They got the kill. On to the Timber Saw, very easy peasy kill. And 9 class really styling on them here as this disruptor. He is a menace right now.
I mean, that was a bit of a gift, to be honest. He just
yeah.
walked up and there was a Timbersaw standing still underneath potential vision spot where they didn't have any. I guess they smoked for it, so, you know, it's understandable. But I'm honestly a little surprised at how much space they're giving KJ to be able to farm. Like, he has just been walking back and forth along this top side of the map for the longest time, trying to get gold for his cloak into the Glimmer Cape, just to be able to provide that little bit of protection, but
Yeah.
I guess he was able to get the tier 1 tower as a result, and K1 was farming on the opposite side of the map, so you are at least in a decent spot on the side lanes, but mid lane is where all the Tundra vision is, it's where all the Tundra heroes are, and it's where they want to be taking the next fight.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, they're hanging around the tier 2. Looks like they are indeed going to
Radiant's
take
middle
it.
tower is under attack.
With thanks to Pure there. So there we go, they've got it. Opting to go a Daedalus here next. I mean, 9-second BKB. Available for the
Dire's
Wind Ranger
bottom
here
tower
too.
is under attack.
I don't really know. It's just hard for Heroic to try and jump and get a kill here. They have to heavily rely on this Pango. I mean, Pure's going to come in with another kill
Schofield.
onto Schofield. There we go. Schofield's dead. They've got themselves a Static Storm here on the Phantom Lancer, but now they're going to try and attempt to turn it around here with the Rolling Thunder. Affecting 9 class there. He may fall. Yes, he will. From the damage there of the Spirit Lance. Whitemon getting kind of low here too, as Pure not able to take down KJ. Pure might actually fall here. Oh, and just the Glimmer Cape came off to stop the damage there from the Spirit Lance. That was a very clutch Glimmer Cape, and will get away.
Yeah, no sentry down, unfortunately, to be able to provide that extra protection. Still had the Aegis, of course, if he was taken down. Did I see... Okay, that's not a rapier. He's gone the Daedalus on Pure. Makes a lot of sense. I do see a Phylactery picked up by Topson, though. You'd have to imagine it's Old Faithful Kanda coming next.
Radiant's turret has been killed.
No Blink Daggers, sorry, no Blade Mails yet, though, which I'm a little surprised about. I really feel like they should be punishing Pure for just being able to latch onto whoever he wants and focus fire him down.
Everyone needs to get a Wind Waker. 9 class. These Static Storms are deadly. He's going for an Agnims next now.
You watch, and then if they do that, Pure's just going to get a Nullifier. And he's like, alright, cool. No Wind Wakers here. K1's keeping up in net worth. That's the important thing for Heroic, right? And he's actually the one to go in for the Lincoln, so realizing that he can't be the one that gets caught out.
Interesting. So that'll help, I guess, against initiations here from not only Sniper, but the Wind Ranger 2 to stop Shackle focus fires, anything like that from coming out. Stop glimpses too. So I guess it's quite beneficial here to have a Lincoln Sphere.
It's probably not him being glimpsed, to be fair, but yeah.
No, yeah.
All the other stuff that you mentioned, absolutely. He just doesn't want to get 100 to 0, basically. Because he's still kind of squish. Not too much in terms of raw HP. A little bit more now that he's actually completed the Lincolns.
Actually going
forced to defend.
Yeah.
They've still got only 10 seconds left on this Aegis.
Well, they do see the PL illusions, though. Coming
Expecting.
forward with the Rolling Thunder. White Mon still alive with thanks to the repel, but they're attempting to take down Toby. They will be able to. No mana remaining. Snowball coming forward here onto Thompson, but will be able to avoid the Snowball. Schofield, he does get himself the Warriors Punch there onto Thompson, but it may be his life. He will be found. There's a double kill there. They actually got themselves
Thompson.
pure. 9 class dead. Thompson in trouble. Not able to get away. He's going to try and use the TP, but the TP cancelled there from the Frostbite from KJ. And an ultra kill for the PL. There we go.
And I think I saw Lincoln Sphere pop twice in that team fight. It really just shows how weak they are if they can't deal with this PL and all of those illusions that he's got. Look at the damage K1 was laying out, over 4k damage. The only one who got even remotely close was Thompson. They were just able to lock in onto, I mean, the most dangerous hero for them to have to face up against is Pure, right? He's the one with the Glypnine. He's the one with that ability to take out illusions, and they somehow 100 to 0 him before he could use the BKB.
Yeah, let's see what happens. So, taking a lot of damage there from the SWAT. Oh, okay, yeah.
Just got blown up.
Just destroyed him there with a whirling death. Yeah, wasn't expecting that. Was there a BKB available there for Pure?
For Pure?
Did he just not use it?
Yeah, he just didn't use it. They must not have expected that much damage to come out, and honestly, I kind of agree with it. I mean, maybe the Kaya, he was level 18 on the Timbersaw, so did more damage than expected? I'm not sure.
Huh.
And finally, K1 is actually going to be that scary beast because he's going towards a heart now as well.
Yes,
so
he is.
This is really where you need to concern yourself. Like, he's just been focused on farming. Now it's time to actually be that frontliner for the fight to make things a little bit easier for the rest of your team.
So, has Thompson finished his con, did he? Yes, he has. I wonder if he'll go something like a Milner next on Sniper or something, just to get, you know,
like
Maelstrom props. Yeah. We'll see, though.
Class. He's going for the Aghanims for himself, but he's not even halfway there. And this is not where you want to be. This is PL's strong point right now.
Well, the group thought they smoke up as 4. Well, now
I think that was
5.
on division, but they see the general direction that the couriers are moving to, so they should have an idea.
Oh, the
of
smoke's
exactly
broken
where they are.
here. They're going to go for Schofield straight away. Can he get the snowball in time? No, he can't. He'll be
the
deleted.
shackle.
As now they got themselves the static storm here onto the real PL. PL in trouble as their focus fire, and MLP will be found, taken out now for 80 seconds. As Analog attempted to TP away, he will be able to get so. Indeed, he'll get back. As they will lose the PL. Very lovely
Analog.
pick off there. Lovely static storm as well from 9 class.
Analog had to Rolling Thunder inside the base as well, just so that he wouldn't get glimpsed back. 9 class was looking for one more, and yeah, the Shackle connecting onto 2. Doesn't matter if you got a Lotus, a Lincoln's, if you're not the one that the spell actually gets used onto.
So, still showing here on Tundra, even though that this PL looking a little bit scary here with the Heart of Tarask, can still lay out the damage and turn it around and take down the Phantom Lancer as they find this Tormentor for a second time here. White Mon, careful. Don't want to die. It's always terrifying for these supports.
I almost wonder if Skadi might have been the choice as opposed to a Heart, just because of the types of heroes that you're going up against. You know, heals, 2 ranged. Might have been nice for the PL just to enable them to be chased down a little bit easier, because it feels like they're always running into dangerous territory.
Yeah. This is what it is now, just assassinate from the high ground from Thompson.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
He's actually going to move bottom here to clear the creep wave bottom, which was being pushed out by some Pangolier illusion. Shadow Blade on Thompson.
Silver Edge he's going for. Wants to be able to take out Old Mate Timber.
Fair enough. Feels like
No
that's
Yules on him. so he'll be very vulnerable if he gets broken.
There's a smoke on 4 as well. Someone will join in with his Shadow Blade. There we go, he's smoked up now. All the Roshan spawn, both of these teams are going to meet. Getting very close to each other here. 9 class may be the first one that the smoke will break. If they get the jump on 9 class, then it'll be big for Heroic. But Pure will be the first one to reveal himself here with the amplified damage rune. There's the Rolling Thunder coming in now. Yeah, they've got themselves the Static Storm here on the PL, but there's no follow-up damage. He's completely fine, as meanwhile they're trying to focus down Thompson, who's been able to get himself away. There's 9 class now in trouble, trying to TP away. He will be found. They will lose both of the supports here on Tundra. Just not able to output the damage on the PL during that Static Storm.
Pure got so low during all of that as well. That's the only reason why they weren't able to take out PL, is that they just forced him back immediately. It took, I think, 2 Guardian Angels and a Repel actually coming through from Toby just to make sure Pure didn't die in the lead up to that. Well, you might have lost a core and a support for 2 supports, but the bigger prize is this Roshan. Being able to claim it, making someone that is already pretty damn hard to kill even more so.
Yes, they get themselves the Roshan now. Aegis in their hands for the side of Heroic. Things are looking good at the moment. And it only gets better from here. As what is K1 going for next? He's got himself...
Disperser?
Yeah, that's in his quick... along with an Orchid here too, so... Can maybe go Bloodthorn?
Yeah. Onto the Omni, I'd say, would be the main target once that BKB's getting lower. Still got 8 seconds left on it. So
oh yeah.
It'll be a while, I suppose, until he's able to get into it.
If there's one thing an Omni Knight hates, it's a silence.
Yeah.
100%.
Schofield, you're very far forward, my guy.
Oh, Snowball comes out. I think that might be his death, though. He does have the Blink Dagger ready. Oh no, he actually Snowball's one of the neutral creeps. He's out of there.
Pure?
Oh, Pure's been caught. A BKB.
Pulls a BKB, alright. Catalog has to be a little careful, though. Oh, that damage coming through from the enchanted quiver. God damn, this item.
Dire's middle tower is under
That wasn't even that much from the focus fire.
I was wondering how much of a cheeky steal they would attempt here. Taking away the Wisdom Rune, but looks like White One's just doing a good job bodyguarding it. So once again, Omni Knight very balanced. Able to essentially solo this.
He's having some trouble. He is having a little bit of trouble.
Hey,
oh, Schofield. Yeah, that's aggressive. I mean, no BKB available here on Pure. If they catch Pure, this could be big. There's no buyback available on the Wind Ranger. Wind Ranger down for 80, but the Assassinate comes out in return, so at least they will take down Schofield. And they'll get their Tormentor this time. The tick comes out.
Decent value, I guess. Well, free Crystal Clone feels kind of nice. It does leave them a little weak, though, to be able to go in onto this high ground. I guess feeling like, well, with no Wind Ranger, how are they going to be able to take us out? It's all on 9 class once again. He's not quite into the Aghanim Scepter. And look at him, he's just trying to quickly keep waves shoved as quickly as possible. Blinks out, uses that increased range on the Thunderstrike to at least stop mid lane from being assaulted as much. They're going to get a juicy prize. Might be a full lane.
Tier 3 gone. The headshot there. Nice dodge from the Assassinate with the Doppelganger.
This is the time to go if they were to get anything happening. They're taking the outpost at the moment just to enable Schofield to TP in. They won't realize that it's happening. 20 seconds left.
Dodges the Assassinate again with Doppelganger. You've got good reactions, K1.
They're trying to find the real one, and they're trying to pop that Lincoln's with the Thunderstrike.
Oh, they come
They'll
out
be forced to back off, though.
Yeah, they won't get that melee racks. Oh, hook shot.
Missed hook shot.
Yeah, trying to go
First
for
one this
cage
game.
there. Schofield, he's ready with a blink if he wants to jump in. Aghanim's now on the Wind Ranger.
Okay. They do have a gem, though, right? On Heroic? Yeah, Timber's holding one.
Oh, okay.
And a full Sanj.
Oh, big Aghanims.
And, yeah.
You see that, don't you?
Yeah, he's got a smoke to be able to make a play with as well if he really feels like he needs it. Has to be unorthodox here with his movement. Can't be predictable. Can't get yourself picked off either because you know you will have no buyback with that fresh Ags.
Oh, Schofield might scout him actually here.
K1 might scout him if he moves off to the left.
He's okay. He's all right.
Didn't end up actually hitting the Lincolns because he just used the Thunder Strike on the ground there on 9 class. Oh, they see KJ.
Yeah, that's a dead
Bye,
KJ. Gets assassinated there by the hands of Thompson, but in comes the team fight now. The Static Storm, it will be committed there onto the Timbersaw. Timbersaw in trouble, but PL trying to find Thompson, but he's able to get to the high ground there with thanks to that concussive grenade. As KJ buying back here with that freezing field. Look at the damage there, taking down Pure 9 class and Toby. Thompson, oh, he gets bashed! The bash! Oh, he doesn't TP away. Poor Thompson is dead. The buyback available, coming back there. They don't have themselves 9 class or Pure here. Only 3 remaining. They can end this game on heroic.
Yeah, not going a Mjolnir or anything like that. They don't have the detection, though, to be able to see Thompson inside of that Silver Edge. But they don't really care about Thompson. He's not doing enough damage at all to K1. He's still got the Aegis for another 20 seconds. He's still got the Heart for all of that HP. Do they want to go all in, though? Do they want to try and close it out? Or are they just going to take the more measured play? Seems like the latter.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so...
Juicy wave top that they need to address.
Yeah, I mean, at least they'll still be in this game on Tundra, because they still have an opportunity to stay in. They just need themselves a better Static Storm. Like, if they take down the PL, then that is big.
Yeah,
but,
it basically needs to be on PL and Timbersaw. So
yeah.
I'd say that's where a lot of the comms are going to be for the team. It's just like, be in the same fight, but never be on top of each other. We know how good 9 class is. He will catch us out if we give him any opportunity. He's getting caught here.
Thompson was being a bit aggressive there. Just revealed himself with a Shadow Blade. Just hello hi. Just hit the PL.
Thompson getting some fond memories, but not so fond now that you're on the opposing end. A level 25 PL in a high stakes game. K1. Shades of Ana coming through here. Just to be able to completely take over a game with that Phantom Lancer. 9k net worth ahead of anyone else.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Okay, one. Wait, he may have been scouted out here. Yeah, they get
Oh,
down the
there's that
Static Storm. There we go. PL dead. Down for 100 seconds. Now Tundra possibly on the aggressive, though 9 class still alive with thanks to
nice
the Guardian
cogs.
Angel there from Toby. Maybe perhaps they can try and find Analog now. Do they have themselves the glimpse? They don't need it. I mean, they've got themselves the kill possibly on Analog.
Glimpse in 2.
Still okay.
Need it.
There we go. Now they get the kill. They get themselves 2. That's what they need on Tundra. Static Storm on the PL every time. Happy days.
Just a little bit too cocky there on K1. Just completely away from the rest of the team. No vision. I think it was during nighttime as well that a lot of that was happening, so they just had no vision and not respecting the Ag Static coming through there from 9 class. It's going to get even stronger as well as soon as he hits up onto that level 20. An extra 2 seconds in the kinetic field means you're basically guaranteed 7 full seconds of silence.
So Thompson is going something interesting here in his quick buy. Have you seen this?
I have now. Is it a Timbersaw killer? Feels like it to me.
It looks like it, yeah, doesn't it? So he's going a Revenant's Brooch on the sniper. So, I mean, it's, instead of just getting a Mjolnir, why not make all of your physical damage turn into magical? Well, that's a fair point. I mean, they did do the nerf, though, where you can't crit whilst this is active. So it doesn't apply crits, but I think it's still pretty good here for Thompson in this regard.
Yep, feels good to me. A little surprised that he hasn't gone, like, I guess the Aghanim Scepter is fine on Divine Llama for the barrier coming through, but really feels now like a much better BKB game, right? Like, I know it's going to be disabled if 9 class catches you, but you know, against this stuff like the Revenant's Brooch, against the Omni Knight, who, level 21, Toby's doing a good amount of damage now, and he's able to get in on the backlines with a Blink Dagger as well, so he is a significant threat.
And Roshan, he will definitely be spawning in around about 1 minute and 30 seconds now. So maybe perhaps Tundra can just hold it off for a bit. Maybe just wait out the Roshan. Oh, they scouted out Pure. They're pinging him. They're pinging him. If Pure reveals himself now, this could be a big pickoff.
He saw the rune disappear. He's going to back off.
Okay, he's
Ones
alright.
with Roche control are Tundra. Do they have wards, though, to be able to place down? They don't. So a rare mistake coming through as they just get sent out now on the courier, I believe. Or at least a sentry is purchased up by Whitemon. So what could have been an advantage actually isn't.
Yeah, they're going to leave it. They might meet
Back
each other
smoke
now.
on smoke.
Oh, Thompson's
They
on the
have
front
vision.
line. Okay, here's the PL. Oh
So much
no,
vision
the
provided.
static storm! It gets put down. They thought that was the real PL. That's a big blunder there from 9 class. As now they find themselves the disruptor. Toby possibly dead here too. Activate. Oh, the bash again! Cancelling the TP, but because of the Guardian Angel and the BKB wasn't taking any damage, but will be locked in place there with the Eye Shards.
Still
This
so
looks
hard
to
to
be
kill.
a dead. Oh my god!
Schofield
Toby actually
just
gets the
has to
kill.
die again.
Alright, okay,
Oh,
fair
Pure,
enough. Another
Pure,
Guardian Angel.
Pure.
What the heck? Pure! Focus fire! Taking down the Timber! Toby is just not dying! He's an angel! He's surviving! He's okay! What was that? What?
Somehow able to get out.
What?
I don't know.
Dire's middle tower
That was it. I thought, you know, they were just going to be able to take Roshan freely. They go for Toby. It's like, yeah, surely Toby's dead. No. No, he has himself 2 charges there, the Guardian Angel. 7 seconds duration. 14 seconds of not taking any physical damage there. I think you, I think you need a nullifier.
Yep. And now he'll have Repel. He has Blacking Bar as well, so it's like full magic and physical immunity for a pretty solid period of time. About 15 seconds of each.
I mean, the static storm's ready now, though, Danog. So this time they just no blunders, no blunders. 9 class, get it on
What do they
point.
do though? What do they do on heroic? Like they don't.
Radiant are
They
scanned.
do have actually a vision advantage. Tundra going to look to try and take it away though with Whitemon. Nicely done. They might
Yeah.
have seen that smoke come through, but they're just trying to
Pure.
delay so Divide comes in.
Again, they're going to try and find Schofield here as the static
Found
storm
Pango.
comes down. They have caught themselves the Pangolier, but the PL has free reign at the moment within this team fight, trying to find Thompson.
Pango's coming back.
Thompson's okay. Look at him, just doppelganger around. Which one's the real one? As they do find themselves 9 class. That's 9 class dead. The buyback here
Buyback.
from Pangolier with this rolling thunder. They find themselves 2, possibly find themselves 3. Triple kill for the PL as Thompson is down for 120 seconds.
And all it costs them is a couple of supports. Yeah, buyback, sure, used by Analog, but well worth it there just to be able to get that extra layer of control to really allow K1 to go to work. And well, with this being the third Roshan as well, it's going to be a free Aghanim Scepter coming through. So it's something that Divine Lama was working on for quite some time. Just get it for free. Why not? It means that he can save the buyback as well.
Yeah, just look at all fight K1 in the middle of this all. It's like, which one's the real
They
one?
can't do anything.
This is what we meant by this last pick PL. I mean, what can you do? Just jumping around with the doppelganger, but it's got a little bit worse for them because now they got themselves the Aegis. They will put it on Analog though because he did buy back in that last fight, so he'll take
Makes
the
sense.
Aegis.
Dire's top tower.
You saw K1 basically just take no damage in that fight, so it makes a lot more sense. Thompson's buyback just came off, so if he really needs to be able to come back, this is the very end of the full buyback timer. And they want to try and close it out. They want Megas if possible.
Is under attack.
What's going on with the 2 couriers at the Twin Gate, by the way?
They're surviving.
Why are they doing? Okay, I don't know if that provides.
There was a
any
gem
knowledge.
dropped around that area,
Oh,
so they're probably looking
okay.
out for that.
Yeah, fair
There we go, they've gone in. This is an early activation of the Aghanims on Divine Lama. Didn't want to get caught out inside of the Static Storm.
Okay, now he's back. 9 class is back. He's going to TP here. Can he get himself a big static storm? As they caught themselves the PL. There we go.
Oh, the
snowball
Tusk's got him!
save. Look at that snowball save from Schofield. With his BKB blinks in. The snowball's there. K1 is slowly falling though. May still fall. The doppelganger there. K1. He actually
Oh, the
survives.
cheese.
He's back up thanks to the cheese. And the
feed him
static
the
storm
juice.
is now down. Schofield will be brought back. They'll finally take him out for saving K1.
Oh, he did everything right that fight, Schofield, and he gets rewarded with a death. Up to 21 deaths, by the way, so you're on the mark for now. But yeah, something tells me that he's going to give up his life at least one more time before this game is done. Just one lane of racks left, not even a full lane, just the melee sitting between Mega Creeps and, well, Heroic. We always thought that this was going to be the inevitable outcome of this game if you let K1 sit back and farm. He's got plenty of gold as well to be able to go into something extra.
Buyback-wise, if we take a look at them, the only buybacks available at the moment are for the Omni and the Clockwork.
Whitemon has to be very careful there. He was pumping his hook shot as if to go in. I'm not sure if PL is the one that you want to go in on.
Well, they do see the real PL.
They do, but...
Oh, wait, they got the static storm.
Found
Static
him.
storm there on the PL. That's the real one. PL in trouble. PL in trouble. Will they find the kill? Yes, they will. PL down. They're going to try and pursue for more hit hook shot.
What a hook.
The TP, but will be found. Whitemon dead. The buyback in from PL wants to join to the fight. They know that the static storm is down. So this is go, go, go time for Heroic. Pure will get away there with the TP and the invisibility. Oh my gosh, and Tundra are on the defensive again with this buyback from PL. There's just a melee racks remaining so they can get themselves the megas.
The only thing they've got is basically focus fire on the Wind Ranger. She even used the refresher orb as well, so just trying to delay at least until they've got that next static storm available. He's even going for a Shadow Blade himself on 9 class just to try and be a little bit more elusive. Okay. Don't think he was lucky enough in getting a ninja gear out of the tier 4 items.
15 seconds remains until this static storm is back online. They smoke up here onto Heroic. Toby, he's got the front line here.
3 seconds.
Here we go. There's the real Davai Llama. K1
they saw where the mantle was used.
Here. Yeah.
Analog's looking for 9 class though.
Oh, that Rax is still alive. It's still surviving through. It's had better days. It's slowly falling. Will they get the megas? Yes, they will. There we go. Wait, did Thompson just deny that? Thompson denied it. Okay.
No free gold for you.
No free gold for you. He gets the megas.
And now, do you just wait for 7 minutes just to wait to have your buyback up once again? Let the creeps do the majority of the work. The plus side, of course, is that you're playing with the Clockwork with the Ags, so he's got plenty of ability to just constantly shove out a lot of these lanes.
Now, nobody wins.
Toby's closing on his level 25 as well, so that really feels like he's gone pure utility though. Not really a big damage threat. Wouldn't surprise me to see him just go into like more purification heal as his level 25 talent, unless he wants to start to transition into being a little bit more of that right-click damage threat. But
I'm just looking at I think he's finished
and the
brooch.
rapier
And a rapier on Pure here too.
And Thompson's killed one up as well.
He has. This is the now or never, the game 3. Who wins this? I mean, this is just
very
Swiss.
easily die. Like, he's got the shield rune at least to be able to play around with, right? So that's a little bit of reprieve, but I just saw Pure crit a creep for like 1600, so...
Oh my gosh. He is showing himself though here.
Nah, he's in busy. Good old Ag's blessing. Briefly showed himself though. Buyback status. 5 minutes left for PL. And a whole bunch of gold for Pure. But I really get the sense that Heroic don't want to let this one slip. Did they take out the Roshan banner previously? Can't see it anywhere.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, looking at the inventories, there's... Oh wait, was that a Roshan? No Roshan banners. Must have just expired, maybe.
You get a DD. Sorry.
Oh wait. K1. That's the real K1. That's the real K1.
What?
Uh-oh. Can they find him? Do they have the detection? He's able to live through it. There's the assassinate as well. They will find the real PL.
What are
now
you
more
doing,
than
K1?
20 seconds.
What are you doing? That's not your home. Your boys aren't there. And they're just going to run it down. Like, you have to do something super creative now on Heroic. Like, this is an all-in style play. Go for a base race. Push the lanes in. Force them to defend. I mean, we see finally Blade Mail comes out for Divine Llama. Still has plenty of gold, so he's got the buyback. I don't know if you could just defend this for 100 seconds. Toby's... Oh, he's got bots too. Okay. Have they thrown away Mega Creeps? A 96% win probability game against one of the best teams in this whole
Oh my
vault.
gosh, the Revenant's Broach. Oh my gosh! Oh, the Blade Mail actually just takes down Wind Ranger! Down for 96 seconds! The Blade Mail! The perfect pickup! There we go! As Whitemon attempted to save the Rapier, but he might be found here. Thompson going to fall!
They don't need K1, dude! They don't need him! They've got the Blade Mail! What we've been begging them to get this whole game. And even Whitemon's Heroics wasn't able to save that Rapier. It's still on the deck, by the way. Next to the...
That is why you check people's items before you
It was a reveal. It was a reveal. It's a high-stakes moment. I can totally empathize with him forgetting about that or not noticing it. Is it all on 9 class again? Does he need to do it for about a 7th time?
Oh my gosh.
Schofield still hasn't died since that last time, by the way.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
You're slowly just losing towers because... Ooh, who'll be catching? Is this enough? Can Toby do it?
Snowball save.
Again.
9 class, he has
I
Blink.
would love to get 9 class. He's got the Blink. He's got the Shadow Blade as well if he needs.
Uh-oh, Rolling Thunder coming in. Oh, no, he's
great
caught
shards.
within nice shards. Oh, dear. He's down for 90. There we go, folks. GG is called. Game 3 will actually go here to Heroic. They defeat Tundra here in this best of 3.
9 baby, says KJ in the all chat with a bunch of smiley faces. Yeah, again, it's all about positivity between these two, and, well, I'm sure they're going to be feeling very good about that one nearly snatched defeat away from the jaws of victory, with, you know, K1 perhaps overextending a little bit, but it really was the perfect PL game, wasn't it?
It really was, and they were able to delay. I mean, these static storms eventually did come out, and a great one there catching K1, but, the high ground tier and the Blade Mail. I really want to see that highlight of how fast this Wind Ranger got deleted there. We'll see that at the end. But boy, oh boy, I don't think Pure was expecting that one. Just got decimated there by the Blade Mail.
Mm-hmm. And, you were right. 21 deaths for Schofield on his task.
There we go.
Die for, like, the last, I want to say 8 minutes of that game. He was done feeding by the end of it all, so very well done by him. Some clutch saves to be able to turn the entire game in Heroic's favor. So they might have lost on the kill front, they might have had a dead PL and were going up against a Rapier, but they were still able to pull it out. A underdog victory, it has to be said, right? Like, this is not what a lot of people were expecting. A lot of people watch European Dota, but start paying attention to these Heroic guys because they got the stuff.
They have. I mean, the draft was perfect. Like we even mentioned, the PL last pick, they couldn't really do much. I mean, Tundra, they were having some impact, but there were a few blunders here and there. But I think that Heroic, even though that some blunders were committed, they still played really well, and especially with what they did during the phase. I mean, Schofield definitely with the snowball saves at one point. I mean, those were beautiful. He got himself a BKB specifically so he could just jump within a static storm during the Agnins and get a snowball save on the PL. It was beautiful.
Yeah. No one kills Schofield 22 times and lives to say something about it. I thought even KJ was pretty good. Like, these freezing fields did a lot of work. They did a great job of zoning away a lot of the Tundra heroes. You didn't have an overabundance of stuns either. You don't want to use Glimpse to be able to stop a freezing field at that stage of the game. And it was just so many good moves in, and this is really where PL and Timbersaw did start to take over. Look at Pure, just completely melted.
Yeah, he got decimated there, but it was a little bit back and forth, to be honest. There wasn't any even though that they had themselves the draft advantage here on the side of Heroic, I gotta say Tundra did really, really well in order to still like prolong this game and kind of not make it heavily favored on the hands of Heroic here. So I do have to give them props to that. Even though the draft was stronger here on Heroic, they held out for so long and were actually able to work around it and try and do the best that they could. I mean, the Bash is here too from the Pango.
Two really solid Pango games as well for Analog, it has to be said, right? Like, even though they didn't win game one, he was a big reason why they were in a winning position.
Here it is.
Boom, boom, boom. Just 3 hits himself.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Poor White. Look at White Mod. Just get out of here. Get out. See if you could do it, but it just wasn't enough. Agonizingly close from getting to the top of that cliff, and yeah, KJ even being the one to take him out, leaves the rapier on the ground. Don't need it, and they're able to close it all out. Another great save coming through. Wow. If you asked me coming into today, that is not what I would have been expecting, but I'm very happy that that is the result. You know, more international Dota, more respect for these other regions, and you know, they went to show that, you know, just a couple of little mistakes, forgetting about big heroes. You know, game 2 it was the Elder Titan against the Meepo. This game it was a PL against basically 0 heroes that had the capability to clear illusions, and they just didn't finish it fast enough. K1 came online, and he was way too big of a threat. So, wow, 2-1 to Heroic.
I know, I can't believe it. I really don't know who to give the MVP to here for. Davai Lama? Blade Mail?
Yeah.
I mean, because I don't know whether to value that over the snowball saves coming out from Schofield. I mean, even though that he died quite a lot of times, there were places where he was able to catch the side of Tundra and actually save with the snowball.
For
you
a
want to give it to
combination of his 2 Pango games. I feel like he deserves at least 1 MVP.
Okay. Analog it is. But we are going to go for a break, folks, so stay tuned because we will be back with an interview from Heroic to hear their side of the story of what the heck happened during that Game 3 and the other games as well. So stay tuned because we'll be back with an interview in just a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere.
was a very high tense, chaotic series. So of course, our comms are also a bit chaotic. But these are the kind of games we like. So we managed to flourish in these games.
Cool. It felt like, as much as big individual plays were such a big part of the result, the drafts were playing a really big factor too. Just going into like game one, it really felt like you letting the Chen through. You felt like you had the responses to it, and it felt like you were doing a really good job for quite some time until it was just like a weight came crashing down on you guys. Can you talk me through like your mentality around the Chen response?
Well, I'm not the drafter, but the hero is not as strong as it was, I guess, and so we thought we could play against it. So I don't really know. I'm just a dumb player.
Sure. I mean,
I
you've
don't-
told
I
me
don't draft.
before that, like, yeah, you've told me before that, like, you feel like your Timbersaw is one of the best in the world. You put on a great performance in that particular game. You're also one
I
of
play
those
pretty
players
bad,
that I
I
really.
think.
Yeah, you got some big pickoffs onto Pure for sure, at least before he was able to pop the VKB. But you are one of those players that I have a lot of confidence in when you have like that last overall pick, whether it be your Darkseer or the Elder Titan in that Meepo game. Are you the one to like? I know you said you don't draft, but were you the one to say like, give me this hero? It's a great game for ET, for example.
Oh yeah, I'll suggest heroes. I'll suggest heroes. I like to keep my hero pool broad, to practice lots of different stuff. And yeah, I mean, we when we draft, yeah, I'll make lots of calls. In this case, yeah, I asked for Elder Titan, and worked out.
Bit of question. There was a lot of banter going back and forth between the teams. Is that all in good nature, or is there any like personal feelings there? I saw KJ call him Nine Baby at the very
Like
end.
for
there
me,
after
I'm
the win.
friends with Nicholas. I mean, I like,
Yeah.
I kind of like Nicholas. I think I'm friends with him. For me, it was in good faith. I mean, he's extremely cocky, right? So I think if you're that cocky, you deserve to you deserve to get a taste for no medicine, like a lot of the time. So I see it in a good faith. I think KJ took it in less good faith. He seemed pretty mad, but overall, yeah, I don't know how he feels about it. I'll ask him after. I'll ask him, see how he feels about it. But I think I think he's okay.
Cool. And I have one last question. You've been playing in the SA region for about 3 months now, I'd say 3-4 months. What's your feelings about it all? And the players, the style. Just talking about KJ and the rest of the boys.
SA is a nice region. Like I've played in the past, so I've known SA teams, and I scrimed against SA teams and played with SA players like 2 years ago. So I know the region a little bit. Oh, I already did. And there's definitely a lot of talent. There's a huge lack of discipline, a huge lack of thought and like planning. But here, like Heroic is trying to change that, and we're trying to get some more structure into SA Dota. Hopefully, lift the region.
Sounds good. Well, a result like that certainly does go a long way towards that, and I'm sure would give a lot of confidence to you guys who previously came from all sorts of different lineups, different teams, different regions in yourself as well. So yeah, again, congratulations. You're moving on to play another team that wins sometime today, I guess, tomorrow, and that should be really exciting to see. So once again, congrats.
Yes, for sure.
Thanks for your time, Divine Llama. Really appreciate it.
My pleasure, Danok.
No,
Easy.
what a series that
sorry, I
was,
kinda-
Danog. No, it's all right.
I took over that interview a bit, Epi. Me and Divine, we chat a little bit, so yeah.
Yeah. But what a city! It could have been in Tundra's favor. It could have been in Heroic's favor. I mean, we didn't know what could have happened. And eventually, with that siege, I mean, they didn't have PL for 2 minutes, and it turned out that they would be the victors. Heroic coming out with that one. That was quite surprising. Everyone thought that maybe perhaps Tundra were going to take it until that moment, where they all just screamed and said, "Flee for the hills" after losing the Wind Ranger.
And with that, I think that's you and me done for today. We will be back tomorrow at the start of the day, but in the meantime, the next series that's coming up on this channel, I believe, is Nigma Galaxy taking on Aurora. So that'll be exciting. Lots of big names coming through from that one. And yeah, I'm keen to see how it all pans out. So thanks everyone for watching. Keep it locked in right here as well as on the B stream, and we'll be right back after a short break.
Welcome back to the Elite League. It is halfway through the day. We've got a lot more Dota lined up. My name is Cryptic. I'm here with Z Quixotics, and we have some fun games ahead. But I gotta ask you, Zach, how you doing, man?
I am so ready. I'm so excited. We got international Dota. We got some teams we haven't gotten to see at the international stage, such as Nigma, the series coming up today, versus Aurora. Really excited to see how things go.
Yeah, I think this is one that a lot of people are interested about because Nigma is a team that has kind of been stuck right behind the qualifying line in MENA now for a little while. And this is, I think, the first time we've really seen them make it to one of these lands in quite a while, or these international events. So should be fun, should be exciting to see how they stack up against Aurora, who I think surprised a lot of teams at the last major, I guess, international event with Lorinov, right, standing in as the mid laner, and now he is an official mid laner for the team. I guess they're like, well, that worked out really well. Let's just keep running that back. Why not?
Yeah, I'm really excited to see it because, like you said, it worked out really well as a stand-in. Now you've had a bit of time to actually work together a bit. I'm excited to see how it goes because they definitely had a strong start, dropped off a little bit after that, but hopefully they've spent the time talking about that, and now we get to watch them. Aurora versus Nigma.
Yeah, I'm excited. I think should be hopefully a very good series. I have high expectations for Aurora through the Swiss stage here, but Nigma's a massive wild card to me. I mean, this team is amazing. They picked up Matthew, who is one of my favorite support players in the world, so I'm very excited to see how he is going to help round out their roster. But here we are. Miracle, Sumail, FBZ, Matthew, and of course Kuro. Some very famous people, very well-known names. I will say it's not that surprising. We're finally see them making some events. I'm not sure how much of this was Matthew's doing, but either way, happy to see them at an international event no matter what. They're definitely a crowd pleaser, I would say. Fan favorites.
Yeah, they got the mix. They got the haters, the fans. But I feel like even the haters are angry because they want to see Nigma do well, and they're upset when that doesn't happen. So I feel like everyone wants to see Nigma do well. And I mean, yeah, we got a cool roster here, like very international. I always love seeing this. I think it's something going forward we're going to see more. The world getting more global, right? That we have players from all different regions coming together, same as Aurora now. So a lot of these are SEA players, but Lorinov coming over from, I believe he's a Ukrainian player, actually. So now we're getting a little bit of a mix here, bringing in different styles together. 23, Lorinov, Jabs, Q, and Ollie, like we said earlier, showed a strong performance, had some issues as it went on. Let's see if they worked it out. I'm really excited about it.
Yeah, I really am too. I think this team should do pretty cool, and I can't wait to kind of jump into the draft as we've got some cool bans and picks kind of already underway here for these teams. They did not mess around. They were like, yo, we want to start this game. No breaks for you guys. I know we're trying to transition over to a new set of casters and stuff, but nope, we want to start the game. So I think overall, these teams should match up fairly well. I think the big question for me is going to be that mid lane, of course, right? Lorinov, I think, looked really good in their last event, and you're going up against Sumail, so he's kind of known for being quite good. But yeah, I think
a little bit.
Yeah, just he might have a little bit of a history of being a pretty solid mid laner, but again, it's the team's a little untested at the international stage. They've just been playing a lot of these teams in the MENA region. I'm sure they've been scrimming teams all over Eastern and Western Europe for quite some time, but yeah, this is their first time they've probably been playing against Aurora, I'd have to imagine.
I think so. I mean, they may have done some scrims. I don't know. We don't get to see that, but at least in official matches, yeah, first time. I think it's been quite a while. It's been like 7 months or something, I think, since we saw Nigma play against international teams. So I think everyone's really excited to see how they do because, like you said, they've been kind of gate-kept a little bit by the other two, Falcons and Quest, but they've looked pretty good at the international stage as well. So where
Falcons? You mean the team winning everything right now?
Yep, they're pretty good.
Yeah, I would say, the MENA region I think is a little bit strong for sure. I think people definitely were a little unsure of how that region was going to stack up, but then Falcons comes out of nowhere, puts together this all-star lineup, and then Nigma suddenly is like, well, we were kind of the top team out here, but yeah, kind of the gatekeepers of the region, similar to like the Shopify of NA, right? They're the ones keeping the rest of the region down, right? Crappa. But I would say I'm very excited to see this series. It's the first time I think I'm excited that we are like the first ones who get to actually cover Nigma in this tournament, and you know that's cool. Thank you, obviously, ESB Fissure for letting us do that. But we have a draft underway, and I would love to jump into this. I don't know if we are ready for that quite yet, but hopefully we're there soon. As we're jumping through. Before we get to the draft, though, I have some questions because we have the insider info, but the meta, you know, we've been seeing a lot of stuff over the last like couple of weeks develop after the patch. Has there really been any major changes, or are we kind of seeing a lot of the same stuff?
I think teams have taken a little bit of a different approach. Like you said, last time we were watching, the patch came out like in the middle of the Dream League 23 qualifier. So some teams kind of stuck with what they knew. Some teams like tried to quickly adjust. We've had about 10 days now. Many of the heroes are still up there, the same meta heroes, but some teams think like, oh, this hero's too nerfed, we don't want to play it. Other teams are, you know, they're like, yeah, it's totally fine, we'll keep playing it. So it feels like the teams have shifted a little bit, but when you kind of look across the whole like spectrum of teams, we see many of the same heroes we saw in the last patch. I'd say maybe support has opened up a little bit, or maybe like shifted more. Like I think Crystal Maiden's become a lot more valued than previously. More teams have caught on to that. Terrorblade, we were seeing a good mix of that. Some teams really like it, which I think in this series, potentially we could see. Nigma has been playing a lot. Aurora has it. Oh, there we go. We got the draft in here.
All right, nice. Okay. I wasn't sure if we were going to have an overlay like this or we're going to go to in-game, but we do have a draft. So surprise everybody. 7 heroes in. But keep going. Keep finishing your points. You had some good points you're making. I like them.
Nah, that was most of them. We got here. Leshrac, I've seen Nigma draft Leshrac a lot. You can technically flex it, but I mean, Sumail's a killer Leshrac, and he's been playing it mostly for their team from what I saw. Centaur, really solid offlaner, but you actually can run it in support. So this could be like Disruptor Centaur support. I mean, could be Disruptor Leshrac support. Centaur Leshrac would actually be like pretty good combo together. But I do kind of think these are like some core heroes we've got here. On the other side, Aurora picked up a first pick Razor, which is or a response pick Razor, which is pretty interesting. I'm not sure. That's very interesting to me. Into the Leshrac.
This isn't like Malrine, you know, where you like first phase his Razor in the mid lane, right? Like this is a little bit of a different idea, and you've picked it into the Lesh as the opener, and then they immediately respond with Disruptor Centaur, which is a really cool duo because Razor, you have to stay on your target, and this means you either have to BKB Kinetic Field or Glimpse, which is pretty rough, which you do not want to have to do just from a support standpoint. And then you, of course, have Stampede to get him away. So I think the Razor has a really hard time this game, like keeping his hands on these heroes. And then, of course, then they get the counter matchup of the Anti-Mage into the Morphling hero on the 18th pick. And that is really good. And there's not a lot of catch for this Anti-Mage.
This is a sick pick, Anti-Mage. You do have last pick on Aurora. I doubt any of these heroes are mid. I mean, I guess you could run Razor mid. And they did pick it in response to Leshrac, so I mean maybe they know something we don't. I personally did not really know of Razor being a particularly strong response pick to Leshrac. Like if you think it's mid to mid, so maybe part of me wants to see it because offlane Razor into Anti-Mage really isn't that great. You can never get the links you want. You kind of like farm okay. Like Anti-Mage doesn't really want to blink onto you to play aggressively. So you kind of like farm, but you don't really shut down the enemy carry, which is often what you want from a Razor. But whether it's a mid, I feel like it has to be mid. Yeah, whether it's a mid or an offlane pick, we do need some catch, like you mentioned. Right now, Anti-Mage, I mean, you got lift, but then what, right? Like you're gonna try to get the stomp in that lift. It's really tough. So a little bit more catch, or at least someone who builds maybe a really fast Orchid to try to silence him before the Manta comes online. I guess that could work too. For Nigma, I mean, it could be a support last pick, which would be a little surprising. But maybe they do. Yeah. Maybe they do end up flexing the Leshrac or the Centaur here.
It's one of those things that like Sumail is just an incredibly good Lesh player, and I feel like for the most part, it is likely to be his Lesh in the mid lane. But I think so. It's not guaranteed. Like you said, it is flexible to the 4. We've seen certain teams even run Centaur in a support role, and this is one of those games where I don't know if you actually need the Centaur to be the 3 position. Like, his real contribution could honestly just be Stampede from the lane, or like Stampede in the game. And then Morphling is so good against the Centaur lane itself that I wonder if they want to pick up another 3 that maybe like punishes the Morphling a little bit more. They do get rid of the classic AM counters, at least not only to the lane, but to the game, of course. The Legion Commander, not super popular. This hero has not really been picked at all, but it is one of those things that Anti-Mage can't counterspell this guy, so you have to kind of deal with it. The Slardar, just really strong in lane, actually quite a bully against the Anti-Mage.
Mm-hmm.
You have 24 pick for Aurora, so you are going to see kind of if this Lesh is going to the mid or if they're going to flex any of these heroes. I don't know. I like Nigma's draft a lot right now. We'll see how it kind of rounds out with this last pick, but I think they have a pretty solid advantage at the moment.
I agree. And I'm kind of curious, if you do flex Centaur, I feel like you're missing a little bit of catch. So, okay, they end up actually just going for the last pick, Crystal Maiden. Not something you see very often, but Crystal Maiden Anti-Mage should have a decent time in the laning stage. We'll see if there's a surprise off-lane pick here, but I feel like if it's Razor, you're okay. Crystal Nova just to secure the range creeps. Anti-Mage kind of does the rest. Crystal Maiden can just like do pulls, Frostbite if they ever try to play aggressively. I guess you got to be a little careful of getting like lifted out of position, and then I can see Crystal Maiden dying pretty easily, but Anti-Mage himself should be okay. It does confirm the Leshrac mid. He'll be pretty happy with that Crystal Maiden aura, a hero always greedy for mana.
Yeah. We always see that like a couple times, like your lineup like built around a Crystal Maiden doesn't really have someone that can take advantage of the aura super well, but I like the fact that they have the Lesh for that. Lesh also got some pretty nice buffs in terms of his own like mana usage around his ult, which I think makes a big difference. But last pick for Aurora, I have to imagine it's an actual offlane hero here. I don't think you want to run the Razor into this Anti-Mage CM lane, but like you said, maybe it's not the worst thing in the world. You don't really shut the Anti-Mage down, but I don't think they really shut him down either. So maybe Razor gets his own farm and kind of just survives.
Yeah, I feel like you need something like low cooldown stun in a way, because now you have Crystal Maiden ult to worry about. You have to catch the Anti-Mage. I feel like you'll struggle to make plays if you don't pick some kind of stun. Or you could, maybe you could go super aggressive and just try to pick, like, plan to win all your lanes. It's always a little risky to do, but
Darkseer,
it is a style you can go for. Yeah, or maybe like, sometimes we see like Night Stalkers, which could be kind of good, but I guess there is Stampede.
Yeah, there is Stampede. That's true. Okay, we go back for Mag. I think this is solid. It gives you some legitimate teamfight lockdown, follow up with the Elder Titan as well. It's like a pretty well-rounded hero. Getting the ability to potentially like catch and pick off someone with like either if he goes Horn Toss or if he goes, the Harpoon into Skewer back, maybe that'll be enough to help keep people near the Razor and find kills. But a classic jab hero. So I think that's fine. I like this more than the Razor offlane for sure.
Yeah, Empower pretty good with Morphling as well. And then if you do get a really big RP, I mean, that could combo with Stomp plus Earth Splitter. Insane combo there.
Yeah.
I still think Anti-Mage looks really good this game. And I guess the question mark to me is how well does Razor do versus Leshrac? And it does seem like they knew it would be the mid pick. So I'm looking forward to learning something. Like I didn't know this was a thing, so I'll get to learn no matter what. But if that lane doesn't go well, I do think it might be a bit tough for Aurora to apply enough pressure to really stop this Anti-Mage from just going around farming, hitting his timing.
I agree. I think that's pretty much the big thing you're looking for right now is whether or not you can shut down Miracle on the Anti-Mage. He should have a decent lane for the most part. Magnus will just max Empower here and see us fairly free. Like Anti-Mage, like, yeah, you can burn his mana, but you're going to be at like a 25 to 30 damage deficit. So
Universal
Magnus
heroes.
works in those. Yeah, Magnus works in those types of matchups like quite well, where he's like, yeah, you want to hit me, I'm going to cleave you, I'm going to deny creeps in your face. It's just a fairly easy lane for Mag to play, and he's not really under any threat of dying. Like you can go for just a value point and skewer, get away from the anti-mage. If he tries to blink after you, maybe you punish it. But either way, I am super excited for this game. It's our first time really seeing Nigma on this international stage in quite some time. Like you said, almost 7 months. So for those of you who are just joining in, you are in for a treat. It's going to be game number 1 here of Nigma Galaxy versus Aurora. But we baited you because it's a pause. Get on, chat.
Yeah, they're used to it by now. Don't worry, don't worry. Okay, double smoke from both teams. It's always fun to see. Some people like to smoke right out, get the wards down. Some people like to wait a little bit, then smoke to go for a first blood. Looks like these teams both want to smoke up, try to place their wards. We got one in the mid lane. We'll see what else we get. Right now, both teams mostly together, so maybe we'll get some first blood action, which that always can massively change how a game is supposed to go.
Absolutely.
I think Nigma has a better level 1 fight.
I mean, you have Crystal Maiden, I feel
Yeah.
like.
Crystal Maiden
It's
and
like one of those
Centaur
heroes. Yeah. And Disruptor, right? Massive buffs to Thunderstrike. Just value.
That's true, that's true. And it's AoE
Slow
too.
duration.
Yeah, so if everyone's clumped up, it's pretty big. Looks like the smoke will be scouted with this observer. The smokes are breaking. Blocking the camp.
It's a good camp block for sure.
Yeah, versus Magnus. Actually, even Razor can do stacks pretty early.
I imagine he's going to max Plasma Field here. Like, you're not playing around Static Link in this lane probably at all. He might get a single value point of it to just take a little bit of damage away from the Lesh, since, taking, 5 to 10 damage can make the difference in actually securing last hits and denies. But Lesh's base movement speed is so much higher that you're just not going to play around that very often. So, no real fight over the runes. Should just be 2 and 2. Ooh, never mind. They're going to get 3. FBZ will snag the third bounty rune on the top side. So
they've won. They've done it.
Off to an amazing start, baby. This is what we wanted to see.
I'm curious what Razor's build will be. I mean, I'm sure chat already knows. They're laughing at us being clueless, but I do think Link is pretty tough here. So Razor usually follows very similar, like Manta, there's like BKB, sometimes Satanics, AC, stuff like that. And maybe you just do that. Maybe you're to the wall that you just start pushing and people have to react to you, and when they do, then you get to Link. That could be one way to adjust to it, but curious if he's got some like other kind of build. I think we'll see Manta regardless, but after that.
Yeah. I think it's kind of like what I expected in terms of the abilities, right? Getting a value point in Static Link, then maxing Plasma Field. It's like it gives you an easy way to contest CS with the first couple of waves, but Lightning Storm is just a pretty good ability, so I don't think he's going to struggle too much. Top lane, we can take a look at this. FBZ and Matthew here on the Centaur Disruptor. We haven't seen a lot of Disruptor 4, right? I think I've seen a lot of Disruptor in the 5 positions lately, a hero that has had a lot of attention recently. Nice stomp there from FBZ. Blood Grenade out as well. It's just a little bit of harassment damage. Salve is available for the ET though, so we'll just regen that right back up.
Yeah, I think top might be where we're most likely to see a kill, but I think it's off of perhaps a mistake, like catching Morphling off guard and stunning him before he gets the attribute shift off. Without that, there'll be a lot of trading, but
The bottom lane, he is out of resources. This might be our first blood, and it is for the Miracle Anti-Mage. Jabs almost gets the skewer just off the mark. I mean, that's the level 2 timing. You also did go for Shockwave, and now with the missed skewer, it means you have no points in Empower. So that's going to cause some problems here for Jabs.
Yeah, Kuroki decided to commit to the QW build. A lot of times we see Crystal Maidens go 1 point in one of those skills and then get the Aura at level 2. But this time, yeah, committing both. That is the most aggressive version. It does mean he's pretty much out of mana. He just bought a Mango, so he'll have a little bit more, but unlikely to see any aggression for a little bit because you kind of need both these spells, if not more of them, to actually get the kill.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. I like
I like that aggression, especially knowing that you have the level 2 advantage. You can stick on top of the Rubik, who, you know, I think people underestimate the mana break from Anti-Mage. It is one of those things that once heroes are out of mana, the slow is a massive problem. See the Lotuses come out. I think Nigma's going to get both of these, so those are going to be quite nice. Razor's doing great in the mid lane, though. I'm not sure if we've looked at his CS lately, but 16-6 to 13-2. So Lornov, I guess, very well aware of this Razor versus Lesh matchup, and it doesn't really seem like it's gonna tilt in any way to this Lesh soon.
Yeah, I feel like we're gonna see 2 pretty farmed mid laners this game.
Yeah,
of course,
the
rotations could change that. Well, I'm sure we'll see a lot of people moving into the mid lane around that 6-minute mark. We'll see if that had changed anything.
Top lane's kind of silent. It's hard, like you said, it's hard to kill this hero, but bottom lane, they're going to get aggressive here onto Miracle. He does have a Blink, a Lotus, and 4 wand charges, so he's actually just going to stand his ground, try and bring down Jabs the Frostbite out from Kuroki, and Jabs
switching targets?
Looks like Kuro might be the one to pick up the kill. He's like, who's going to get me? He's going to get the denied.
Denied.
No way, dude! Miracle, hold up, Q? Dude, what just happened in this bottom lane? I cannot believe this. I cannot believe this. You baited yourself.
I think they got a little greedy. In the meantime, top supports traded. I think he got the kill on Magnus and wanted to immediately pop. That's one of those things where it's gonna look silly, but he was trying to maximize so hard. Like, instantly kill Magnus, straight go for the support, 2v1. But instead, you lose the Magnus kill to the creeps, and you get killed because you use the Blink aggressively. That's gonna feel really bad.
Dude, sometimes you just get right-clicked to death by a Rubik, you know? Not that common, but
especially
I guess it happens.
Yeah, but sometimes.
Holy heck. Yeah, I mean, that is, like you said, it was a very much trying to, like, min-max the play there, and it just ends up not paying off. So, unfortunate for Miracle. Overall, he's still having a pretty good lane, right? Like, he's not really too far behind. He got first blood. I think he's still going to be quite okay getting to that Battle Fury. Obviously, we like to kind of have some fun when we can in those types of scenarios, but I don't think he's really too upset. He's more of like, you know, face palming, like, oof, but
could have been more
right
ahead,
back to it.
I guess.
Could have been more ahead. Good point.
Yeah. But the saving grace, like, Magnus did not pick up the kill at least. But that does put the question mark on Q, which he died earlier, so now it's kind of like back to an average game, I guess, after picking up that kill. But a Rubik who hits an early level 6 can be very scary. He's got some pretty solid spells to steal here too. So we'll see if that comes back to bite them. 6 minutes coming up here.
Ooh, that's a good one. Amplify damage for the Leshrac. Wow. I mean, honestly, this will probably be spent picking up stacks or a tower, right? If the tower gets left alone. But for now, we'll just wait and see. Ollie, actually, gonna get glimpsed right back into Sumail. The split earth will connect, and that is a ton of damage out from the Edict, so doesn't have to commit the rune, of course. That's an easy pick-off. Well set up there from the Disruptor, and having that Ward Sentry on the other side, scouting that whole rotation.
Yeah, I like Lornoff immediately pops his ult. He's like, oh, they just killed my support, and oh wait, bottom lane. Q might be in a bit of danger again, trying to TP out. Ooh. So close.
Did he? I think he Lotused him. Is that what happened? Okay, he might have Lotused him to keep him alive. I was like, one of those scenarios that's like, yeah, technically it gives you more health, but Anti-Mage also does more damage. Oh, that was
pays
close.
Off this time.
Nice
Gets
TP
him
out.
out.
Yeah.
He'll just walk back, pick up the Wisdom Rune along the way. And looks like Ollie picks up that ward that got him killed earlier.
Yeah, I mean, that's honestly fine. Him not dying and getting the Wisdom Rune where he wanted to back for it anyway. He's going to have full HP mana. Can't, like, TP mid to refill a bottle or anything, but I don't think Lornov is really too upset about anything at the moment.
Yeah, mid has been a bit of a farm fest, and Leshrac picked up one extra kill, but didn't really change the dynamic of the matchup too much. I will say, though, I mean, it's a fairly quiet game so far, but I think that might be leaning towards Nigma, since you and I are pretty big fans of this anti-mage pick, which did have a little bit of shenanigans at the start, but I still think it's looking like a pretty solid anti-mage game. So if things are quiet here,
Are scanning.
I mean, Morphling is a hero who can kind of pop off sometimes still, but...
Stampede to get them away will work. Bottom lane rune's gonna be scouted by Q. He sees Sumail trying to protect this for the moment so as Razor can get here. I mean, this would be an amazing rune for the Razor, especially now that Stampede is down. So
Yeah.
they do manage to pick it up.
Sumail was low from clearing a triple stack earlier and didn't feel like he could contest a Rubik. And yeah, with haste, you might actually be able to run down anti-mage.
Oh, bottom lane. We're going to see them get aggressive here onto the Magnus. Mana Void comes out from Miracle, ends up finishing the job. Ollie does have a lot of damage here, but not going to be able to connect, and a glimpse will find Q, sets him up for potentially 2 kills onto Miracle. Now Sumail grabs it himself. Really good finds from Nigma, now up to a 3,000 gold lead already. Looking very good.
This is the start you want to have. That top lane, so Centaur cannot really threaten the Morphling, but once you pick up enough armor on Centaur, it kind of goes the other way as well. So we've just seen them also farming up here. They've been able to put more attention to stacking, to helping the mid lane, and right now things are going Nigma's way. The Battle Fury, it's gonna hit at a pretty decent timing unless they kill him. I mean, like, he's still a couple thousand away, but
yeah,
he's got the start he needs to hit a nice timing. And the Magnus feels like not having a strong start, so he's probably just gonna be like doing stacks. So
yeah,
I don't know who they're going to bring. It has to be the Razor, but Razor's rushing a BKB, so this is where a bit of the draft comes into play, where we were questioning, like, if you don't have the stuns, how do you do this? And the mag pick could have worked, but through the laning, he's fallen behind, and I think this is where we're going to start feeling the pressure for Aurora.
Yeah, I think, honestly, Aurora looked at this and decided, all right, yeah, let's just farm. You know, we have the Razor into Lesh. We'll have, you know, a Morphling who's pretty good. Lornav's gonna get glimpsed right into Sumail again. A beautiful setup here. He's trying to get saved. Jabs can't do anything about it. He's not level 6 yet, but a stomp out from Ollie makes a ton of space. The Stampede as well gets thrown as the Morphling trying to finish off Matthew on the backside. Managed to do some Akuro with a huge freeze. And gets a triple kill. Morphling's gotta clean up. Jabs still level 5. Gonna chase down this Crystal Maiden, but in comes Miracle. 23 dodges out the split. Earth gets glimpsed instead. He's gonna go ahead, try to do his best here. The Diabolic Edict stolen, doing a decent amount of work. Jabs finally level 6 with a nice RP, but 23's out of resources, and it's gonna be chased down by this anti-mage. A beautiful rotation in from them. And he's not done. Stomp comes through. They manage to protect the shield rune for the moment, but Sumail will still manage to grab it. Huge win in this mid lane.
Team player Miracle blinking aggressively to protect the rune. How many carry players have you guys seen do that? But he knows he's strong this game. He's just got a huge influx of gold. Well, he could have had even more, but actually, Kuro with the triple kill. That shows why Crystal Maiden is so good right now. So much early magic damage for these fights, and the Frostbite providing the root just time to just kill these heroes.
Yeah, that was pretty sick. Again, a lot of this to me comes back to, like you were saying right before the fight, the Magnus having a pretty rough game. I think, honestly, some of this was the decision to go for that Shockwave level 1 as opposed to just grabbing the Empower. I'm not sure if they just felt like they couldn't secure creeps or something, but it slowed down his farming in the lane quite substantially, and then the level 2 fight where he goes for Skewer just put him back so much. And you can see just the net worth. Like, Crystal Maiden, only like 300-400 gold behind the Magnus. Not a good sign, as he's just been given a mid lane to farm. Yeah, Blink Reveal top lane out from FBZ. Managed to find Ollie. A very nice pickup.
Yeah, it's going to get to the tower. Maybe they would have liked a, you know, higher priority kill, but if it opens up the tower, you're happy with that. And yeah, to go back to your point in that lane, I think it kind of comes back to that Crystal Maiden. The last pick, Crystal Maiden, a bit surprising, right? But it really paid off. It helped them in their lane, and maybe the reason, like, maybe he still should have gone Empower, but maybe the reason he didn't is that you kind of have to right-click trade the anti-mage, and you're going to have to do that into the disarm of the Crystal
Frostbite.
Maiden along with the attack slow from Crystal Nova. So maybe that's why he felt it wasn't
Dire's
worth it.
top tower
But
is under attack.
I mean, it seems like the build he went for didn't pay off either, which maybe it is that level 2 fight. You know, if that goes differently, maybe this build would have been fine. But
Glimpse into Disruptor, Static Storm top lane, but the TPs are there. And 23 actually wants to go ahead and chase. They force out the Stampede. Another Glimpse. Dude, this ability's cooldown.
Too good.
Sorry, go ahead.
Good.
Cut you off there.
No,
Thought they might be able to get the Morphling, but he got the Strength Morph off, so he's fine.
Yeah, I mean, that's more important, right? I mean, here 13 minutes, 8k lead for Nigma. It looks great. Their game plan is good, right? You're just gonna Anti-Mage has the battlefield. Like he's stealing enemy ancients, right? You're gonna let Miracle do his thing. The other 4 heroes gonna play around. Aurora, what do they have to do to get back into this? They have to finish some big items, and by big items, I mean like their first set of items. Okay, maybe Miracle can't steal triple stacks yet. Dreaming a little too big. You know? He learned his lesson from last time, though. He's like, you know what? I'll do what I can. I'm not gonna try to maximize so hard this time. Gonna get out.
I think the thing right now Aurora really needs is the BKB on the Razor. But I talked about this earlier. Disruptor is like one of the hardest counters for this hero, and it's a support, right? They're gonna be a nice Blink Stomp out into the Split Earth, and Lornov is dead again. You get a glimpse onto the Razor, and he has to BKB it every time, and that's just not what you want, right? Like, it's super rough.
Yeah, and like BKB first item, it's one of the best fighting items you could possibly get, but he's rushing it, so he doesn't even have like, I feel he doesn't even have that much attack speed or move speed. Like, he doesn't have a Yasha. He just has to like top BKB and run and fight. But I think the heroes here, you Stampede away. If your BKB's not up, there's Frostbite, there's Glimpse, Kinetic Field, there's like Lightning Storm slow, right? It's not easy for Razor. And then who's the stun going to be to set it up? It Jabs, he's got the blink. They gotta find something huge with it, like some big blink RP skewer back play. They need something here, because if the game just keeps going from here, it's looking really bad for them.
Yeah, I will say he did read the scenario correctly on the Razor and ended up maxing his Storm Surge. So he's you know, he's fast, and like Storm Surge is a nice ability for sure, but they're looking for Miracle here in the jungle. Unfortunately for them, there is a ward, and 23 Savage is like, I found him. Steals the blink, looking after him. The rest of the team in pursuit. They've got a ward that does scout him. Jab, blink. No, the RP just barely misses. Oh, I was watching the cooldown on these. Oh, this is so rough.
They're still chasing, but I mean, they don't have another stun.
That is the stun.
Dire's middle tower.
Oh, that was so close. All right, off of that, Nigma's going to try to make their own play. They know they extended far for that, but fortunately some observers are scouting this. Nigma gets the D ward.
Though.
Yeah.
23's in trouble. He's going to have to waveform dodge, but he can't. Beautiful stomp from FBZ. The follow-up is so easy from there. Stomp out from Ollie. Earth Splitter does catch Sumail, but of course the Stampede makes plenty of space. He just turns around onto the Magnus instead. Jabs. No shot at all. Miracle and aggressive blink. Another 2-hero stomp out from Centaur. The supports. No chance. The glimpse, the chase, the control. It's all there. Nigma chopping them down one by one. This game's looking rough, dude.
Nigma is very excited to be back at the international stage. They are here to play, and they want to stay. They want to get through this group stage, which if you win 3 series, I'm pretty sure you're guaranteed, right? Like once you have 3 wins, you move on. So
yeah, I believe that's how it works, yeah.
Picking up an early win will be great for them. They want to show, you know, people making fun of us, but the other teams here, they're pretty good. They're all performing well. We're still a solid team. They're making a good show of it right now. I do think Aurora set themselves on the back foot from the draft. I mean, we'll see if it can turn around, but I think they needed stronger. I mean, it sounds obvious in hindsight, but they needed a stronger performance in the laning stage. I kind of think it's what their heroes do for it to like come together. This kind of like a bit of a greedy pick, and now playing on the back foot is really rough. But I mean, there's always room for throws in Dota too. So their high ground pretty decent, I guess, with ET. You've always got the threat of being RP'd, skewered back, so you'll still have to respect that on Nigma, and you'll see they're not going too crazy. They're definitely trying to take control of the map, but they're going to take their time, farm up the items they need. Probably like Manta's done on Battle Fury Manta at 18 minutes. Bottom lane.
Oh, they want him. He does not have a waveform. He's coming right back, dude. 1 by 1. Morphling doing his best to try and strength morph out of this one, but it's just not possible. You've got this Veil picked up on FBZ very early.
He is tower diving on his own here.
he's just setting up for more kills. He's like, hey, I found another, guys. Don't worry about it. I'm Crystal Maiden.
Powerful.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Alright, there's another tower.
You have a BKB on Razor. This is like the only item your team has.
Only
I feel like you've got to do something.
Yeah. Okay,
He's trying to hide
it a little bit.
Yeah.
They do have Blink RP again. This has to connect. You have.
I mean, they're about to just blink on jabs instead. Matthew's just gonna trap him here. FBZ can follow it up. He does exactly that. Lorna goes in, does get the static link on top of him, pulls him back, but the Razor got glimpsed. He didn't BKB it. The skewer back pulls Sumail into a pretty awkward spot. They've got to be able to bring him down here. If you don't, it's a disaster. He's so strong. You're right. 23. Close the gap. They get him with a stolen split earth, but you lost the Morphling. Jabs buys back here. RP still available. Lorna doing his best to try and find these kills, but he just can't go any further. FBZ blinking 1 second. Skewer pulls Miracle, you know, about an inch further into the base, but it's not enough. Roots onto Jabs. RP off the mark again. 4 dead on Aurora for the Leshrac. Even a buyback on Jabs. A dieback on Jabs, perhaps.
Alright. Would you believe that despite 4 dying plus a buyback on Jabs, the gold exchange was pretty even thanks to that Sumail kill. That is the state they are currently in. The 1 for 5 trade was nearly an economic win.
It's not a moral win, though. I think that's where things get difficult, you know?
Yeah.
You're like, all right, guys, we killed Sumail. Congratulations. What's next? You know, that was your BKB off your Razor. Your RP still have not hit. And he's got a Yule Scepter now, so he's even more difficult to kill.
Yeah. I don't know. Where do you go from here? It's pretty rough.
You start theory crafting the ultimate high ground. Like, all right, guys, if we hit this stomp into a skewer back and an RP and, you know, we have like 3 BKBs, we'll get him again.
You move like a...
Step 1, sacrifice Rubik. Step 2,
get Wisdom Rune. No, FBZ steals it. Oh my god. The 2-step plan is over. Oh no. Jabs about to meet Disruptor as dude. I want to just point out really quick. Jabs is in the what we'd like to refer to as the danger zone right now. Matthew has been destroying Aurora on this Disruptor. He has had an incredible game. His positioning and his warding has been so sick.
Yeah, and they're playing around Sumail so well. He's 7-1-13 right now. He's in 20 out of 24 of these kills. I mean, that's exactly what you want out of the Leshrac. And this was first pick Leshrac. So that's where there's a bit of concern here. It's like me briefly looking at the the drafts of Nigma, I was like, they like Leshrac, right? I think Aurora knew that. And maybe they were trying something here. It fell a little flat, and so it looks worse than maybe whatever they had envisioned, but they need a cleaner plan for this Leshrac. I mean, ban it maybe.
Oh, the 3-year-old Static Storm! You're kidding me, Matthew! Just locking them all in. Kuro, he's gonna go down. Jabs gets the RP onto the Lesh. Lornov is still very strong here on this Razor. The BKB is expiring. Yule's gonna buy him a little bit of time as Miracle pushes him away, and now it will turn their attention back onto Jabs, the aggressive blink forward. Yeah, and there's the GG. You're right, dude. It is It's over. There is just no chance. 26,000 behind at 22 minutes. An absolute masterclass from Nigma.
Nigma's back, guys. Chat, they've been waiting for this so badly. They won this. That is a very strong performance. We saw some small mistakes from Nigma. Some silly dust in the bot lane, but it all came together. I think the draft here was very, very good from Nigma. It's such a good draft, which I will say, Aurora fans, right? They do not need to despair. Aurora is still a good team, but I do think the draft made this a very tough game for them. So there's going to be a short break here soon. Game 2, they gotta be thinking about the draft. I mean,
yeah.
Either ban the Leshrac to start, or maybe you could let it through again, but you have a different plan for it. The Razor response pick was not it.
I feel like the Razor is fine in a vacuum of like just the Lesh v Razor, right? Like the mid lane was okay. Mm-hmm. It went somewhat even, but Lesh getting like that free kill onto the Elder Titan, and then just the disaster of these other lanes, and then the fact that Disruptor is just way too difficult for Razor to play into. Like every single time he was even remotely close in the mid lane, Disruptor's just hiding in trees or smoked behind, just glimpses him right into a kinetic field, and it's just the free kill for the Lesh every time. Like Matthew played a stellar game. 1-1 in 16 out of your support Disruptor. He's technically the 4 position, but let's be real, Kuro did not really, abide by the traditional farming rules.
Once he got the triple kill, it was over. He was like, I'm Matthew, buy the observers, buy the smokes. I'm like, I'm farming here, man. Yeah, I mean, it's just a lot of draft to me here. There were definitely some misplays from Aurora, but to be fair, they were definitely feeling the pressure. So I think if you give yourself a better start, you don't have so much pressure to like, we have to make this play. It forces you to like push it as hard as you can, which then you make a mistake, it just like falls apart. It looks ridiculous, but it's because you were kind of like in that situation to begin with. Like you said, the Razor response is like kind of okay is the mid matchup, but I don't think you should first phase it still. Maybe this is just, the game speaking, hindsight 2020, but I feel like once there's a Razor, you can draft around it more, and we kind of see that with like Stampede response, Anti-Mage response, Glimpse, Crystal Maiden, right? It becomes harder. I feel like if you first pick a support response or something like that, and then you see a little bit more, they pick some of their supports, like you mentioned, the Razor's so hard or against the Disruptor, like you hide it a little bit, then you pick it. I think that'll be easier for them.
Yeah, I agree. I think for the most part, like this was, like you said, kind of just an out draft. There's not much more to talk about outside of that. Like Aurora did what they could to try and play this. Like there's a couple things that could have gone a little bit different, but I think the inevitable outcome is probably the same, even if they were to like draw the lanes. Like legitimately, if they draw their lanes, I think it's still the same scenario where like instead of losing at 22 minutes, they lose at like 28 minutes or something. They just would not have had the ability to play into the Nigma Galaxy draft. And yeah, Centaur had a pretty easy lane himself. I felt like 23's Morphling should have had an okay time in his lane. It's one of the reasons people pick the Morphling into the Centaur, because you're just like, should be able to farm, not going to be under threat from the Centaur. But as soon as his Blink came out, there was nowhere safe.
Yeah, I think his lane was fine, but the state of the other lanes made it so like everyone came to Morphling after that, and they're like, he's fine versus the Centaur, but you got 3-4 heroes up here, you're not okay with that. So
yeah. There was some cool combos too. Like the thing is, you can always like waveform dodge Glimpse, but Matthew would go for a Glimpse and it was always followed up with a stun or frostbite or something to prevent him from waveform dodging it. So he ends up getting pulled back, and it's like that's one of the things that the Morphling plays well into the Disruptor, but Nigma actually paired perfectly to make sure that he couldn't actually dodge out these spells. But again, just really solid performance from Nigma. I'm honestly really excited to see them performing already so well, but it is just game 1 and there is a lot more Dota to be played, everyone. So we're gonna go to a short break. We'll be back with game 2 here of Nigma Galaxy versus Aurora. We'll see you after the break. to the Elite League. I hope you guys enjoyed game number 1, because I know Nigma did. They are looking very good as their debut here back onto the international scene. My name is Cryptic. I'm here with Z Quixotics, of course. And boy, I mean, here's the thing. I don't really consider Nigma an underdog coming into this tournament. I really don't. I know a lot of people look at this team and are like, oh, they haven't made it to any events lately. Like, there's no way they could beat any teams here. That's not how I view it. I think any of these teams here, if you qualify, you deserve your spot. You're pretty good to have made it this far, and they're making a case for themselves now.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely have the history, the experience, all of that's there. So I think that's why a lot of people still love to watch Enigma games so much. Is like, it always feels like they can do it, but they have struggled to pull it all together into, you know, the final winning formula to like carry it out. They show strong moments, show like domination at times, but it's just it hasn't been as consistent. And that's kind of thing from a viewer perspective. It's very hard to know what's going on in the team environment, but it always feels like it's there. It's potentially there, and when they pull it all together, you know, maybe that's it, and you know, maybe this is the start of that. But it was a very strong draft from them. So excited, not too excited. We're not all the way there yet, but
keep calm, keep cool.
It's getting there. It's getting there. You know.
Yeah, I think I am definitely excited to see how this team's going to do. I think a lot of people have their eyes on Nigma Galaxy for a lot of reasons.
Always.
But it is just game 1. There is a lot more that they still have to accomplish to kind of, you know, earn their title back. But let's take a look at the draft, because we didn't get a lot of time to talk about the draft last game, but I do want to point out some of the bans. Disruptor, the overall first ban of the game. They're like, nope, not dealing with that again, Matthew. Too good on this hero. And I'm not surprised. I think you and me saw a lot of Disruptors start to come out, specifically in the Americas region, I think far more than anywhere else. It was getting pick banned in like 85 to 90% of the games throughout North and South America. And it's starting to get a lot more attention, I think, everywhere else. And yeah, I think that probably one of the best supports of the patch at the moment. Him and Shadow Demon, right? They feel real good.
Yeah, the value point to Q made his laning stage a lot better, and that's always been Disruptor's weakest point. He's a hero who does well when he is at. He prefers to be ahead. I mean, I guess everyone does, but like he does really well when he's ahead because of how Glimpse works. And it's like it's fine if you're like in an even game, but if you're behind, it's really rough. So any buff to his laning stage helps a lot with that to make him stronger. And 0.4 second, 100% attack slow, move slow. It is pretty solid in the right matchups. So I can understand why he looks so good. The Razor pick comes out again, actually, from Aurora this time. First pick. So Razor is a pretty flexible hero, and you know, it is something we've seen Falcons, like we're saying, one of the best teams. They've been winning a lot, and they really like Razor. The heroes, the players have several of them are very much so Razor specialists, and maybe Aurora is trying to emulate that a little bit, try to make Razor work for them as well.
Yeah, I think people have pointed out like Malrine is probably one of the best Razors in the world, so it's one of the reasons that they grab it so often in the mid lane. I know Lornov likes to play it as well. Like this, it's not like it's a unknown pick for this team specifically, but we'll see what they do. They end up going for a Kunkka as the response here to open this up. Now, not necessarily a mid Kunkka. We have seen this hero flexed a lot into the off lanes as well, so it could potentially just be an off lane hero that can deal with Kunkka relatively well, right? With between X and Tidal Wave, Torrent, Boat, like a lot of different things that Razor has to play around. Might force him to go for another really early BKB, but for the lane, if it is a mid matchup, I think Razor's pretty okay with that.
Yeah, the nice thing about Kunkka is that you can flex it, just like this Razor, actually. Maybe that's something they'll be looking to do. Like, if you move Razor over to off lane, maybe you consider, like, a Razor carry to, like, follow that Kunkka over. But Kunkka has just been a really strong hero. We've seen a lot. He's very highly prioritized. If he's not banned, you often see him picked here pretty early in this first phase because, like, Razor is kind of a counter to Kunkka, like against all melee, but at the same time, you eventually get Tidebringer high enough, you just walk up, pow, you know, smash the wave, and then like you go jungle, you go stack it. And it feels like Kunkka always hits the timing he needs. Maybe maybe ahead a little bit, maybe behind a little bit, but eventually he hits that timing. He brings the water park build, the Torrent Storm. There's just so much crowd control going everywhere, constant AoE damage in fights. So it just feels like a very safe pick, especially because you can flex it, and he does amazingly in both lanes.
Yeah. I like the attention to the Batrider ban here as well. The hero did get nerfed, but it's definitely a Matthew classic as well. And I just keep kind of talking this guy up. I mean, I legitimately think he was one of the primary reasons that they were so strong in the last game on his disruptor. But I'm thinking back to like Matthew's history on like the types of heroes he likes to play, and it is interesting that they would put the disruptor on the 4, and it makes sense now that I think about it, because he loves playing these like really vision heavy and like kind of like aggressive heroes. Like he was the bounty hunter and Ricky specialist when those two heroes were like not really considered good in the 4 position, but he made them work because he plays around vision so well. So the disruptor actually fits him very well, and it's something that I would be surprised if other teams actually let through, considering that. But they go for the Tusk now for Nigma. That's another classic hero for Matthew. He's really good at going for these snowball saves. I'm curious what they pair it with, though, because typically you need something that can take advantage of that tag team in the lane.
Yeah, I might suggest maybe it's not Kunkka offlane. Maybe there's going to be the Kunkka mid, which, I mean, this was their response pick, right? So if they assume it's a Razor mid again, they must be happy with Razor mid as well. Crystal Maiden, I was curious if we'd see this hero again. Kuroki made it look exceptional in that last game. But even without that particular example, it's just been a really solid hero.
Yeah.
I don't know. We don't see too many Razor carries, but I suppose if we did, I mean, that'd be a pretty strong combo right there.
Yeah, I mean, depending on your lane, you either play for max plasma field or for like 2-point static link. I think either are fine, but yeah, you don't have to worry too much about getting, heroes walking away from you when you have an AoE slow and a root, and then another slow from Razor, right? So I like the potential of that combo. I think it's probably still going to try and keep the flex open. There's Grimstroke. We've seen the CM Grimstroke a lot, actually. This was something that started to gain a lot of popularity, of course, because if you Soulbind Phantom's Embrace followed up with the Disarm from the Frostbite, 2 heroes are kind of just stuck there with their hands in the air like, I can't do anything. So very cool combo. Also opens up a possibility of double static link, but it is very weird how that interaction works. Like you can only attack one hero, but you are still stealing damage, which is okay.
Yeah, it opens up some very early aggression. I'd love to see one more hero who like truly initiates. Like Razor can kind of just like run in, but one more blink stun with the Inkswell behind, and then you like follow up with the Soulbind and all that stuff. I'd love to see that from one of their next 2 picks. Wind Ranger, so she can run away from static link. She does kind of get screwed over by Soulbind a little bit and the roots from Crystal Maiden, so she'll have to be careful about that. But as long as you're kind of careful with your positioning, I mean, you should be fine. We'll see a couple more picks. But there is some flexibility there. It could be carry Wind Ranger. We've seen mid Wind Rangers. Occasionally you see a support Wind Ranger. I don't think she looks the best in that role, but that flex potential is always there. Okay, maybe we're taking that out now because now we got Marana. This is usually your position 5 here, which should have some decent arrow combos. You got arrow into X mark, arrow with like a Tusk Punch, possibly like hit the shackle arrow. So I always like that. It's good for Marana to have options for where she roams. Plus Crystal Maiden, if she ults, right, she's literally standing still, so you can always throw an arrow over to cancel that.
Okay, we see the DK come out. So I was curious what this Inkswell pairing was going to be. In my mind, my initial thought was like Mars seems pretty good for them because Wind Ranger doesn't love to build a BKB unless she absolutely needs to. And Marana also struggles to deal with Arena. But they're going to go for the Dragon Knight. I think this is actually pretty cool. It obviously double Dragon Tail is fantastic. Goes for a fairly early blink, I would assume, if you're going to be playing it as an off lane as opposed to kind of the mid lane, which you still have the flexibility of both the Razor and the Dragon Knight here. But I think this is a really sick pairing, at least to start off with the Inkswell of the Grimstroke, because you need another. You have to have more than one hero that can do this.
Yeah, and Terrorblade and Shadow Demon already banned out earlier. So I think with the nerfs Dragonite's been getting, he has been slipping away from those first phase picks and bans, but he still does look strong in the right game. So I'm not too surprised. Like as we get through the drafts, you start seeing like different heroes come on. You're like, yeah, it's looking like a Dragonite game. You can still pick him. I don't think the nerfs hurt him that much that he is unpickable.
Yeah, not at all. I love the Medusa band, Naga Siren band, both very good. Great counters to the Wind Ranger, but also after the AM ban, right, from Aurora, you have to consider it. So I like that quite a bit. I'm curious, though, because right now, Aurora are probably going to be eyeballing a Phantom Lancer if there are no real counters to it, because it is a great Phantom Lancer game if they want to run it as a carry. But you could play for something a little bit safer. That plays into the Wind Ranger, because my guess is this is probably gonna, well, I mean, they also have a lot of flex between the Wind Ranger Kunkka core, and it's one of those things. It's like they could be mid, safe, or off lane, so you don't really know where either of these heroes are going. And luckily, they have 24 picks, so they can kind of move them as necessary.
We've seen Sven's picked as a response to
Wind Ranger, yeah.
Wind Ranger, and he's like pretty solid in general. I don't
1 armor XD.
Yeah, so okay, never mind. Actually, we're gonna go for the Faceless Void. I don't feel like they have that much damage to throw into the Chrono, but he does work well with like Inkswell, and there is some aggressive potential. Although time dilation did get nerfed. He is a pretty solid carry when you have to pick something blindly here.
You need to be able to get away from ice shards as well from the Tusk. I think one thing you have to consider is they could have always gone for a like Tusk Darkseer lane, and without having something that can get away from like Tusk +1, it would be pretty rough. So I think that's why they maybe not go for something like a Luna along those lines. It's going to be a Miracle Arc Warden. Cool. Baby. Oh, no, it's Sumail Arc Warden. It's going to be Miracle on the Wind Ranger. Okay, cool. So I'm curious where they put the Dragon Knight now, because you don't want to put it mid into Arc Warden, and Rays are also not good into mid Arc Warden. This is a super sick last pick. For those of you who are wondering why, Dragon Knight, his primary benefit as being a mid lane hero is that he takes your tower. He literally can never take the tower versus an Arc Warden. It is an impossible objective to do, and so it just slows down the DK's ability to rotate, or it forces him rather to rotate, and gives Arc Warden kind of a free lane to farm. And I think right now Aurora trying to figure out what they want to do, and it is going to be the DK mid, so that will be jabs on the offlane Razor. Talk to me, man. What do you think? How do you feel about this?
I'm worried again about this first pick Razor, which last time he had to deal with an anti-mage. This time he's going to have to deal with a Wind Ranger. He might farm again, but I feel like he is not shutting down the way he wants to. I suppose later on, you can run up to this Arc Warden, link him, and Arc Warden can't necessarily get away, but he just killing you in that time with his clone. I don't know. I'm a little worried about the Razor and how he's going to do. And like you mentioned, Dragonite also going to have a hard time taking towers. But when they do make these rotations, I mean, this is a strong support duo. So if they can find some kills and pick up some steam, I think you can keep that momentum going, especially if we see an early Blink Dagger from Dragonite. Like, just keep chasing down this Arc Warden, this Wind Ranger. They're universal, so they're tankier than they used to be, but not right at the start, not with this amount of support damage coming in. And so maybe you could keep getting kills, make space for your carry.
Yeah, you're going to be in a situation where, like, yes, you can slow down this DK, but you also have to slow down 23 on this Faceless Void. It's something we haven't really mentioned a lot. It is a pretty good Faceless Void game, right? Like, if he manages to farm very well, if he can just get to his items, play late game into an Arc Warden, like, that's fine. You don't mind that, but you are going to be playing from behind, as you're not going to have that same kind of farm potential as a mid Arc Warden, as, you know, it's Sumail, but also he's in a super favorable matchup. And I have to imagine he's comfortable playing this matchup because he picked it 24, right? Like, there's no way he's not ready for this. I will say it is Radiant side Arc Warden, which I think is a little bit weaker in terms of finding like kills in the lane or like securing range creeps, but it's still okay.
Yeah, I mean, like, Arc Warden was playable before he got that, right? And so, for someone who's played Arc Warden before, which Sumail is definitely a pretty experienced Arc Warden player, ignore that bronze badge by his pick. He's definitely played this hero. He's comfortable with it. So I believe in the Sumail Arc Warden. He's going to rush the Spirit Vessel, which I think is pretty cool. This is going to be a more fighting-oriented Arc Warden rather than just like the Midas, Maelstrom, Boots of Travel, farming for 30 minutes. We're going to see this guy get active and make space, which I think is always a fun way to see Arc Warden.
I think that's what you want to do to like legitimately like you have good carry damage in the Wind Ranger. Like, she can delete any of these heroes late game. You need your Arc Warden to play fast. If you play slow and try and take this super late, the Faceless Void's going to win. And eventually, Dragon Knight, yeah, he didn't take your tower, but he becomes very annoying and can still definitely be a massive problem in the late game. So I think for the most part, playing for this vessel makes a lot of sense. I've seen some Arc Wardens go for like a Blade Mail Spirit Vessel out of the mid lane, but I think rushing the vessel seems a little bit better. So we'll have to see. Excited to see how this one plays out. I'll definitely be keeping my eyes on the mid lane a little bit here and there, but we can talk about top. So 23 Savage on the Faceless Void with Ollie on the CM, up against Kunkka and Tusk. Now, this is a rough matchup for Tusk, because of obviously the disarm from Frostbite, but the attack slow on Crystal Nova makes that tag team really not value.
Yeah, and Kunkka not the fastest attacker either. He hits pretty hard with Tidebringer, and he kind of just like whittles you down with that harass, but when it comes to like full commit with the tag team, not the best, especially into like the Crystal Nova, and the fact that you can just time walk away from a lot of that, remove that damage. So I think top should be okay. We might see Matthew put a little bit more emphasis on stacking and helping Sumail, who we said could be looking to play pretty fast. And if you do that with Arc Warden, right, and you just have Tusk tag teaming for you, like, Arc Warden does make use of that, especially with the magnetic field once he gets a point in that.
Yeah. I just watched Q try to like pop a Stroke of Fate to secure a range creep in the bottom lane, and the Harpy Stormcaller zapped it right before the stroke came out. Just took his CS. It was very funny. Kuroki is getting very aggressive. That that power shot almost actually finding the kill from Miracle, but they've done a really good job at pushing this Razor out of the lane. He does have a salve being delivered, so he will top himself back off. Kuroki's managed to sidestep, so does not die there. He's out of leap charges, though, and the Lotus will be coming up here in about 20 seconds, so I think Aurora in a pretty good spot to contest that.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Well, we'll see. Miracle manages to push the wave here. Going for a static link. Steals only a little bit of damage, but a little bit can go a long way. It's just Kuro leaping one, doesn't make it, and jabs. He's going to be the one that gets the first blood in the bottom lane here.
It's a bit of a surprising kill, but yeah, running out of leap charges because he was playing too aggressive earlier.
He was 1 second away from leap, too. It was very close. So, mid lane, we can talk a little bit more about this. Lornov is still CSing very well. This is a standard of the DK. Like, he is going to CS. You know, the Arc Warden doesn't stop him from doing this. The Arc Warden, though, stops him from ever taking the tower, and that is the important reason, you know, that people pick this. So once we see the level 6s come out, we'll kind of see some changes potentially.
Yeah, with the double bracer too, Dragon Knight just has so much damage. It's kind of what he does, but as Arc Warden gets a little higher level, we can see him like start adding jungling in. And like you said, there's just like not much to do because like you go jungle the hard camp, you see the Dragon Knight push up to your lane, you're just like bubble from afar while you slowly walk up after finishing your hard camp and push him off.
They're gonna get aggressive top. Tag team onto Ollie. He's still alive thanks to the Crystal Nova, and the Frostbite slow actually just roots them up. Matthew manages to make it out. Dude, it's ridiculous. They got like 4 attacks off under that tag team. That feels so bad.
30 attacks low. Nothing to laugh at.
Well, all right. Lane's a lot better this time around for Aurora, right? Jab's a completely different game from him. He's still at the bottom of the CS, but he got first blood. He's kind of chilling. I don't think he's under too much pressure from Miracle. Obviously, that can change when you get the Javelin. Top lane, though, they do finally manage to bring down the Crystal Maiden. I think that was just a... that was just Tusk. Tusk just solo killed her. Okay, Matthew God. 2 points tag team.
No.
And tag team is also really good, usually because of that attack slow. The same reason we were just praising Crystal Maiden, but as you get your own levels in tag team, be pretty strong. We're getting to 5.5 minutes too, so probably going to see him head over to that mid lane, maybe stack along the way. Arc Warden doesn't have to get the runes. He's not like that type of hero, but you always want them.
Yeah, especially since DK is not a hero that plays for runes, right?
Yeah, there's like a couple that'll help you take some towers a little easier, but let's see what happens here. Ward gonna place down by Ollie. I don't know if he actually saw Tusk. Tusk might have... Oh, never mind. He's in the Watcher. He sees him.
Yeah, they double ward the mid lane, actually, so they will see both runes, whatever they are, that spawn. They're going to play for the top on Nigma. They do not get lucky, and this time it will be bottom, an Arcane Rune, so that's going to be a lot of Dragon Forms. Yeah,
yeah,
that's decent for sure. So, here's the deal. Sumail now has this Tempest double. If Lorinov comes too close in, like Dragon Knight is one of these heroes that loves to like try and just chip at towers and solo push. Getting like double fluxed into double spark wraiths, like your hero will die. He has plenty of magic damage to actually just solo a DK. Any help though just makes it that much easier, and so it's gonna make it a little bit difficult for him to do the damage.
Matthew's been patiently waiting here. He's got ice shards.
There's the Tempest double. It's so well done, and just like that, Dragon Knight, he's gonna go down. Yeah, it's just a textbook play on the Arc Warden matchup. Very good rotation from Matthew. The shards absolutely perfect.
That was such good patience. He was waiting there for so long. Your pub mids would have been like, get out, you're taking my XP. Sumail knew what was up. Great ice shards too. Making sure Dragon Knight had nowhere to go for that. And yeah, you barely got any tower damage in that. Like, he poked it a couple times, but it is still a very healthy tower.
Yep.
Dire are scanning.
I would be shocked if this mid tower goes down before the 20-minute mark. And that is like a massive issue for DK, because ideally it's like first Dragon Form should probably not kill the tower, but bring it to like half HP, and then second Dragon Form usually kills it. And then you're like rotating to your side lanes, right, to start taking down more towers. I think this game he's just going to need to farm.
Yeah, and I see he has a Sage's Mask queued up. I wonder what he's thinking of building, because I do feel like they're going to need a Blink to initiate. Maybe they can just like walk at buildings.
Yep. Play for the 8-minute rune. This one also goes to Lorinov in the form of a regen. Not the most important rune there. It does kind of hurt Sumail a little bit. Not getting the bottle refill, but I mean, your other lanes are going great. FBZ is top of the net worth here with 51 CS, and Miracle also doing quite well in the bottom lane. So the fact that yeah, you are losing a little bit of XP on your Tusk and Sumail just from like tanking the wave together, but you're not accomplishing anything either on the side of Aurora.
Kuro in the mid lane. There's that silence disarm combo. Easy pickup for them.
Yeah, that's a nice grab.
That combo will be good, but part of that was because they caught Mirana off guard as she was moving into, I imagine like Scout, Ward, but when you try to force those things to happen and you're just walking in with these slower supports, that's kind of the question mark.
That's true. I mean, it looks like they're just going to be stacking up here on Aurora a little bit. I remember when we watched these guys last time, they were like the stacking machines.
They were so good at it.
I think a lot of it was the Shadow Demon. A lot of teams weren't really playing the Shadow Demon super aggressively. Mid lane, we're going to make the jump again here. Is the boat's going to come out, but with the TP in from 23, doesn't look like they want to get too aggressive. But the X is going to pull Lorna back in, and Sumail's just destroying him. The Chrono catches two. Is they're going to be able to find maybe FBZ here on the Kunkka, but a focus fire out from Miracle. He's just going to be able to chase down 23 Savage on the backside. He's got a Javelin. You can't escape, falling one by one on Aurora. They're looking for jabs next. The damage from the tag team is just way too much. Triple kill for the Wind Ranger as Nigma get a massive win here in this mid lane. 1 for 4, and now you're mid tower under pressure.
That was such a good plan to come mid. Sumail has his Spirit Vessel just finished, so Dragonite was reaching that point. Pretty tanky, hard to kill, but once you apply that Spirit Vessel, forget all that, right? You can bring him down, and from there, they just clean everything else up. They have this Javelin. They've got the damage to kill anyone. All right, it was a bit of a slower start, but Nigma, it looks like they're going to pick up the mid tower here, too, so
this is so good.
Start.
This, again, it's the 24 pick Arc Warden. I feel like a lot of teams, when they have like a DK mid, they feel under so much pressure to get the enemy tower, and they commit a lot of resources into the mid lane, but it's such an easy response for Nigma to deal with it. Moonlight Shadow comes out in the top lane. They're looking for these supports. Matthew, level 6, did get vision of 1. The Torrent from FBZ catches 23. The Snowball, it's available. He can't get out. He's trying to run. Sumail's here as well. There's going to be the Snowball into Arrow. Time Walk in 1, but the Vessel's out. The X to pull him right back into the boat. They get the big kill.
I can't believe he caught him on the Torrent. What a good call. 23 was trying to read that too. He was trying to get out. But yeah, man, the Torrent cast range.
I could see that being like an upcoming nerf to Kunkka, because I feel like he's still getting a lot of play despite some of the nerfs. But I could see like Torrent having a cast range scaler like X does.
X level 1 used to be so long range. That's the previous nerf X got. So yeah, I could see that, or maybe it just feels like his laning stage is super consistent too. Yeah. So if you wanted to nerf that, that's probably also an option.
Well, a 4,000 gold lead here as we approach the 12-minute mark. 2 towers down for Aurora. That is the exact opposite of what you'd like to have in this game. Sumail, he is going to go back for his Midas. He's about 1,000 gold away now, so it's kind of what we see a lot of the times on this mid Arc Warden. You get the Vessel, you go back for your Midas, you play for scaling at that point.
They do have the
it's
blink
just too
on
value of an item.
Yeah. They do have the blink on Lornoff now, which his Dragon Form's down, so maybe it's a little awkward to make a play, but they're not as bad of a spot as last game, I guess. And so they can maybe find some kills here. I think they have a smoke waiting. No, he's hiding the blink. He's like hoping for an opportunity. All right, there we go. We got the smoke. Kuroki is not the kill they want. They're going to draw the line top for Kunkka. He is top net worth, but he is also a very tanky guy. He picked up Seeds of Serenity, has double bracer, blade mail, phase boots, raindrops.
It's gonna bring the whole team here, 4 heroes to try and bring him down. The arrow's not gonna connect. Frostbite's followed up, and they do manage to bring down the big boy. That is Kunkka. I love this rotation. This is 4 points Inkswell. You know, 1 point Dragon Tail more than enough. It's necessary. These 2 heroes have to start playing hand in hand, I feel like.
Definitely. That was 800 gold for their team off that kill. So you definitely want to repeat that as much as you can. Fortunately, that was Kunkka on his own, and that's part of the reason that worked. If he had help, you know, that might have looked very different. But this is what they need. They need to find those types of pickoffs with heroes on their own. Kuro kind of playing forward the most, though. Like, if you're gonna find someone, it's gonna be me. I'm just a position 5. We're not gonna care. We're gonna be working towards that Midas. We're gonna be working towards that Gleipnir.
Radiant are scanning.
It's kind of like Schofield on the Tusk series, right? He's like, yeah, oh no, I'm dead. Oh, shucks. Meanwhile, you know, K1's farming. This game, it's like we have 2 really good farming heroes.
Yeah, so they're not as much pressure, and I feel like Face the Void is pretty scary, but that is still quite a ways off. You don't have to rush like crazy trying to end like right now before Face the Void's online. They know they've got, you know, like 10, 15-ish minutes before this Face the Void gets really, really scary, so that they can take some time to finish the items and then regroup.
Yeah, he just finished up his Maelstrom, so that's going to help 23 out quite a bit, start scaling to his next set of items. We talked about Jabs having a much better game this time. Is going to go for the BKB on the Razor, which definitely necessary. Needs to be able to just run down and stay on top of heroes like this Arc Warden or on this Kunkka. Can't get controlled up in these fights, so BKB is going to allow him to do that. We're going to see potentially another smoke here. Ward actually on the back side. They don't know about this one. And it's going to give them the opening they need. The Blink Dragon Tail out here from Lorna, but guess what? The Vessel is out from Sumail. Lorna needs help. The X, the bow catches him. Inkswell to Dispel. He just got his shard delivered the second that fight started. What a huge save. Absolutely
Ward there off that
bottom lane. We're going to see them get aggressive on the Jabs. Matthew trying to get away. He might die. He does. But you get the big kill onto one. A huge Chrono out from Faceless Void. Sets up one onto this Wind Ranger. And looking for Kunkka now as well. Kuro has gotten so much damage on him from this Kuro. Bash after bash. 23. My goodness. Okay. Huge turnaround here from Aurora.
We got a game. The pause. We got a game. We're back. 2K lead for Nigma still, but that's not that much here at 16 minutes. So that was a very necessary turn of events for Aurora. Jab's not that easy to kill. Went for that Falcon Blade first, so I feel like it took them longer than they wanted, and it baited them under that tower.
Yeah. I mean, 23 now being top net worth after this fight is huge. He gets pretty much everything he needs. I think he's got a casual Yasha coming out. Yeah, I guess not so casual, but has a Yasha now fully completed. And he's gonna go back to farming. He is gonna be under a ward though. They do have their own ward. I think he knows. He's like, I think they see me, guys. They're definitely making the rotation. Yeah, he's pinging the ward. Time to get out.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Nice play there. They're going to use this time to smoke themselves, so Aurora, knowing that Nigma has 3 heroes on the bottom side, are going to draw the line top. Try and find Sumail here on the Arc Warden. He has a haste rune, though. So a pretty good rune, unless you can chain stun him, and they're going to go for it. I think they're not going to go for it.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Okay. They're going to wait, see if they can find him heading into the triangle, but Sumail's reading it. He knows. He's like, they're not defending their bottom tower.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, the window to do that was as he was finishing that creep wave. I thought they were going to catch him there, but I guess not feeling confident
now,
on that.
but the smoke
Kunkka's
expires.
there too. Actually, do they see Kunkka? He's like right at the edge of that observer.
I mean, they're going to see Kunkka now, maybe? They still don't. They're like, oh, he's here, but no, it's Kunkka. I mean, still a very good kill if you can finish him off in time. Freezing Field out from Ollie. Soulbind is there as well. Going to leash up the Tusk for the backside. The arrow. Miracle with a great shackle brings down 2. You get the Kunkka, but it's going to cost you all 3 heroes on this rotation. Patience not rewarded here for Aurora.
Not at all.
They waited definitely too long.
Yeah, Kunkka, he's a tough hero to kill. I mean, we saw they killed him earlier, but he was on his own and 4 heroes hit him, right? So this time they got 3 heroes. They're a bit more farmed, but so is Kunkka, and fast rotations come in, which means they do end up finishing the Kunkka, but yeah, triple kill in return. Not really quite worth it. I guess you can say we made space for Faceless, and Razor finished the BKB in that time. So maybe it's not the end of the world, but
they're going for him bottom. Shackle comes out. He's forced to BKB. Tries to turn his attention onto Miracle. Can't do it. Matthew forces him back.
Runs away, man.
Yeah, that's
Win
rough.
run.
Yeah.
That's why it's such a good pick versus the Razor. And that's why it's... Oh, man. That is not how you want to use your first BKB. You really wanted to force an objective or something and take a big fight off of that. But great find from Nigma to make him feel like he has to BKB to get out. I mean, he kind of did, but...
Yeah.
That's rough for him.
So I was looking at the damage from the Kunkka in that fight from the triangle as well. He actually did the most damage on his team, and it was legitimately just Blade Mail and one Tidebringer. Like, the supports nearly killed themselves on the Blade Mail. Like, Crystal Maiden...
to, like, kill the Kunkka, right? He's so tanky. He's at 2,100 health with this build.
Yeah, imagine if he had boats out, too. He probably survives, and then they just, like, die so much quicker. But, yeah, that was wild. But a slight gold advantage now for Nigma as we're seeing Sumail finish up his Maelstrom. Continuing to farm is now mid lane. They're looking for 23. The chain stuns are there. Nice shards. Arrow to follow it up. The Shackle as well, and they get him 23. There's only so many things you can do against these guys, and they will chase after Q. A pretty easy pick off there. Great follow-up. Getting away from this team is so hard.
I'm pretty sure that was the blink reveal from Tusk, so catching 23 off guard. Really nice chain stun, which actually I was worried they didn't commit boat, but I guess they knew he was going to time walk back and they could just catch him there. So then they commit the boat. Then, they going to pick up a tier 2 here? Nah, they got the Fortify.
I mean, you're so happy about your state of the game. You have Gleipnir done on your Wind Ranger, a free route onto the Faceless Void that you can follow up with. You know, a pretty easy Shackle. He did change his mind on the Faceless Void for a while. He was queuing up the Sanjin Yasha, I think, realizing now he needs a Manta. There's just too many items he has to worry about, plus the Vessel as well. Matthew going in, trying to find the rune.
Get me out of here!
He's like, never mind. Thank you,
I mean, that's the nice thing about X. Yeah, he was hoping for a Wisdom Rune steal, but it's so low risk once you use the X marks like that.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's space made. They're gonna have the Gleipnir on Arc Warden now too. So Manta's not even gonna be enough. You're gonna remove 1, 2 more are on the way. Are they gonna find Lornoff here? Shackle did not
trying
connect.
to TB. There's no way, right? Second Gleipnir and an arrow. Oh boy. That's a good one in bottom lane. They're looking for 23 again. Torrent, the boat, he's holding the X. Wait for the pullback. Vessel's there. He might have to chrono just to get out, but blink it from Tusk and the chain stun's got him. 2 massive kills on opposite sides of the map. The movement from Nigma is on point right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is the aggression we wanted to see from Arc Warden, right? He's 6-0-6. There are people on his team who have been more involved, but I mean, he's been getting around, joining in a ton of these fights. And allows for these plays everywhere because of the way Clone works, right? Like, you don't need to bring as many heroes to like one play top, so there are heroes available for the bottom play. I mean, he could even potentially be there depending on his teleport status, which he's working on Boots of Travel now, so he is going to be in all of these plays now.
Yeah, and you know, like I said, one of the things I said early was I would be surprised if they took mid tower by 20 minutes. It is 22.5 minutes. This tower is taking the first bit of damage it has taken since the first Dragon form. It hasn't even been touched since that point. They're gonna go for the Roshan. It looks like Aurora knows. They are smoking down here, but there is FBZ on the Kunkka and a tier 1 tower. It's gonna make it a little bit hard. Dude, the Roshan's just gone. It's already dead. A just picked up for Miracle. Sumail just scouting with the clone.
I don't know if you can do anything here. I mean, maybe if Nigma TP's away and they show in the other lanes, you can try to force something, but they're being careful with this. They're smoking out of the Roche. Not something you see too often to retreat, but it's a good call. They're going to back off, and yeah, it didn't look like Aurora felt comfortable. Maybe they could have caught someone in the enemy jungle, but they don't have that information, so it would have been a blind play.
No, they actually forwarded to try and keep this bottom tower alive. It ends up dying, but very funny.
I mean, it's their first one. They just get another fort, right?
Yeah.
Dragon Knight lineup, Razor lineup, and your first tower's down at 23.
Dude, Vessel on Arc Warden is so annoying because as long as you never spend the Vessel on the hero, it always refreshes. You could just throw them for fun on your Tempest double. And then, you know, anytime you see a hero, you're just like, oh, Vessel, here you go, have fun. And then you just resummon Tempest double and has its max charges again.
Yeah, it's helping to keep his team just like ready to go. They have mana boots on the Mirana, and I mean they're not that mana intensive of a team, so it's kind of enough between the heal of Spirit Vessel, the Arcane boots, and then like you always have Kunkka X for teleport back like if needed. So yeah, they've just been able to keep up this really high pressure. They've got the Aegis. They'll probably just use it to clean up the tier 2s. They probably have time to do, if they like go now, they could probably do both and then push high ground, but it doesn't seem like they're in a massive rush. I wonder, I'm checking if there's an item they're waiting for.
You're almost a Bloodstone on Kunkka.
Oh yeah, there you go.
That's like a huge pickup for them, so I'd imagine that's on the list right now. Pro trying to find this ward bottom. Checks 2 different areas, doesn't manage to find it. So they have a little bit of vision to play around here. Sentry comes out. Not gonna find him. Okay. I mean, your Bloodstone is the big timing here, I think, for Nigma. You have pretty much everything else you need. Sumail just finished up a Dragon Lance, so a little bit more damage from him. Miracle, of course, has his BKB done. What do we have on Aurora that you know is gonna turn a fight here? We have Mentas and a Mjolnir on the Faceless Void. We already saw the Blink Manta on the Dragon Knight.
They have the Blink on Grimstroke, so if they do get a good Soulbind initiate, they'll do the damage. That's just like a bit of the hard part. They're being found here.
But instead, Matthew just finds the Grimstroke. The Chrono on the backside, not great. Only finds Kuro, but jabs. He was stuck in there the whole time as well. He's trying to get out, but no chance. BKB duration wasted. Faceless Void just TP's out like, sorry, bro. 3 dead for Aurora. Oh, man, what a find. Dude, they had the ward vision as well on Aurora, and still, Matthew manages to get the perfect grab, which is the Grimstroke.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, did they have an observer there that just died?
No.
Did I miss that? Because
I
feel like he blinked right in. They instantly removed Grimstroke. Grimstroke did not get to do anything. That's kind of why you buy the blink and why they were positioning that way around the wards. They wanted to see Nigma come in, and then you get the blink soulbind to allow the double disarm, double DK stun, double link.
Oh, he did.
He did have an. Oh yeah. So it
so
just got
Kuro
killed.
placed it and it died instantly, but
it was enough. That's why you
vision.
place that type of stuff in these team fights. Let them get the perfect kill. From there, they felt like, oh, we gotta Chrono right away. Like it's going really bad, but it forces, you know, a suboptimal Chrono. Kills Kuro, but kind of maybe gets jabs killed. And yeah, things are rough now, for sure. They're just running it down. They still have Aegis for 45 seconds. I mean, maybe you just poke high ground with it.
You can, absolutely. Your high ground commitment is so minimal that you can just like finish off all the towers and then just start poking at the high ground.
Yeah, they'll play it safe though. Looks like they're just going to try to get this tier 2. I mean, it's true, right? They're in a pretty good position. Going high ground too soon can be how you throw. So
yeah, Sumail is just having an incredible game here on the Arc Warden. Has his pike done now, so even more difficult to find this guy. A little bit more mobility. He can also save allies if necessary. Now queuing up the Scythe of Ice. But yeah, Miracle has this Wind Run, and as Aegis expires, he's going to go aggressive here, look for something. It's going to be Lorinov. Shackle steals the rune, and Tag Team comes through trying to bring him down. A Shackle will come in with a Gleipnir. Nice Dispel. Ollie, Crystal Clone into the Freezing Field. They might bring down Matthew. No, he gets a Snowball. FBZ on the backside tries to take down the Grimstroke. They get him. Nobody dies on Nigma. They can't even find the Tusk. They're just playing so well.
they just don't have enough hard stuns at this point. Like early on, like if you're winning, it's kind of fine the lineup you have. But now that you're behind, Rays are just gonna get killed in a single shackle here. And no chance for a TB with Matthew here as well. It's so hard for them. When you have the actual stuns, it's much easier to find pickoffs, but at this point you're behind. They have BKBs, they have like some dispels, things like that. It's snowball save. It's so hard to actually kill a hero.
When you're playing from this far behind against a Wind Ranger Ags, the game feels oppressive. Because it's not like you're playing against one of these other invis like heroes that are terrible and absolutely useless in Dota 2, like Ricky or Bounty Hunter, but you're playing against a hero that will just kill you in a single stun, 100-0. And there's not a lot you can do about it. Like, your carries aren't going to walk around with like gems or something, right? Like, you're just hoping to God there's not a Invis Wind Ranger right next to you.
Won't even reveal herself while attacking. Super cool. Super cool. So, Crystal Maiden, she's going to pick up a gem. She's going to hand it to Laurenov.
I'm glad I just said this.
You need this to play against Wind Ranger, but oh man, if you lose this gem, and you've been losing a lot of fights, so there's a lot of risk here. It's pretty rough. But if they manage to pick off the Wind Ranger because they have this True Sight, I mean, that would be pretty big for them.
It's just not easy.
They need to find something.
Like, you have to time the kill onto her between wind runs or find her before she gets the wind run off. They're going to look for Kuro here in the mid lane. The chain stun's there. He will go down. A nice pick as they're now looking for the Invis rune. FBZ comes in. Will just X himself out. He's like, never mind. I want none of this. This DK, you can have it.
You find Kuro, but that kill doesn't really mean anything. That was a 5-man smoke from Aurora, and they are kind of desperate, so I get it. I understand why they like, oh, let's just kill Mirana, but they needed a bigger kill.
Oh no, Miracle, don't do. Oh, Dragon Tail out again. The gem. Maybe it's the difference. He has a BKB, goes for the focus fire. Soulbind comes out. Second wind run. Gleipnir to just put a stop to this. That is all 5 heroes of Aurora, and Miracle still on the run. Focus fire still up for a couple more seconds, but Laurenov's Dragon Form will expire. They're going to actually turn this potentially aggressive here. Nah, all right, they're going to back away. And FBZ also got like the best possible jungle item. He has a freaking Craggy coat.
That's a good one. Who got the shard?
Jabs. That one's pretty good. It is really annoying this game for any of these heroes to play around. Like, if he wants to stick on a target, that shard will definitely allow him to do it. You are still 17,000 gold behind here, and I'm trying to think when this game's going to get easier. Your high ground defense is solid, right? You have Chronosphere, you have a Razor who stacks up damage. The Grimstroke Soulbind is always a little scary, but I think we're probably just going to look for second Roche here on Nigma. Fortunately for them, it was a almost maxed respawn, right? It was like 2 minutes and 50 seconds.
They definitely want more time on Aurora. I'm trying to see if anyone's building a Yules because I don't see one. Because the thing is, like, so I think Nigma with this lead, they should get the next Roche, and then you just X mark someone forward to hit this tower, right? You don't need to risk it too much because that is how you throw this game. Like the chrono, all that. It is scary, but constantly just abusing X marks, taking it slowly, you just like. It's not really ratting. I don't know. You're just slow sieging, I guess, in the most annoying way possible. And it's extremely difficult to punish until you have a Yules, which currently no one is going for.
Both teams posturing for the Roshan here. It is still not up for another 30 seconds, but you are eventually going to lose this positioning to an Arc Warden, right? Like, this is the advantage that this hero brings. It will just push in the other lane and force you to respond, and Sumail, he's just going to walk mid, start chipping the tier 3 with this, and it is still not up.
I don't think they're even that worried. They're like, if we lose Aegis, is it that bad, guys? Don't we just kill him twice? Because they're not risking it. They're not pushing in.
All right, DK form with the Manta. Going to start trying to split push these lanes, cut the next one, and scout with his other illusion. Does
Wind
Miracle have a
Ranger doesn't
TP?
have. No, she
Does
doesn't.
not.
Yeah, so he's not gonna be here for this.
He's got to run down there. Okay,
It's
yeah.
too late.
No TP on Wind Ranger is pretty rough. Is this Aegis? It is fallen. Let's see if I imagine they're gonna give the Aegis on over to 23. The Roshan's banner, very good item.
Slow.
Oh, it is definitely a little slow, but yeah, they're not gonna be able to make it in time. They got it. Aegis picked up here by 23. Mid lane, still being chipped here by Sumail. They'll have to back away and clean TP out. Maybe Lorinov in the trees. They disengage on all 5. This is an odd choice from Nigma here.
Yeah, that felt a little strange. I don't know if they didn't realize Miracle didn't have TP or something. And then actually it took longer than I thought. So at first I thought, oh, Miracle too late. But if he had actually just ran over, he would have made it. But I think he also thought he was too late. So he like went back mid. And then it took long. He's like, wait, actually. Then he ran back over. Yeah, so I mean, that's a good win for Aurora. Getting Roche, they can use that to delay the game, which we were talking about earlier. Faces Void, very scary. The longer and longer this goes. Classic Chrono in the late game, right?
Yeah. All he needs is that level 20 talent and backtrack. And any hero in Chrono dies. So, we'll have to see. He's going for a Lincoln Sphere as his next item. It makes sense, right? Being able to block potentially things like Focus Fire. FBZ. Alright, they're not going to go for him then. He's tanky. He has Shiva's, Bloodstone, Ags. This dude is borderline unkillable outside of like a Razor standing on him for an eternity. I do have vision here, scouting Kuroki. If they want to try and go for this, they will not make it in time. So they will just get the counter D-ward instead. Uh-oh. He does not have his Ogre Seal in his inventory. Does Crystal Clone out of it. All right, he's got some schmoves, Ollie. That was nice. Good stuff. Steals 164 damage from the Wind Rangers, so that's pretty good. Yeah, immediately swaps in the Ogre Seal Totem. He's like, okay, never mind. Can't not have that, it would seem.
There's a very good item this game for the immobility against the Ice Shard, especially because she didn't get Force Staff yet. She had the Glimmer first. She is working on it, so in the future that won't be a problem.
Mid tower, 36 minutes, taking
Let's
damage. Go. Amplify damage rune makes that fairly easy. It's gone, baby. Took them a while, but they did it. Now to top tier 1. Let's go. Objective gaming time.
Dude, sometimes you subtract 30 minutes from the game time, and that's when the tower falls.
Yeah.
What a difference. All right. I mean, this is definitely good for Aurora. I think it was a little bit of a mistake from Nigma to give up that Aegis, and now they're feeling a little awkward. I was kind of joking earlier when I said you don't care about Roche or the Aegis, which I think they can still take a fight and win, but it's also a little scary to do that. So they're opting to just try to rat, force rotations. And
they're going to try and get 23. They commit everything. Does he have... Oh, he could just Chrono Miracle, but the BKB is out. He's going to try. The Chrono comes out. Does he have the damage to finish off the Wind Ranger? Q is there as well. Miracle's dead. Oh, no. Matthew actually dropped his gem in the jungle, too, being like, I'm dying for this.
Heads up play. Let's see if he can recover. His courier's got to go around the world. Oh, be careful with your courier. It's got so much stuff on it.
Wow. Okay. I mean, it was definitely a smart idea to try and grab the Faceless Void as he, TP's back in to defend there, but you didn't hit the chain stun. Like, the Shackle came out after the BKB was popped, and 23 that's a green light for him to do whatever he wants.
Yeah, could have been a really sick play, but I guess you force Aurora back. But still, Aurora's closing this net worth gap. I think it was like over 20k before. Now down to 16k, which is still a pretty sizable lead, admittedly. It's pretty good for Nigma, but considering where they were, the fact that they're letting it go is, ray of hope for Aurora here.
Oh boy, he gets a Mind Breaker on the Wind Ranger. Probably the best jungle item you can get on this hero. Rattle Cage for the Razor. That's a good one. Just tons of armor for him. Loves that. Plus, synergizes very well with his passives.
That silence could be really good, too. It could catch 23 off guard. Like even just a fraction of a delay when you think you can just time walk and you're like, wait, why can't I time walk? You got a Manta then time walk, right? The chain stun might be there in that time. Sometimes it's just those like fractions of a moment.
I am curious when they're gonna remove Ninja Gear. I feel like it's gotta happen at some point. Smoked in, the scan connects. Radiant looking for they're
still coming.
They see Cube, they're like, that's not the target we want. Instead, he just walks up onto the high ground, and 5 heroes from Aurora are ready and waiting. Miracle, the BKB trying to run away. Jabs is just standing his ground. Does not give up. Now it's Kunkka. FPZ on the backside's got to try and get away. His BKB is there. You don't have Chrono in 23. He does have what? He has Chrono in 1 second. Dragon Tail's out, chasing down the Kunkka. This Dragon Knight's going to make it very hard to get away. As now the static link as well from the Razor. The Snowball instead just going to be used to survive. And that's 2 big kills for Aurora. And just like that, a 22,000 net worth game down to 13.
He wanted to pick up that Snowball, but FBZ just couldn't get there. Was that not a Radiant scan on that triangle?
It was. They had the scan perfectly. And they actually walked high ground and saw Q on the Grimstroke, but they wanted something else, I guess. Like, that was very strange.
Yeah, I feel like they should not have taken that fight. Because it forced them to all go up the high ground, which I guess they were calling the fact that Chrono was still on cooldown. But it's putting you in such a forced position. They send Wind Ranger first, but FBZ like also wasn't with the team. I think maybe that worked if you like X-mark someone to go bait up
that is a Chronosphere onto 3. He's found the real Arc Warden. Matthew can't do anything about it. 23 deciding who his next victim is. Looking for Kuroki. Instead will let him live, but Lornov not likely to let that slide on the backside. Matthew doing his best here to try and soak up as much damage as he can. Triple kill for 23. 4 dead on the side of Nigma with no buybacks. And your high ground is in a lot of trouble now.
Fortunately, you got 2 other tier 2s because most of this game has been going your way, but you are going to get this, at least this 1 set here, and you'll probably take another tier 2. I don't know if you have time to get another set after that. Oh, maybe they can defend this.
Ornov has BKB. We'll just use it to walk away. The link onto 2. They're just going to go in aggressively, and Jabs with this static link. He's up to 200, almost 300 stolen damage. You got to be very careful. This guy's hitting real hard. Will he just turn his attention to the buildings? Oh, Gleipnir is out. Shackle onto Jabs. Inkswell to dispel. Looking at the damage. He turns it around. Jabs on a killing spree, and now 23. The backdoor protection will kick in. It's time to leave. That double static link, pretty cool.
Yeah, they traded Kunkka to save this melee barracks. Is that worth it? I mean, I guess you want the overall map control with the Arc Warden, so you don't want a lane pushing into you to give something back to Aurora. It does mean there's a window here, 50 seconds, no Kunkka. You could potentially keep trying to push this your way, especially if they've been lucky and Roche had respawned, but pretty lucky Roche. Time for Nigma. It's relatively long.
Another 2 minutes.
Yeah.
I mean, this game gets so much harder for Nigma from here on out. Jabs is on his way to a refresher and is not that far away. And you have a Faceless Void also going for a refresher, which he has the money for it if he wants to buy it. 5
close.
heroes there tanking it. Lornov gets himself the shard. It's okay.
Pretty decent damage during a Chrono, I guess.
That's true, actually.
It'll be good for split pushing, too, to deal with this Arc Warden spam.
Oh, boy. It is now a basically even game in terms of net worth, right? Like, we are very far in. There's your refresher for the Faceless Void. Jabs is like, I mean, that looks pretty good. I want one of those. I'm sure he just sells the Falcon Blade for it, right? I don't know if he, like, so one of them have to be carrying the gem. It's been Lornov previously, but he's gone in for an Orchid now. They see Kuro. They don't see Kuro. He gets the blink away, or rather the jump away.
Miracle instead.
This would be a massive kill, but he's got backup behind him. Did I just hear a Dagon?
Yeah, Kuro and Matthew both have daggers to deal with Lornoff.
Kunkka gets Snowball safe for the moment, but the Soulbind onto 2 and 23. He's just going to drop the Chrono. It ends up just catching the Tusk. Jabs on the backside, fighting toe-to-toe with Miracle. And Miracle's going to win that engagement. Tusk's going to buy back into the game. Grimstroke now trying to escape a Miracle. He's just dancing around this fight. He's looking for Ollie as well. He's got him 23. He's got a refresher available. Goes in the second time walk into the Chrono. He gets Wind Ranger. He gets the Kunkka. A great pike though from Sumail will save FBZ, and a Snowball as well coming through. But Sumail, he's on top of him with this Razor, and he's got no way to go. Surrounded. The Arc Warden will go down. Kunkka next on the chopping block. Triple kill for 23. Making it Ultra. He's looking for the Rampage. Give it to the lad. He's got it. Now a stun. The Dragon Tail out. It is just a disaster. Nigma lose everything as the Roshan respawns. And another refresher available.
Wow, what a great fight. Two really good Chronos there from 23. They had to hold on this whole game, but ever since that last Roshan, all the momentum has been going the way of Aurora. They have been winning every single one of these fights.
I mean, there was a couple really good buybacks in this fight. Obviously, Jabs and Ollie buying back immediately. Miracle and Sumail having to buy back now, but this fight doesn't work if Jabs can't come back. And I think that is just really good heads up from him to just buy back as soon as he can and try and get back in this fight, because he's the one who finds Sumail, right? Like, that is a massive win from him.
He picked up the refresher shard from that too, so he doesn't even have to buy his own. He's going to just be able to pop double refresher, or double ult, double BKB, all of that. But clean up these towers. They can push a little bit with these death timers, but I imagine they'll wait for the Chrono and refresher from Faceless before really going high ground. They'll just Manta spam until then.
Yeah, it's going to be slow, steady chip here with the DK illusions, I think. I cannot believe they would double Dagon. That's really funny. I mean, that's how you deal with the DK illusions, right? It just pops them.
Yeah. And, like, I don't even think that's not the problem. I think they lost a lot of momentum off the second Roche, and I don't think it had to do with the itemization. It had to do with their choice of posturing and, like, split pushing, stuff like that. Otherwise, it would have been pretty good. It's good to deal with these, DK illusions like that. It's paying for itself, man. It's like 50 gold every time.
Yeah.
We're getting there.
One thing to note, Jabs, after that fight, because he bought back, couldn't afford his refresher, like he pointed out, he gets the refresher shard, but now he sells his Falcon Blade, and he's buying an MKB instead. He's like, all right, I see you, Miracle. You want to have this fight again? I'll do it.
Aviana's Feather, Magnetic Field. Yeah, it's pretty good. Pretty good purchase. Faceless is 19 seconds off of his refresher orb. I mean, they're already starting to get this down, both mid and bottom. This Manta spam, like, they're trying to get there with the Daggons as fast as possible, but even if just one attack lands, that Corrosive Breath applies. And the Corrosive Breath did get nerfed, but, I mean, you're still getting there.
Oh, you get some damage on 23. The Walrus Punch comes out. He's silenced up. Is that his Aegis? It is. Just like that. Tusk trying to get to safety, safe for the moment by a nice Magnetic Field, but 23 will finish him off. That is going to be a dieback. Chronosphere is out. He's got his attention set on this Wind Ranger. The second Chrono, it's available. He's going to continue to just focus him down, and that is it. 125 seconds. You are not getting back into this game. 23 rewarded for his patience this time.
We got a tidal wave everybody into the fountain here.
That is the play. I mean, you can still slowly keep them back here thanks to the Arc Warden. It is quite annoying, but eventually they will be able to bring down these towers. Tier 3 bottom, it's gone. Now we've got to focus up on these lanes of barracks, but again, the Magnetic Field is just causing so much of a headache for this team.
I'm telling you, that's what he was trying. He ran in. He's trying to bait on FBZ to then tidal back. They're not falling for it. They're just going for buildings. They know. Don't dive the fountain.
5v3, dude. You do not want to die. It's just going to be a clean sweep for the Mega Creeps. There's no Wind Ranger, and she is so much of your team's damage. And just like that, Aurora come from 22,000 gold behind to 17,000 ahead, and Mega Creeps. Lorna goes in, blinks Dragon Tail. Onto the Kunkka. They're thinking of playing with him, and they will. Hex does manage to catch jabs, though. His BKB on cooldown for 20 seconds. 23 goes in aggressively. He can't get away. Kunkka just being dragged back in constantly from the Razor. They get the kill. Ollie with a freezing field here to zone them off as they focus for the tier 4 towers. And now with those staggered death timers and no buybacks coming out anytime soon, that might just be game 2 going the way of Aurora. The throne being protected as much as they can here from Sumail. No Tempest double for 3 more seconds. The base, it's fallen in fast. The classic Tempest double. But Lorna, if he can just fly on top of the throne, he can do the damage here. Jabs with BKB, gonna pull the Arc Warden back in, and that is it. Game 2 will tie up the series. Beautifully done by Aurora.
Pretty impressive hold to hang on, because that was looking like a very rough game for them. Sometimes you got to hang on, and one mistake from the opponent can get you back in, and you go with that momentum. Sometimes you're not given that, and then you lose. But that's kind of why you just keep playing and seeing if the enemy messes up. And I think Nigma slipped up a little bit around that second Roshan, and Aurora just took that all the way to the end of the game. That we finally saw the late game phases, Void come online, everything just started to work out. They just pressure with the Manta spam and force Nigma to feel like they have to react to that. And eventually you see a set of situations you're like, oh, this guy's a little too far up, or like, okay, he wasted this, right? And then you can just go in and double chrono, man. What do you do to that?
That's what we're saying. Late game, it looks very good. You have this Arc Warden who's going to dominate this early Dragon Knight pick. You have Wind Rangers to find pickoffs around the map. You have great teamfight control from the Kunkka. They had everything going their way. And I think you're right. It literally comes down to that second Roshan where they just were not ready to contest it. And then suddenly Aurora takes like 3 back-to-back fights, just wiping Nigma off the planet. And yeah, you know that's going to happen. As this game continues to go, this Arc Ward and this Wind Ranger will not be able to survive a Faceless Void Chrono, let alone 2. And Razor, it's just, he's one of the strongest late game heroes in Dota as well, right? Like, especially once he has the shard, all 3 of these heroes rely on their positioning, and you cannot get away from Razor once he has picked that up.
Yeah, they were on a bit of a timer there. I think Nigma, looking back on this game, I'm sure they'll be frustrated about this loss, but they were in a very good position, and I think their draft was still really strong and had a clear game plan. I liked Aurora's draft much better this game as well. So I think game 3 should be pretty exciting, right? Both teams showing some strength here. I don't know. Aurora has the momentum going into game 3 off after a win like that.
Yeah, I think both games are definitely a little... I think Nigma could have won this. I absolutely think they could have. I think this game, both teams had a good draft, and I think that's what separates game 1. Like, game 1 was a massive outdraft from Nigma. There was almost no way for Aurora to play that game. But Nigma lost their momentum, and I think as soon as that happened here, it was just so much easier for Aurora to execute into the late game. And going into game 3, whether or not we're going to see a similar like strategy from these two teams, we'll have to find out. But yeah, I loved the way that they rebounded here on Aurora. It was just much better lanes, like kind of just waited and bided their time and waited for Enigma to make one mistake, and that was really all it took.
Yeah, they gave themselves much better playmaking potential too with the Dragon Knight and the support duo, which we did see. They used that to pick up some early kills to kind of slow the game for Nigma, because they definitely had the lead coming out of the lanes. But yeah, much easier, like you said, for them to execute this time. Like blink stuns, all of that. It's easy to play around compared to last game. They had a very greedy draft there.
Yeah. I want to look. This was the one fight where we're like, oh dang, like that was a sick setup here by Matthew. They just get like that quick ward, and it's just enough to scout Q. And we see, right, if they take down this Grimstroke at the start of the fight, it actually makes a huge difference, because the Soulbind allowing for double static link, but also for 23 to just like stay on top of targets, it's pretty big. But yeah, it's like this is like the 26 minutes when you're in the game where like, you know, Nigma is the one who feels really powerful. This is when things get really rough, right? You give up the Aegis, and 23 has a second Chronosphere, and at this point, it's your game is really rough.
Yeah, once those refreshers come out, they don't have. I don't know. Maybe you could have gotten like an Aether Lens, stuff like that on Tusk, trying to like blink snowball save to the maximum potential, or like Ags kick people out, or kick like 23 out of his own Chrono, stuff like that. But I don't think they were planning to get to that situation, right? And trying to pivot your items at that point was really tough, especially because they kept losing all the fights. So yeah, I don't think it was like wrong or anything. I think it does just go back to that second Roshan, and looking forward to what the Game 3 draft will be, because this time Razor worked out a lot better for them. Although I still think his lane was still pretty rough, and I think Nigma had a good draft response to it as well. The execution dropped at the end.
Yeah, I don't think Nigma's draft is bad at all, like you said. I think they had an idea. They just slightly misexecuted that mid game, and I guess like the transition from mid to late game, and kind of gave Aurora a little bit too much space back in it. And this is set up for an exciting Game 3. So I think that's what we're going to do. We're going to go to a short break, everyone, and we'll be back with Game 3 here of Nigma Galaxy versus Aurora. Stay tuned for more here on the Elite League. We'll see y'all in just a bit. Welcome back. Game 3 between Nigma Galaxy and Aurora is about to begin. My name is Cryptic. I'm here with Z Quixotics. Very exciting series. Very exciting game number 2. And yeah, I'm excited to see what game 3 is going to hold. I will say, Zach, in your opinion, how are both of these teams feeling going into this third and final game?
I think Aurora should be... I feel like they're going to be glad they won that game. But I think when you reflect on it, maybe you also think, that was still not the laning stage we wanted, the early game. Like, felt like we had to get a little bit lucky with Nigma making some mistakes. So I don't think they should be completely happy with that win either, even though you're very glad you didn't just get 2-0'd. But they're improving. I think the draft looked a lot better from game 1 to game 2. So now hopefully they're compiling all these improvements into game 3 here. Nigma, on the other hand, I think... probably annoyed they lost that game. Probably feels kind of bad. But you think about it and say, like, I think our drafts are still good. Our early game is still good. Slipped up on the execution. Why did we slip up? Talk through it. Okay, game 3, don't let the tilt get to us. Just repeat what we did, except for that mistake.
Yeah. Just, run back that one thing. I'm curious if they're going to ban out the Razor, because they've just been opening their drafts with it on the side of Aurora, and maybe... wanting to not deal with it, but no, they will ban out the Terrorblade. This leaves that Razor opener again, and with the DK and Lesh band, I'm curious what they go for.
Yeah, Kunkka's still in the pool. I mean, Razor did look strong there.
Razor
looked strong rough in the late game, but I feel like Nigma's had the answer for the early game Razor, right? He has not looked particularly impactful at the start of these games. And so if they want to leave it in, I'd say it's okay. But clearly Aurora likes the hero. So, I mean, if you do want to take it away, good. But it doesn't seem... I mean, are you going to steal the Razor? I don't think we've really seen them play that hero.
Maybe just take the Crystal Maiden. We're finally going to see the Chen sneak through. Okay.
Chen slipped through.
All right. So we see the Chen grabbed here from Nigma. The question now is, what do you want to play into the Chen lane? Because one of the things we see often is something like an Enchantress, something that can play really aggressive into the Chen lane itself and punish it. Or maybe they just go for the Razor again and be like, whatever, we'll just still do what we feel like is okay. But this will throw a big wrench in the draft, I think, here for Aurora on how they're going to approach it.
Yeah, Aurora banned it the last 2 games.
Yeah. They banned out DK instead this time.
I mean, anyone who can survive through that laning stage against the against the Chen. I was thinking Kunkka on my mind. The Tidebringer is kind of good. The early game is not perfect, but later on, help creeps. They're going to go with the Crystal Maiden instead. You don't usually lane Crystal Maiden against Chen, but she is similar in the sense that she's a very strong laning support. And maybe if you win your lane hard enough, you are then able to go rotate to the places that Chen's trying to go. And Frostbite is very good versus creeps. Crystal Clone, we don't usually see Crystal Maidens buy it first item, but you hope to get it from the Tormentor. Maybe we'll see a little bit more priority put to it this game, because it is very good versus the creep army of Chen.
She's also good at like defending against the Chen rotations. Like a lot of times we see Chens want to play around the Twin Gate because you can just send your army right through there. And if you're going to be ganking the Crystal Maiden lane as a Chen, Frostbite, like you said, just can instantly kill up those creeps if they're going to try and dive the towers. So it's decent in all of those regards. I'm curious what they want to do with it, because you really want to play for a strong lane if you're going to grab something like the Crystal Maiden. I would be shocked if they don't go back for the Razor here. So Nigma might ban it. They get rid of the Tiny. Grimstroke is another option, which we saw how good that combo was last game, and they get rid of the Batrider instead.
Yeah, Aurora is picking next here in this phase, so kind of wouldn't mind if they picked Crystal Maiden Grimstroke, but they could go for maybe like a flex pick instead to try to save it a little bit, because sometimes you reveal both supports and there's a way to punish it. But I will say Crystal Maiden Grimstroke is a fairly robust duo if you want to reveal that.
Get rid of the Kunkka. Okay, I think if you ban the Kunkka, maybe you're not looking to play for the Razor this time. But we'll see. Okay, they will take the Tusk.
Also,
maybe a deny
duo.
pick.
That's true. Matthew looked really good on it.
Combine like Tusk tag team with Chen's penitence. That's a, that's a lot of damage.
That's true.
Yeah, I think
scary.
maybe that's what we're looking at. Potentially not wanting to deal with it, but just a genuinely good support duo for the side of Aurora. We'll see what Nigma want to do now, though.
What's left? We're banning out a lot of the top picks so far.
Yeah, I would say like there's been a big drop off in certain lane heroes. I think obviously the Timbersaw and the Doom have been getting a lot of attention, but heroes like Centaur and are not getting picked nearly as much. And so I'm curious if we're going to be seeing them start to kind of sneak their way back into some drafts. We'll see Rubik grabbed here, but right now there's not a ton of spells that are great for him to steal, right? Like this, like Rubik generally just feels like a safe pick in most games, but outside of Crystal Maiden's kit, you're not super stoked to take like Walrus Punch or Snowball, right? So
okay, cool. A Brewmaster pick. This support duo does not have really the greatest lockdown. Root is good versus some heroes, but it will not prevent the Brewmaster split. So that's pretty cool. We should be able to see that cause a lot of chaos. Plus, the Cinder Brew and Fade Bolt combo is going to do a lot of damage versus a hero like Crystal Maiden.
This is cool. I'm curious what they want to lane into it.
Yeah, we used to see Weaver picked as a response to Brewmaster a lot. You could like bully him in the laning stage, and they don't have a bunch of lockdown, but I do think Weaver takes some time, which Chen might run things down in the meantime.
Definitely
Sven
a
is
South
still
American
in the pool.
Dota hero too. We don't see it as much out here, but or in these two regions, but we could. I could be down for a Weaver.
I feel like Sven might be okay. We see Sven's. I feel like he was up, then he was down. I still think he's like kind of okay though. The cleave still pretty good versus the split. He is gonna get pressured by Chen a little, but so is everyone, right? And at least the nice thing for Sven is that the cleave allows him to farm in the jungle pretty quickly, even if you do get kicked out of the lane. And then when you do choose to join fights, Warcry provides a lot of armor for your team, which can be dispelled by the Brewmaster. But
what about
I don't know, we do
Luna?
see that.
Like just going back for something safe like a Luna. Oh, okay. I forgot about Lifestealer.
How about a
That's a
Lifestealer?
good pick. That's a very good pick. This hero is, I think, becoming one of the best carries of the patch, just because he basically blocks heroes like Sven from being viable. It actually can be very good into things like Alchemist and even Medusa a couple times. So I like this. Should do fine into the Brewmaster lane. Very good. They go back for the Razor too. I think this is fine. I never really saw anything that like made me not want to pick Razor here, and now that you don't have like an offlaner with like really good stuns, I think this is a good hero to go back for.
Yeah, it's a great flex as well because it could be your mid, could be your offlane. We've seen Aurora do both in this series alone, and they have the last pick, so you'll get to see the next two picks from Nigma. Stick Razor in the best place possible, and then we've been saying this. Feel like they could use a little bit more initiation, but at the same time, that's kind of like Aurora's thing. I feel like they always draft a little on the greedier side and in a style that's a little bit different. So maybe they'll still go that way, but I feel like it helps a lot with a Lifestealer to have someone to deliver the Infest Bomb, and then like when Tusk, if you need Tusk to be a saving hero, that means you need someone else to go to initiate. Or if he initiates, you often want someone else to go with him. So I don't know what they want yet. We got to see these next two picks, but I think that'd be good. From Nigma's side, I mean, you know it's there somewhere. Wind Ranger did pretty well. I feel like it would be kind of fine to go back for it. Oh, Morphling instead.
That's
very
good,
good versus
actually.
Lifestealer and Razor.
This is very cool. Yeah, it's like I said, good into both of these heroes. You don't really win the static link war on the Razor into this hero. Like, he can either just waveform away, or he can waveform in, replicate you, static link yourself, and then you're just like, okay, well, I'm stealing a little bit of damage thanks to my talents, but not enough. And this is a really good pick. I'm curious what they're going to do to address this, because I think now you have to pick an offlaner that might be able to shut it down, or you can pick a very fast tempo mid lane that might be able to just run over the Morphling. But you're playing into a Chen, and that's one of those things where, yeah, there's the Dark Seer ban. Thought that one might be pretty good, but
Let's see. Could you maybe do... Well, I don't know. I'm thinking you definitely want some initiation, because you want to try to get to Brewmaster before the split comes off. You want to try to get, like, jump the Morphling while he's still weak, get him killed in this early game.
Pango ban. I mean, you could look for something like Puck. The silence is very good this game on Aurora, but Nigma does have next pick, so they could take it for themselves if they want. Also very good against heroes like Lifestealer if you can prevent him from getting Rage off. Prevents things like Snowball. It is a good Puck game for both teams. Whether or not we're going to see it, though, we'll have to find out, because people are kind of going away from Puck, which I find a little bit surprising. I thought that hero has looked very good, but we haven't really seen many teams give it attention.
Yeah, you and I also thought that was Puck was one of the stronger mid heroes, but I mean, that's the fun thing about International Dota. We've been watching a lot of NA, SA, some Eastern Europe, and now we got SEA, the MENA region, which actually both teams have something like international from different regions, so it's like a bit of a mix anyways, but you know, it's cool to see how different heroes are favored in different places. I do like the idea of Puck, though. You know, you have to lane into the Razor. You got to be strong about that, but still having some...
ban. Coddle. Could we be seeing a Coddle mid for Aurora? Or Zeus? Something along those lines? Something that like doesn't actually get punished by the... Or that would normally get punished from something like a Storm Spirit?
I guess.
There's the Puck ban. We'll take Wind Ranger
Okay.
again.
Back for the Wind Ranger.
Okay, this one's for Sumo.
I thought maybe they could pick Wind Ranger because you could move it. It would be flexible in the same way Razor is, but I suppose Morphling would have been banned out, so that's why they had to pick it. And then since Wind Ranger slipped through, you can still go back for it.
I really like the Keeper of the Light. It seems like a pretty good Vessel game. He usually rushes Orchid as a follow-up. You have great wave clear against the Chen. Okay, they go for the Ember Spirit. That one's not going to be a super great lane for him into the Wind Ranger, being that she can just right-click you constantly, but it is a good game for the Ember Spirit overall.
I mean, he'll be able to maneuver around. I'm worried, like, in the reverse, though. I feel like both teams have mobile heroes, and neither team picked the easiest initiation, right? You're going to try to, like, root some of these heroes, and Brewmaster's not going to care. I mean, Wind Ranger will care a little bit, but she'll get Dispels, and then same with Morphling. So,
Ember Spirit
I don't
worries
know.
me a lot.
Yeah.
It's the same thing too. Like, you're into Morphling who can just steal chains, and then suddenly it's maybe you go a little bit too far, and Morphling just sneaks in on the backside, chains you into a bad position, and you die. So I think Miracle should have a pretty good game here on the Morph. We'll have to see how well the lane goes, obviously into the Razor and the Tusk, but I think Sumail should be pretty chill on this Wind Ranger. There's not a lot that they can do to him at the moment.
Yeah, not to start. Maybe as the game goes on. They will at least have the delivery for the Lifestealer. Lifestealer should have a decent game, but I think as we've seen Brewmasters max out the passive, gets insane evasion. So I don't expect to see FBZ die, but I don't expect them to be able to really stop the Lifestealer, at least after the first few levels.
Yeah.
So maybe they can kill like the Crystal Maiden, then punish like 2v1, but otherwise... Yeah, maybe just be like farming top, mid. I also think Sumail should be off to a good start. Question mark on the Razor again. We have yet to see it have the greatest start. And I think, again, looking into Morphling Chen, not really sure if it's going to change here in Game 3, but we do see the strengths of the heroes as the game progresses, and maybe that's what Aurora's playing for.
Yeah, I think this game should be pretty even looking at the draft. Like, both teams have certain things that they really want. Like, Lifestealer and Morphling should both have pretty good lanes, but I think Lifestealer should be able to stay in his lane longer, so we'll see how that kind of dynamic plays out. But it is game number 3 here between Nigma Galaxy and Aurora. I'm so excited. I hope you guys are as well. If you're just tuning in, it's a damn good time to do it. And it has been a very good series. See what happens here in game 3, though. Both teams smoked up, heading to the runes. Matthew trying to go for a very early ward. The rest of the team, this is a sick smoke rotation from Nigma, because a lot of teams will rotate this way to just block those Chen camps. So they're actually smoking in aggressively over there, kind of anticipating it, but it doesn't kind of work.
Matthew, fortunately, does not reconnect to his team. So they saw him through the Observer Aurora place, but he actually just walked back mid. They might think there's an Observer in that area scouting them.
Well, I think him and Laurenov, their smokes popped is what happened, like on the river there. So he backed away and went towards his mid tower.
Oh, okay, I missed that.
But maybe they'll find out or guess where he would have placed a ward. Like, if there was a hero in the river there, they'd maybe guess that'd be on the high ground.
The battle begins.
We're gonna see the runes come out. Should be 2 for 2.
Pretty quiet start. They see Q running back here, so they're gonna know like one of these camps is blocked.
Yeah, this is the standard with Chen. He's started the game with 2 sentries. He wants to make sure his pole camp is not blocked. They blocked the medium camp with the Observer over in the jungle, and then they blocked the other easy camp behind the tower. So he'll at least have 1 camp to play with. They see the Tusk now with no sentry. Kuro should know. He might just go D-ward this immediately.
I don't know if you and I have seen a Chen lose.
We have not. Well, maybe once. Maybe once it lost, but yeah, it has looked pretty good for the most part.
I'm kind of surprised that Nigma got it here in the draft, and I feel like the Chen alone makes me lean towards this team to win this, because we've seen them have such strong starts in these last 2 games they played. We've already talked about how, yeah, we feel like there was a slip up in the mid game, but at least getting yourself in that situation is a good place to start, I feel like, and Chen's the hero for that.
Dude, Kuro is an actual genius. He just starts the game with Divine Favor, and like Tusk walks at him, presses tag team, and he just puts Divine Favor on himself, and he's like, "What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? You think this damage hurts me? I have 20 armor."
Apparently do a hard pull.
Yeah, the hard pull actually is pretty good. That's a pretty good pull.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised. I thought he would like body block it. I guess with Morphling, maybe you feel you can come up here. You're like not that worried of Morphling dying. Well, he did skip waveform for now, which is not that crazy, but maybe they're gonna be a little careful until he has that.
Really doing a pretty good job at controlling the wave where they want in the bottom side here now. As Chen gets to like level 3, that'll probably change because he'll be able to just grab some creeps from the Holy Persuasion, which for now they're just going to try and steal a little bit of damage away from the Morph. This one is not as bad as the other matchups. Morph is a very low move speed hero, and if he doesn't have waveform up, you can kind of just take as much damage as you want.
True. There's 2 things you got to be scared of for the waveform too. Like you kind of need it to get away from ice shards and from the link. So maybe you can bait it out with one of them, then you still have room to play aggressive with the other.
That's a really good point, actually. 23 having an absolute free game on the top side here. This is not surprising, as the Lifestealer shouldn't really be under pressure at all this game. Q fighting it out with a Kobold. Unfortunately for him, this bad boy got 3 bonus damage recently.
Let us
fight you in the ring. He'll end you.
As Foreman has speed or he's got the whip, man. He wants to find this kill. Kuro actually may get this eventually, but he's got shards and okay, gets the creep, and because of that, he loses the move speed aura, so Kuro can't chase. Nice little play there from the Tusk, actually.
That was not yours.
Very quiet lanes so far.
I think the actual ability to kill is a little hard. I feel like every time I say that, someone died shortly after the last 2 games, but I do think it's tough. It's tough to kill these heroes. FBZ went
close.
double bracer. He's going to start, I imagine he's going to start maxing out Drunken Brawler as well. So, I mean, he might take some damage from Crystal Maiden, but after that, Lifestealer's just going to be like, miss, miss, miss. All right, I'm not going to bother. He's just going to farm mid lane until Focus Fire comes out. It's pretty tough, but like if Ember has 6 as well, he just runs away. So I think we're going to have to see the rotations leading to the kills.
That was sick from Sumail. But top lane, that will be the first blood. Finally, the Crystal Maiden going down, like he said. Just a little bit more difficult for her to stick in the lane, and he does not have level 3, so no point in the Frostbite yet. That is actually a massive issue for him. He lives there if he has Frostbite, 100%.
Yeah, he took Q to secure range creeps, but that is the price with the current build going QE, or at least one of the options for the first build. So we just bait it out. We talk about no one dying just to get the first bloods out. Bottom lane, Tusk might find this Morphling Courier. It's got 900 gold on it. Oh, he's not going to get baited. It's like, okay, Chen's there. He's going to kill me for this. Maybe we're back. Kuroki was baiting him.
He's like, I dare you.
I know my carry player's not watching their courier, so I will protect it.
Says the man who's been playing Monkey King support, sniping couriers.
It's hilarious. I'm so glad Entity and Extreme Gaming's here. We might see it.
Yeah.
We might get to see it.
I mean, Entity looked like probably the best team at running it, so it wouldn't surprise me if they do. Level 6 out in the mid lane. Lornov needs to be careful, taking a lot of damage, and he does have a Fairy Fire as well. No slight for 2 seconds. He gets the kill, but bottom lane as well. A nice trade as both supports go down here. Miracle gets the kill first, though, so quite good for Kuro.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Dumail killing enemy mid hero. What a classic.
I mean, it was so fast. He literally gets Focus Fire, immediately cast it onto the Ember, and Lornov is just, you know, close to level 6, but not quite there. And that's what you said. As soon as the level 6 comes out, that's the timing that these mid laners can play around.
Yeah, and that's where all the small little denies and stuff adds up. Like, those 4 denies Sumail has is the difference of him hitting 6 first and being able to get that kill.
Yeah, he also uses nighttime to walk back to base, so a little bit extra move speed, keeps his bottled haste rune, and now he can fight if he wants. So this is actually really cool.
Yeah, Ember will be a pretty hard kill now, but we might see a rotation over to kill one of these other heroes. Maybe Lifestealer before Lifestealer is 6. That window is very quickly closing, though. But he is running top. Maybe he's on the way.
Yeah, haste immediately. FBZ's like, I'm trying to deny as much as I can.
It's actually so close. One more creep, he'll have 6. It needs to be right now. He's trying to kill to get invest.
Dude, it was the one deny! It actually is 1 XP away from level 6.
Oh my god. Dota is a math game.
I mean, I wasn't joking when I said FBZ was trying to just get denies. Like, he actually was just focusing more on denying and then anything at that moment. And it is the literal difference between them getting that kill or not.
Sick.
1 XP away. That is so huge.
That is where all those little, like, sometimes it looks silly looking at the patch notes. It's like, 1 damage, what's that matter, right? Like, all these little things. Because it leads to situations like this, where sometimes you die or you don't die, and it can greatly impact the game.
Well, that is so huge for Nigma, slowing down this faceless, or the faces, the Lifestealer. And we're going to see in the river here, though. 4-hero rotation will bring down Sumail. Massive win for them, as obviously he's having a great game. And they do need lore enough to start kind of picking up the pressure a little bit, I think.
Yep. Unfortunately, he's the one who got that kill, so maybe we can see him start to be active on his own. He didn't get that rune, though, so...
he's going to get aggressive. Kuro. Matthew as well. He's just going to try and clean up the double Harpy. That's pretty worth it. Does have Slight and Chains. He's not going to use it. Just finishes up taking down Kuro's army, and he can just Remnant back to the mid lane if he wants. Oh, takes the Centaur. Uh-oh. Well, he has 10 wand charges. He'll be fine. Right? Right? Yeah, he's
Sumail knows where the Remnant is. Ooh, he didn't see it. It was in the trees. If he had been waiting there, that could have been a shackle into Focus Fire.
Yeah. One thing I will say is we're going to see just the standard Brewmaster build of, you know, double Bracer into Radiance. 23 also needs to build Radiance this game, right? It's pretty much necessary when you're into this type of lineup. So FBZ is going to hit that Radiance way before this Lifestealer does. And that's kind of when we see these Brewmasters start to really show up to fights.
Yeah, he's about halfway to the Sacred Relic. Actually, is the Courier moving out? Maybe he's opting for the Talisman of Evasion. When you combo that with a Drunken Brawler, it's actually just impossible to hit a Brewmaster. It simply cannot be done.
Yeah,
and
level
versus
4.
a hero like Lifestealer, who literally just right clicks. Like, what are you scared of? Nothing.
Level 4 Drunken Brawler with a Radiance completed is like 99% evasion, roughly. I think it rounds up to 99, but
yeah, as long as you're like brewed up.
Yeah, once you're brewed up, it's pretty hilarious.
We'll see if he actually builds it, though. He's just holding the Courier there. Maybe he's gonna, if he feels threatened, maybe he'll buy it, have it quickly come over. Otherwise, maybe he'll just greed out for the Sacred Relic. Because obviously that one does help you farm much better with the damage. But of course, if you die, that hurts your farming a lot. So as long as he doesn't feel like he's at risk, he might just opt for the greedy play.
Yeah, I like it. So far, slight gold advantage again for Nigma here as the lanes are breaking down. We're going to see another rotation to the top lane here from Matthew and Sumail as he does have his Javelin. Looking again to maybe get aggressive on 23. This kill is going to be much harder. They're doing a really good job of hiding the trees. Telekinesis, pull back, Focus Fire. Not even committed. They get the Brew Split for this as he gets into the Catapult. So, yeah, he'll be able to chip this tower a little bit, but this Catapult is not gonna die to these Brewmaster summons, and Ollie with the TP in. He's here to help defend if he needs to. He's just CSing with a siege creep. That's sick.
I can't believe it. He's getting all of them.
He just gets free CS with a siege creep. That's awesome. All right. Yeah, I mean that's where this becomes very difficult. You can't actually push the Lifesteal out of lane if he has the Infest up. Now, that is going to be on a 70-second cooldown, so it's going to be a while before you can use this again. But you committed to Brewmaster Split. You almost lost your mid-tower for this rotation as well.
Yeah, so far the Chen not having as much impact as maybe they would hope. They did, I mean, Morphling's off to a good start, and that's half the reason you take Chen, one of the strongest laners. So, yeah, I mean, with that, you're pretty happy. But
Crow's just farming.
Yeah, you definitely usually like to see some early rotations, but maybe opting, recognizing, you know what, Brewmaster with Split kind of strong, but Brewmaster with Radiance way better. So maybe instead of pushing too soon, just kind of like holding on, let's line up maybe Radiance with, I think he's working on the Vlads. Maybe he's getting a mech first.
He goes mech usually first.
Yeah, it looks like mech's on the way, actually, so they might move together with this. That's a pretty good power spike.
Yeah. A lot of times we see just this very early mech from Chens. They don't even bother building boots. You just go for straight mech into the Vlad. Then you go back for drums. It's just all auras, right, to play around your team. And Kuro, maybe they'll start playing together like you were saying, but it wouldn't surprise me if he just keeps jungling. Like, no one's going to keep up with him in terms of the supports, right? And all of your lanes are pretty chill. Like, Sumail, not really under too much threat unless they bring like 3, maybe 4 heroes, and then you're playing into like a TP in from Chen who can just like pop mech and Hand of God.
So I try to tell my pubs, but they don't let me jungle. I'm like, don't worry, guys, they can't keep up with me jungling. He gets to do it this time. What the heck?
Guys, the enemy support has a Midas. Can I build one?
Actually, though, it crosses my mind all the time. All right, we're coming mid. We got some big creeps here. We got the mech. Just poking at it. They don't want to commit too hard. They don't see where several of the enemy heroes are.
They're smoking mid. Ollie is in a really good position to break the smoke. He will. The Watcher gives the vision as well. So, I mean, he has a freezing field to play with. You just don't want to give it to Matthew. So, they will just back away. As Lorna with an amplified damage rune doing a decent amount of work, checking bottom, but the rune is top. Unfortunately for him, they will finish off this mid tower. And this is where Chen is annoying, right? Because you can't really commit to any of these heroes.
They're going to sneak up here invis, but fortunately a sentry is going to spot him out. 23 immediately going to run away. But this is, I mean, this is a scary one. If Sumail keeps chasing and he manages to find, oh, a good scan. 23, you got to play it careful. If he gets focus fired, oh, good infest. He's just going to get out of here.
And he sees the body block too, so he knows Sumail is here. That means they're potentially looking mid as Lorna and Q, actually bottom lane. Oh, Miracle almost kills off jabs. Never mind. He's really wants this mid tower.
Yeah.
Just creep pulling here, trying to allow these creeps to get into the wave. Top lane 23, gonna get focus fired up. Shackle, of course, not gonna be able to prevent the TP. Matthew now in trouble. Slight Change comes out, but the TPs are coming in from everybody. Sleight of Fist dodging out a little bit. It's basically steals Remnant. Matthew is out. Snowball in from Q, can't finish the job. Sumail gets it done as Lorna on the run here. FBZ trying to chase him, does have this wind pan and throws the Cyclone out. It's gonna catch. Does have a Clarity running for the moment. He's gonna be just fine. They protect the mid tower. Well played from Matthew.
Matthew's been playing so well this series.
Dude, Matthew always plays well. This guy's a gamer.
Oh, you got me. That's true.
This guy's one of the best 4s, in my opinion. And he just has such a wide hero pool. He's also very just, like, creative, I think, in most patches. I think that's one of the reasons, like, people really kind of put him high on the support list.
Bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower
23 the rotation bottom, will be able to finish off the tower. Meanwhile, Miracle does the exact same rotation top, so they will just trade for the tier 1s mid lane. Nice bait from Matthew, a stolen Walrus punch. Ember can't finish off the Rubik, so they'll get themselves another kill onto this Tusk. 4,000 gold lead at the moment for the side of Nigma.
Stolen punch is pretty good versus a lifestealer.
That is true, actually.
Maybe depending on rage to get him out of some scary situations. Especially this game, there's no BKB piercing stuns.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Brewmaster's very close to the Radiance.
Yeah, I figured he would get it very... Yeah, he's got it now. It's coming on Courier. And again, you're not even close to it on the Lifestealer just because you go for that armlet first. It's pretty standard, but... Yeah, the Brewmaster Radiance is going to be a huge problem for them in these fights. Lorna does finish up Kaya Sange, though. That's nice.
Gleipnir on the way for Sumail as well. This is a really nice timing.
He's under a ward if they can catch him. The Gleipnir moments away. They've caught him. Shackle to follow. Do they have the chain stun? Did the Shackle miss?
Yes, so?
It somehow missed.
Tree break?
I mean, it looked like it missed for sure.
That's unfortunate. That definitely should have been an Ember kill. The Gleipnir caught him off guard, but now without the Shackle, they don't have the crowd control.
Yeah, looks like it did. So he makes it out. Bottom lane an attempt onto the Lifestealer, but luckily for him, Walrus Punch was on cooldown for a couple more seconds, so he's able to rage TP. Does Q have Blink Dagger coming? He does. We have Blink Tusk online. Potential kill threat onto the Wind Ranger. Needs to be careful of that, but they're bringing in FBZ. Top rune, it's going to be bottom. So Ember Spirit will get it with ease. Oh, he doesn't. Matthew steals it. Never mind. And a nice shackle into the mid lane. An aggressive rotation in for Matthew. He's just got these remnants to play around. Snowball bringing them in so deep. Q trying to finish off the job, but Matthew's still alive. Dude, he has been owning on the Rubik. 2-0 and 5 now.
We thought at first maybe there's not the best spells to steal yet, but he is making great use of the ones in the game. What is he? 2-0 and 5.
Yeah.
7 out of 8 participation here.
I mean, that was the Hand of God fight, right? So otherwise, you maybe find the kill. They commit the mech as well. But Kuro now has Vlad's, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
Yep, so you have another big pickup, another big aura for this guy, and the Goldie's just going to keep building. It's one of the reasons we see this hero banned out so often. As Wally
and I do
some
think
trouble. Freezing Field, going to buy him a little bit of time, but not nearly enough. Snowball in, dispels the root, and Q is now so far back. Very good plays there.
Get to work on this mid tower here with all these creeps too. And I will say with this Vlad plus Alpha Wolf Aura, they're actually getting so much bonus damage on a universal hero like Wind Ranger plus a Morphling. And it's actually a cool way to respond to Razor's Link. If you just have an insane amount of bonus damage, he's just like essentially stealing that. You still have your base damage to work with if you have enough of a bonus.
He just TP'd right out in their face. Ollie was not close enough. Okay, well, that's the that's the first time I've seen Jabs leave bottom lane, I think.
Yeah, he has his Manta. He wants to get involved, I think.
He's just going to
go
back.
He is 9k behind at 20 minutes, so they do need to start getting some plays together.
All right, they are going to smoke up. I mean, you just used Eye of the Storm, though. No Freezing Field for 20. Top lane, they're pinging like they want to go on Miracle. Q trying to bait, and actually does kind of work. No Manta for a couple seconds, holding him in place, trying to wave from up away onto the high ground, and oh, the vision from Lorna allows to go for the Frostbite, and Miracle, he is going to die. Sick plays there from the Ember. That was very close. They needed that kill so badly, too. They have found nothing for so long.
Yeah, the downside is it took all of them, which means there's no map efficiency, and so actually the gold lead is still climbing for Nigma, but it is still a good kill to get the Morphling, slow him down at least. And with the Radiance on Lifestealer, I don't know, maybe they can keep trying to find these types of kills. I don't know, it's a little tough.
Dude, how's Matthew just like never dying? They bring all these heroes bottom, and he's like telekinesis, stolen plasma field by Force Staff to safety. Has an Eye of Vizier now as well, 4 points in Arcane Supremacy, so he's getting the spells he wants every single time. They're gonna smoke up on the side of Aurora, and again, head through the jungle here. If they walk into Kuro, it's actually a pretty valuable kill considering he's got 8,300 net worth. The smoke's gonna pop. They see the Chen. There's gonna be the Walrus Punch, the shards to trap him in place. Kuro pops the mech. End of God will be available. He's not gonna commit it, so they get the kill. Very worth it. Dude, he bought out drums and has shard.
Yeah, this Ancient Golem's running like so much extra HP. They're gonna keep going for more. Scan does scout him out. They finish the roast just in time. Can everyone just TP out?
They actually just make... Ooh! He doesn't get the chain. He doesn't go for the slide off. They are all out. Quick TP from Nigma. Honestly, trading the Chen for first Roche, pretty good.
Pretty happy with that. Man, Kuro is pretty rich, though.
He's literally been jungling from, like, the 4th minute of the game. Like, actually, he has just not left the jungle outside of, like, walking mid once to take a tower.
Yeah, he's not far behind Ember. His net worth is more than Tusk and Crystal Maiden combined. Maybe that'll change a little bit here. They're going to pick up their own Tormentor on the side of Aurora. It's going to go to Tusk. It's not a bad shard. Crystal Maidens is probably better this game, though.
Yeah, definitely would prefer the Crystal Maidens, but it's definitely not a bad shard. You're right.
Though I will say, of the core heroes to run that shard into, Morphling and Wind Ranger are not the greatest. So
yeah,
a bit suboptimal on that. You might mess up with like you might mess up the creep army though, so maybe they'll get something out of it.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Just he missed the hit onto the courier thanks to the Radiance. That's kind of funny. All right, well, Chen's back, so time to group up around this Granite Golem. Fortunately, he's not going to find another Ancient Creep on the right side there, but FBZ walking aggressively onto the high ground here. Will find 23. He's got a Rage available. He's going to be forced to use it, try and TP on out. He will be able to do so.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
That being said, I mean, you lost the tower so fast.
Yeah, I mean, Miracle's hitting for like 350 damage with all these auras behind him.
Good old Vlad's one of the best auras for a Morphling. And he also has the Alpha Wolf, so doing a ton of work here. Oh, that static linket's not going to last. Only gets 13 damage. FBZ does have the ult available, like you said. Root does not stop him, and yeah, just immediately throws it. They get the Shackle out onto Lorna. Remnants back up to the high ground. He's going to be safe. Q as an infested Lifestealer here, thinking maybe we can find an opening, but Blink on cooldown for 5 more seconds. They finish off the tier 3 tower. A great soul and Slight Chains onto 3! That's what you're looking for. Crystal Main's gonna buy back. They get the Walrus Punch onto Miracle. That Aegis likely to expire here in just a moment. He doesn't have mana for a waveform, but they're actually just too tanky. He makes it out, looking for the Brewmaster now. Stolen, or beautiful shards trapping it, but again, a Glypnir just trapping 3 heroes down. A freezing field here from Ollie trying to do his work, but Miracle still finds the kill, and FBZ is still super healthy. How is he alive? Telekinesis pulls him back, 3 dead. Aurora, you're gonna lose 2 lanes of racks, if not more. Okay, well, Morphling, Aegis down. I don't think he cares. I think he's fine. He's like, I want to go clean
full
up.
health anyways.
Yeah.
Man, Morphling on strength with a Granite Golem, you know, just kill jab like that.
Yeah.
With this Golem, he has so much HP. It's actually insane, and they're
just gonna end.
They're gonna go for it. They're gonna go straight end. You got 1 buyback. Here's the Fortify. Doesn't kill the next creep wave though.
I don't think you stop. Like,
I think
I don't know how you actually
back.
stop this.
He has Focus Fire. Well, I don't think they can end though. They're gonna be up by then, but you can try to get a buyback.
Care though, like. Okay, yeah, I guess you don't have Hand of God for 50.
Split.
You don't split. Okay, yeah. They will take a tier 4 and back. Man, they are so strong now.
All right, so this is a pretty similar situation to last game, right? So the situations are a bit different with the draft. Maybe they're just gonna find a kill on 23 here. No, you can respect the rage. It is pretty hard for them to kill him in rage. Last time they kind of slipped up with their positioning, and then Aurora was able to take it. I don't think Aurora has the same tools they had last time, but Nigma can still play it out smart, get the next Roche. Maybe gonna find the FBZ kill here.
He's just got Primal split back up, and guess what? Now you're fighting a Sumail. FBZ is close to a word, and Miracle just chasing down jabs, gets the kill. The freezing field, like you said, does a little bit of work, but it was stolen from Matthew. And he just walks the dog. Lifestealer goes down, and 4 die on this gank, and there's the GG. They know this is over. That's actually it. Chen once again proving to be just an unstoppable force.
Gotta ban Chen, man. Gotta ban Chen. Too good. Of course, everyone played really well. FBZ got his Radiance at great timing. Sumail got that solo kill mid. We saw Matthew make so many plays. Miracle just, give me a good start. I'll handle it from there, right? So great plays from Nigma, Galaxy. No slip-ups this time. Nice, clean win here at, like, what was it, 27 minutes? Yeah, pretty fast win.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I feel like you and me have covered a lot of Chen games in qualifiers and group stages of recent tournaments, and every single one looks exactly like this. It has been such a copy paste of a game where it's like Chen leaves lane at like 3 to 4 minutes, jungles, buys mech, buys Vlads, buys drums, gets shard, and it's the same net worth as like a mid laner or an off laner on the enemy team, and then they just group up and then the game immediately ends. Like, this is just a perfect playbook from them, pairing it up really well with the Brewmaster and just a strong solo lane like the Morphling. Like, it is a super sick draft from Nigma.
Yeah, Chen doesn't have... I feel like we usually talk about him as a strong laner, and that's true, but some matchups he's like not that impressive, and it's like, oh, we're missing the mark of Chen. But it really is that group up timing you just talked about, where he farms fast, he picks up these auras, and then he just goes with like 4 different creep auras, 2 to 3 that he bought, Hand of God, right? And it's so hard to deal with that, I feel like. Now, if you crush him in the lane or you crush the other lanes, yeah, maybe it's easier because they're trying to bring a tempo that their laners don't have. But I think all their lanes went pretty well this game. So 3 winning lanes plus Chen, what can you do from there?
Dude, Matthew is just so good on this Rubik too. 5-0 and 11, literally doesn't die despite being like the hero they initiated on multiple times in fights. This is the only death from Miracle that we saw the entire game. It brought the entire team top for this. And he still gets the kill onto Tusk, right? So it's a 5-hero rotation, a 1-for-1 trade. We see him here on the Morphling at 5,300 HP. It's just all because of the Granite Golem plus full strength morph. That's crazy. The AoE roots from Gleipnir, the slight chains that were coming out from Miracle as well in these fights. Like, there's just too much control, and they have no way of stopping it. And this is the exact thing we saw before, where it's like, Brewmaster, when he's brewed up in Storm form with a Radiance, has 99% evasion. And you can see the Lifestealer try to go for him there, and he's just missing every attack.
Yeah, Brewmaster wasn't able to kill Lifestealer in the lane, but Lifestealer usually wants to pressure out the enemy offlaner more. And yeah, it just can't happen when you're not hitting him, man. Brewed up. Good spell. Good evasion. Yeah. It's kind of fun to see Brewmaster back too. He was out of the meta, so I'm kind of glad to see him back, and he's looking good. Several teams are prioritizing him. It does depend a little bit on the offlane player. Not everyone likes to play Brewmaster, but I think the teams that do have a player who likes Brewmaster, you're seeing them put some good emphasis on it. Maybe not like a first pick, but definitely after a couple picks, you're like, yeah, they can't stop me. Like, let's Brewmaster them.
I feel like this was like a 24 pick Ember, right? And I think both you and I looked at it, we're like, I don't really see the appeal of the Ember Spirit in this game, but maybe it'll surprise us. It just doesn't work. You don't really win your lane against the Wind Ranger. At best, you draw it, and then like Brewmaster at any point in the game just instantly dispels your Flame Guard or cyclones you out of the fight. Like, there was just, I just don't see this. Like, he was literally involved in 2 kills. He finished the game 1-2 and 1. It's just, granted, I guess they had 4 kills. The final score was 20-4.
50% kill participation.
Yeah, very cool. Very cool scoreline. Now that I look at it, but yeah, it's not what I wanted out of a last pick Ember Spirit. And we've seen a few of these things in recent tournaments where teams kind of look at their 24 pick, and rather than kind of looking at a solid counter, they're like, we want something that's a little bit comfortable, and it ends up kind of backfiring here. So unfortunate for Aurora. Very solid series from Nigma Galaxies. They get the win. I believe we will be having an interview after this. I'm trying to see who it's going to be. But yeah, we're going to be taking a short break, and then we'll be coming back with an interview from a member of Nigma Galaxy. So stay tuned, everyone. We'll see you in just a little bit. Welcome back, everybody. Hope you guys enjoyed the short break. But again, like we promised, we will have an interview here with Nigma Galaxy. And Zach, do you want to let the people know who we got?
We have the amazing Karaoke here for the interview. I'm sure tons of people are very excited to hear from you, man. How you doing?
Hey, thank you guys. I'm doing well.
Oh no, I can't hear him.
Oh
no.
Test, hello?
Can I not hear him?
I can't.
Can you hear him, Zach?
If the people can hear it, that's all that matters.
All right. If the people can hear you, we'll go with that. But Karaoke, I just want to say congratulations on your guys' first win here in the tournament. I did have a question for you I want to ask. So obviously, you guys have a new support, a new new two players coming in, FBZ and Matthew. I want to ask, how is the dynamic with Matthew joining the team, being like you two as the primary supports?
Overall, it's been a big change for sure because I've played with GH for so long, 7 years or 8 years.
Yeah.
So to be honest, we're still adjusting. It is taking us some time, but I feel like we're improving day by day.
Amazing. Love it. Zach, what do you got?
I wanted to ask, so one of the new players, Matthew, he used to captain for most recently EG. Has he been a very vocal addition? Like, does he still share a lot of ideas, or is he maybe like taking more backseat while you're captaining and he's like focusing on his own gameplay? How's that going?
Yeah, Matthew, he does have a lot of good opinions, and we're taking his information to like utilize it for our team. He himself wished to like take a step back from captaining, and I think he's also adjusting, to be honest. Like it's taking time for him and for us, and like we had that talk the other day, and he's adjusting. He feels good in his role overall, but things take time.
Yeah, I mean, you guys looked great in this game, so I mean, if this is already how good it's looking, then looking forward to as you keep getting used to it. Bringing it to the games, I'd say they all looked like a really strong start. There in Game 3, probably the most dominant. Were you surprised they gave you Chen in Game 3 at the very end there?
Yeah, for sure. This hero's really strong, and it's anyway one of my main heroes. I mean, I wish they nerf it so only I can play it again. Maybe Puppy. But it's like you can only ban so many heroes, so they have to take a risk. I think it's normal and respectable. It just didn't work out for them.
That's fair. I like that idea, right? It's kind of, we'll try, see how our game plan plays against the Chen, but you were enormously farmed, so it didn't quite work out. I have a question about Game 2, though. So you guys looked like you were in pretty good control for a while. Where do you think like things started to kind of fall apart? Because late game, obviously, the double chrono is a little bit overwhelming.
Yeah, Faceless Void, he's a very dangerous Dota 2 hero because it's nearly impossible to lose in late game. I mean, if there would be stats, how many times did this hero lose in late game, realistically? So we had a good start in mid game, but we failed to press our advantage. That's the most simple way I can put it. And then they recovered. They got the second Roshan for free. That was like the biggest misplay we did, for sure. And I think then we got picked off and the game just crumbled away. And the heroes came together. They have stronger late game. And yeah, that's really it.
I will say you guys looked pretty solid throughout the series, and we're obviously really excited to see you guys in this tournament and how you guys progress through this, because there's a lot of Dota to be played. What is like your team's, it's hard to say like expectations because you don't really know what to expect, but as a team, like what are you guys focusing on the most right now?
We're taking game by game, to be honest. Obviously, everybody wants to win. We're also here to win, and we work really hard. But for now, just game by game and get a feel of the other teams. We've played only MENA quals this season, so I haven't really played international teams on official games too much. So we're just like happy that we get to play.
Absolutely. Zach, you got anything else for the legend?
No, I think we're also thrilled to see you here competing on the international stage again. Is there anything you'd like to say? I know there's tons of people watching. Really excited to see Nigma here.
We are really grateful for this opportunity, and I hope you guys enjoy the show, like always. And yeah, let's just have some fun.
I love it, man. We hope you have some fun as the tournament progresses. Just a huge thank you for joining us, and congratulations on your opening series. Hopefully we get to talk to you again, but for now, we'll let you go.
Thank you, guys.
Oh, man. I'm super happy we got a chance to interview Kuro as the opener, because it was like one of those things. I was like, I want to hear from him or Matthew, because those are like the two players I think are the most interesting in the dynamic. Like he said, coming from playing with GH forever, and Matthew being the previous captain. FBZ looked super solid through the whole series, but it's cool that they're both making these adjustments, right? Matthew's like, I'm not used to like really not having this leadership captain vocal role, and he's just playing his game, and they're adjusting well, it seems.
Yeah, it's one of those things you we as viewers can't really see, and we have a lot of strong opinions oftentimes, but like only the teams know what that inner dynamic is, and it's extremely important. It's why you can't just bring together a team of superstars and it's like, well, this has to be the best team. These are the 5 best MMR players, right? It's a whole lot of things coming together. So it's no surprise that it may take some time, but pretty strong performance here. I'm sure a lot of us are excited. We will hope it continues on into future series. Strong start, but now, for those of you that don't know, this is a Swiss group stage, so all the teams that win today, they're going to be matched up against the other teams that are winning. And the teams that lost, they're going to be matched up together. So that means tomorrow, Nigma's opponent should, in theory, also be a strong team, and we'll get to see them keep playing stronger teams if they keep winning, which I think we're all going to be pretty happy about that.
Yeah. It's going to be a very, very tight day. We've got a lot of games coming through, so we're going to go to a short break, and we'll be back with Blacklist versus OG here on this channel. If you want to catch some more Dota on the other stream, head on over there. There's a bunch of Dota happening the rest of the day, but we'll see y'all in just a little bit for more here on the Elite League. Stay tuned. We'll see you then. We're back so fast. I bet you didn't see that one coming. We've got our final series of the day, OG versus Blacklist, about to begin. My name is Cryptic. I'm here with Z Quixotics, and man, it has been honestly, a very fun day so far.
Yeah, that was a fun series. Very strong look from Nigma, I would say. Maybe less fun for the Aurora fans, but I think they showed they still got some stuff. I think the draft is the part that looked the funniest, so hopefully they're going to think on that over the next few days. But we're going to get right into the next series. OG, we got Tomato, BZM, Whisper, Ari, Seb. This is another team that actually has recently made some changes, bringing in Tomato and Whisper, and maybe still taking time to get used to each other. They showed some strong performances earlier, but also some struggles a little bit. It's a challenge of a new team, right? But I think a lot of people are pretty excited for this roster.
Absolutely, and we're going to take a look at their opponents. Blacklist here, Palos, Abed, Gabby, Tims, and MJZ. Some big names coming out of SEA. And yeah, I think a team that a lot of people have had high expectations for. They've struggled a little bit, as like Aurora has kind of been the team at the top of the list, I think surprising a lot of others. But there's some good representation from SEA here. We'll have to see how they do, as it's going to be a pretty interesting series in my opinion. Whisper on OG, I think, was one of the coolest transitions over, I think, we've seen in a while. And then their decision to grab Tomato as well, I think, was I mean, let's be real. They basically poached like half of TSM and then added Whisper to it, and they're like, that'll work. I think it's really sick. I love these. I love this roster. It's one of my favorite kind of roster shuffles I've seen in a while.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see so many SA players make it out to international teams. I mean, there's a lot of SA teams that look great as well, but I always think it's cool when we see this like global rotation of players. You bring the different styles to different teams. You learn from there. Maybe you go back. That's kind of what Abed did recently, right? Here on Blacklist, he's been in the North American scene for quite a while. Now back to the SEA region. Draft-wise, what do we got? Bat Rider slipped through. We didn't see him in our last series, but despite the nerfs, he has been looking very strong as a support, sometimes as a core, but often just like a very greedy 4 support who hits such a fast blink dagger. Then you have this BKB piercing ult that you can just be super active around.
And they managed to grab the Doom here, a hero that has been first phase banned quite often, but we'll see on the Blacklist side, they definitely prioritize some of the supports, right? Getting rid of the Shadow Demon, Disruptor, and even the Terror Blade. We're not going to see, obviously, Chen making it through, I would imagine, anytime soon. Kuroki was like, yeah, I don't know why they gave it to us. I was very surprised. He's like, it's like my best hero. It's one of the heroes I'm known for. He's like, I'm fine with it getting nerfed so that I'm still the only one playing it and it doesn't get banned, you know? Like, that's just how confident he is on it. But yeah, it's a risky hero to let through a draft for sure. I do like the fact that they get the Doom here on OG, as it is a fantastic counter to the Dragon Knight. But we'll have to see, you know, what they can pair within this draft. As you get some really strong supports on the side of Blacklist here, Crystal Maiden and Mirana.
Yeah, and again, Mirana's got multiple places to go. It is likely to be a 4 support Mirana, which we've usually been seeing position 5 a little bit more, but 4 still works, and it does mean if she rotates over to that safe lane, Frostbite is a great setup. Dragon Knight, if it's an off laner, then fantastic. You got the stun into arrow. If it ends up being mid Dragon Knight, you can go roam mid, get stun into arrow, and that means you can still pick an off laner who pairs up with the Mirana. So I like that. Strong opener. Blacklist, they have put a lot of... I've seen many of their drafts feature Primal Beast or Kunkka. Primal Beast did get banned out this time. They opted for the Dragon Knight. I think because Shadow Demon and Terrorblade they banned out. But they could still go back for a Kunkka. It could round out their draft, bring a lot of crowd control, and then you just pick a hard carry just to bring in the rest of the damage. But not picking it yet because Dragon Knight can flex, and you kind of reveal that once you grab that Kunkka, that one of these heroes is going to be in the mid or the off lane.
I really like the idea of Kunkka on 18 here because DK Kunkka is such a super strong and tanky lineup. And right now, OG definitely has damage issues. So you'd have to find... I mean, Doom and Batrider both do a lot of damage, but not enough to bring down a Kunkka with boat buff or a Dragon Knight with boat buff. So you would need something else to kind of add to that. Plus, you have a third arrow here, like a third hero to play around with the Mirana, right? You already have DK Dragontail, you have Crystal Maiden with her slows and roots, and now you'd have like a Kunkka with X Torrent. So there's a bunch of ways that Mirana can get benefit from there. You'd probably max it. Okay, it's Razor season, baby. I'm up for it. I love this hero, so whatever. I'm all in Razor.
So it could be carry Razor, could be mid Razor. We got some flex there. That's always cool. I imagine they'll pick another support coming up here. Io. So
this is
OG,
the only team that does this.
Yeah, I think Io looks fine, but it does seem like there's just too many other better supports, and Io is very much more of a like enable another support rather than just being like super strong himself. So I think that's why teams have moved away from it, but OG still really likes it. They're a very famous Io team, so I'm always excited to see this here. It's very fun.
I will say I'm curious because Io Razor is very scary if that's where they want to end up taking this, and it is great into the Dragon Knight in terms of scaling. There's your Faceless Void. Now, picking this into Doom is a little bit of a question mark because as soon as Doom gets to his level 6, you can no longer show on lane. It is an absolute death sentence to this hero, especially with like the relocate eventually late game. It's like Doom finds someone and then you just reload onto that hero and they die. So you have to be very careful of that. But I think for the most part right now, pretty good Faceless Void game. Not a lot of stuns outside of the Doom and Lasso. So
Yeah, he is a hero with the built-in mobility, so you can get away from the Razor Link. And if you know the IO is relocating in, you can drop the Chrono. So in that sense, it's still very strong. But like you said, it can be scary versus that Doom and the potential like IO relocate saves, maybe Bat Rider. I don't know. If you're too close to the edge, maybe you could be lassoed out of your Chrono. But outside of that, there's not really a save once you get a good Chrono. And in theory, I think you should be able to, because you're going to have this Dragonite going in first or scouting with Manta Illusions. You could throw out like Marana arrows to scout. Right? Eventually you find, like, you just play patiently until you see what you want to see for the Chrono.
Yeah, I think Puck looks pretty good for both teams at the moment, and Blacklist do have the ability to pick it up at the beginning of the next phase, so they could opt for that. They actually ban out the Slark, thinking like, okay, it might be Razor mid. What carry actually pairs well with IO that actually shuts us down? Slark would have been very good here. Wins the elongated fights against Dragon Knight as well as Faceless Void. If he doesn't die in Chronosphere, he basically crushes this team. So that's a really smart ban. I'm curious what else they're worried about. I would say Gyrocopter is still a massive threat. They ban out the Coddle.
Classic IO combo too.
I think if they're banning Coddle, it's definitely Razor mid. That's what it sounds like to me.
I could see that, or at least wanting to keep that option open for them. They are not the last pick. It is it's going to be OG. Oh, sorry, yeah. OG is last pick. So by keeping that option available, they can react however they want with this last pick. Once you know where Dragonite is going.
I wonder if you just ban the Puck anyway. It might be worth it, but we'll see. I know Abed, like you said, they've been playing a lot of Primal Beast on Blacklist. It's mostly because of him. Like, we've been seeing Primal Beast become a pretty top tier pick early in the draft because you can flex it between mid and off lane pretty easily, and it doesn't really suffer too much. It usually either wins or draws the lane. There's the Puck ban. Makes sense. I think this is the scariest hero that they could get on Blacklist right now. It completely counters out the IO. He's great at scouting this hero, and if IO can't save his target, or like say you reload in and just get double coiled, like it's really rough.
Yeah, I think it's a good ban. Gotta decide now if you want. Well, I think the fact that they're banning Slark means it is likely a Dragonite off lane, and they're trying to pick a like they're banning to protect their Dragonite off lane, and then they're gonna pick a mid here. I suppose you could flex it if you're thinking of another melee offlaner. Oh, there you go, Centaur. So Centaur offlane. I don't know. I find it kind of interesting. I think you could do Gyro.
Great magic damage, good early teamfight hero as well that you can like bring in with Relo. Doesn't really lose lane to Centaur.
Yeah, you want someone like relatively tanky because of the. You need to make sure you're not like too scared of Chrono.
Or you like keep the Razor safe lane now that you know it's a Centaur lane, right? Okay, they just go Morph. That's not a very typical like IO hero, but it is a very typical Tomato hero. And I think that's why they go back for it. It's when it at least draws or doesn't die to the Centaur lane, you can leave it alone, and Seb might be able to rotate. Who was it that we saw recently that just was a 5-position IO rotating around, killing every lane? It was ridiculous.
It was Sweden Strong.
Sweden Strong,
IO,
that's right.
But he was rotating everywhere, getting kills. I don't think we're as likely to see that. But yeah, that was really fun. That was a fun one to watch.
Yeah, I don't think we'll be seeing a ganking IO, but overall, I think mid lane should go fairly well for the Razor, right? Into the DK. It's a little bit annoying with the Breathe Fire, but I don't imagine he's going to struggle too much.
Yeah, I mean, this looks like the best Razor lane setup that we've seen so far. All the other games we saw Razor last series, it just seems so sad. You can't really use Link. Dragonite does have a lot of base damage, so he's unlikely to die, and I think he'll still get by okay. But I think we'll actually see Razor be able to like pick up an advantage through the laning stage, which is it's really something you want from this hero. And he just like fell flat in the last series.
Yeah. Well, I'm curious to see how it's going to play out. I always enjoy watching OG just because they're this only team that plays for this IO hero, which is definitely a little bit strange. But when I look at Blacklist's draft, it seems a lot more straightforward. You have 4 heroes you can play around with arrow. So Tim's might actually just go for the max arrow this game. And I think at that point you have incredible early game damage. So I want to see what they do with it, if they can make it happen. Both teams, I think, have merits to their drafts, but I would say Blacklist definitely seems a little bit more easy to execute, right?
I think so. I will say the Chrono late game, it may be hard to put damage in Centaur. Can't really do so much for that. Maybe you can get like a freezing field. You can arrow off of it. I guess once you have like the Manta Aghanims on the DK, like he might be pumping in damage. But that part, we don't see as much of that early Chrono synergy. We did just hear from Kuro, though. Let's go to the late game. This hero's good.
Yeah, I mean, I would also love to see the stats on Faceless Void past 50 minutes and what hit, or like, I would say past 47 minutes, what his win rate is. I imagine it's like 70%.
It's probably pretty high.
We're going to see a smoke out here from Blacklist as they are heading into the triangle. I mean, they see BZM. Abed's on the low ground. The question is, can you get to him? He's got the Watcher. Gabby's going to get seen. They're trying to push him right into Abed. No matter where you go, you're in trouble. The arrow to follow it up, and that first blood goes to your mid Dragon Knight. That is as good as you could ask for.
Interesting. So we got a couple things to talk. One, I find it pretty interesting they did that because first blood attempts are so common now, but OG didn't smoke, and they kind of split up. So even if it wasn't BZM, there was a good chance Blacklist would have found someone. Now, beyond that, we actually have an off-lane Batrider and a 4 support Doom, which we don't see this too often, like either of these heroes in these roles, but it is something I've seen OG do. So they're guessing the Doom really just needs contribute the Doom. They don't need him to be super farmed. They just want him to look for Dooms on either Dragon Knight or Faceless Void, I imagine, and so they can relegate him to a support position. You're going to try to get more, I guess, active power out of this Batrider, who has more dot damage readily available to him and might have an easier time laning against the Faceless Void.
This is like a classic Whisper move, I'll be honest. This team always just drafts super unorthodox things, but Whisper somehow just makes them work, and Ari's just going to come to lane with Infernal Blade and just spam this every time he goes near a Faceless Void, and it is going to be very annoying. So, I like this. I'm really curious to see how they're going to make it work. I'd have to imagine they're not too worried about it, but for those of you who are just joining us, hello. Welcome to the stream. It is OG here versus Blacklist, our fourth series, the second series here for Zach and I, as we are finishing up the day. But honestly, this should be a fun one.
What lane do you think will be the most exciting?
It's got to be
Who got the first
lane,
blood
right?
earlier? Abed got it, right?
Yeah, he started the game with a bracer and a half. He's never dying.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty tough. But yeah, this matchup, Dragon Knight's not really like threatening a kill on BZM, I imagine. So top does seem maybe the most interesting. I guess real quick, bottom lane Morphling. As long as Morphling doesn't get caught off guard by like an arrow out of trees or maybe a stomp like suddenly running out of the trees, I feel like he'll be fine. They'll just farm down here. Yeah. We saw this actually in an earlier series. Like once Helm of the Iron Will is on Centaur, or like whatever armor item he chooses, and Morphling picks up some items, like both are just farming.
MJZ actually just has to TP, otherwise just dying to Ari there. TP's back to the tower, of course. Has Salve, has 4 tangos, so he knows he's going to be here for the long haul, just trying his best to survive. That being said, Seb in the bottom lane goes down. You said getting surprised by an arrow. Well, stomp into arrow. Pretty easy connection there, and with the IO falling, that's huge for this lane.
Yeah, maybe playing a little too aggressive. I guess he kind of has to because Morphling is still pretty low level, and it's only like once Morphling has like wave form and a couple more points in his skills, then you can kind of just like leave him up front. He won't die. But in these early levels, he's trying to help make some space for the Morphling to get the farm. Put himself in risk there. I don't think we'll see too many more of those though, but that is a very nice kill for Blacklist. 2-0 to start. a quick 1K lead.
Dude, BZM is getting absolutely annihilated in this mid lane right now.
Free bracer at the start. What can you do?
Yeah, I mean,
He's
I
got
guess
90 damage. 90 damage on Dragonite to the almost 60 of Razor. But then you also throw in like the Breathe Fire. And I guess if you get the Link, you're like kind of okay. But like, yeah, when the Link breaks, you steal 16 damage. It's actually just even in terms of damage right now.
Yeah, he's not having a great lane. He is definitely struggling. Dude, he has 11. He has as many denies as he has last hits. That is not a good sign.
Razor has a good amount of denies too, though. So
yeah,
both just heavy deny lane.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh no. It's so hard to look away. Oh my god, Abed just denied 3 creeps under his tower. All right, I need to look somewhere else.
Leveled mids.
Yeah, I need to look somewhere else. It's gonna hurt me.
I'm not sure where else there is to look. Everyone else is just farming. Maybe
okay.
Watching denies is fun.
And back into the mid lane.
A little bit of aggression on top. Still
I mean,
has Time Walk available.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, I was like, you should steal Time Walk away.
Bottom lane. Seb?
Another stomp into a follow-up there, and Gabby, he's still got some stick charges left, so he's fine.
They said not too many more of those, so that included like 1 more there.
Yeah, that's fair.
See if it happens a third time.
Ooh, looking for MJZ in the top lane. Great flame break, but bashed twice here onto the Batrider. And they're going to just TP in on Tim's, try and chase him down with the leaps. They've got plenty enough damage. They do lose the Crystal Maiden. Actually, no more leaps left. Whisper.
Can he get the deny?
He's just
This camp's pretty low damage. Oh,
He's
they gave
taking
up
his
on
time.
it.
He's taking his time. He does eventually go down. Long respawn thanks to the increased timers dying to neutral creeps, but he comes back to lane full HP, full mana. Doesn't lose any gold either, so I think that's fine for him. And Ari's actually pulling the wave, so he's going to have this in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, we didn't get to talk about it too much, but we've seen a lot of Crystal Maidens picked in response to Batriders, and it's usually the support-to-support matchup, and Frostbite and Crystal Nova just make it so hard to play aggressively as Batrider, and I mean, that applies to offlane Batrider as well, so like, you have the damage to kill Crystal Maiden, but she has the slows to make it hard. BZM, 3 people going on this guy.
Yeah,
Killed. Now he can't deny your creeps. Finally
you may have stole all of his damage, but they still have a lot of magic damage.
He actually has no damage right now. Okay, it's back. It's back. Man, you see the denies come into play. Usually the 6s are mid already, or sorry, the mids are level 6 already, and this would be a dragon form taking the tower, but there's so many denies. He's actually still not 6 even after that kill.
They are still here. BZM is going to die back-to-back in mid.
Still not 6.
Still not 6, but it doesn't matter. Your catapult is still alive. Dude, that cannot happen. Meanwhile, top, they're trying to kill Apollos. They're trying to chase him down. 5 stacks of that sticking 8-bomb. Whisper gets him. So, I mean, you get the top lane faces void, but you just lost your mid tower.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Yeah, that was, he was not expecting them to camp for a second kill, and that's a huge play. I mean, he's still level 4. Okay, just hit level 5 as creeps die. And Abed took most of that without even using the dragon form, so now he just gets to use the remainder just to speed up his own farm and to continue to bully out this Razor.
I mean, early on, too, we were talking like, oh, you know, this is probably not the worst. This is probably the best lane for the Razor we've seen so far, but when a Dragonite just gets free first blood and comes to lane with literally 2 bracers after the first wave, like, not so good anymore. And his item build was actually just so smart, because rather than going for boots or anything, he just realizes that he can't static link enough damage if I just keep buying strength items. So he just goes for like double Iron Branch, wand, double bracers, and a belt of strength, and suddenly he can never kill him.
Yeah, and I mean, he laned pretty well too prior to this. So if you just imagine like not having given up first blood to the enemy mid, I mean, this lane could be pretty different.
All those force the time walk away as Whisper
is under attack.
playing aggressive up here again. I mean, You are sacking your Faceless Void a little bit because of this, so he's going to have to time walk in a moment. There is no way he gets out of here if he doesn't, but Crystal Maiden doing what she does best, and that is keep the Bat Rider at bay. Gabby with the Stampede as his rotation pays off big. And OG get punished for their over-aggression top lane.
Early Stampede thanks to the kills he got in the lane. Not as many denies from the Morphling, which is a little bit of a change. Usually see Morphlings with tons of denies, but I mean, Sender's got so much base damage himself. It's pretty hard to deny that hero. This matchup usually ends up being like a very farming matchup, Centaur versus Morphling.
Yeah, I feel like for the most part, Centaur just gets his farm no matter what, and Tomato on the Morphling also gets his farm, but when you now have this amplified damage Dragon Knight rotating down here, your tower's gone. There's nothing you can do to stomp this. You have to try and make a play elsewhere, and Chronosphere comes down top. They get the Crystal Maiden, but Whisper on the Bat Rider will die for this. And these deaths are just so costly for the side of OG. You still, like, he has Lasso if he wants to put a point into it, but you've got to get something on the map. You are starting to lose a lot.
They did get Boots of Travel, so Boots of Travel plus IO Relocate when that's online could be a lot of global movements. They don't have as much initiation as Blacklist does, and it's a good call from you. He is maxing out Arrow because he realizes it's like so easy. Just someone stuns, I throw out the Arrow. I'm 1-0-5 right now on that Mirana. So he's having a great time. And it's going to be up to OG to try to... Yeah, to try to find some kills to match that. I guess you do have Lasso, so maybe they can Lasso, bring the IO in, start to give BZM a game here.
Ari's still level 5. Almost level 6, though, so if he manages to get a couple creeps in the wave, they might be able to catch Paulos off guard. And Whisper thinking about it as well. Time walks up to the north. Does manage to hit him on the slow, but yeah. Will not connect, and again, Crystal Maiden's coming through. We'll just root up the Bat Rider. Continue to just slow him down as Gabby's back with another Stampede. Will pop it, catches the Bat Rider. Another root. A Lasso, though, back the other way. Is it enough to finish up Policy? Almost dies to the zap, but it's just barely not enough to get the kill. Gabby on the backside will burn to a Flame Break, so it's a 1-for-1 trade. But they're bringing in more heroes here.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Ari trying to do what he can. Will get scouted. Dragon Tail on top of him. And just like that, Doom. I mean, once you have Doom online, maybe these rotations are different, but Tim's is almost to a Vessel.
Yeah, that is scary. We're seeing the Bat Rider brings a lot of damage. He almost like 1v3'd there, got some kills, but it's not having a great start, and that means they can kill him first, especially with the Boots of Travel. There's no stats in that build. He's getting Blink next too.
Yeah, well, speaking of Blink, Abed's
half
found
his health
him.
gone immediately.
And Whisper manages to get out, Seb with a save as well, so they time walk back. Ari is so close to his Doom, but does not have it quite yet. So he, again, still not able to catch this Faceless Void by surprise. Meanwhile, we haven't really talked about Tomato. He has his Vlads picked up. There's certain people that really prefer going for the Vlads on Morphling. Tomato's definitely one of them. He does this quite often. I love this build. He's also got himself a Raindrop and Magic Wand, so he manages to keep himself relatively tanky.
Yeah, he's kind of like the silver lining right now. He is fairly farmed.
No. Seb was gonna reload out BZM instead of cancel by MJ. What a bash, dude. No way. Nice jump in from Abed, the Dragon Tail to follow, and another root from MJZ. They grab themselves kill after kill. Bottom lane, Tomato did solo the Centaur as he popped the Morph Replicate, but
I think maybe Lasso helped him out. Looks like.
Oh, is that what that was?
Too. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, Lasso and a Stomp.
I think you're still pretty happy. Once again, this is a Razor who's dirt poor out of the landing stage, and
Dire's top tower is under attack.
This hero hates
nice
playing from
3-0-3, right? Yeah, like he's having the game he wants. Might even find a kill on IO here. Does he have a tethered target?
He's about to from the Razor, but no, ends up running the other way. Abed could blink after
Is he doing
him.
this?
Dude, raindrops keep him alive. He has 11 wand charges, right? There's no way.
He just does not care.
Dude, no arrow! Oh my god,
no.
Seb!
That's such a good placement too. Like
He can't
Io
go
couldn't
either
move
way.
into the trees, but he wouldn't have made it over to the right in time either.
Radiant are scanning.
Doom.
Tim's
A little bit
watching
doomed
mid
himself. Yeah. Good turnaround here from these guys to find this one. They know Tim's is down here. He just arrows up Tomato. Whisper should be able to help find this kill. He's got a lasso up in 3 seconds. There's no real way out.
He's trying to be a little too cute. Gonna pay the price for it.
Yeah.
Dire's
I mean, that's a nice little kill. It's something. It does help secure their Wisdom Rune, which is definitely what he was playing for on the Mirana there, but you're 2k ahead. I will say I'm surprised it's only a 2,000 gold lead. I definitely thought it would be more, but it definitely seems like Tomato and Whisper are starting to get some serious net worth. And you have level 7 on Ari. We haven't seen the Doom come out yet, but he's pinging bottom. He's like, I want to get a hero, guys. I got to do something. Oh.
After this brief pause. My bad. Misclick. Gee, sorry. We're back. We're good.
Okay.
Radiant are
Abed's
scanning.
Dude,
working
I mean,
on
they
an
wanted
Orchid.
Centaur, but finding Paulos would be huge.
He uses the blink to look,
He just time walks right into the Doom. Stampede comes through. Can it be enough to get him to safety? It might be. He's got backup. The whole team is here. The blink Dragon Tail out from Abed. The arrow to follow. They got him.
Oh, that's rough. Whisper was using the blink to find people, so when he sees Face's Void, he has no way
Oh
to get there.
boy.
3-man Chrono.
Paulos finds his targets. They managed to take down the IO first. BZM's going to be second in arrows. Caught the Doom as well. One by one they fall. Blacklist, an incredible performance so far.
They're looking good. That's going to speed up Abed to his Orchid. I think he actually... Okay, no, he's like 600 away, 500. That's going to be so hard now. When he can just blink silence people. Morphling is still several minutes away from that Manta. Razor. He's even further from his own Manta, man. He's not having a great time.
No, not at all.
It's going to be
I
such
mean,
a
yeah,
good Orchid pickup.
You pointed out, like, that engagement. He blinks up on over to the Twin Gate, thinking that's where one of these heroes might have gone after the scan expired. It's actually a pretty decent call, but once his blink's on cooldown and this, like, he sees his hero, he's like, well, I can kind of just walk into him, I guess, and maybe we'll force him right into the Doom, but unfortunately for them, Stampede, very good.
I hate to say this, but Tim's is approaching BZM's net worth.
Oh, Blink Lasso.
Blink Lasso?
Nice arrow, but you do have follow-ups here from the rest of the team. Gabby
Oh my god,
into
Gabby,
pig
you
mode.
can't get away. You can't, Gabby.
Blink
Don't
dude,
do
he's
this to them.
Oh my god, Blink was on cast almost, but it was just Whisper. Barely catches him with an A-bomb.
That would have been so sad for OG. Rotate 4 heroes and Gabby gets away. I mean, it's a good kill to get. Gabby's probably not even too sad about it, though, when he sees like how many heroes that brought in and that everyone else on his team's farming. He's like, okay, you know what? That's fine.
It's not too bad for OG since it was relo and like BZM just goes back top to farm. And this was like kind of what I was expecting would happen. I felt like Io would play around the Razor this game and leave Tomato to farm.
They're looking at Tomato.
Dire's top tower is under
I mean,
attack.
you got the Orchid now. It is very scary. He is closing it on Manta, so your window in terms of hitting this is closing quickly. He's gonna go for it. Blink, Dragon Tail into the arrow to follow, and just like that, there's no chance of escaping. Freezing Field, a little unnecessary, but you don't want to risk it.
Yeah, all these kills are really important too. Like you said, the Manta's getting close, so they probably have about another minute where they can kill Morphling, and every kill they get delays that. So I'd actually love to see them just look for Morphling as soon as he's up, because they know he's not going to have the Manta at that point still. And Orchid, stun, the arrow, all of this stuff, very low cooldown.
Oh, we're about to see a real nice Chronosphere in the top side. Arrow to follow it up. Gabby's got a blink stun as well, holding these heroes down for what feels like an eternity. BZM.
You die
loses life as well. Double kill for Gabby, which is kind of like mid lane. Blink Lasso catches Abed. MJZ right behind him. They turn around with the Dragon Tail and the Orchid. Stampede will get Abed to safety as Ari's rotating in, maybe thinking he might be able to get the Crystal Maiden, but no. They're not finding anything for this.
And who? Tomato's at low health. Abed sees him.
Yep. Ari gets that. Dude, the arrow damage, people massively underestimate how good maxing arrow is in these types of drafts. Like, it's 180 damage at max, or sorry, 180 bonus max damage, plus just that 5 seconds of stun, which is always going to hit. Abed gets himself another kill on the bottom side. Tim's actually will be the one to secure it, quote unquote secure it. Yeah, this Mirana is just destroying them.
He's trying to pass that Razor. He needs as much gold as he can get.
I mean, he's gonna at this rate. Blink stun, Gabby finds 2 again. You don't have Chronosphere, but do you even need it? Seb, no chance of survival. His game on the IO has been rough since the lane stage. 6 deaths now.
Time is money.
Tomato does have his Manta now, so he should be safe from any of these aggressive attempts. Unless you chain stun him, I guess that's still a possibility. If you blink stun into arrow, I mean that's still a lot of damage coming out if you're at low HP.
Yeah, I mean he'll still take so much damage from just the blink stun, arrow, and vessel. Like before the Manta comes out, it might not kill him, but it will push him out for sure. They are not done. It's just full on aggression. They don't care. Blink stun. Goodbye, Seb. What? Oh, gets the mech off? Yeah, there's the vessel. Just for safe measure. They're like, okay, don't let him get out of this one.
This Observer has gotten them so many kills, I feel like. This mid lane one they have.
Yeah.
I keep seeing these heroes in and they just blink stun, kill them.
They had a deep one on the high ground in there for a while. Eventually got dewarded just a moment ago, but yeah, they've had a lot of good vision to play around. Deep ward on the bottom one on the high ground. That scouts the tier 2 tower, so...
Ari did just finish up the gold for his Blink. So maybe we can try to find some Blink plays on OG for them to get back into this. I guess it's like... The Faceless and Dragon Knight are the best kills. They're both pretty tanky at this point. So it's not easy even with the Doom.
Yeah, not at all.
Maybe they see him here. He got Pupil's Give though. He's so tanky. Strength Dread. He's got 2,000 health.
Radiant are
They know Bat Riders here. Yeah, she's just gonna look.
He might just chrono him. Oh, nice DP on here from Whisper. Paulos. He doesn't want to risk it. Gabby actually finishes up a Lotus Orb, which I mean is quite a good game for a Lotus Orb. You have Static Link, you have Doom, you have Lasso. There's some big spells to be able to reflect. Looking mid here, Abed. Blink, Dragon Tail, the Orchid comes out. No Orchid, or no stun follow-up as there is no Mirana, but they will pop the Moonlight Shadow. As they do see Whisper.
Just putting the fear in him.
Yeah, I mean,
could have been a Blink stun into arrow.
Yeah. Manta cooldown did get increased, so, you know, Orchid's up way faster than
That's true.
Manta will be.
Yeah, you can think of it like, you blink Orchid, it doesn't work, but you force out this period of like 15-ish seconds where that carry then has to play like really safe because they can't risk getting Orchided again.
Yeah. Bot tier 2, putting some pressure on it here with the Dragon Knight, and nice play from... Ooh, did Ari just get a ward? Oh no, he's just kind of hanging out down here.
After they finish this tier 2, they could probably Roche. It's a little slow, but they could do it over time. They may not want to yet. They may just opt for continuing to find fights.
Yeah, the Roche is not great, for sure.
Top tower is under attack.
If you had like a Bloodthorn or something, then maybe, but you don't. Is that BKB done on the Faceless Void? It is. Okay. Yeah, they're going to go for Roche. Arrow definitely helps speed this up a little bit, but Freezing Field comes out as well.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Again, not the fastest Roche, but you will eventually get it. It just takes a little bit of commitment, you know? And Blacklist showing they don't have commitment issues.
Especially with OG, I don't know if they know this is going on, but they're not feeling up for it if they do. So they're just trying to farm it out. I don't think they do, because I feel like they're kind of playing it carefully. Now they know what's going on, so they're starting to cut waves as much as possible.
Yeah. I mean, they pushed mid and top in as far as they could. They didn't finish off the mid tower, and Gabby doesn't manage to grab Ari either. So Stampede's down, and Whisper should get another wave here. So they are actually doing a decent time of stalling and of putting a little bit of pressure. But they gotta get more than that, right? I feel like they've got to find a kill here soon. Oh, Gabby just blinks up to Tomato, not even knowing.
No fear. They're keeping the net worth relatively close, at least 8K. I mean, close, not close, but like it's not growing. So they're hanging on.
One thing to note,
almost BKB. Okay.
Yeah, BZM almost BKB, but this is a pretty great game for Sep to get his shard if he is going to be playing around the Razor. Because that like extra spell lifesteal can make a huge difference.
That's true. Tormentor is available if they want to go for it.
The Invoker is messing with.
You're going to see the reload bottom. They get the Doom onto Palos, but Gabby reads him, gets a double blink. They said, Doom, who cares? We'll just kill you instead. And Palos, with that BKB, he's got his own chrono available. We'll just drop it onto the Razor as the rest of the team is coming. Follow-up Dragon Tail. Palos just beats him down. Double kill now for him as Whisper now on the run. You are fine. They're not going to let you get away with anything on the side of OG, and Whisper forced to BKB. Still on the run as Palos wants to try and cut him off. Won't be able to. Oh, man. That is scary. Ari tries to creep back here. Gabby will get the hoof stomp. And Arrow, not quite there, but
Radiant's bottom tower
should be able to chase him down. Maybe. Oh, okay. Nice play there from Tomato. Just snipes himself a free kill. Whisper goes in, hits the dust, catches the Mirana. She actually has no leaps left, and Tomato should be able to play her on this Dragon Tail, as well as the Vessel thrown out already, though. Lasso also up for him if he wants it. They finish off the Mirana. They've got to get more. Abed would be great. Do they even need the Lasso? Safe from the Glimmer Cape, but another dust comes through. Tomato just continuing with this chase. The Shard actually owning on this Morphling, having 4 leap charges. He just completely turned this game around.
That's actually incredible. I can't believe they found that many kills. A bit of a, excuse me, Blacklist trying to like save all their allies. They're kind of coming in like one at a time. Probably needs to cut the losses and get out faster.
Tomato just got 2,000 gold and did 6,000 damage. Is now level 20 and took a mid-tier 2 tower and is now looking for top. How did he? Dude, Tomato's a gamer. I don't know. This guy's so good at Morphling.
Konda's here and he's got 1,800 gold in the backpack too.
Dire's structures are fortified.
I mean, it's kind of what you needed, right? Because Tomato was keeping up in net worth, but at some point you got to make use of that, right? And it finally came online here. Maybe with a little bit of good luck that the Blacklist team was all kind of scattered around. I feel like coming in one at a time, so Tomato just couldn't kill him.
Dude, Mirana Shard Doubters, where are you? That thing owned. It's damage and slow, 4 leaps for a Morphling. That was sick, actually. That was a nice play.
I will say, Palos was not there during that, and Chronosphere and bashes, all that. That is one of the ways you deal with a Morphling. So perhaps in the next fight when he's there, that'll make the difference. It does mean Morphling just got a huge chunk of gold and XP, though. It's put him well ahead of the Faceless Void.
Yeah, that Konda is a serious, scary pickup on this hero, right? Like, there's a couple heroes that are just really good with Konda. And then they buffed it for some reason on those heroes, which made less sense. But heroes like Luna and Morphling, Sniper to an extent as well. I mean, this item is cracked.
Is under attack. Are scanning.
Gabby has a gem. I believe it's Crystal Maidens sent over. they still have good combos, but it's getting a little scary with the Morphling. So, I'm trying to see. I mean, Age is about to expire, so they're not going to do anything with that. I guess they're just going to try to maybe find some pickoffs in the meantime, wait for that next Roche, and then try to push it.
You're definitely going to be playing around your Chronospheres the most, right? I think that is like your only really secure team fight wins. Oh boy, Ari narrowly dodging out of gank top. Ogre Seal Totem, very good item. Gets to safety. I mean, let's talk about this. We are dead even on net worth now. This game, like at the 18-minute mark, like literally 10 minutes ago, they were 10,000 gold ahead on Blacklist, and OG have completely pulled it back. You have a Doom that is gonna scale from the support position. Yes, your IO not looking super hot here, but I feel like the heroes on OG can get it done if they get the right fight, especially with how well Tomato's playing.
Yeah, that's a bit of the question. Like, who feels better in the late game? On one hand, you have the Faceless Void, and Dragonite Mantas are like really good. But like you said,
so bad.
Scaling Doom, Morphling's pretty scary in the late game as well.
Blink Doom comes out. He gets the Mirana of all heroes. Not the best option, but you'll take it. The problem you have now is trying to get out of this. Zeb goes in and just gets silenced immediately. Both supports are just gone. They got antsy. It's like normally you reload your Razor in for the fight, but maybe they're afraid of doing that unless you get the Doom onto the Faceless Void.
I think so. Going in, like we saw earlier, the Hoof Stomp into Chrono potential. I don't think he even needed Chrono in that last time we saw it happen, but it is pretty scary to relocate into the fight this time.
Oh, Whispers under a ward. No blink for 8. Gabby, he's got your number. He has a Flame Break as well as a Firefly, but Paulos might just commit here to finish him off. Ooh, time dilation. Yeah, it's just he's just actually kills him with the static charge. That's really funny. Pretty interesting counter to Batrider, actually. You take a lot of instances of damage.
That is true. I hadn't really thought about that.
Tim's just being very patient here on the bottom side, trying to set up a kill potentially. It's the Vessel out on over to BZM. He'll be able to just jump away, but guess what? Here comes Paulos. Chrono's out. Arrow there. He pops the BKB. That is not going to save you. In comes Seb trying to do his best, but that's going to be 2 more kills going the way of Blacklist. Very well read here from Tim's once again on this Mirana.
Has been killed.
I feel like
Tomato.
Blacklist... Ooh, wait.
That's a big kill. The Chain Stuns. He's silenced up. He's got Mantle. He's got BKB. But how many stuns do they have? He gets the waveform to safety. The BKB,
No
the TP
way.
on out. This guy actually lives.
I swear he was stunned for like 8 seconds and he still got away.
Dude, I feel like it was
there some
more than 8
overlap?
seconds.
There might have been some overlap.
That was Hoof Stomp into an arrow into a Dragon Tail. How long is this? All right, we're gonna look at the clock here. We got the time.
I think there's
First
a little
stunned at
bit of
44 seconds. Dude, you're kidding me. Actually, exactly 8 seconds of stun. Manages to get away.
A lot of stun. Not enough for a Morphling, though, apparently. They just needed the Faceless Void. I think Faceless Void would round it out. I mean, that's like 5 heroes getting faces. I was going to say, right before they almost then caught Morphling, Blacklist has been... I feel like they've been mostly in control of this game, outside of that one slip-up where they gave away so much. And they're like having to claw their way back in to the lead they had, but they are doing it. They keep finding the fights. Maybe finding one more here on Whisper.
He could go for a lasso play, and he will, but... Dude, the status resistance from Kaya Sanj, he just doesn't die. Ari goes and does hit the Doom. He should burn out unless he can get some help in soon, but bash out Doom. He's in trouble, does manage to teleport away. BZM, he's on top of Paulos. If they can actually chain stun him, that's going to be what they need. He's still got a BKB at the ready. Centaur lives. He gets the Stampede, Paulos. Time walk in one. He almost dies, but it's not enough to find the kill. BZM, he's got a lot of damage stolen. Looking for Abed now potentially, but he needs help. He's not going to get it. Io's back into the top lane after the reload. Dude, Centaur lives on a fraction of HP. The Blink to Stomp comes through. We've seen this game once before. Doom comes in, tanks the arrow for his Morphling. It will allow him to survive, try to get the safety, but Paulos is back. Still has a Chronosphere if he wants to throw it, but thinking maybe they don't need it. Yeah, he's just going to keep time walking ahead, continue to try and bash him up, and eventually they will bring down this Razor. Really sick control out from Blacklist.
They could go Roche, or with these death timers, they might just push in.
Oh, Seb is dead. Oh, actually, no silence on Abed. He ran out of mana. That might be enough to keep him in this, and now they're looking for Abed here on the Dragon Knight. He's got a Manta to try and get away. Waveform dodges out the stomp, but Paulo still has Chrono. Will he throw it? He's got his eyes set onto 2 at the moment, waiting, trying to just bash them up. The Chrono's connected. He gets Seb as well. Tomato's dead. Just shredding these heroes. It's a triple kill going their way.
Mid lane's pushed in too off of that.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Don't
attack.
think you want to buy back on Morphling, so you have 1 Fortify you can use here. And then I think your mid tower is down. After that, the Rax.
Yeah. And Whisper, no lasso for 15. He definitely needs this to try and find a kill. You don't have Doom for 20. So
I will say they don't have Chrono, so maybe it's safer to just go get Roche.
Yeah, it might be. It's going to go top in what, 40 seconds? So they probably play for top lane. DK's already up here pushing.
That's true. Yeah, maybe you can take this tier 2 before Morphling's up and then run for it. Although I think at that point they might contest. But maybe you're just waiting for Chronosphere. You probably feel pretty strong around the Roche pit with Chrono.
Radiant are
So
scanning.
it doesn't really matter if they respawn or they come contest as long as you have that. We're back to a 10k lead for Blacklist.
Faceless Void late game. That is spooky as he showing very easily that he can kill the Morphling if he Chronos him. Bottom lane. Abed manages to find the Doom here, and Tumbler Toy, or not Tumbler Toy, Ogre Steel Totem. God, what an item Tumbler Toy was.
What do you think the next broken one's gonna be? What's a mechanic that you can't believe you'd give for free?
Well, I'll come back to that because my brain doesn't work anyway. But Seb caught in the bottom lane here for the Stampede out from Gabby, trying to get away here. Really long tether from him, but BZM. You can't BKB TP, so unless they just guess wrong, they're just going to go back through the portal top. They want to go fight for Roche.
Radiant are scanning.
2 heroes dead. They should be able to, right?
I mean, where's he going, though? Think about fighting.
They got a ward here in the triangle. Yeah, Abed actually just does a ridiculous amount of damage. Well, yeah, Bloodthorn with that Dragon Tail. He thought he was safe. He's like, there's no way they're not doing Roche, right, guys? But Abed...
That's where you get him.
Yeah, just baiting him there on that outpost.
Man, Abed didn't even pop Manta because he's doing the responsible thing and playing safe. But if he did, I'm pretty sure he solo kills Whisper there.
Yeah, absolutely. Wouldn't even have been close. The Faceless Void only did like 700 damage.
Yeah, he just finished it up after the BKB. Alright, well, there's going to be a cheese this time. Cheese is pretty good for Dragonite. Since you got that Dragon Transform you're trying to keep.
Pretty
great.
Have a
slot for it too.
Yeah, it's like pretty great against the Doom as long as your Doom target is not the one. Like if it doesn't die, you just cheese full reset, right? Like that's pretty cool.
Yeah. You could get this tier 2 tower. You still got a long time on Aegis, so they don't actually have to force anything here. They can spend some time looking for a good fight, finish up some key items. What is this on Faceless? Scotty in the works? That'll be really good versus Morphling.
Morphling has his own Scotty, which is great, but you also want to play for your 25 talent on Paulos. They see the Tormentor spawn. It wouldn't surprise me if they manage to grab that as they push for that tier 2 eventually, but they want to fight. Like, they actually just don't want to give any of the map to OG here. It's going to be an Invis rune. Ari will pick that one up here on the Doom.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Abed's got 4,000 health.
Yeah. Good thing he has a 300 health talent.
That'll show him.
That talent is actually just the
Tim's?
most ridiculous talent in the game. Yeah, Tim's gets his shard. We saw shine so brightly on Tomato earlier, but how to support Mirana? It's kind of meh. It does at least give you a little bit of an extra mobility in forms of the, you know, extra leap. All those. BZM playing aggressive on the front. They get the Doom onto the Dragonite, and Abed is just dead. Look at the damage out from Tomato. MJZ needs to be careful as well. Getting just chased down by the Razor. The reload's coming through. Ari's looking for the backline. They want more. He managed to get onto the Faceless Void. Whisper, he gets eyes on... Gabby has a scythe on the Centaur? Excuse me? This guy's gaming.
Pretty rich. Unfortunately, he did not use it to initiate there. They got caught off guard. Abed's a big kill.
Build.
He bought out his Octarine, so there's no buyback. This is a sick read by OG, guessing they're doing the Tormentor. Well, they were right, but didn't make it in time.
Yeah. I mean, they can get the tier 2 pretty easily. Morphling, definitely known for his tower pushing potential. A little bit of an early fortification.
It's not going to kill the creeps, actually.
No, it might have stalled them enough. They're smoked up. Paulos does have Chrono. If he gets Tomato, it's huge. Moonlight, dude, there's no way they just don't see the Moonlight Shadow, right? The Hex comes out here from Gabby. Paulos holding the Chrono, will throw it now. They're trying to bring down the Morph, but he's pretty tanky. Instead, focusing up onto Seb. Glimmer Cape gives him the space he needs. The lasso, can they finish off the Void? They do. That's his first life. He committed the BKB for this. BZM's got everything at the ready as well. In deep here, Ari on the Doom needs to be careful. Nice freezing field out from MJZ, but Paulo's time walks up to the high ground. He's surviving, so is Tim's, but MJZ holding them all back. OG will get out to safety for the moment, but BZ, he has a BKB and Satanic still available, going on to Gabby. Does he have the damage to finish him off? He gets the cheese tossed on over, and now BZM's in trouble. Pops the Satanic, trying to stay alive, but the Scotty reducing so much of the healing. He does finally finish the kill, but Tomato looking for Paulos, but the Abed illusion, these Dragonites just kiting them out for so dang long. He's looking for Tim's, not gonna be able to get him, needs a couple auto attacks, wait for him, gonna get dodged, but now looking for this DK, can't keep his hands on him. Tomato just kited out. They need a way to deal with these DK illusions, and quickly.
Cue the Daggons.
Cue the Daggons.
He was trying not to chrono his Centaur, I think, but I think that pause let the attribute shift come out on the Morphling, who did get initiated on with the Hex, and he was caught off guard by that. But he didn't die. Like, they get the dieback on Seb, but Morphling lives through all of that, picks up a couple kills for himself. It's so tough. It's so scary. I think he's got to commit it faster next time. Yeah, this guy's hitting 700 damage right now. Oh my god.
That is, that's pretty good. That's a lot of damage. All right. OG down but not out, clearly, as they've managed to show some signs of life here in this fight. Doom does get his shard and picks up the Granite Golem aura. We saw last game for Kuro what that could do with a Morphling, right? So that's kind of cool. They got their eyes on BZM. No Chrono for 3, but he needs to run and fast. Paulos not likely to give this one up. BKB comes out, save for the moment thanks to the cloak. Do they have detection? Oh, he's walking right into a ward and a sentry. They find Whisper instead on the side, and they lose their gem as well. Stampy comes out looking to go aggressive onto the high ground. Okay, that is a very nice find. Batrider plus gem.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, a little longer on Dragon form. I guess you can just push it. I mean, there's no buyback on Batrider. Do they know this? No.
They wouldn't know, I don't think so.
Yeah, okay, mid's pretty low. Where's the mid wave?
It's coming. It's slow,
We're
though.
almost there. We're here.
Not going to give up the tier 3 tower quite yet. I mean, here's the thing. Razor is a very good late game hero. If he's able to survive Chronosphere and start scaling, it'd be great. But BZM is definitely underfarmed compared to, you know, where you would like your Razor to be. He's going to just find a Greater Lotus, though. That's kind of cool.
He's getting there.
He is getting there.
This game is dragging out. They find a couple kills here and there.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
I mean, it is the kind of lineup, like, you throw one fight, Morphling, Razor, they'll take your base. So it's still pretty scary for Blacklist. I wouldn't be surprised to see them wait for the next Roshan. I mean, they can just keep sending Manta Illusions in the meantime.
Yeah.
It did take the mid tower, and range is pretty low now. Yeah, look at it go.
Whee! Dragon Knight.
Top tower is under attack.
Doing what he does best. I mean, they're just smoked up on the backside, too. Seb kind of just putting himself in harm's way right now, like hoping they don't just go for him. Tomato buys out a Scythe, so that's one way to deal with the illusions. So now has a Scythe of Ice on the Morphling.
Come on, lads. Let's buy some Daggons. See Roche pings. They're waiting.
Yeah, I mean, you're pretty sure it's going to spawn topside. It probably has to. Well, it does have to. The question is how soon is it going to spawn on the dire side? As we'll see the timer in about a few seconds. But refresher done on Faceless Void. This is kind of that moment of like, oh god, can we even win at this point, right? Like Morphling, yes, very strong, but very few heroes can ever beat the Faceless Void with 2 Chronospheres. They're going to smoke up, line drawn to the top side of the map. They know that these heroes are up there. They're clearing waves.
Doom, unfortunately, has no way to cancel the Lincolns, so I guess you need Batrider to, like, blink Lasso into the Doom. And then, with Faceless out of the picture, maybe you can take the fight really quickly. Well, I guess it doesn't have to be that quick. I mean, you do have, like, 16 seconds on Doom, but... I think the Doom has to drop on the
Chrono, it's caught the Morphling. He's doing his best to survive, but the second Chrono's available, and just like that, Tomato dead. No buyback. You've caught Seb as well on the backside. He's gone. And I don't know how many times we've seen this, but 2 Chronospheres typically is the game-winning, recipe.
They're going to play it safe. They're going to go for Megas.
They don't know about no buyback, right?
Yeah.
Like they don't know it's he's just short on gold.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
A lot of carry players don't save it though, you know?
Yeah, they just get the blink stun into the Hex, the arrow to fall up. Whisper dies, never gets a chance to BKB, and BZM, aggressive movement from him onto the front side. His BKB does come out, but it's too late. That's 4 heroes dead, no buyback, and OG are gone here in game number 1. There's, I mean, you gotta call it. There's no shot you're getting out of this one.
No way Morphling does not buy back in that situation. So with that, they're like, oh, well, I guess we just win.
Yeah. I mean, it's a really good performance from Blacklist. They had full control of this game for the majority of it. Obviously, they slipped up for a moment where Tomato gets like some huge play on the Morphling, but your other cores are just not farmed, and you're playing into a Faceless Void at 46 minutes, you know?
Yeah, and it's pretty tough. They don't have any of the save heroes that are good versus the Faceless Void. So yeah, I feel like pretty straightforward from Blacklist, minus that slip up that we mentioned. But I think they came out pretty ahead of the lanes. How much of this goes back to first blood on Razor? Because I know it sounds like a small thing so long ago, but off of that, he has a bad lane. They kill him twice. The whole next like 10-20 minutes is Razor farming to catch up, right? And this is supposed to be a tempo hero who makes space for you. Morphling still ended up pretty rich, but imagine the rest of the team having a better game because they have more people to play around. But off of that, I just feel like we did not get the impact of Razor. And I don't know, would that have happened anyways? Like, did Abed just outplay him, or is it just because he died, right?
I think the first blood actually makes a huge difference. Like, Abed has a 2,000 gold advantage at 10 minutes in this game because this is how it starts, right? He comes to lane, he has a full bracer and a circlet done, like as the wave spawns. Like that's just something that doesn't happen normally in games. And maybe Razor gets a ton more denies in the first couple waves because, Abed doesn't have 67, 70 damage, But it's at this point, like, Abed can just do whatever he wants. I do want to commend Blacklist's draft, though, because this is how I love to see Mirana played. And this is like a textbook draft that we see a lot of times from SEA teams where they make sure if they're picking the Mirana, they're going to have as much setup as they could possibly need. And they have 4 heroes that she can play around in any lane at any time, maxes the stun, and there's just nothing you can do to this. Like, you can't actually get away from them.
Yeah, this is Tim's Mirana too. He's a very good Mirana player, and position 4 Mirana, I think it's more acceptable to like max arrow. And yet it's like also necessary to set her up compared to like position 5 Mirana, where you have a decent game. If you don't have setup, it's like, well, it's just a position 5, right? Like, she'll throw out arrows, they'll connect eventually. It's the ultimate. But this is your position 4 hero. They need to have a good game, and I agree. With that in mind, fantastic draft to enable it, and he had a fantastic game.
Yeah,
what is it? 10-3 and 31.
Yeah,
that's insane.
He absolutely owned. Like, it was a very good game from him. The fact that he's involved in 41 of their 49 kills, like, definitely tells the story of the Mirana this game. Gets a super early vessel as well. Like, just everything they need. He buys a Lincoln sphere to throw on his Faceless Void just in case, so they have an extra one, right? Like, there's just so many things that they did right. And yeah, it was a very difficult game from OG off the rip. And Tomato did obviously have some very good plays here on this Morphling, did some sick stuff, but it is almost feels like a 4v1 or like a 5v1 game for him as this goes on.
Yeah, I don't know how much OG is going to want to look back at the draft versus, like we said, it feels like a little bit of a snowball series of events. First death, second, third, fourth, fifth, quite a few in the early game, but then your playmakers pretty far behind. And so I feel like if you run the exact same draft, but you have a better early game, this will look pretty different. So maybe just a mental reset and maybe a revisit on how they approached the bounty runes, because I think they scattered. I'm pretty sure they had 5 heroes in different spots, and I don't know what they were looking for, but whenever a team goes for first blood, it's a very high chance that you'll find someone, because it's literally 5 heroes spread across the whole map, right? So wherever you go, you're going to run into one of those heroes. Yeah. So maybe revisiting that. I don't know what they were going for. I missed it if there was. So I'm curious to see game 2, the smoke at the start or lack thereof. What changes there.
Yeah, I think they definitely had some moments, where they looked okay. OG trying to take what fights they could, but you're too far behind, and Blacklist just definitely outscales you in a game where, you're not ahead. So very good stuff from them. Excited to see what happens in game 2, again, because OG, they have some fun drafts. Blacklist, very straightforward, very, I would say, common of a draft that we see from something like them. So excited to see what happens there. So we're going to go to a short break, and we will be back with our second game of the series, OG versus Blacklist rivalry. We'll see y'all in just a little bit. Game number 2 of OG versus Blacklist is about to begin. Honestly, a pretty good series so far. If you're a Blacklist fan, their draft really straightforward, great execution. OG, on the other hand, maybe need to go back to the drawing board. Zach, talk to me, man. What was the kind of the main problems with OG here in game number 1?
I feel like the draft. So it probably looks weird from the perspective of like other teams don't do this. Why are you running Bat Rider? Why are you running Doom support? Right? IO support. It's weird compared to other teams, but it's pretty in line with how OG have played. And when they look good, they've been playing that style. Sometimes they don't look so good. Maybe you can say it's because the draft needs to change, but maybe they feel it's like other stuff, like some mis-executions, which I do think their execution was harder. Like you said, Blacklist, much straightforward draft, much more straightforward draft. There we go, words. It's like stun into arrow into more stuns into like just hit people, right? It's pretty easy to execute, but they have to have, we have to have the right lane. We have to have the right playmakers to then rotate these global heroes around. And when some piece is off, it just doesn't really work out so well. So I wouldn't mind an adjustment, but I don't know. I feel like they might try something similar and just try to execute better.
I think that's actually a probably pretty good read. I feel like OG has their style and they don't typically stray away from it. Well, I would say likely to see some of the same kind of picks or bans here in game number 2, a little bit better execution, and maybe like getting rid of that faceless void could be all that's necessary. But we have a draft, I believe, just starting, so we'll probably bring that up in a moment. A lot of the same bans from what I'm noticing, though. Chen, Primal Beast. We're actually seeing the Kunkka removed this time. Why do you think the Kunkka this instead?
I'm not sure. Perhaps because they are, I believe, their first pick this time. I don't think they were last time. Yeah, they were second pick last time. So maybe changing up their draft priority. I'm noticing a lack of Shadow Demon and Terrorblade. So they could go for the Dragon Knight themselves if they want to ban out one of those heroes. I believe Blacklist does not. No, okay. I think they will run Terrorblade, but they've done like Terrorblade carry. I don't know if they've done any Terrorblade support. That is something we've seen from like if you see a Dragon Knight first pick, that could be your response because you want to create a copy of the Dragon Knight Ags. They're gonna go for the Centaur ban and actually just take the Shadow Demon themselves. So. They have left in the Dragon Knight. Abed looked really good on it last game, but it'll be a much harder game this time into the Shadow Demon.
This also blocks certain other picks, outside of just DK, but you also make it really hard for Disruptor. And Disruptor has been one of the other massive support that we've seen pop up in this patch. And yeah, Disruptor goes for like a glimpse. It can be denied. If you do manage to trap someone in the kinetic field and Static Storm, you just disrupt them. So Shadow Demon, I think definitely the better of the picks that are open to grab here overall first. So I think OG are probably happy with that. I'm just curious where they go with it in their draft because at this point, you have arguably what a lot of people consider the best support of the patch. What do you pair it with, right? So we'll have to see and what Blacklist want to do as a response. I wouldn't hate just going for like a Crystal Maiden or something, or just like being straightforward. There it is. Okay, yeah, nice. I like it.
Yeah, I mean she's not particularly countered by Shadow Demon. Of course, Disruption can be annoying for her ultimate for whoever you're trying to go on with the Frostbite. But I mean that's going to be true for just about any hero, and she'll still provide a strong laning stage. You do have to be a little careful if it's Shadow Demon 4, because part of the reason he's strong is he can combo with quite a few offlaners, and if you get disrupted as a Crystal Maiden, you're a little out of position. Could be the setup into your death. So Crystal Maiden will have to be careful of that, but Shadow Demon himself, not as individually strong in the lane as the Shadow Demon. It's more like the pairings. So looks like we got a Brewmaster. That's pretty cool. Brewmaster doesn't like silences, doesn't like stuns. Disruption can set those up, but you can't like kill the target in the disruption. So Brewmaster has that advantage. Like, yeah, they're disrupting me, but I might still get my split off afterwards if they can't chain this off the disruption.
I wouldn't hate going for something like the Marana here, and then you could pick your DK, so you can kind of run back a similar draft that they did in the previous game, and then you have 2 heroes that the Mirana can play around. Does give you some follow up onto the Brewmaster. Instead, they go for the Mars. Okay, so interesting. Not a hero we've been seeing, even though it's been left open. Does give you some really good team fight potential. I'm curious what you want to pair this with. It could just be the Shadow Demon Mars lane, where it's like Disrupt sets up, both Spear and God's Rebuke pretty easily. Generally, just a strong lane hero as well. And with the Lifestealer being banned, he's not really vulnerable to much outside of like Morphling, but that's banned. And so maybe Phantom Assassin is on the board now for Blacklist.
Yeah, possibly. I wouldn't mind Shadow Demon Mars. Like, the disruption sets up the spear, so like that could be okay. I guess you pick another support here, because it's a Brewmaster off lane, so you pick whoever you want to play into that. Okay, they're gonna go Bat Rider. We did see a off lane Bat Rider last game, but with the Mars, I really doubt we're gonna be seeing that again. I'd lean towards position 5 Shadow Demon, position 4 Bat Rider. That could be strong too. Any stun, as long as you don't actually like knock people away from the stun with a Flame Break. But otherwise, it's like slows to set up the stun. Then you both provide a lot of damage. That could be pretty good. It is into the Crystal Maiden, something we touched on briefly last game. It is a little surprising to see that.
It does kind of deny the Bat Rider pick away, because we've seen Bat Rider Brewmaster be a very strong lane where you just max Cinder Brew and you just Cinder Brew someone, throw a Flame Break, proc it immediately. It's a lot of damage, but yeah, I like I like the draft honestly for Blacklist already, and they get themselves the Rubik here, which there's a lot of great spells to steal. You get Shadow Demon, Mars. If you ever get Spear, it is so much fun. And then, of course, Bat Rider.
Yeah.
What is there not to like? You see this hero come in, you instantly telekinesis, steal the lasso, throw it back the other way. So there's some definite playmaking potential for the Rubik this game.
Yeah, I like it. Brewmaster, Rubik, also a very strong lane. Pretty easy to activate the Cinder Brew and all that. Okay, they're going to go for a Terrorblade. Into the Shadow Demon.
It's good into the Mars lane, though, is the thing. Like, Mars really struggles in lane against Terrorblade. Early levels, it's like you want to play around like God's Rebuke spam, which Terrorblade just has so much armor, so it doesn't matter. And then he just pops meta, and you won't have a point in your Bulwark yet, so he just clicks you down. It's pretty rough. I think you can survive it as long as you hold your Spear. But I like this. I like this a lot. You talked about the Weaver into Brewmaster in the other series.
Yeah, it was a bit of a classic response, because you just have so much damage early that Brewmaster can't really deal with. And you're a pretty mobile hero yourself on the Weaver, so Brewmaster does not actually bring any stuns. I mean, after Primal Split, sure, but prior to that, it's hard to... You might damage him, but it's hard to actually kill the Weaver, who keeps a distance and just keeps poking you with a Geminate attack. And then the bugs, the negative armor, are pretty annoying. I think Brewmaster got like slightly buffed since then, and the evasion helps him a little bit. I'm curious to see how that goes, but Geminate also buffed, so maybe it counteracts that.
Yeah. I do like Weaver a lot. I think this hero is super fun.
Yeah, we saw... It won't happen again because they just nerfed it, but we did see Tomato... There's a clip of him deleting a Terrorblade.
That's
in
right.
the late game with the Revenant's Brooch. It can't crit anymore, so I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't build it. At the same time, as you mentioned, Terrorblade's such a high armor hero. Maybe it is still kind of okay. I kind of like this more from OG, because I feel like Terrorblade... Yeah, he can lane decently into... Well, I guess... Maybe it's coming down to the supports a bit, because I feel like the Bat Rider brings a lot of magic damage to threaten the Terrorblade, but you have a Crystal Maiden who then protects you from that. And if he's not running you down, then you can just meta pop and like do a bunch of damage. I don't know. I'm like torn on it. I'm really curious how that bottom lane will go.
I think it'll be fun. I am curious to see the Weaver's itemization as the game goes on as well. It's like... Typically, you want to build things like a Daedalus in the late game, but I could definitely see him foregoing it to pick up something like that brooch and just ignoring a crit item and building just straight damage. Like Divine Rapier is still very good on a Weaver with brooch late game, even though you don't get like the extra bonus magic damage. It is still a ton of damage that your Geminate attack does. So we could see something along those lines in the ultra late game, but in the mid game, probably going to be playing around a Gleipnir would be my guess. I think that seems very good. See Void Spirit, Storm Spirit both removed. Ember is on the table, as we see both Puck and Zeus removed from the other side.
Pango also on the table.
Wow, how is Pango still in the game? That's a good point.
Yeah, you and I saw a lot of Pangolier.
Hero's still very good.
He got a change. He does one less hit in his swashbuckle, so it nerfs the diffusal, burning everyone's mana a little bit. But they gave it more damage, which means he actually has more damage early on than he used to, and with an Aghanims, it's actually fairly buffed in the Aghanims. So, yeah, there it is. I think it looks pretty good because you can still burn the mana from low mana pool heroes like Crystal Maiden, Brewmaster, Terrorblade. You have the Classic Illusion damage with the Aghanims build, which I think is now probably his best build, like Diffusal into Ags.
Yeah, 100%.
And he's also just a standard, like very stable mid pick, which you're getting last picked by Abed, a very strong mid laner. So you can't pick something that's like too easily countered, which that's Pango. From your side, I guess you need you'd like some catch, I think, for Blacklist. Catch and lane decently into the Pango.
It might just be the Ember, honestly, for chains. Like, it's something. You could look for a little bit of a greedier mid if you want to do something like that, but yeah, there's not a lot of heroes left there. I will say Pango also gives you chain stun for the Brewmaster that they're definitely lacking, right? Outside of like Spear and Lasso, if you don't burst them in there, it makes it problematic. But Pango, you can just constantly stun him to prevent that cast. So I think that helps a lot. Do you go for something like a TA in the mid lane? I don't know.
If you think it would stomp the Pango, okay, you're right. It's just the Ember.
It makes the most sense. It gives you chains. It draws the lane with the Pango. Gives you like the ability to try and dive for the backline, find this Shadow Demon. So it's all right. I don't think it's like an amazing pick in the lane. I think Pango probably still comes out just fine, if not ahead, especially if he gets a gank because he's easier to execute around. But yeah, we'll have to see. What do you think draft-wise this game? Quite different from game one, right?
Yeah, I think I like OG's draft more this time. I know Root is good from like Frostbite and Chains, but I don't think you're actually stopping like a Shadow Demon from disrupting himself, a Weaver from using any of his spells, Pango from just like ulting away. So I'm pretty worried if you don't crush a laning stage, how that's going to play out for them. Last time they did kind of crush the laning stage, so maybe they'll still be fine. But if they're on the back foot, I think it's a little harder. And like going back to that ease of execution, I see it a lot easier for OG. These are all pretty strong heroes. I'd say they're all extremely meta besides maybe Weaver. Weaver's a little less common. But they're all strong heroes that are relatively straightforward execution. And man, you and I just keep seeing so many Pangos that look good. And then Ember, I have not seen him look as good. Even though I know in theory what he offers, it just has not seemed to pan out in many games. Now, Abed's a very good Ember. Maybe this will be a different performance. But right now, personally, I'm liking what OG's got.
Yeah, I think we could definitely see a game 3. I think this draft checks a lot more boxes for me than the last one. And Tomato Weaver is definitely another classic. If he's able to have a good game, I'm mostly just curious how they plan to shut down the Brewmaster, because we've seen so many times where you're like, yeah, this should do well against the Brewmaster, and then he has like double bracer and like is getting to a Radiance by 20 minutes, and you're like, how does this keep happening? Like, how does this hero keep getting all of his timings? Like, it's ridiculous. So we'll see if they manage to make it work. I think that's gonna be a big question mark for me in their game, but they've got to win here if they want to try and force a game number 3, as Blacklist looking very dominant in game number 1. So very excited to see how this one's going to play out.
Again, no smoke from OG yet. Does someone have it? Shadow Demon has it. Maybe they'll try for a delayed smoke. Disruption into Spear is pretty good. They want to try that.
No, it's just unfair.
I like how Tomato's such a PMA gamer. He's just like, good luck, everybody. Have fun. You know, every game he plays.
He's doing it too early. You're supposed to do it after you smoke, and as you get close to the enemy team, you like
So
type
they're
it out. And
typing?
then they go to type and gotcha.
Or you wait until after first blood, like after you kill one of the enemy players, and you're like, hey, good luck, by the way.
At what point did OG stop? They used to be like the voice line tilt the enemy team, and they definitely still have their character. They're willing to like get a little spicy, but I feel like it's
30
really toned down.
seconds to battle.
Yeah, I think part of it is like voice lines are not as common as they used to. Smoke comes out, they find Paulos, there's the disruption. You might just go God's Rebuke anyway, just to get the slow 4-hero disruption. They will be able to finish him off, and it goes to BZM, the Uno reverse card of last game.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure based on last game, OG just won off of that. Who got that? BZM. So I mean, BZM's coming to the lane, and he does not have an easy way to break Flame Guard if that's what Abed chooses to build. And I think you can see some like early Blightstones from Pangos now. Yeah, he's got it already. It does a lot of damage with the Swashbuckle. Not like level 1's weaker than it used to be, but once you get to like level 2, 3, 4, like that's all more than it used to be. So I feel like BZM's he's about to get revenge for last game.
He's just gonna click him. I mean, Shield Crash is also physical damage now too, so it's like Blightstone does definitely offer some value. That is awkward. Did you see what just happened?
No, I missed it. What?
He went to Iron Branch. He planted an iron and realized his tangos were in his backpack, and it just stood there in the lane for like 3 seconds, and Abed just walks up and Quelling plays it. He's like, okay, buddy. That's not gonna fly.
See, this it's suffering from success. You're not used to having this much money, this many items. It throws you off.
Yes, of course, of course. That makes perfect sense.
Yep. In the bottom lane, we got some shenanigans going on. Looks like MJZ aggroed the creep wave, and he's dragging around trying to match some creep dragon. But things are getting a little messy here.
Ari's happy about this, which, I mean, he's your support, but he's like, okay, whatever. We can swap places now, Whisper. I'm sorry. Have your lane back.
Yeah, they're just confused. Like, oh, I thought we were still doing Batrider off lane. My bad, my bad. I thought I was just the off lane this time. I mean, Batrider of any support to get it is like a really good one to get extra farm.
Gabby? Okay. Luckily, no Sakuchi or no Gemini attack up on Tomato at the time, but he's playing very careful here. Yeah, they're just gonna go for the disruption. They have Gemini attack and Sakuchi. He's trying to make his way out. He's gonna be able to. Disseminate onto Seb.
I feel like if he took Shadow Poison, it would have worked.
I think he's afraid to give stacks away, but yeah, I am also very surprised he does not go for a Shadow Poison.
He's fighting. Good thing they both have salves. They're ready to keep going after this, but
yeah, they needed this.
Yeah, I will say, like, even though this is technically, I feel like historically this favored Weaver over Brewmaster. I do think Cinderbrew nowadays is pretty good, and Weaver is a relatively low HP hero. Even has a Bracer right now, and he's still at 670. So the magic spam is pretty strong in this lane against him.
Yeah.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
And the good thing for them is they'll be able to grab the Lotus as well on Tim, so that gives them a good little regen advantage.
Mid lane, Abed doing pretty well. I think the inability to break Flame Guard is hurting him, and I thought with the advantage he had, it would be like, okay, but maybe he can't financially recover off that one lost Iron Branch.
Never going to be able to financially recover from this. No, it's,
I do think this gets easier as you get more points in Swashbuckle, though.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. I was like, once you get to level 5, your Swashbuckle does more damage than it used to, right? So, yeah. A little bit. Or is it the same?
Dire's top tower.
I think level 5, it's higher. Or sorry, level 3 Swashbuckle. You can do the math.
I don't want to. Don't. Nobody quiz me. No one asked me to do math. All right. I am a graduate of the North American education system, and it is not my fault.
See, we're bringing those jokes outside the NA cast as well.
What joke?
Our education system. Anyways, top tomato. A little damage, but I mean that's the strength of disruption, right? You just interrupt anything. So
That was such a sick play from Ari, but yeah, top lane, they're still trying to get more aggression onto Gabby. Dude, he's got Lotus, like 10 wand charges and range drops. Gabby is perfectly fine. Dude, by the way, he went Blood Grenade mid on this Ember Spirit, nearly killed Pangolier, but the Water Rune kept him alive with like 10 HP. That was sick.
I'll always remember how foolish you looked.
All right, well.
Well, it looks like you're right that the bottom lane no fun for the Mars, so they still just continued creep dragging.
I mean, he's farming really well though. Like all the cores in this game are actually finding their CS, which I think bodes well for them. But top lane is where I think things are gonna get more and more difficult because Tomato's Weaver is getting really strong, and Seb's gonna be looking for Gabby here as well. 2 points in the disruption. Oh, manages to hit it. The Sakuchi should connect just barely. That'll break those raindrops once again. And Seb not going to be able to help on him. Brings in a salve as well. They've committed a lot of money for regen in this lane.
That is true. As long as you get as long as you pull out ahead, I think you'll feel okay. Seb will go for stack. 6-minute rune, who's gonna get it?
Well, that's very nice for BZM, an arcane rune. As Ari's gonna find MJZ here in the jungle. Swashbuckle does about half of his HP. Rolling Thunder, why not? You got the arcane rune, put it to good use, put it on cooldown. Now look for Abed mid as he's not quite level 6 yet. You could fort this as well if you want, but won't actually commit it. Oh my gosh, so much damage out his way. You can always Remnant TP, so that's an option, but yeah, BZM gotta feel very strong at the
Swash.
moment.
It's getting close.
Yeah.
Okay,
He'll
okay.
make it out. He's gonna go clear the stacks. He knows they're here. They got a ward scouting this whole thing.
Yeah, don't worry. We nerf Swashbuckle. It does more damage to creeps now.
Yeah, I love this. I love this. Zero's great. Why not? Bottom lane, Mars is level 6. Doesn't have the mana for an arena combo quite yet, but he is going to grab the Lotus, and that will be the mana he needs. So maybe they look for a play here on the Palos. He would need to bring some more heroes. Oh, terribly denied their Wisdom Rune. That's a sick move. Disruption is out. Whisper still not wanting to commit the arena.
It's a tough one. I don't think they have the damage to kill.
He will.
Yeah, they're gonna go for the Crystal Maiden.
Yeah, I think that's the right call. You're not going to get this Terrorblade, but might as well put it on cooldown, get a kill anyway. Dude, BZM is so farmed, actually. Bottom lane, Disruption comes out. They're trying to just clear out as many Terrorblade illusions as they can, and the Spear to pull him right back into the Bango. That's a nice trade. OG feeling very strong already. 3,000 gold lead, 1-6. Eight-minute power rune. BZM trying to just body block Abed up, not allow him to get in range, and it will end up just being top. Actually, just
awkward.
Yeah. No Remnant either to get over there, so that will be a bottle refill from Seb's TP and then picking up an Invis. They're playing so quick already on OG.
His defusal is gonna come on before 10 minutes. It's so fast, actually.
Is under attack.
Don't worry though, it's nerfed, Ricky. It's nerfed.
Yeah.
It won't be as good.
won't be.
Tomato up here working on his Maelstrom. I mean, his farming speed is gonna go up so fast with that. Gabby is rotating over. He's got his level 6.
I mean, that's pretty nice if you can get Whisper here. They will be able to just chase him down, pulls him back with the Void Spirit, and just like that, Mars does what damage he can here before he goes down. Ends up giving it up to the Brewmaster. That's a big rotation bottom. Brewmaster will be able to just go back through the portal, so he'll rejoin into the top lane, get back to the farming. Good use of the first Primal Split for sure.
That should help.
He's opted for an urn instead of the second bracer, but in the end, very similar. He's getting a couple early items and then straight for the Radiance.
I mean, I guess you can go back for a Vessel after the Radiance. Maybe that's the idea, but
I think he's probably just using it for the early game.
yeah.
It's a bit more armor versus the Weaver than second bracer. So I don't know the math off the top of my head, but it might be more value than the second bracer. Plus, it's just a good item in general, even if you don't upgrade it, just to proc your own Cinder Brew.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's a good point, huh? Yeah, forgot about that. That was like a classic combo.
For Palos down here. Ari's gonna find him. Does not have Flaming Lasso, though.
Well, you do have Whisper. They want to make sure that the arena will finish him off, so they bring him quite low. The Spear comes out. The God's Rebuke will do it, and just like that, not looking for MJZ. Stolen Spear, though, from Tim's. We'll be able to pin Whisper into the wall here as they will look to take down the Bat Rider first and Whisper second. So, yeah, Palos throws the tip back. He's like, yeah, good one. Brings 4 heroes bottom. Managed to find 2 return kills. Very nice out of Blacklist. Slowing down the Terrorblade, though.
You know, is not being slowed down. This Pango, who's taking your mid tower, is almost at 6k net worth for 10.5 minutes. He's going to be real scary. He saw the haters in chat from the game 1. Like, no way, that ain't me. I'm going to get first blood this time. It's that easy.
Sometimes you just get first blood and you can win games. All right, yeah, forces the Remnant down to the bottom side. Abed wants no business fighting into this Pangolier.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They're coming down here. Arena still a little while off. I think they're just feeling the strength of, yeah, the Pango roll. They're working on double blink too, so I don't think they have to go too crazy here if they feel like it's a forced fight. Say that, but it seems pretty in.
Yeah, and that's going to be the Primal Split. Rolling Thunder's coming through. Only gets the shield crash here on the Rubik. MJZ doing what he can. They're just chain stunning down this Mars. I mean, Brewmaster just single-handedly killing him, and now they're going to look for Seb. Completely isolated. BCM goes back in. They do manage to get a decent turnaround here as Weaver is making his presence known, and Tomato, this guy brings the damage. The lasso now up for the Bat Rider as BZM looking to chase down Tim's as well. Okay, now you're getting it done. Immediate TP back to the top lane. He's like, I've done my job.
Back to farming. It's true. Nice rotation over. The bugs help to find the vision to clean up those kills, which at first it looked like a little bit of an overextension, and I'm sure Whisper not a fan of dying there, but they do clean up the kills. Don't actually take the tower though, so I don't know, you're just getting some farm on the cores, right? Pango and Weaver even richer, and Mars will finish up his blink, and that's all he's gonna need to do in this early game, just like blink stun and just let Weaver and Mars do the damage. Mainly the Pango do the damage. The Weaver will probably just keep farming.
Yeah, he's got Maelstrom now, and he's going to use this to start being quite annoying to the Brewmaster. We'll hit him with the Cinder Brew, and he's like, I don't care, bro. What do you want? There's no way he chases him down, right? Right?
There's no split. There's no split.
He does have time lapse, couple auto attacks. He gets a miss, doesn't get the Maelstrom proc. Still not getting the Maelstrom proc. Trying to finish him off with
like your teammate,
he gets him, and they find Terrorblade now as the rotation from BZM is here, but maybe not wanting to dive. You are pretty deep.
He was thinking about doing the Sunder, but I think he saw other heroes coming in. He's like, whoa, wait, I don't want to die. You know, like, I'll save him if I can live, but it's going to cost me my life. Not worth it, so. I think it's the right call, too, for your carry Terrorblade.
Yeah.
He's just in here. He's going to steal farm.
I feel like this is just, but he's stealing farm the whole game. Like, all those stacks that they were making early on the Pango, he's just like, yeah, those are mine now.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
All possible.
He is so
Thanks to
close
Nerf
to an axe.
swashbuckle.
He's so close to an axe. Oh my goodness. 1,300 gold away.
Do you have Bruce
Top lane.
Split?
Bruce Split's gonna come out onto Seb Tomato. He's out of here. He's like, all right, see you later, buddy. Thank you for tanking the gank. Appreciate it.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Appreciate it,
attack.
Captain.
Gabby's hunting on the Wind Panda here, but will not find it. They do see Tomato here. They have a ward up on the high ground. They know the Weaver is farming, but
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They
sniffs
don't
it
really
out.
have the crowd control. It's pretty tough.
Radiant's
Weaver,
bottom tower
not the healthiest hero, but with the seeds, 3 bounties here. That's how you know BZM is winning, because that's usually where the mids go to refill their bottles. But he just keeps killing and keeps playing on the enemy's half the map. There's 3 bounties. Oh,
I like to refer to
man.
that as the value nugget meal.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Well, after that, they're gonna smoke up. Not even gonna digest their
Radiant are
food.
scanning.
They got a
Keep
blink
going.
reveal here for Ari. They're looking. They know this Bat Rider. He gets scanned out, but whoa, just barely doesn't get vision of Gabby. And
Now I'm feeling it.
Sentry comes down. Well, that was very close. I mean, you have a 7,000 gold advantage. Your double blink is available if Whisper wants to buy it. He's currently sitting on almost 4,000 gold, debating on blink, BKB, and Desolator. He's like, so many options.
Maybe a Midas.
Indubitably. BZM, he's got an Aghanim Scepter now, so we're going to see the Pangolier get even stronger, as the Aghanim Scepter obviously was buffed in this most recent iteration, so does substantially more damage than it used to. It's quite nice.
70.
You're welcome.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, mid lane. Disrupt. I mean, he's just going to use these Terrorblade illusions to put... Well, he doesn't push them on the tower, so never mind. Take it back. I was like, he's just going to chip towers, but nope. Ari's just farming on Bat Rider. He's chilling. He has his own game being played. One of the reasons we see this hero banned out a lot. Top lane, BZM does manage to find Tim. Seb is close enough, but they get the Rolling Thunder. They'll be able to bounce back and forth, and that should be a very dead pick.
Roll for Rubik. Maybe you don't feel too bad about that, because, I mean, roll is very scary right now. So the fact that it's only killing a support instead of one of your cores.
Ari,
Not done yet, though.
BZM has a haste. I think he's pretty happy to fight right now, but... Oh my god,
look at that!
What is this damage? This damage is so ridiculous. I cannot believe this. Just walks right in, finds MJZ here on the Crystal Maiden. She's going to be a little sad. This is about to just be an instant death. Yep. Nerfed, by the way. In case you were wondering. Nerfed. Nerfed hero.
Brewmaster, Radiance. Pretty close.
He is. He should get it here in a moment. One more creep. So, during all of this, Tomato's just been farming away as well. I wasn't sure. I thought he might go Gleipnir. Instead, he's like, nope, just going to go the Milner. More attack speed. Static charge also very good to throw on some of your tanky heroes if they can go in.
Yeah, magic damage, good way to sidestep the high armor of the Terrorblade as well. Mars did end up going for the BKB rather than the blink. He's going to get the blink now.
I kind of like this, because Whisper has no intention of actually fighting right now, it seems like. He's just like, if they go on me, I BKB TP out, whatever.
Yeah.
Looking for the Power Rune. They do manage to
Radiant's
get a
middle
haste.
tower is
Dude,
under attack.
they're looking for
Alice is in a
Terrorblade
ward.
top so bad. He is under
You know where
awarded.
he is.
Ari's going to chase him. The Swashbuckle does connect, and guess what? Whisper, he just comes through the portal, finds the lad. They get the kill. So the smoke from... Blacklist ends up backfiring pretty heavily, and Tomato's going to scout Gabby here on the side and throws out the bugs, forcing a TP. Seb, will he make it in time? He does not. Shadow Demon, notoriously slow.
What can Blacklist wait for? 'Cause, I mean, right now, OG is looking firmly in control of this game. Is there a major item that turns this? Currently it's the Radiance, but like I don't even know if you can really take the fights off that Radiance.
You need Manta on Terrorblade, but you probably also need a BKB this game. So his item progression is going to be really defensive, whereas Weaver doesn't have to worry about as much. So I'm a little bit curious as to what Palos is going to do. He does have his Manta style coming out right now, which will help him farm more. Obviously, the cooldown on this was slightly increased as a way of nerfing heroes like Terrorblade, Medusa, Luna, all these heroes that like split farm with these Manta. I don't know if he's going to be able to compete with some of the... I mean, Whisper gets his Blink Dagger completed. The Dire, the scan is there. They could fight, honestly, with just the two of them. Gives away God's Rebuke. We're going to see Whisper probably be a little bit more on top of, you know, toggling the more and more here. Mid lane, Seb does end up forcing the Brew Split out from Gabby. He's going to go ahead and throw the Cleanse onto himself to try and get out of here, but all of the... Dude, they're just all dead. They just got one-shotted by Tomato and, like, BZM with a single swash. That is a huge bait.
Yeah, you don't usually... The early game Brewmaster ult is usually pretty hard to kill.
Really good grab here from Whisper. Just gonna look for Tim's here behind enemy lines. Oh, Sakuchi, but BZM guesses right, grabs him on a swashbuckle, finishes the job. Now godlike at 9-0 and 2, looking for the mid tier 2 tower. OG feels so strong right now, and rightfully so.
I think you poke at the mid tower with this after this tier 2 fall.
I mean, you would want to get more tier 2s, I think, right? Like,
all right.
Who cares? Top tier 3. Yeah, all right. Let's look at this play. The swashbuckle as well as the shield crash brought 3 of the 4 brew splits down to a quarter HP, and then Tomatoes walks in and one shot the rest of it. That is nuts.
Oh, Tormentor, Wisdom, Rune Steel. Yeah, that's better. That's better.
That's pretty good.
Caster's
Whisper
dumb.
gets. All right, Seb dies this time. Ends up falling to Palos there. I mean, it's something. It's a kill going the way of the Terrorblade. I think he's okay with that. But yeah, losing the Wisdom Rune and the Tormentor pretty rough.
Yeah, the tough part is like Terrorblade is not too far behind in farm, and if we take out the Panga, who has a lot of strong wave clear for like illusions. Like when Terrorblade's allowed to sit and attack, it's usually pretty good, but this time you have Arena. So you can even just plant Arena in a way to either isolate the Terrorblade from the team or to... Well, you isolate him either way, and you're either killing the Terrorblade or you're killing the team. And then he can't even like attack in with meta because of the Arena. So even if he's super farmed, you can kind of ignore him for the next couple of fights until he finishes up the BKB and runs through the Arena. But the illusions will not be able to follow depending when they've been created. So that is going to chunk down his damage. So that's kind of the tough part, like even as this game drags on, if Blacklist is able to do that.
Run, Tims. Oh, that's unlucky. Roll up. Yeah, okay. So close. It's just so easy for him to find kills.
Well.
Yeah, Gabby, I think we've seen this one before. He's going to try his best here to get this kill onto Seb. Of course, the Storm Panda, they need to burn this one out, but they can't. And all that's left is the Earth Panda. He does cancel it, tries to chase down the Shadow Demon with this Radiance, but an Arena and a Spear comes out. He wants to save the Captain. Seb will survive. Another death onto the Brewmaster here. I forgot what point I was going to make before all of that happened. It doesn't matter, I'm sure.
I'm sure. We don't know what we're talking about anyways. We're just casters.
2K casters, lol.
BKB for Ember. I mean, he'll definitely be able to navigate fights. I just don't know if he'll be doing enough damage. Crystal Maiden, not going to be able to navigate fights.
No, not really. Not in that game. I mean, this is where it just feels so easy for OG to play because they have a lot of really good pick-off, right? Shadow Demon can hold people in like kind of hostage for a little while. Whisper is absurdly farmed on this Mars. He has spent the entire game in this bottom lane, minus his one rotation through the portal, and he's like, hello, Terrorblade, and then comes right back. Right, like this is just what he's been doing. And I'm curious if he does decide to finish up the Deso. It is quite okay as he buys it. It looks like he will. It is great synergy with the physical damage output of the Pango, and of course, your Weaver as well. He's looking for Tims now here on VZM, just rolling Thunder back and forth. Spear off the mark, but
Not necessary.
wow, that is a lot of damage. BKB's out from both these guys. He's trying his best here on BZM to survive. He's gonna get caught way out of position. Shield Crash doing his best to try. There's no way he survives, right? Yeah. They finally punish this Pango for 2,100 gold. A very valuable buyback from Tims.
On Tims, though. That's unfortunate for them because
Is under attack.
he bought back for that. So, I mean, that was kind of like a break-even kill. It is going to finish his blink. But you would definitely have preferred that money to go to a core. Still, great kill. A bit of an overextension. Maybe feeling a little too strong, going for the support kills. But they've been playing the map a lot because they're so strong. But it does mean like you can bring like 5 heroes to your 2 heroes. You know, Weaver almost just like taking off half of Abed's health alone.
I mean, at the moment, you still have to... Well, Tims is dead bottom. Whisper really wanted to put these Desolator charges to work early, so grabs his first set. He also has Orb of Destruction. One thing I was trying to say is the minus armor synergy between, you know, Swarm and the Deso on the Mars is pretty good because none of these heroes are good at dealing with it outside of, you know, Terrorblade.
And the Lucky Shot.
Yeah. Mid lane, they do manage to take down the Batrider. BKB out from Abed, but the Demonic Purge is there. The minus armor stacking up. He's trying to get a Remnant to safety up onto the high ground. He does, but guess what? He got a bug on you, man. They get the gem as well. Oh, boy. Whisper's not done, dude. He is just full aggression. He's like, I saw this Brewmaster a moment ago. I'm chasing him.
Someone walking over here. He's cutting waves. He's trying to drag this game out, which is, it's pretty much what you need to do. You need to hope this game goes on for another like 20, 30 minutes. And maybe got a shot then. Brewmaster, late game, very annoying. Ember, Terrorblade, like, they're pretty good late game heroes. Can you get to that point, though? Roche is getting close to respawning. You're going to stick that on your Weaver, I imagine. All the tier 2s are now down, and you'll look toward the tier 3s.
Yeah, back here at this mid lane fight. Like you said, good at, you know, find onto the Batrider, but OG can just be there so easily. Their mid tier 1 tower is still alive, and you have, of course, this Weaver who just Sakuchi's in, no problem at all. Level 20 now as he grabs his Geminate attack talent, and he is about to finish an MKB.
So that'll help with the evasion, but it's also it's more magic damage, which is really good versus the.
My goodness, Gabby had a health bar a moment ago. I could have sworn. This is an Orchid reveal out from BZM. Now looking for the Crystal Mate. Nerfed hero, by the way. Anyway, Ari looking for more. Does have a Force Staff. Does have Lasso available. Looking for Tims. And will he find him? Dude, good dodge out from Tims. The Orchid comes out. BZM's found him. Now the Lasso onto the Ember Spirit. Demonic Purge there. He's got a BKB and a Remnant away. Saved by Seb. Will not be enough to find the kill. Dude, there's 2 attacks coming. If these...
Oh my god.
Okay.
Whew. Okay, he didn't go crit this time because he's opting for more magic damage from the procs, so we don't have to worry about some insane crits. So I guess you got to worry about some big procs, maybe.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Terrorblade going for the Daedalus, so he'll have the damage if he's allowed to attack. That's just the big question mark.
I remember the point I was going to make like 8 minutes ago. You ready?
Yes.
Okay,
I'm ready.
So Terrorblade gets BKB, he gets Arena, spends BKB getting out of Arena, right? That is the always biggest problem about playing into this Mars hero. That being said, Mars, a little bit in trouble here, has a BKB, will drop it, Arena comes out, trying to TP on home, does he make it? No. BZM does manage to finish off the Crystal Maiden, and now Seb in trouble, getting found here by Gabby, going for the Demonic Cleanse, does hit it, but it's too much damage. BZM hiding in the trees here. Smoke gets popped. They're like, guys, he's here somewhere. We know he's here.
Here's the gem. He's been found by the panda.
BZ. Ooh. This is swap Gabby finishes off the mid tower. They're fine.
They're just gonna ping Roche. Yeah, you get the Mars and the Shadow Demon. It was your BKB on the Terrorblade.
Super worth still.
Yeah, I think so for the state, but it will give Roche away to OG. They're not gonna feel scared about it. They know Terrorblade has no BKB now. So yeah, they're just literally walking in here. They're 3 versus 5 and they just don't care. They're like, yeah, what are they gonna do?
Mars did get more stacks on his Desolator, so I'm so Whisper was just, yeah, it was worth it, whatever. It is a nice couple of kills to get themselves a good kill bounty as well. I think Whisper was worth like 1,800 gold or something, so all of these kills out of these top net worth heroes are worth a ton. Aegis and Cheese, though, going the way of OG. Tomato with the Aegis. Pango with the Cheese. He also finishes up a Basher. Abed is lane cutting, or at least trying. He might come back here in a moment. They do have a wave to escort still, though. Smoke up from Ari, Seb in there as well.
Illusion.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh. Oh, they see everything. Blink lassos. They've caught the crystal. Made a nice grab from Tim's, though. MJZ. Oh, so close. Almost makes it out, but they had the sentry there, so no way to dodge those attacks. And Tomato just going to start chipping down at this tier 3 tower. That is your lasso down, though. Whisper comes in. It gets a great arena spear, though. Doesn't manage to catch the Brewmaster in time, and Tim's just going to hide here under the Sakuchi. BZM goes in, gets the silence onto one of the pandas. He's got to be careful on these other ones. His Earth Panda still alive at the moment. Rolling Thunder available. Swashbuckle also available. He gets him! No! The God's Rebuke! He doesn't cancel it in time. Whisper, dude. This Deso is actually doing work.
Up to 12 charges. 18 more to go. We'll even get there, though, because this is looking rough. Even with the Brewmaster buyback, he does not have his ultimate anymore. Pango actually just scrolling. He's making space.
It's like, what's up? You trying to fight here? BKB out from Abed. Will be necessary to get away here.
Towers, though, actually.
He's got Cheese. Like, that's the idea, right? He's playing around Cheese. Whisper off the mark with the spear, bringing Abed a little bit low, but still gotta be careful. Tomato trying to finish off this barracks. Alos does pop the meta. BZM gets the blink out. Fortification coming through as well. Do they clean disengage? Brewmaster's up in 1 second. Slight change. Seb with a nice disruption. Tomato walking in. The lasso! It's back up! They get the Terrorblade. He's dead with no buyback, and Seb goes in aggressively instead. Blinks up, gets the Demonic Purge onto the Brewmaster, and guess what? Tomato, his BKB finally getting used, just shredding these heroes one by one, turning attention over to MJZ. Whisper comes in, grabs Abed, trying to just remnant to safety. He's gonna make it. Speared barely does not connect, but 4 dead on the high ground.
Oh yeah, the buildings, guys. They have creeps here in a second to cancel backdoor. So 1 set. Second set already got creeps here.
You can just get 3 here, all 3 lanes.
So I think you'll take like 1 and then you'll move to the next one.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
Like, you can't buy back on terribly. You don't have meta, so it's not possible. You have Brewmaster split coming up in 3 seconds, but the arena? No way. Are they actually gonna get Abed here? The chain stuns, the spear is out. Oh my goodness! What a read from BZM with this Orchid. Tomato finishing off the last tier 3 in the bottom lane here. Palos is back, but I don't know if he's too worried. The blink, the spear, the time lapse is out. Palos just dies! That's just instant GG. There's no way. The damage out from this Heat team is just ridiculous. They are so farmed this game. Absolutely nuts. Accidental pause here, but yeah, GG's coming through. That will be a tied up series. We're going to game 3, baby.
Let's go. I mean, OG did not get to show what they had in the first game, right? It was just kind of a stomp. I feel like in game 1 they had like a brief moment where they came back, but felt like Blacklist was in control of quite a lot of it. This time they get the first blood. Now OG is in control, and Blacklist look pretty outclassed there, but man, I don't know. I just feel like these first bloods in the mid lane are so dangerous, and like with BZM having such a good game, he's able to get so active, and at the same time, the Ember is trying to spend more time catching up, and it just makes both your side lanes go in your favor. Just so much of this feels like it's coming down to how well the mid lanes are going.
Yeah, it really does. This just looks, again, kind of like a good start for the early mid, like you said. But I will say OG's draft this time makes way more sense. Not only do they have the lane counter to the Brewmaster in the form of the Weaver, the hero scales incredibly well. And Seb on the Shadow Demon, complete different performance. Goes from like 0-16 last game to 5-6 with 19 assists, involved in so many kills for his team. And great disruptions, right? Like setting up or saving pretty much anyone they need. And Whisper on this Mars, sick performance. It was kind of funny, like him just sitting on 6,000 gold in the bottom lane and like never really leaving the lane, but it works. Like he ends up super farmed and ends up having a ton of damage to follow up with his team in the late game.
Yeah, the negative armor synergy was pretty sick too between the Weaver, Deso, and Lucky Shot. Man, Weaver looks so good versus Brewmaster. I'm surprised we don't see it more because Brewmaster is relatively popular. Maybe it's going to come back. Maybe people are going to watch this game and they'll be like, huh, yeah, that's a good way of dealing with the Brewmaster, because he did get some splits off, found a couple kills, but we just did not feel the usual terrifying, annoying presence that is this Brewmaster, right? He just had too rough of a time versus the Weaver.
Yeah, this was just a sick performance. There's just like so many times like this where Seb gets gone on, has Demonic Cleanse, and like the Panda actually does not have the damage to finish him off. We saw a couple times early on where he's like solo killing people, right? On the Brewmaster. But at this point, you start to fall off. Like your damage just isn't there. Seb survives like multiple ganks. And yeah, that was, I think, the Orchid reveal from the Pangolier showing off is to find the Brewmaster. And he just does way too much. The thing is like, yes, they like quote unquote nerfed Pangolier in terms of his ability to bash and burn mana on this hero. I legitimately think this hero was buffed. I don't care what anyone says. Like, that is my firm opinion, and I will fight people over it. This hero is so good still.
Sure seems like it. I think the Q buff, that was the slip. I meant to say Q change, but Q buff just I don't think it's having the effect that the balancing team was imagining it to. So Crownfall, maybe he'll get another buff. I don't know. But this hero is just too good. It's a blind pick too, which maybe we can say the Ember pick did not quite pan out. Again, I don't know. Maybe it's because of that first blood, but Ember did not seem to really be able to slow down this Pango this game.
Yeah, it is one of those things that there was not a lot of mid laners left, and he is kind of like the best that is left in the pool, probably. It does give you some playmaking potential from the mid lane. It doesn't really lose lane too often, but when your enemy mid laner gets first blood, we saw last game what it did to BZM's game. His game was just dumpstered, right? And this game, it's just the opposite, right? And so I think you do have to pay attention. Those level 1 smokes, those level 1 rotations at the horn before the creep spawn. If you give a first blood to an important hero, specifically in the mid lane, that can take advantage of it, it really ruins the mid lane, like pretty heavily. We've seen games be completely thrown from that. So we'll have to see if it makes a difference, or we're going to see a third scenario, in game 3. But what do you think, Zach? Like, going into this game, which team's probably feeling the most confident here?
I mean, I think it's always beneficial to, like, game 1, you kind of got stomped, right? So to be able to come back from that, win game 2, that is a big morale boost for you, while at the same time, the enemy team, Blacklist here, they went, we're feeling so good, and then feeling so bad, that decline. So it's a little bit of a mental game coming up here where you got to be able to reset and say, hey, you know, we stomped them before. We can do that again. We just need to recreate those conditions, which is maybe a first blood, or at least not giving up a first blood in that mid lane. And, you know, then maybe we get to play Dota. I don't think the draft was like bad. I do think they have to be careful of this Weaver, because Tomato is a very good Weaver player, we just saw there, and it really does hurt this Brewmaster pick, which they went for pretty early. So if they want to do that again, maybe they got to think about banning out the Weaver, or maybe they got to pick it a little bit later once you know what's coming. But yeah, so far it feels like for this series, one team comes out ahead of the laning stage and they're just holding on to it. So I think a lot of this is determined a bit by the draft and those early plays, and I think that's what we'll be looking for in Game 3.
All right. Well, that being said, we're going to go to a short break, everyone, and we'll be back with our final game here of the evening. It is Blacklist Rivalry versus OG. Stay tuned. We'll see you in a bit.